Chapter 1. Isn't this exciting right from the start? Brother Sheng, you're so amazing. The woman's voice was melodious and charming, doing little work and only focusing on flirting with the man. The man didn't mind, his rough and strong arms wrapped around the woman's waist, effortlessly lifting her up to sit beside him while he did all the work. Even when the man pulled a weed, the woman had to say, "Brother Sheng is so handsome." She was toiling away in the cornfield nearby, suffering greatly. Meng Wantang couldn't take it anymore. She covered her ears, gazed at the sky, and wore a blank expression. What sin had she committed to deserve this punishment? In her previous life, she was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor who regularly went to remote villages for free clinics, and even died saving a pregnant woman who fell off a cliff. Why did she open her eyes to find herself peeping at others here? Strange memories in her mind told her that she had entered a book titled Rough Man Raising Pigs and the Delicate Educated Youth with a letter H at the end. It was now 1976. The woman who had been flirting with the man all afternoon was the book's female lead, Chun Jiaojiao, the adopted daughter of the Chun family and the biological daughter of the original protagonist's adoptive parents. She had become a wild child of unknown origins that a few years ago, Chun Jiaojiao was recognized and brought back, causing the original protagonist to make a scene and ultimately leading the Meng family to lose face, resulting in her being forcibly sent to the countryside. Chun Jiaojiao, on the other hand, had gone willingly. In comparison, the original protagonist was ugly and unappealing. Jealousy consumed the original protagonist, leading her to steal Chun Jiaojiao's beloved man, Lu Qingye, and design a scheme to have Chun Jiaojiao roll around with the old man Hua Dongsheng, who had 5 children, even sending someone to catch them in the act, hoping to make Chun Jiaojiao a public disgrace. Who knew that Hua Dongsheng saw through her plot and took Chun Jiaojiao to get their marriage certificate? Hua Dongsheng was tall and strong, with dark skin, one of the few robust men of this era. Chun Jiaojiao was an 18-year-old innocent girl, looking like a white lotus flower, her shapely figure hidden beneath loose clothing. Hua Dongsheng couldn't resist. When Chun Jiaojiao brought him lunch, he would drag her to roll around in the cornfield. That'd be by the time they returned home at night. Exhausted, it didn't stop him from toying with her for half the night. The original protagonist hated this. On their wedding night, she kicked Lu Qingye out of bed, causing a huge scene all night, forcing him to return to the army before dawn. The original protagonist believed Lu Qingye had ruined her. With Lu Qingye gone, she took her anger out on his parents. If she didn't like the food, she would curse them out if she was in a bad mood. She would find someone to vent her frustration on. When she found out she was pregnant, she even made a fuss about wanting to abort the child. When Lu Qingye sent a telegram promising to give her 20 yuan a month, she agreed to give birth. She even kicked Lu's elderly parents out of their home. One day, she accidentally saw Hua Dongsheng and Chun Jiaojiao together in the cornfield, and she couldn't stop thinking about it. At the tea night, she shamelessly dreamed about Hua Dongsheng. Coincidentally, Lu Qingye returned, and she forced herself on him, toying with him all night. The next morning, when she woke up and looked at Lu Qingye, he seemed unrecognizable. The original protagonist usually didn't care for the child, deliberately squatting in the cornfield every noon just to watch the couple. With the resumption of college entrance examinations, Chun Jiaojiao got into university, while the original protagonist failed the exam. Seeing Chun Jiaojiao return to the city, she thought her chance had come and tried to seduce Hua Dongsheng. "Chun Jiaojiao won't come back, let's just live together." Saying this, she even shamelessly crawled into his bed. "Get out!" Hua Dongsheng pulled her out of the bed and threw her at the front door, tossing her clothes out through the door. This incident became widely known. She was labeled Meng Wantang, the homewrecker, with a broken shoe and a high hat, kneeling on a platform for public humiliation. Her adoptive parents were ashamed of her and scolded her for being an ungrateful wolf. Completely severing ties with her, Lu Qingye had long divorced her, taking away 3 children, leaving her unable to find them. Meng Wantang went mad. In the end, she was bullied by countless people and tragically died in a small grove. Meng Wantang was stunned by this shocking plot. What was so good about Hua Dongsheng? Was it the smell of pig dung on him that was appealing? After waiting for the two to finish their sweet business and leave, Meng Wantang hurriedly sneaked away from the other side, only to run into a group of women cutting pig grass by the roadside. What kind of sin did the old Lu family commit to marry such a venomous woman? That wasteful woman is too cruel. She insisted on marrying that young man from the Lu family, and now she wants a divorce, deliberately burning down the house to force him to come back and divorce her. She's really something. She even abandoned 3 kids. What's there to regret? Those 3 kids look like beggars, always hungry. This is the first time I've seen a biological mother worse than a stepmother. Look at the educated youth that Dongsheng married. She manages 5 kids well. And look at her, turning her own child into a little fool. Sigh. She's truly a creature worse than a beast. Indeed, normal people wouldn't do such things. Meng Wantang suddenly interjected, startling the chatting women. The women exchanged glances, horrified, staring at Meng Wantang as if she were some filthy thing, stepping back 2 paces in unison. Meng Wantang smiled coldly and waved her hand. Let's chat next time. As Meng Wantang walked away, the women finally breathed a sigh of relief, but they dare not speak about the Liu family anymore. With heavy steps, Meng Wantang headed home. The house had been burned down by the original protagonist. 3 days had passed, and it was about time for Liu Qingye to return. Meng Wantang truly didn't want to go back, but avoiding it wouldn't work. She had to face it eventually. Upon reaching her doorstep, she saw a man standing in the yard, and she swallowed nervously. The man was nearly 6 feet tall, wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong forearms. He wore military green trousers and yellow rubber shoes. His posture was straight, broad-shouldered, and his flat abdomen exuded power. His neat buzz cut accentuated his stern and heroic aura. His thick eyebrows slanted towards his temples, his high nose bridge, thin lips pressed together, and a perfect jawline. That was sharp, his cold gaze emanating a murderous intent. When Meng Wantang met those eyes, she felt like retreating. Don't be afraid. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she be afraid of him? But she still needed to explain. Facing the man's icy gaze, the words nearly stuck in her throat. The fire wasn't intentional. I just didn't properly put the firewood into the stove, which caused the outside wood to catch fire and burn the house. The original protagonist was foolish, but not foolish enough to want to burn down her own house. Liu Qingye frowned slightly, unclear about her intentions. I was discharged from the army due to injury, and I gave my discharge allowance to a comrade who was injured worse than I was to AS for the job allocation. I have to wait for the armed forces to notify me till I'll probably be at the tractor station on our farm. The tractor station only paid 20 yuan a month. Meng Wantang would definitely turn hostile. And then, that's it. Meng Wantang raised her eyes, looking at him in confusion. Liu Qingye's sharp gaze fixed on her, his heart sinking. I agree to divorce you, but the child belongs to me. Chapter 2. A meal of severed heads. Divorce? Where would she live after the divorce? If she stayed in the village, she would probably be driven out. She couldn't return to the city, and even if she did, she wouldn't have a place to stay. Last time, when she tricked Xun Jiaojiao into marrying Dongsheng, her mother almost came to tear her apart. It was a miracle that she could even enter the Meng family's door. This marriage absolutely could not end. Meng Wantang frowned and spoke quickly. Why divorce? You're back from the army, you can work at home, earn work points every day, and we won't have to worry about food. With your strength, we definitely won't go hungry. Don't think too much, just focus on healing your arm first. Meng Wantang remembered the pig's trotters hidden in the house and went inside to find them, tearing one open and stuffing it into Liu Qingye's hands. Eat more to supplement yourself. Liu Qingye was taken aback as a pig's trotter was forcibly shoved into his hands. He suspected that the Meng Wantang before him had been replaced. Was this something Meng Wantang would say? She had always disliked him for being a rough man, full of brute strength, not comparable to the educated youth from the city. After they got married, her true nature was revealed, and she wouldn't even let him touch her in all these years of marriage. The words they exchanged could be counted on one hand. Today, had she really changed, or was it just that the sun had risen from the west? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and eat, Meng Wantang urged, frowning when she saw him not moving with the pig's trotter. Dad, don't eat it. It has pesticides. Gooden shouted as he rushed in from outside, slapping the pig's trotter out of Liu Qingye's hands. Gosheng followed closely behind, holding a small, big head and small-bodied little dumpling that looked dazed. The 2 kids thought Liu Qingye had eaten the pig's trotter and were almost in tears. Dad, you have to spit out. Gooden's trembling voice was laced with panic. I'm going to find Grandma for some soapy water to induce vomiting. Before he finished speaking, he ran outside. Meng Wantang came to her senses and reached out to grab Gooden, shouting sternly, What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. My brother and I both heard you talking to some wild man about using pig's trotters to poison the three of us, and then leaving Dad to go with him. Gooden's dark, shining eyes were full of hatred. Meng Wantang felt furious inside. The original owner truly was a piece of work. To call her a beast would be an insult to beasts. Meng Wantang tightly hugged the child and looked up to meet Lu Qingye's murderous gaze, finally understanding what it meant to be unable to clear one's name even if one jumped into the Yellow River. The pig's trotters aren't poisoned. She couldn't say that she hadn't said those words. She could only explain the current situation, that if you don't believe me, I'll take a bite myself in front of you. She picked up the pig's trotter and put it to her mouth, eating a bite, then calmly looking at the three of them. I know you won't believe anything I say now, but I haven't sunk so low as to do something like that. You three are flesh that fell from my body. If I were still a person, I wouldn't do such a thing. Then why did you say you would poison us? Gooden yelled, straining his neck. Meng Wantang was so anxious that her insides twisted, but still calmly said, I was just trying to scare you, because I knew you were eavesdropping outside the window. I was afraid you would sneak a bite of the pig's trotter. This explanation seemed plausible enough for the original owner to have done. Someone's gaze softened. The children were also half convinced. Meng Wantang stuffed the pig's trotter into Gooden's mouth. Try it. Isn't it delicious? Gooden, with his mouth full of meat, instinctively took a bite and chewed. After finishing, he was stunned. It was really delicious. Gooden didn't dare to eat it all at once, chewing for a long time before swallowing, then stared at Meng Wantang. No wonder you said such malicious things on purpose, it turns out. You just wanted to keep all the good food for yourself. Ancestor, please shut up. You won't be missing out on any food in the future. Meng Wantang let go of him, stuffing the pig's trotter into his hands. Are you still going to find Grandma for soapy water? Gooden pretended he didn't hear and handed the pig's trotter to Goshing and the little dumpling. He picked up the pig's trotter he had knocked away, washed it clean, and returned it to his dad. Such a well-behaved son, the original owner must have had her brain kicked by a donkey to treat them this way. A normal person wouldn't treat such adorable children like this. She turned around and brought Gooden a larger pig's trotter. Here, eat it, there will be more in the future. Meng Wantang handed the pig's trotter to the little guy, then turned around with a kitchen knife, picking up the fish that Gooden and Goshing had thrown on the ground, squatting by the well to gut the fish and tee the door. Gooden and Goshing peeked in, watching Meng Wantang skillfully gut the fish, and shrank back in fear. Goshing nervously ran to Lu Qingye. Dad, we're done for. Your wife can gut fish. Lu Qingye was speechless. What's wrong with being able to gut fish? Other people can gut fish, but your wife can gut fish is not normal. Look at her today. It's like she's possessed by a ghost. Not only did she give us pig's trotters, but she can also gut fish. Dad, she's the laziest and fiercest woman in the village. She's no good. Don't be fooled by her. Seeing his dad's lack of reaction, Goshing became anxious. Dad, do you think she might chop us up to eat at night? Goshing scared himself and turned to run back inside. Pulling Gooden out, brother, let's pack our bags and hide with the little dumpling. Left behind, Lu Qingye pinched the bridge of his nose and lowered his voice to his sons. Your mom is just lazy. That doesn't mean she can't gut fish. Lu Qingye's emotions were churning. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Meng Wantang was. He couldn't show his doubts in front of the children. Goshing didn't believe it. Dad, a biological father can't lie to his biological sons. Lu Qingye listened to the sound of something being pressed outside, then said in a deep voice to his sons, That's your biological mother. So what if she's our biological mother? She bought meat and even gave it to that pretty boy, my brother, and I don't even know what meat tastes like. Goshing clutched a bone, sucking on it for a long time without wanting to let go. He was also secretly observing his dad, wanting to see if his dad could hold the family together and support them. If his dad was unreliable, he would have to think of other ways. Goshing was also worried that his mom might poison them. Dad, do you have any money? Goshing's eyes lit up with an idea. Lu Qingye looked at his rebellious second son. No. That's good. Goshing sighed in relief, suddenly saying loudly, What? Dad, you don't have any money? Then what will our family eat and drink in the future? Gooden and Goshing, being brothers, intentionally shouted at the door. What? Dad has no money? So what if we have no money? Can we still starve? Meng Wantang entered with a kitchen knife in one hand and fish in the other, and Gooden dashed outside. Meng Wantang hadn't reacted yet when Goshing also ran out. The brother stood at the door, watching Meng Wantang warily. Meng Wantang looked down at the kitchen knife in her hand and walked in calmly, gutting the fish. She opened the cupboard and took out the tofu the original owner had exchanged for in the morning, cutting it into pieces before finally putting down the knife. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the two little guys had relaxed, and she couldn't help but curse the original owner in her heart. There was nothing left in the house, just a bit of millet, enough to make a small pot of millet porridge. The fish and tofu could be made into fish tofu soup, so everyone in the family could have something to eat. She squatted down to start a fire, and Lu Qingye came over to help. Meng Wantang washed her hands, scooped a spoonful of lard into the pot, then took out 4 eggs to make fried eggs, setting them aside. She put the fish in the pot to fry until both sides were golden, adding 2 slices of ginger, and the aroma immediately filled the air. Gosheng leaned nervously to Lu Qingye's ear and said, "Dad, your wife is acting strange. We should run. This must be a death meal." "Death meal?" came a cold voice from behind. "Yes, she wouldn't be this kind-hearted." Gosheng sensed something was off, turned around, and saw Meng Wantang standing behind him, still holding the kitchen knife. Chapter 3. Lu Qingye suspected that she had changed her mind. Gosheng not only didn't back down, but also raised his head and puffed out his chest, provocatively challenging. "Come on, if you have the guts, chop off my head. I, Lu Gosheng, definitely won't make a sound." Go Dan saw this, and stepped forward to stand beside his brother, not forgetting to push the little fatty into the house. Meng Wantang watched the reactions of the 2 brothers and didn't dare look at Lu Qingye's expression. Why should the female lead enjoy sweet treatment while she had to take the blame? She lowered her gaze at the rebellious little brat and said coldly, "Your name is Lu Sueha, not Lu Gosheng." Gosheng stiffened his neck and raised his chin defiantly. "My name doesn't change. I am Lu Gosheng." Lu Qingye couldn't listen anymore and pulled his second son back. "Go play with your brother outside. I'll call you for dinner later." "I won't." Gosheng turned back, signaling his dad with his eyes, and boldly said, "Dad, you must not die. Go Dan, take the little brothers to play in the yard. Don't go outside." Lu Qingye patted Go Dan's back and called for Gosheng's nemesis to prevent this kid from babbling nonsense. "Let's go." Seeing his dad's reassuring gaze, Go Dan finally spoke to call his 2 younger brothers over. Gosheng was unwilling, but after all, listened to his big brother, went inside to fetch the little fatty, and happily followed Go Dan outside. They ran over, particularly obediently. Only the 2 adults were left in the room, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. What is this all about? Meng Wantang felt very irritated, but didn't show it on her face, as if nothing had happened just now. "I need to put 2 goji berries in the soup. I'll go pick some from the tree outside." Unable to endure the damned atmosphere in the room, Meng Wantang found an excuse to go outside for some fresh air. When she returned, she saw a goji berry tree at the gate of the yard, with bright red goji berries that no one had picked. Although they would be tender if picked now, they could still be eaten. After picking the goji berries, Meng Wantang squatted by the well and almost washed the goji berries to mush before slowly going back inside. The fish soup had thickened. She put in tofu and fried eggs, sprinkled some goji berries, covered the pot, and had nothing to do. Just as she was feeling anxious, she heard Lu Qingye's voice. "The water is boiling." His tone sounded quite calm, so he probably hadn't taken what happened earlier to heart. "We're having millet rice for lunch. There's nothing else to eat at home." Meng Wantang felt there was no choice but to respect others' opinions, so she asked Lu Qingye, "Is that okay?" Lu Qingye raised his eyes, his deep cold gaze swirling with an ambiguous emotion. "That's fine. Then let's make millet rice." Meng Wantang smiled at him, revealing 2 little tiger teeth, playful and cute. This startled Lu Qingye slightly. It was the first time he received Meng Wantang's smile, and he felt uneasy inside, his brows furrowing tighter. Meng Wantang knew that the original owner had done many unscrupulous things, such as secretly eating a lot of rice while driving the kids out. However, there was only a small bowl of rice left, which definitely wouldn't be enough for the whole family. She could only cook 2 kinds of rice. She washed the rice and poured it into the pot. Lu Qingye stared at the rice in the pot, glancing at Meng Wantang in surprise. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Meng Wantang naturally knew the reason and deliberately asked him. Lu Qingye's brow twitched. "Nothing." When the rice was ready, Lu Qingye stood up to call the kids for dinner. The tall guy, who was 1.9 meters, squeezed through the 1.6 meter door, and Meng Wantang was really worried he would collapse the door frame. If it weren't for Lu Qingye being so thin, if he were a bit heavier, he probably wouldn't even fit in the house. "Wash your face before eating." Meng Wantang said this to the outside and saw Go Dan leading his two younger brothers to the well to wash their faces. Go Dan's face was quite clean, and his hands weren't too dirty. He washed the little fatty first, then let Go Sheng wash, and finally wash himself. A perfect big brother. How could such a sensible child not be liked by anyone? Meng Wantang felt puzzled, but it didn't matter. She liked him just fine. Lu Qingye washed his hands, went inside to get bowls and chopsticks, and saw 4.5 bowls in the cupboard, none of which were good. His hands suddenly froze. With limited conditions at home, you can just eat from a basin. Meng Wantang walked by calmly, carrying rice into the house. Lu Qingye's brows twitched, and he silently picked up the bowls and chopsticks. Meng Wantang brought the rice into the house, and the three little brats stood on the ground, afraid to sit at the table to eat. When they saw her come in, they stole glances at her, as if sensing something was off, and ran away. Get on the bed. Are you waiting for me to invite you? Meng Wantang raised an eyebrow, put down the basin, and picked up the little fatty. The other two big ones looked at each other, and not only didn't want to come up, but also planned to snatch the little fatty away. Meng Wantang was amused. What's wrong? Lu Gosheng is afraid to eat the death penalty? With a provocation, Gosheng immediately exploded. Eat if you want. Don't think that you, Gosheng, are afraid. Before Gosheng could jump up, he was slapped by Lu Qingye. Gosheng held his head, looking at his dad in complaint. Just eat quietly. Lu Qingye frowned and said in a deep voice. The room instantly fell silent. The three little ones also stopped making a fuss. Meng Wantang turned around to go out and serve the fish soup and tofu. The two fish the kids brought back were two, and they weren't small. She only stewed one fish. Without affecting the taste, she specially made a basin. There was plenty of fish soup and a lot of tofu. The taste was savory, but a certain someone was eating pickled vegetables and gobbling down rice. Meng Wantang narrowed her eyes and poured half a bowl of tofu and fish soup into his bowl. Lu Qingye's hand, holding the chopsticks, trembled 3 times. What on earth is she planning? In the past, when he ate at home, she would have a long face. Today, not only did she cook herself, but there were also fish, tofu, and eggs. Lu Qingye suddenly spoke. Go to the tractor station to drive a tractor, and you only earn 20 yuan a month. Isn't 20 yuan enough to support the family? Meng Wantang raised a soul-searching question. She had heard that in this era, a dual-income family in the city could support a whole family with 40 yuan a month. 20 yuan should be enough to support the 3 of them, right? She put down her chopsticks, planning to have a serious talk with the man about this issue. If the money wasn't enough, she had to find a way. It was only July. Meng Wantang raised her gaze and met the 3 children's vigilant eyes, her heart sinking. How did the original owner end up drowned in a manure pit? Forget the manure pit. She didn't want to wake up to such a miserable scene. Meng Wantang was disgusted enough, and it didn't resolve her anger. It made her lose her appetite. Really frustrating. No money is no money. After all, they wouldn't starve to death. Meng Wantang's face darkened, and the 4 men in the room simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. This is more like it. Previously, the gentle Meng Wantang made people feel uneasy. They were all trembling just to eat, worried she had poisoned the food. The fish soup and tofu were very suitable for the little fatty to eat. Meng Wantang couldn't eat it herself, so she fed the little fatty, drinking the soup, eating the tofu, and having half a fried egg. The 2 kinds of rice had high nutritional value, and children eating grains would be healthier. Meng Wantang didn't dare let the kids eat too much for fear of overstuffing them. However, Go Dan and Go Sheng were eating so fast, it was like they were starving ghosts reincarnated. Meng Wantang watched them eat heartily and felt hungry too. She served herself half a bowl of rice, poured some fish soup over it, and ate 2 pieces of tofu before putting down her bowl and chopsticks. The 3 of them devoured their food, and when they put down their chopsticks, the basin and bowls were empty. After eating, you 3 washed the dishes. Meng Wantang said this, and was about to take the little fatty outside for a digest. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the yard, like an earthquake. Then a man shouted into the house, Luer, hurry out, your mom. Chapter 4. Meng Wantang actually took out money. What happened to my mom? Lu Qingye instantly dashed out of the house, and before Meng Wantang could react, he was already gone. Your mom got into a fight with your younger siblings. Your mom hit her head on the table and bled a lot. She is lying on the ground and has fainted. The man who came to deliver the news was a brother from the family, named Lu Qinghai, who lived in the front yard of the Liu family's eldest. Let us go. Lu Qingye ran off, but only at the door did he remember that he didn't know where his parents lived. He stopped and pulled Lu Qinghai over. Where do my parents live? In the courtyard where your uncle lives. Lu Qinghai hurriedly said. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lu Qingye turn and run home. Thinking Lu Qingye was afraid of his wife and didn't dare to go, he anxiously chased after him. Especially when he saw Lu Qingye's wife standing at the door. His disgust reached its peak. Who knew Lu Qingye didn't stop at all and ran directly from the right alley to the backyard. When he reached the backyard, he used one hand with force, leaped up the wall in 2 steps, and jumped down. Their courtyard wall wasn't very high, but it was still about 1.8 meters. Lu Qingye just jumped over. Meng Wantang, leading the children to chase to the back, just happened to see Lu Qingye's agile figure. Wow, that is so amazing. Gosheng excitedly pulled his brother's hand and exclaimed. Godan's eyes were full of admiration. Only the confused little cub beside them anxiously grabbed her pants leg. Meng Wantang looked down and felt heartbroken at a glance. She bent down to pick up the little one and said, let us go see too. Lu Qinghai heard Meng Wantang's words. His body shook, and he glanced at Meng Wantang, thinking that she was probably going to watch the fun. No, he had to go deliver the news. Lu Qinghai wanted to say, don't go to make trouble, but he didn't have the courage to speak. Lu Qingye's wife was not someone to mess with. Don't be fooled by her fair complexion. When she got fierce, she could make a big man's face bleed. Lu Qinghai climbed the wall, but wasn't as agile as Lu Qingye, taking a long time to get up. I can't do it, Gosheng said with a face full of disdain, shaking his head. How can I compare to your dad? Lu Qinghai laughed and scolded. Then jumped down. Lu Qingye was the most skilled among their generation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the army and could even hold an official position. It's just that he married such a spendthrift wife. Otherwise, if he had brought his wife along with the army, why would they have to come back to this little broken mountain valley? Meng Wantang knew that the old Liu family house was one of the largest houses in the village. Now seeing the backyard of over 2 acres, she was stunned. But this backyard was completely overgrown. The original owner was truly a spendthrift. Meng Wantang gritted her teeth in anger, but fortunately, it was only July, and she could still plant the last batch of corn. Thinking this way, Meng Wantang felt a little more at ease. You two don't run around. Go through the small door. There's a door over there in the corner, and Godan and Gosheng ran off quickly, leaving Meng Wantang behind. At the Liu old man's house. Second brother, you can't blame me for this. What'd I do wrong? My son had a fever, and wouldn't let me take the child to the health station, insisting on giving my son talisman water. I pushed the bowl away, and she hit her head and still blames me? My son has a high fever of 39 degrees. If we don't take him to the health station, he'll end up like your little fatty and become a fool. Feng Yume sat on the ground holding the child, afraid her child would become foolish from the fever and also afraid her mother-in-law would die. After she anxiously finished speaking, wanting to find someone to rely on, she realized she was isolated and helpless. Lu Qingye paused next to old lady Lu, checking the wound on her head, and when he saw Lu Qinghai run over, he said in a deep voice, eldest brother, go find a door plank. We'll carry my mom to the health station. If that doesn't work, we'll go to the town. I'll go right now. Lu Qinghai turned and ran, not forgetting to call for help. The men in the family were all working in the fields, leaving only old lady Lu and Feng Yume at home with the children. Lu Qingye glanced at the crying Feng Yume, his brows furrowing tightly, and said sternly, third sister-in-law, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and take the child to get a shot. I don't have any money. Feng Yume cried, snot and tears flowing. If she had any money, she would have taken the child long ago. Would she still be arguing with her mother-in-law? Meng Wantang had just arrived and heard the 2 words no money. Lu Qingye was about to reach into his pocket when he saw Meng Wantang standing at the door and, as if possessed, asked, do you have money to treat your sister-in-law? Feng Yume froze, looking at Meng Wantang in shock, her eyes filled with despair. Meng Wantang noticed his small action, raising an eyebrow. Is this testing her? It seemed that Lu Qingye definitely had money. Meng Wantang didn't expose him. She generously took out $1 and handed it to Feng Yume. Hurry and take the child away. Stop crying here. What kind of behavior is this? Feng Yume stared at Meng Wantang as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes nearly popping out. Meng Wantang. What kind of look is that? Can I do a good deed? Meng Wantang curled her lips in a cold smile, reaching out towards Feng Yume. What are you looking at? If you don't want the money, then give it back to me. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Feng Yume wiped her tears, grabbed the money, and ran towards the health station with the child. Mom, you actually gave my third aunt money? Go Sheng, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Meng Wantang looked down at this little brat and raised her hand to pinch his cheek. In the future, I'll give you money too. Do you want it? Yes. Why wouldn't I want it? Go Sheng, having just eaten an incredibly delicious meal, felt like he was floating. Take your brother to play. Don't go near the river. Buy a few pieces of tofu tonight, and I'll cook something delicious for you when I get back. Meng Wantang handed the money to Go Dan. There was no other way. Among the family, only Go Dan was steady and reliable. Go Sheng. Didn't she say she'd give him money? Forget it. Giving it to him is the same as giving it to his brother. Lu Qingye realized she had truly changed, but he didn't know if this was just a disguise for one day or if she had completely changed. I'll go in and take a look and get a couple of pieces of clothing for the old lady. If she's at the health station. Before she could finish her sentence, a small, dark-skinned woman rushed in from behind, entering the inner room before her. No need, I can tidy up. Meng Wantang heard the mosquito-like voice and looked up at the hunched woman, taking a moment to remember that this was the sister-in-law, Qiao Xiuji, who was often scolded by the original owner for not laying eggs. Qiao Xiuji had been married for 10 years, doing the most work and eating the least. Working hard and without complaint. Just because she couldn't have children, she couldn't hold her head high in the village. Meng Wantang met Lu Qingye's scrutinizing gaze and initially wanted to explain something. But then she thought there was nothing to explain, so she defiantly stared back at him. The air seemed to freeze. At that moment, a commotion came from the doorway, mixed with Lu Qinghai's loud voice. Hurry up. The old lady is still lying on the ground. Whoosh! The crowd surged in. Lu Qinghai and another brother from the Lu family rushed in, not allowing Lu Qingye to take action, and they lifted the old lady onto the door plank. The old lady, with her small feet, was only about 1.55 meters tall, wearing a dark blue diagonal collared jacket, which was patched upon patched. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, her lips pale, and her cheeks sunken in. Her hands, hanging on both sides, had large knuckles that protruded out, clearly showing they had done a lot of work and had often washed clothes with cold water. One can't help but wonder what the original owner was thinking, bullying such an old lady. Aren't they afraid of getting struck by lightning? Let us go. First to the health station. Lu Qingye lifted the door plank with one hand and walked out. Old man Lu, along with his 2 sons, rushed back upon hearing the news. When Lu Qingshan saw his second brother carrying their mother out, he asked, "Second brother, where are you taking Mom?" "To the health station," Lu Qingye explained in a deep voice. Lu Qingshan glanced at Meng Wantang behind him and said sarcastically, "Do you have money? You're still taking our mom to the clinic?" Chapter 5. Meng Wantang, who never loses out on food. What kind of attitude is this from Lu Qingshan? Meng Wantang couldn't stand it and directly retorted, "You won't lend money? Are you just going to watch your mother wait to die?" Lu Qingye suddenly looked at Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang raised her chin slightly, her delicate brows furrowing as she spoke fiercely. "What are you standing there for? Take her to the hospital." Lu Qingye gave Meng Wantang a deep look and said in a low voice, "Let's go." 4 strong young men lifted old lady Lu and quickly ran past Meng Wantang, rushing towards the clinic. Meng Wantang thought for a moment and followed them. After all, it was her mother-in-law. What had happened in the past was already done. Although it wasn't her fault, the aftermath had to be resolved slowly. Rushing wouldn't help. She also knew she couldn't go back. From now on, every day would be a brand new life. First, she had to live well. Second, she had to raise the 3 children well. Lastly, she must seize the upcoming great opportunity and make a big effort to ride the wave of reform and opening up. As for Lu Qingye, Meng Wantang's thoughts wandered, and her cheeks flushed a bit. In her previous life, she had only had an online romance and was cheated out of $8. She wanted to experience the charm of male supporting characters in H novels. From her years of reading novels, she knew that men in these types of stories were incredibly brave, even if they were 80 years old. Ahem. Meng Wantang's gaze drifted. and she suddenly noticed that Dog Dan and Dog Sheng were also chasing after Lu Qingye and the others. She quickly gathered her thoughts and hurried to catch up with the little fatty. She thought she was walking fast, but she was still overtaken. A small, thin woman rushed past her in the blink of an eye, creating a 3-meter gap between them. Meng Wantang, truly deserving of the era of the 11 routes. Impressive. At the clinic, Feng Yumei was sitting on the hospital bed holding her child, who had received a fever-reducing injection and was now sleeping. She saw old lady Lu being carried in and wanted to go over, but didn't dare, feeling particularly uneasy. Only when she finally saw her sister-in-law's figure did she breathe a sigh of relief. Before she could call out, she saw her sister-in-law pull her brother out and anxiously ask, "Qingde, what did the doctor say? Is our mother okay?" Xiao Xiuji, holding a small bundle, had her fingers clenched white, her body trembling slightly, as if she had seen something terrifying. The doctor was examining, and they still didn't know the situation. After Lu Qingde spoke, he noticed something was off with his wife. Following her gaze, he saw a woman slowly entering with a child in her arms. Lu Qingde's expression changed drastically, and he pushed his wife into the ward, saying, "You go check on how the little one is doing." Xiao Xiuji lowered her head and obediently walked inside, intending to close the door behind her. "Wait." A cold and arrogant voice rang out. Xiao Xiuji's hand trembled. Her body froze, and her face turned as pale as paper, as if she could faint at any moment. Meng Wantang walked over, placed the little fatty on the ground, and followed him inside. She noticed that Xiao Xiuji looked unwell and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell? Why does your face look so bad? And why are your hands shaking so much?" Feng Yumei, who knew the truth. She instinctively wanted to retort to Meng Wantang. But thinking about how the money for the child's injection came from Meng Wantang, the words got stuck in her throat and she slowly swallowed them back. Seeing that Xiao Xiuji wasn't speaking, Meng Wantang didn't mind. "If you're not feeling well, go find a doctor." The original owner hated Xiao Xiuji to the core, and the fact that she hadn't been killed with a kitchen knife was already very cultured of her. Ignoring her was nothing significant. After kindly reminding her, she walked in front of Feng Yumei, reaching out to touch the child's forehead. It was okay. It wasn't that hot anymore. Meng Wantang asked Feng Yumei, "Did you give him fever medicine or an injection?" "An injection," Feng Yumei replied honestly. "The doctor said we don't have any medicine for children here and advised me to give him the injection because it works faster." Xiao Xiuji looked at them in shock, her pupils shaking. "You work hard tonight, and keep measuring the child's temperature. And don't bundle him up too much. Children are different from adults. They shouldn't wear so many clothes. When they have a fever, they should wear less to stay dry. Also, use warm water to wipe his body more often." Just then, a nurse came over with a thermometer. Hearing Meng Wantang's words, she frowned and scolded, "If you don't understand, don't speak recklessly. What if the child catches a cold because he is underdressed? Don't spread your baseless opinions around. If something happens to the child, can you take responsibility?" Meng Wantang assessed the nurse, noticing she wasn't very old, probably having just graduated. She hadn't learned much, but had quite the attitude. "You must have gotten into nursing school through connections and got into the clinic the same way, right?" Meng Wantang, who never lost out on food, was also sharp-tongued. In her previous life, she had learned one lesson. Good people are bullied, and good horses are ridden. One shouldn't be too honest. If someone insults you, you can't just bear it. Otherwise, they will think you're easy to bully and will push their luck. Tang Huifang didn't expect to be retorted, especially in such a direct manner. She felt like a wild chicken that had just been ruffled, pointing to the door and saying, "You need to get out now." Feng Yumei, lacking education and experience, couldn't tell the difference between a doctor and a nurse. She was scared just seeing someone in a white coat. With her child's illness unresolved, she didn't want to be implicated and moved toward the window, holding her child. She specifically wrapped the child up and nervously said, "Doctor, look, I didn't listen to her. Please don't hold it against me. She just doesn't know anything and likes to speak nonsense." Meng Wantang looked at Feng Yumei in disbelief, seeing her give her a meaningful glance, urging her to leave, which almost made her laugh in anger. At the same time, she felt a sense of sadness. The medical care in this country was too backward, and there were too few good doctors. She looked at the nurse, who had no idea she was in the wrong, and mocked, "You have no real skills but still dare to scold others here. Stop using your ignorance to harm the common people. You don't even know why children shouldn't wear so many clothes or be covered up when they have a fever, yet you dare to refute me here. A person like you being a nurse in our clinic is truly a disservice to the public. Tang Huifeng's face turned pale from the scolding. It was true that she had gotten in through connections. Her uncle was the commune leader. After graduating from nursing school, she initially intended to go to the county hospital, but she had performed poorly in school and was rejected. Her uncle then got her a job at the clinic. Usually, everyone envied her for being a nurse there. This was the first time someone had scolded her to her face. Say that again. Even if I say 100 times, it will be the same. I not only want to scold you, but I will also report you. You better go home and study hard so that when the higher-ups come to inspect, you can pass the inspection honestly. Otherwise, you and the person who got you into the clinic will face consequences. Chapter 6. Meng Wantang wanted to kick him. Meng Wantang shot a sharp glance over, her demeanor completely different from her earlier unreasonable self. Feng Yumei was startled by her piercing gaze and didn't understand why her sister-in-law, who had been cursing like a shrew, seemed even more intimidating than one. She didn't even dare to make eye contact with her sister-in-law. Feng Yumei obediently pulled off the clothes she had just put on the child and forced a smile at Meng Wantang. You idiot! Why are you still holding the child? Do you think his fever isn't high enough? With the time you've spent holding him, you could have found a basin of warm water to wipe him down. Meng Wantang looked at her coldly. Feng Yumei didn't dare to speak, tentatively placing the child on a sickbed, her eyes flickering nervously toward Meng Wantang. What are you looking at me for? Can't understand what I'm saying? Yes, I understand. Then why are you just standing there? Meng Wantang felt like she was going to bleed from the stupidity of Feng Yumei. Anyway, she had said everything that needed to be said. If she still didn't get it, then let her be stupid to death. With a cold face, Meng Wantang carried the child and walked outside, causing Qiao Xiuji to quickly dodge aside in fright. Meng Wantang frowned, looking at the shaking hand, wondering what kind of medication was used to treat Parkinson's. She needed to think about it when she got back. As she stepped out of the ward, she immediately saw a tall, lean man standing at the door. Their eyes met, and her breath caught in her throat. She didn't know how much he had overheard. Meng Wantang calmly thought that, in any case, she was in the right. Even if he had heard everything, she had a reason to be. No matter how bad Lu Qingye's impression of her was, it couldn't be worse than the original owner's reckless behavior. With a strong sense of justification, Meng Wantang walked past him while holding the child. Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist. Meng Wantang stopped and looked up at him, her tone sharp. What do you want? Her little temper was quite fiery. For some reason, this time it seemed a bit cute. Lu Qingye stared at her bright eyes, his thin lips pressed together, momentarily at a loss for words. If you have something to say, why pull and tug like this? Meng Wantang yanked her hand back and took a step back. Lu Qingye clenched his hand into a loose fist and coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. Do you have any money? What do you want money for? Meng Wantang looked at him warily. The original owner only had a little over $20 on her. Every cent counted. How could this man, who had just retired from the army and still had some private money, want to ask her for money? Her mother needed to be hospitalized and also needed medicine, Lu Qingye explained. Meng Wantang narrowed her eyes and took 2 steps back. She realized her behavior seemed inappropriate and, trying to cover it up, said, I'll tell you, I only have $10 left. If I give it to you, starting tomorrow, we'll be eating the northwest wind. Besides, aren't you supposed to have money? If Lu Qingye were sensible, he wouldn't be asking for money. Not enough. Lu Qingye's ears turned slightly red. Not enough. Meng Wantang's voice suddenly rose, noticing someone was eavesdropping, and quickly lowered the last 2 words. Cautiously, she asked, How much do you need? $3. Meng Wantang squinted. How much do you have in total? $3.50. Your pockets are cleaner than your face. Meng Wantang suspected he was doing it on purpose. She mentally calculated the numbers. Lu Qingye had previously written home, saying he had been promoted to a company commander and was earning a monthly salary of $38 after deducting food, transportation, etc. He sent $20 to her, $10 to his parents, and had $8 left for himself. He usually spent a little, saving $3 a month, which would add up to $100 after 3 years. The army would also give him a stipend for veterans. Even if he didn't need this money, he shouldn't be that broke. Lu Qingye didn't show any embarrassment and openly said, "A comrade of mine died, and for the past few years, we've each contributed $5 to send to his parents. There you go." He knew exactly how to manage his salary. Plus, there were transportation costs, etc. Did he want to say that having 50 cents left was impressive? Your family doesn't even have a broken house, yet you're pitying others. Your mother is lying in the clinic, unconscious, and you have a wife and children to support. Your family is doing fine? Meng Wantang gritted her teeth in anger. This time it wasn't Lu Qingye wanting a divorce, but her wanting to kick him out. "I'm telling you, there won't be a next time." She walked over and shoved the money into his hand before turning to leave, afraid she would snatch the money back. Seeing the two little rascals waiting at the door, she coldly called out, "Dog Dan, Dog Sheng, go home." Lu Qingye watched Meng Wantang, who looked pained but didn't explode in anger, and nodded at his two sons. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng immediately ran home. When they got home, the two worried that Meng Wantang would take it out on the little fatty, so they slipped away with him. Meng Wantang lay down on the Kong as soon as she got home. In reality, her brain was working at high speed. The front yard could yield 9 points of land, enough to plant some vegetables. She could grow more cabbage, radishes, and mustard greens. But there wasn't much else to plant. The backyard was best for growing grains. She had previously thought they could plant corn, but calculating the seasons, it was impossible, so they could only plant millet, sorghum, and buckwheat. Over 2 acres of land could yield 4 to 500 gene of millet. If they ate it daily, it could last 3 to 4 months. Before the autumn harvest, the production team would distribute some corn, and it would be manageable. But how to get through this period before the autumn harvest? She only had $19 left, no grains at home, and would need to find someone to exchange for seeds. Their home had only a rickety wardrobe about 2 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, and 7 meters high, and a similarly sized cupboard. There was also a daybed that the original owner had discarded in the small room to gather dust, and a sewing machine. There was nothing else. Without spending money, they couldn't get seeds to plant. For the first time, Meng Wantang felt anxious. Sigh. As soon as Lu Qingye entered, he heard Meng Wantang lying on the Kong, sighing deeply. When she saw him come in, she shot him a glare and turned her back to refuse communication. He hadn't expected that today she wouldn't throw a fit. Her temperament was even stranger than before. Lu Qingye glanced at the luggage he had placed on the daybed, untouched. He was quite surprised. The previous times he came back, he hadn't even entered the door, and his luggage had been snatched away by Meng Wantang, who took everything she wanted. Who knew this time she wouldn't touch it at all? This was too strange. This was not like her at all. Lu Qingye opened his luggage and took out a gray envelope. After hesitating, he placed it next to Meng Wantang without opening it. "This is for you." Meng Wantang opened her eyes, glanced at the envelope beside her, and then looked up at Lu Qingye, speaking sarcastically. "What is this? Money? No. If it's not money, what good is this to me?" Meng Wantang laughed in anger. "Lu Qingye, it's a ticket. See if you can exchange it for some food or something with those educated youth." "What is it? A ticket?" Chapter 7. What a big face. Meng Wantang instantly sat up and opened the envelope to take a look. Inside was a stack of tickets. She took them out and glanced at them. They were all national grain tickets. Now everyone had provincial grain tickets, and those working in the Education Bureau often traveled for work, looking for people to exchange grain tickets for food. So having national grain tickets was equivalent to having food. These grain tickets could support their family for a while longer. With the issue of basic needs resolved, Meng Wantang's expression softened. She even had the leisure to care about others. "Why are you back? Is your mother all right?" "She's awake. The doctor said if she has a fever tonight, take some fever-reducing medicine and observe her for a couple of days, and she should be fine." Lu Qingye looked up in surprise, not expecting her to ask about this. "As long as she's fine." Meng Wantang looked at the grain tickets in her hand, planning to go out and exchange some for food. Otherwise, there would be no rice for dinner. The child wasn't home. She didn't know where he had run off to. "You go find the child. Then buy some tofu for dinner. I'll go check at the educated youth point to see if anyone wants grain tickets, so I can exchange them for some money or food. Otherwise, we'll just be waiting for the wind from the northwest tonight." Lu Qingye gave her a meaningful glance. "Then I'll go find the child. Go on." Meng Wantang couldn't wait to count the grain tickets, eager for him to leave. Lu Qingye frowned slightly, but ultimately chose to trust her and went out to find the child. Once he left, Meng Wantang began happily checking the grain tickets. Wow, Lu Qingye might be short on money, but he had a lot of grain tickets. Over 200 pounds of nationally accepted grain tickets. Meng Wantang got off the bed, put on her shoes, and planned to hide the tickets. But their house was so small that it wasn't safe anywhere. She took off her shoes and climbed onto the Kong, bringing her pillow over. She looked for a piece of cloth in the wardrobe, measured it, and had a rough idea in her mind. She then went down to find another piece of cloth, measured it, set up the sewing machine, and made a pillowcase. The sewing machine was kept because it had been borrowed by the original owner. It was lent to Hua Dongxing's second aunt. Otherwise, it would have been collecting dust. After making the pillowcase, Meng Wantang took out a few grain tickets, put the rest back in the envelope, wrapped them in a piece of cloth, stuffed them into the pillowcase, and sealed it up. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about the envelope falling out when she grabbed the pillow. Meng Wantang held the pillow like a treasure for a moment before putting it back. When she went out, she deliberately found a lock and carefully locked the door before heading towards the educated youth point with the grain tickets. On the way, she encountered several women who had just returned from work. Those women instinctively stepped aside when they saw Meng Wantang coming. She paused, squinting at those women, who immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. It turned out to be those few sisters who liked to gossip behind people's backs. She withdrew her gaze and continued towards the educated youth point. The original owner had encountered Hua Dongsheng and Chun Jiao while doing errands. And before Hua Dongsheng took notice of her, she had a crush on a refined-looking male, educated youth from the point. Unfortunately, that male, educated youth liked Chun Jiao, who had a childhood sweetheart in the city. Meng Wantang had pestered him, but he didn't even look at her, thinking she wasn't a decent woman. However, Meng Wantang was generous and gave him everything good she had. He accepted everything without hesitation, but she got nothing in return. She was just a humble and extreme sycophant. Meng Wantang felt quite upset. When she arrived at the educated youth point, the educated youths had just finished their work. The male and female educated youths were all holding basins, lining up to get water. When they saw Meng Wantang enter, the lively educated youth point fell silent. Everyone looked towards Zhou Zhengyan in unison, their eyes full of sympathy. Zhou Zhengyan was very annoyed. This woman hadn't come for a month. He felt completely relieved. Who knew she would come again today? Zhou Zhengyan didn't want to deal with this reckless woman, but if he pretended not to see her, she would call his name until he responded. Zhou Zhengyan didn't want to be the subject of ridicule. He took his water basin, his face dark, and reluctantly walked out of the crowd. Seeing Meng Wantang walking in, he had a cold smile in his eyes. He walked slowly over, intending to block her and send her away quickly. But to his surprise, Meng Wantang didn't even look at him as she passed by. What did she want? Zhou Zhengyan's pupils shook, and his face turned pale. Meng Wantang entered the door and immediately focused on the female educated youth. The original owner didn't have a good reputation. This wasn't a proper novel. The women in it, especially the main and supporting characters, often had complicated relationships with many men. But it was also the real world. So Meng Wantang was very concerned about her reputation. This was the 1970s. If someone got caught in a scandal, they would be paraded in the streets. Meng Wantang was very cautious. She saw the female educated youth and immediately walked over. But a male educated youth, looking like he had epilepsy, came toward her, almost colliding with her. Luckily, she was agile. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to dodge. What was even more unbelievable was that she saw the male educated youth's hand had raised. Truly bold, just like in H literature. Meng Wantang, what exactly do you want to do? A voice filled with shame and anger came from behind. If he hadn't called her name, Meng Wantang wouldn't have turned around. She looked at the fair-skinned man in a white shirt, who had a scholarly air, and thought to herself that this guy must be the male educated youth the original owner had once pestered. Seeing the man's ashen face, Meng Wantang realized she had guessed correctly. He wasn't even as good-looking as a single hair of Lu Qingye, just a bit fairer. He wasn't tall either, at most around 1.76 meters. His figure was about 50-50, his legs shorter than hers, appearing righteous but was actually not a good person. If he were truly upright, he would have taken the original owneress things. How dare he look at her with such impatience, as if she were an annoying pest? Why are you calling me? Are you here to ask for your money back? Meng Wantang deliberately asked with a smile. Zhou Zhengin truly acted like a pimp while wanting to maintain a facade. He shamelessly spent the original owner's money, but didn't he even give her a good face? If he was going to be a kept man, he should at least return everything sooner. What did you say? Zhou Zhengin doubted he had heard wrong. I said, are you planning to return the money you borrowed from me before? If you can't calculate it, I can help you out. I have a ledger with everything clearly recorded. Meng Wantang looked at Zhou Zhengin's incredulous expression, the corners of her lips lifting in a mocking arc. Zhou Zhengin was stunned for a long time. He was completely dumbfounded. Was she on medication, or was she trying to attract his attention on purpose? Meng Wantang watched the man's expression change, and when he finally looked at her with disdain, full of arrogance, she knew he must think she was being deliberate. What a big face. She frowned and said in a deliberately surprised tone, you wouldn't really be planning not to pay me back, would you? You didn't say that when you borrowed money from me. Every time my family's Lu Qingye sent money back, I lent it to you for urgent needs right away. If you don't pay me back, I'll have Lu Qingye come and find you. Chapter 8. She is not wearing clothes. The eyes of the educated youth in the yard looked at Zhou Zhengin differently. They had previously thought that Zhou Zhengin was having an affair with Meng Wantang, but now they learned it wasn't the case. Those previous gifts of money, food, clothes, and shoes were all borrowed from Meng Wantang. No wonder Zhou Zhengin always looked reluctant whenever he saw Meng Wantang coming over, and he always took her away before she could say anything. Zhou Zhengin also noticed the gazes of the other educated youths and, biting his molars, admitted, I'll pay it back. Just wait. All right, Meng Wantang replied with a smile, and looking at Zhou Zhengin's back, she found him tall and handsome. So what if it was a 50-50 split? Being able to pay back the money made him a tall and mighty handsome man. Meng Wantang hadn't forgotten her purpose for coming to the educated youth point. She casually asked, is anyone looking to exchange for national food stamps? You could trade food or money. National food stamps? Some educated youths looked surprised. Meng Wantang took out a national food stamp from her pocket and said, my husband just got discharged today, and you all know the army distributes national food stamps. He knows how to manage life. So he saved quite a few national food stamps. If anyone wants to exchange, I can help. Two of the educated youths had also married local villagers and were now teaching at a middle school in the town. They often went out on business trips, and the outside world required national food stamps, so they came specifically to exchange with Meng Wantang. Others wanted to send food stamps back home or to relatives and friends at other farms. Everyone needed the universally accepted food stamps. When the educated youths saw Meng Wantang take out several food stamps, they immediately crowded around her asking, Comrade Meng Wantang, how many food stamps do you have? Can I get 5 Jin? I want 3 Jin. Give me 5 Jin too. Wait, one at a time. Meng Wantang took out a total of 50 Jin of national food stamps. After sitting for a while, exchanging money and food, it didn't take long for her to exchange all 50 Jin of food stamps. Zhou Zhengin came out and saw a crowd around Meng Wantang. Thinking about what he had heard in the house, his expression darkened. His family conditions weren't good, and they hadn't given him any subsidies. Instead, his childhood sweetheart from the textile factory sent him 10 yuan and some tickets every month. He hadn't spent much of that money, as most of what he ate was brought over by Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang was pretty and a bit silly, always liking to bring him food, clothes, and shoes. He only accepted them because he was having a tough time, and the sympathy from others was all directed at him. He had never planned to pay her back. Now, being asked to return the money made him uncomfortable. But if he didn't give the money to Meng Wantang, he would probably be pointed at later. Zhou Zhengin approached. Someone said something. The educated youths turned around and saw Zhou Zhengin coming, quickly making way for him, their faces full of anticipation. Zhou Zhengin straightened his back, walked up to Meng Wantang, and handed her a few large bills. Comrade Meng Wantang, thank you for your help. No need to be polite. If you need food stamps next time, let me know in advance. Meng Wantang replied eagerly as she pulled the money over, counting it to find 80 yuan. She looked at Zhou Zhengin in surprise, meeting his dark eyes, and decided to take the opportunity. Comrade Zhou Zhengin is indeed a person of integrity. Our accounts are settled. Hearing her say this, Zhou Zhengin also relaxed. He had used more than 80 yuan, but being able to resolve the issue with Meng Wantang for that amount was a deal, aside from feeling a bit pained. Meng Wantang was satisfied too. Having 80 yuan was better than getting nothing back. Importantly, she had improved her reputation. It was a guaranteed profit, with money in her pocket and food in hand. Meng Wantang's smile became even more genuine. I'll head back now. If anyone needs national food stamps next time, let me know, and I'll have my husband think of a way to help everyone out. Carrying 20 jin of flour in one hand and 20 jin of rice in the other. With money in her pocket, Meng Wantang happily walked home. As soon as she put her things away at home, she heard someone shouting at the door, Dog Dan's mom. Your dog Dan fell into the river. What? The child fell into the river? Meng Wantang didn't think twice and turned to rush outside, asking the woman, where did he fall in? Right by the river in front of Old Wu's house. Before the woman could finish speaking, she saw Meng Wantang had already run away. She was stunned. They all said Lu Qingye's wasteful wife was not decent and didn't care for children, but this didn't look bad at all. Meng Wantang ran like the wind. While her body might not be strong in other ways, she had good stamina. She raced along the path and reached the riverbank in 5 minutes. In the distance, she saw Dog Sheng sitting on the shore, soaked and crying, tightly holding onto Xiao Peng, while Dog Dan drifted further away in the middle of the river. While taking off her coat, she ran towards the riverbank, quickly removed her pants and shoes, and jumped into the water without hesitation. The river water was still a bit cold in early May. Dog Dan was just a 6-year-old child, or rather, only 5 years old. He didn't know who taught him to dog paddle and was desperately trying to swim towards Dog Sheng, but he was drifting further away, his little face pale and filled with fear. When Meng Wantang saw the child, her mind went blank. She only thought about swimming over quickly to rescue him. She swam over, immediately flipped onto her back, using one hand to hold Dog Dan's neck, soothing him. Don't be afraid. Don't move. Mommy's here. Mommy will take you back to shore. In his panic, Dog Dan instinctively followed Meng Wantang's instructions. Meng Wantang breathed a sigh of relief and swam towards the nearest shore with the child. Give a child to me. Meng Wantang saw that it was Lu Qingye who had come and felt relieved as she handed the child over. Just as she was about to come out of the water, she heard a woman scream, Second brother, why is she not wearing clothes? Meng Wantang hurriedly crouched back into the water and looked up to notice that Lu Qingye hadn't come alone. There was a woman beside him, and not far away. Several others were walking toward them. Hearing the woman's words, the men turned to look over at them. If it hadn't been for her quick reaction earlier, she would have been exposed by now. Lu Qingye was taking off the child's clothes. Hearing this, he instinctively glanced at Meng Wantang, meeting her murderous gaze. Frowning, he said, Chunmei, go find some clothes for your sister-in-law. Second brother, I don't know where her clothes are. Why don't you go look for them? I'll stay here to keep an eye on sister-in-law. Su Chunmei's eyes rolled, and without Lu Qingye's nod, she changed her mind. I'll go. You stay here with sister-in-law. I'm worried she might jump back into the water again. No need. Chapter 9, Close your eyes. Don't look. Meng Wantang turned to swim to the side, and Lu Qingye's pupils constricted. He rushed over, grabbed her arm, and scolded sharply. Are you trying to get yourself killed? There's a shallow water hole ahead. Are you looking for death by going this way? Meng Wantang coldly glared at him, her beautiful face devoid of any warmth. What else? Should I swim ashore naked and let everyone see me? Meng Wantang didn't hold back her words, even sneering a few times. Anyway, everyone knows I'm in the water without clothes. They're probably waiting for me to come out to see me make a fool of myself. Who knows? They might even label me a lewd woman and drag me through the streets. Lu Qingye opened his mouth, about to speak, when he heard a woman's scolding not far away. You filthy old men. What are you doing here? Can't you see someone is waiting to come out of the water? How shameless can you be, just standing around? Hurry up and get out of the way. Meng Wantang looked over and recognized the woman. It was Miao Yinhua, the wife of Niu Air, who had just called her home. Miao Yinhua was running over with clothes in her arms. Before she reached the spot, she shouted, Dog Egg's mother, I've picked up your clothes and shoes. Hurry up and come up to wear them. Meng Wantang shook off Lu Qingye's hand and swam towards the shallower part of the water. Miao Yinhua squatted by the shore and reached out to Meng Wantang. Are you coming up? I'll pull you up. This place is a bit high and muddy. It's hard to get up without someone to help. Thank you, sister-in-law, but I'll do it myself. You help me put the clothes on Dog Egg. Lu Qingye reached out first, not forgetting to pick up the clothes Miao Yinhua had just placed on the shore. Niu Air was older than Lu Qingye, and they would call each other second brother when they met. That works. Miao Yinhua was actually quite scared too. She had only mustered the courage to come over and help. She squatted at the shore, worried she might fall in, feeling extremely anxious. So when Lu Qingye spoke, she hurriedly stepped back to hold the child. Lu Qingye extended his hand to Meng Wantang, but she took a step back. His brow twitched, and he quickly said, "Let us talk about this at home. I agree to all the conditions you mentioned. Divorce is fine. We can go handle the paperwork tomorrow morning. No need to wait until tomorrow morning. Once the winds of reform blow through, I'll have ways to support myself and the children. A divorce is just a matter of time." "You said that." "Yes, I said that." Lu Qingye gestured for her to hurry up. "Come up quickly." Meng Wantang was also exhausted. She reached out, grabbed his strong hand, and was instantly pulled to the shore. "Turn your head away." Even if she hadn't said it, Lu Qingye instinctively turned his head, knowing that if he saw her body, she would definitely go mad. After Meng Wantang got ashore, she squatted in the nearby grass and said, "Hand me the clothes from behind. Don't look." Lu Qingye good-naturedly handed over the clothes. No matter how much she fussed, today she had saved the child. Just for that, even if she wanted to ascend to heaven, he would agree. Meng Wantang was only wearing a tank top and shorts, which were now wet and clinging to her body. Lu Qingye caught a glimpse and felt uncomfortable, his mind filled with the image he had just seen. His throat bobbed as he turned his back to her, just in time to shield her from view. Su Chunmei muttered, "I really don't know what is so good about this shameless woman. She is willing to jump into the river to save child." Miao Yinhua had also been confused before, but today she had a complete change of heart about Meng Wantang. "I can too." Su Chunmei was very unconvinced. Miao Yinhua looked up at Su Chunmei, wanting to see why this person had such thick skin. "Chunmei, do you know that if you get reported for this, you'll be paraded through the streets?" Su Chunmei's body stiffened, and she stubbornly denied, "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm a young girl. I haven't messed around with any relationships. Why should I be given such a high hat? I'm not like some people who are so indecent." "Huh, your eyes are almost glued to someone else's man, and you're still being tough here." Miao Yinhua looked down on Su Chunmei, who was like this. With a good young man in front of her, she didn't appreciate him and instead thought about someone else's man. She wasn't a decent person either. Meng Wantang was only wearing long pants and a small jacket on top. A cold wind blew, and she shivered, picking up her changed clothes, washing them a couple of times in the river, wringing them out, folding them, and holding them in her hand. Even this little thing had exhausted all her strength. Don't be fooled by how narrow the river is. Swimming back with a child from the center had already drained her of energy. Meng Wantang paused and stood up. "Passing by Lu Qingye, you go get Dog Sheng and Xiao Peng. They must be scared too." She stayed there to check on Dog Egg. Dog Egg could dog paddle, and although he had fallen into the water, he hadn't choked. He was just swept away by the current and scared. He looked okay now, but his little face was pale, exhausted and frightened, with deep unease in his eyes. Seeing Meng Wantang come over, his little hand tightly grasped her clothes. The previously calm child now had a voice full of attachment. "Mom." Meng Wantang reached out to hold Dog Egg, gently patting his head 3 times, pinching his ear, murmuring, "Dog Egg, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." This was something she learned from her late grandmother when she was little. Grandma said if a child got scared, doing this could call their soul back. "It's okay now, don't be afraid. Mom is here. Mom has brought you back from the river. From now on, let us play less by the river. Even if we do, we have to be careful. Absolutely can't fall in again, all right?" "Okay." Dog Egg had been most wary of Meng Wantang, but now he was the most attached to her. Meng Wantang held the child tightly, not letting go. Su Chunmei saw this and sneered. "What are you pretending for? My second brother isn't even here. You should just show your true colors. Who doesn't know your true nature? Who are you putting on a show for? You're the one who usually hits the child and doesn't feed them." Meng Wantang didn't even glance at Su Chunmei, only looking at Miao Yinhua, who was frowning and about to speak up for her. "Sister-in-law, did you hear anything?" "What?" Miao Yinhua's attention was pulled over, a bit confused. "The wild dogs are barking really fiercely." After Meng Wantang spoke, Miao Yinhua hadn't reacted yet when Dog Egg in her arms laughed first. Miao Yinhua realized what was happening and heard Su Chunmei angrily scolding. "Who are you calling a dog? Whoever responds is one." Meng Wantang smiled coldly, looking at Su Chunmei. Brother, are you okay?" Dog Sheng ran over first, pouncing and asking Dog Egg. Dog Egg was terrified but comforted his brother. It's okay. He wanted to stand up, but he was too weak to do so. Just then, Lu Qingye came over holding Xiao Pang, and Meng Wantang said to him, "You hold Dog Egg and go back first. I'll lead Dog Sheng and Xiao Pang back together. There is no need for me to take all three of them back." Lu Qingye was wearing clothes that fit the child, only wearing a white tank top underneath. When the wind blew, the clothes clung tightly to his waist. Chapter 10, Is My Man's Body Good Looking? She was half squatting, holding the child, when Lu Qingye walked over, and she was faced with his 8-pack abs. The flat abdomen was incredibly powerful, and she couldn't help but recall some colorful images in her mind. No wonder he was a high-quality male supporting character in H novels. It was no wonder that people in the comments said Lu Qingye was wasted on Meng Wantang. Fortunately, Meng Wantang had a nice figure and looked good herself. Otherwise, they would be even more upset. Meng Wantang was lost in thought until Lu Qingye reached out to take the child from her, bringing her back to reality. When she looked up, she saw Su Chunmei staring wide-eyed, her cheeks flushed, secretly glancing at Lu Qingye. Su Chunmei noticed Meng Wantang's gaze and, instead of being afraid, shot her a fierce glare. "Oh, so bold." Meng Wantang was fired up and directly shouted at Su Chunmei, "Is my man's body good looking? Are you feeling greedy?" She noticed out of the corner of her eye that Lu Qingye's back stiffened, and he quickly left with the child, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Chunmei, furious and embarrassed, cursed at Meng Wantang before trying to chase after Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang would never let her have her way. She had no feelings for Lu Qingye, but he was the father of her child and her current legal husband. When other women coveted her man, it was like slapping her in the face. Being so brazen in front of her was a blatant disregard for her. Why should she let others bully her like that? Did they really think Meng Wantang was a brainless fool? Now that Meng Wantang had regained some strength, she stood up and looked down at the woman who was a head shorter than her, full of sarcasm. "If you want a man, go find one to marry. Stop staring at someone else's man all day. Do you really think the wives of others are blind and can't see? Don't throw mud at me. That's my second brother. I can look at my second brother, can't I? It's only someone like you, a shameless woman who likes to cause trouble, who would think of such dirty things." Su Chunmei was embarrassed and didn't dare to admit it. She was particularly afraid of being caught and paraded in the streets. Moreover, shameless women like her had been paraded in the streets more than once. Whenever people were free, they would grab someone to parade around. Su Chunmei was terrified. With righteous indignation, she scolded, "If I were you, I would divorce my second brother as soon as possible and live with some wild man. Don't drag my second brother down from finding a good woman. Don't think everyone doesn't know about your little flirtation with that pretty boy from the educated youth point." Slap. Meng Wantang raised her hand and gave Su Chunmei a slap, her voice icy. "Su Chunmei, everyone at the educated youth point knows that I am completely innocent with Comrade Zhou Zhengin. Don't think about my man, just trying to smear my name." After hitting her, Meng Wantang's palm felt numb. She secretly rubbed her hand on her clothes to ease the discomfort. She thought to herself that it was good she had dealt with Zhou Zhengin, or else she wouldn't have dared to retort loudly now. "Sister-in-law, let's go." Meng Wantang still had to go back to check on the child and make dinner, so she didn't have time to linger with her. Along the way, Miao Yinhua looked curious, wanting to say something several times, but stopping herself. Meng Wantang saw her struggling and coldly said, "The things I delivered to Zhou Zhengin before were all for money. No wonder you were so attentive. It turns out he wasn't just getting things from you for free." Miao Yinhua believed her. "Then why didn't you explain before?" "No need." The original owner had no pure feelings for Zhou Zhengin. She was eager to divorce Lu Qingye and live with Zhou Zhengin. How could she explain? "You see, since our house burned down half a month ago, I haven't gone to find her." Meng Wantang thought to herself that the timing of the fire was just right. Everything became a perfect explanation. Miao Yinhua had no doubts left. "I thought you didn't notice Su Chunmei's little thoughts." Miao Yinhua was experienced. Su Chunmei's gaze couldn't deceive someone like her. Such a big girl. She should have been ashamed. "My man is excellent. It's normal for others to be interested. However, keeping it to themselves is fine. They don't have to come over and let me slap them." Meng Wantang said, somewhat aggrieved, "My hand still hurts." Miao Yinhua. A cold wind blew, and Meng Wantang felt a chill, feeling unsafe in the empty space. "Sister-in-law, Let's hurry and leave. Meng Wantang started walking, then directly jogged back. When she returned home, Lu Qingye was boiling water. Meng Wantang didn't even glance at him as she entered the room, going to find clean clothes to change into. However, there were only 2 rooms in the house, and she had no place to change. Get out. The kids were in the room, so she could only change outside. Lu Qingye thought to himself that she was going to blow up. He stood up and turned to see the clothes she was clutching, then quickly turned to leave. It was impressive how quickly he could move for such a big guy. Lu Qingye didn't forget to close the door. There was no need to be so considerate. It made her feel even more uncomfortable. Meng Wantang quickly changed her clothes and opened the door to enter the inner room. Dog Dan was lying on the Kong, his lips pale and his face colorless. She reached out to touch the little guy's forehead. Burning hot. Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang shouted loudly. What happened? Before the voice faded, Lu Qingye rushed into the room. The child has a fever. Saying this, Meng Wantang opened the wardrobe, took out 10 yuan, and handed it to Lu Qingye, calmly saying, you need to take the child to the clinic to get an injection to reduce the fever. The child is scared, and it's so hot now. If we don't get an injection, we don't know how high the fever will be at night. Lu Qingye took the money and immediately ran outside with the child. Mom, what's wrong with my brother? Daxing panicked. Meng Wantang comforted the little guy. Your brother is fine. He just has a fever and needs an injection. Your dad will bring your brother back later. Daxing, do you know why your brother's pants are wet? She hadn't planned to ask the child. He was already scared, and if she asked him this, he might think she was scolding him. But now she asked in a gentle tone, mainly to divert the child's attention. Daxing wiped his tears with his sleeve. Little Fatty lost his balance and fell into the water. My brother jumped in to push little Fatty up, but a wave came and swept him away. I called for someone to hold my brother, and I shouted for a long time before I found little Nyo's mom. Daxing did great. It was your bravery and calmness in the face of danger that saved your brother. If it weren't for you calling little Nyo's mom to get me, I wouldn't have made it in time and wouldn't have been able to save your brother. Meng Wantang comforted Daxing's emotions and then went to check on little Fatty. She soon discovered that little Fatty's face was also burning hot. Oh no, how could this little one have a fever too? It seemed like his temperature wasn't as high as Dogden's. Meng Wantang hurriedly found a thermometer to check little Fatty's temperature. Is he going to die? Daxing suddenly asked anxiously. Chapter 11. Scaring people to death. Meng Wantang was startled and turned to look at the fierce expression and red eyes of Daxing. Her heart softened. It's just a fever. How could it be fatal? Don't think nonsense. It'll be fine. Meng Wantang knew that Daxing was also scared. Daxing, come help Mom with something. Your brother needs to have his temperature taken. You hold him and don't let his arm move. Daxing's attention was diverted, and he skillfully held his brother in his arms. Like this? Yes, just like that. Daxing was really impressive, understanding his mother's meaning right away. Meng Wantang wasn't very good at comforting children, and her praises sounded a bit dry. However, Daxing loved this kind of attention and proudly lifted his chin. Meng Wantang sighed in relief and looked at the wall clock. The glass on the clock was missing, leaving only an empty shell, but thankfully the clock still worked. It wasn't pretty, but as long as there was something to tell the time, she didn't care about its appearance. Meng Wantang didn't know the exact temperature of the child, but estimated it wasn't serious enough to go to the hospital. They needed to lower the temperature physically first. She washed a pot, filled it with hot water, and, after lighting the fire, she told Daxing, Lu Sui, Mom is going to the roadside to pick some mugwort to boil water for your brother's bath. I'll be back soon. Don't be scared. You go ahead. I'm not scared, Daxing said, tightly holding his brother, using him as a source of courage. Meng Wantang took a flashlight and walked outside. It was getting dark, and she needed the flashlight to quickly gather some mugwort. In the rural area at this time, there was plenty of mugwort by the roadside, with no one treating it as anything special. She also spotted some eldergrass and many other Chinese herbs. The countryside was truly filled with treasures. Everyone regarded them as weeds. In less than a minute, she gathered a bundle of wild herbs and was about to head back when she turned a corner and saw a tall man walking out of an alley. The man had a straight posture, wearing a sleeveless top with the buttons undone, exposing most of his chest. His wheat-colored skin glistened, and the muscles hidden beneath his clothes were visible, exuding a wild aura, suggesting he was incredibly strong. No wonder it was literature. Any man who casually walked out, regardless of his looks, had to have an exceptional physique. This physique could rival Lu Qing's. Meng Wantang instinctively looked up. The man had very short hair, revealing his greenish scalp. His facial features were well-defined, with a rugged look that even had a hint of bloodiness. He looked quite good, with a unique style, but he was still not as handsome as Lu Qing. She was anxious to return home to prepare the bathwater for the chubby boy to lower his temperature. After just one glance, she withdrew her gaze and quickly walked past the man without noticing his tense body and vigilant eyes watching her. Hua Dongsheng turned back in disbelief, seeing that the figure was indeed Meng Wantang, and he was somewhat astonished. For more than half a month, Meng Wantang had been appearing in front of him intentionally or unintentionally, her gaze seeming as if she wanted to devour him. Why was she acting differently today? Hua Dongsheng thought about his wife waiting for him at home, feeling a rush of heat in his heart, and hurried home. The sky was completely dark now. Meng Wantang washed the mugwort in the yard and tossed it directly into the pot to boil. When she entered the house, she found Dongxing Henti even turned on the light. She reached out to turn on the light and glanced at the time. 8 minutes had already passed. Come on. Mom will take the thermometer out to check. 38, 4 degrees, not too high, thankfully. They could proceed with physical cooling first. This child had fallen into the river and was rescued by Dogdan and Dongxing together. If it weren't for Dogdan's bad luck of being swept away by the rushing water and struggling in the river for so long, these two kids probably wouldn't have had a fever. When Dogdan fell in, Dongxing panicked while holding his brother, forgetting to take off the little chubby boy's clothes. Mom, is the little chubby boy's temperature high? Dongxing asked anxiously. Meng Wantang shook her head. Not high. No need to go to the hospital for an injection. I'll give him a bath later, and after a nap, he'll be fine. The child's fever was far from as easy as Meng Wantang said. There were no fever-reducing medicines available for children now. Generally, the clinic would prescribe adult medication, which would be divided into quarters, crushed into powder, and then given to the child. Meng Wantang knew that if the child's fever didn't exceed 38, 5 degrees, she would try to avoid giving him medicine. What about my brother? Your brother is fine too. He is older and will get an injection and be back tonight. Meng Wantang was comforting Dongxing, but in reality, Dogdan would probably have to stay at the clinic for a night. In case the medicine wore off and he had a fever again in the morning, they would have to make another trip. Dongxing was relieved. With the little chubby boy having a fever, Meng Wantang took off his clothes without changing him into new ones, letting him sit on the Kong without any clothes. Meng Wantang then reached out to pat Dongxing's head. Dongxing said uncomfortably, I'm not feeling unwell. If you feel unwell, you have to tell me. Okay? Meng Wantang noticed that this child was smart, sensible, particularly sensitive, and also quite lacking in a sense of security. I'll watch my brother. You go do your thing. Dongxing said impatiently, but upon closer inspection, he seemed quite uneasy. Meng Wantang smiled and turned to the kitchen, scooping a small bowl of millet, rinsing it, and setting it aside. There was a small pot outside, which was also a cold stove, used for cooking in the summer. Their home consisted of just 2 small, low, and shabby rooms that didn't dissipate heat. If they lit a fire, it would be unbearable to stay inside. Meng Wantang cooked porridge in the pot outside. She then got up to the house, poured a large jar of brown sugar water, and set it outside to cool. Only then did she bring in a large iron basin for washing clothes, poured the water from the pot into it, mixed in some cold water, and prepared to give the little chubby boy a bath. After soaking for 20 minutes, Meng Wantang carried the little chubby boy back inside. It was unclear whether it was because he had been ignored during his early days or because he had a fever as a child that wasn't dealt with in time. But the little chubby boy seemed a bit dazed since childhood, particularly clingy, very obedient, and even now he hardly spoke. Outside, people called this child a little mute. Meng Wantang poured 2 small bowls of brown sugar water, placing one in front of Dongxing. Dongxing was taken aback, unable to believe he had one too. He licked his lips and shook his head, saying, I want to drink it. Let my brother have it all. There's enough for both. This is brown sugar water, not medicine. Meng Wantang lowered her head to feed the little chubby boy the brown sugar water, but out of the corner of her eye, she watched Dongxing. Drink it quickly. If it cools down, it'll be wasted. Dongxing had never had brown sugar water in his life and didn't know what it tasted like. He held the bowl, took a small sip, and held it in his mouth without swallowing. Seeing this made Meng Wantang's heart ache. The porridge was almost ready. Meng Wantang stood up to scoop the porridge out and let it cool in a basin. She also scooped out 2 bowls for the children. Found a piece of red salted vegetable, cut it into small cubes, and brought it in. Dog Sheng, have some porridge first, then go to bed early. She didn't have time to cook anything else. Dog Sheng still hadn't finished his brown sugar water, but looking at the sticky, fragrant millet porridge, he felt as if he were dreaming. Little chubby boy, eat the porridge and then sleep. The little guy was incredibly obedient. Sitting there with a spoon, he ate a mouthful, and Meng Wantang rewarded him with a piece of red salted vegetable. The little guy finished half a bowl of porridge and soon fell asleep. Meng Wantang coaxed the little chubby boy to sleep and took his temperature. Thankfully, the fever had gone down. There was still hot water in the pot, so she scooped it out for Dog Sheng to take a bath. Dog Sheng was shy and didn't let her help. Meng Wantang took the child's clothes to the yard to wash. Just then, she heard someone shouting at the door, "Dog Dan's mom, are you home?" "I'm here." Meng Wantang stood up to go outside. Before I even stepped inside, I saw a woman holding a flashlight. I don't know how she was shining it, but the light was all coming from below, making it look particularly creepy. She was also shouting in a very painful voice, "Dog Egg's mother, it's me." Chapter 12. The Hidden Strangeness of Meng Wantang. Who the hell are you? Meng Wantang was almost scared to death by this person. "I'm your second sister-in-law." Upon hearing the last few words, Meng Wantang walked over and pulled down the flashlight, asking second sister-in-law, "What's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" "Don't mention it. It's that time of the month. It hurts like hell every time. I heard from your second brother that your family's Lu heir took Dog Dan to the hospital, so I thought I'd come see if you needed any help." Meng Wantang felt very touched, but it wasn't necessary. "You like this? Can't you just lie down at home?" Miao Inhua handed Meng Wantang 2 pieces of ginger. "We rural folks don't fuss over this, just lie in bed at home. As long as you don't faint from the pain, you'll still go earn work points tomorrow." Don't mention this era. Even parents from the 80s and 90s were warriors. I was busy, and the younger one is already asleep. You should hurry back. If you keep standing here, I'm worried you might faint. Menstrual pain is no joke. Some people really faint from it. Miao Inhua was also a tough person. Her face was as white as paper, yet she dared to go out. Fine. Before Miao Inhua could finish her sentence, her wrist was grabbed by Meng Wantang. When Miao Inhua tried to pull her hand back, Meng Wantang said sternly, "Don't move." Miao Inhua looked at her serious, beautiful face and felt for some reason that she was a bit inscrutable and had a certain authority. "What is the color of your menstrual blood?" Meng Wantang suddenly spoke. Miao Inhua blushed. "Why are you asking this? Are there any blood clots?" Meng Wantang asked again, looking down at her, coolly inquiring. No. Did you sleep well last night?" "Not bad. A few hours." Miao Inhua forced a smile, saying, "People our age only need to sleep 5 hours a day." "Sister-in-law, you're in your 30s, and I'm just in my 20s. There's a 10-year difference between us." Meng Wantang said coldly, "By the way, are you using cold water to wash your clothes? Who still uses hot water to wash clothes? That would be wasting firewood." Miao Inhua had just finished speaking when she met Meng Wantang's piercing eyes and timidly looked down. Generally, menstrual pain disappears after giving birth. But some people like you will still have pain. If you keep this up, you just have to endure it later. Miao Inhua. The reason your pain is so severe is mainly due to your body being too weak. Cold stasis leads to painful periods. Avoid cold water, keep warm, rest well. And don't eat pickled vegetables every day. Even if it's boiled vegetables, you should eat more. Tomorrow, I'll write you a prescription, and you can go get the medicine yourself. A few doses of herbal medicine will alleviate it. Hurry back. Resting well is a big help to me. Seeing Miao Inhua in a daze, Meng Wantang planned to close the door and heard Miao Inhua laugh. "Dog Dan's mom, you're quite good at scaring people. I thought you could treat illnesses just now." Meng Wantang, the little genius from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. She really can treat illnesses. "I can treat illnesses myself, didn't you know?" Meng Wantang pushed Miao Inhua, urging her to go home quickly, her tone quite impatient. "Why am I telling you this? If I hadn't seen you in pain like a little ghost, I wouldn't bother with you. Hurry up, don't linger here." Meng Wantang pushed her outside, turned around, and went back to the yard, not forgetting to close the door. Miao Inhua took a while to regain her senses. This person really is something. With her skills just now, she is no ordinary doctor. If word gets out that she can treat illnesses, people from 10 miles around would come to her for treatment. And she wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. Miao Yanhua was quite puzzled as to why this person lived like this. After Meng Wantang returned to the house, Dog Sheng had already finished his bath and was about to put on his old clothes. Wait a minute. Meng Wantang entered the room, startling the child. After taking a bath, he wanted to wear new clothes, and she would find them for him. She had previously opened the wardrobe and saw that there were quite a few clothes inside. Now, after taking a closer look, she realized that they were all the original owner-esque clothes, not a single one for the children. Having such a mother was really bad luck. You sit on the Kong and wait. Meng Wantang found a piece of fabric from below. It was new, intended for making clothes, but hadn't been made yet. She set up the sewing machine, threaded it, and spread the fabric on the Kong, measuring it out, planning to make a pair of 3/4 pants and a short sleeve top for the two older children. Making clothes has its tricks. She had learned from the old tailor next to the orphanage, specifically making clothes for the children in the orphanage. Now, she didn't even need to draw lines. She just needed to make simple marks and start cutting. Meng Wantang quickly made a set of clothes for Dog Sheng. Put on first. Dog Sheng hugged the new clothes in disbelief, watching Meng Wantang go out to cook, then secretly wiped away his tears. Today's mom is different from everyday's mom. She would give Dad the pig-esque trotters she secretly hid, make delicious fish soup tofu, bravely jump into the river to save her brother, take care of the little fatty, and even make clothes for herself. He liked the current mom. As soon as Meng Wantang covered the pot, Dog Sheng came out of the room wearing his new clothes. The child was very fair and particularly good-looking, wearing a dark blue outfit that didn't look like a village child. He looked especially endearing. What is up? No one could refuse a beautiful child's approach. Meng Wantang turned with a smile and asked him. Dog Sheng hesitated for a while, then suddenly stepped forward, grasped Meng Wantang's hand, and pleaded, Mom, can you always be like this? I like you now. Meng Wantang's smile froze. Was her acting that bad? Although she planned to change gradually. How could this kid see through her in less than a day? A mother is a mother. Where could she go? In the past, she had grievances in her heart and felt sorry for them. Now, she had come to terms and planned to turn over a new leaf. But she didn't know if they would be willing to forgive her. Meng Wantang met the child's eyes, which resembled Lu Qing's, and for some reason, felt a bit nervous. Dog Sheng frowned, not quite understanding, but he knew that Mom seemed to be this way forever from now on. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is a great virtue. As long as you keep being like this, I won't blame you. Children are so innocent, so kind. Meng Wantang felt a little emotional, almost losing her composure, and she pretended to be relaxed, saying, knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is a great virtue. Where did you learn that? From the old man in the cow shed. Dog Sheng secretly glanced at Meng Wantang, gathering his courage to say, in the past, you wouldn't let stay at home. So he secretly went to the cow shed to find those old men. Cow shed, old man, top-notch cow. Meng Wantang was taken aback for a moment, thinking that Lu Dog Sheng was quite promising. Dog Sheng said warily, I've told you, which means I trust you. You can't expose them. Chapter 13, Lock the door properly. Meng Wantang was speechless, poking Dog Sheng's forehead. I told you, Mom is not the same mom from the past. Don't look at today's mom with past eyes. Do you understand? Still just as fierce, Dog Sheng muttered softly. Meng Wantang squinted back. What are you saying? Nothing. Dog Sheng retreated 2 steps, unable to hide his guilt. I'll go watch the younger brother. We can't just have porridge for dinner. There is still some flour at home, but Meng Wantang was reluctant to eat it. However, it was too late to make anything else, so she made a few layers of pancakes. There wasn't much oil at home. Meng Wantang spread lard inside, made 3 large layers of pancakes, cut them into small pieces, placed them in a basket, and covered them with a cloth. She served a portion of fish soup and tofu for herself and Dog Sheng to eat first. After finishing the meal, Meng Wantang thought that eating just this tea filled them up, and in this era, people ate less meat, worked more, and didn't have enough salt to give them strength to work. She took out 4 eggs to make a large bowl of egg sauce. If they could last until autumn to distribute the grain, they needed Lu Qingye to help plant the millet in the backyard, and they should give him something good to eat. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it grass. Lu Sueha, do you want some egg sauce? It's a bit salty, eat less, and the rest can be used for noodles in the morning, okay? Meng Wantang brought in the egg sauce, and Dogxing's eyes lit up when he saw it. I'll go to the hospital to see. Let your dad come back for dinner. When he returns, let him serve all the dishes from the pot. While speaking, Meng Wantang packed the porridge separately in a food container, added a spoonful of egg sauce, and a bit of red pickled vegetables. Good. Lock the door properly yourself. Dogxing followed her down, locked the door, and went back to continue eating. Meng Wantang walked towards the health center. At night, the village was quiet, occasionally a few dog barks. Birds suddenly fluttered up, and if a crow caught a couple of times, she wouldn't dare to move forward. Strength, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom. Meng Wantang held the flashlight, not daring to look back, muttering to herself. Fortunately, it only took 10 minutes to walk up. When she reached the health center's entrance, Meng Wantang walked in quickly, and upon reaching the door of the first ward, she heard a woman's voice inside. Qingya, you didn't eat dinner tonight, and she didn't come to bring you food. It's clear she doesn't care about you and the child. If you care so much about your Qingya, why don't you bring him food? Meng Wantang walked in, sneered coldly at the nurse, placed the food container on the table, and didn't even give Lu Qingya a glance. Her little face was as heavy as water. Dogdan was still not awake. Meng Wantang reached out to check the child's forehead temperature, estimating that he had received an antipyretic injection and the fever had subsided, but his complexion was not good. She discreetly pressed down on the little guy's pulse. When the child wakes up, let him eat some porridge to regain strength and drink some brown sugar water. He should feel better by tomorrow. I didn't bring food for him. He just wouldn't eat. Tang Huifang glared at Meng Wantang as she entered, her eyes blazing. Meng Wantang pointed at the door without hesitation. Hurry up and leave. Don't make me kick you out. This is a hospital, and I am a nurse. Tang Huifang gritted her teeth. So what? Meng Wantang looked at her with disdain. I don't want my son to be harmed by a clueless nurse. Her indifferent gaze clearly said 2 words. Get out. Tang Huifang's eyes turned red with anger. What? Did I say something wrong? A nurse who doesn't even understand the most basic knowledge is waiting for an investigation from above. Meng Wantang raised her eyes, coldly uttering 3 words. Get out. Tang Huifang was so furious that tears streamed down her face, still looking at Lu Qingya, hoping he would stand up for her. Lu Qingya didn't even look at her. She bit her lip, unwillingly stomped her feet, and ran out. Now it's your turn. Meng Wantang was here to settle accounts with Lu Qingya. Lu Qingya looked up, and without waiting for her to ask, he proactively explained, I went to see my mom first, and she had the 3rd child bring me back. On the way back, I ran into Uncle Air and said a few words. It was Chunmei who came to tell me that the child had fallen into the river, which is how I found out where the kids were. Seeing Lu Qingya's pale face, it was clear that life at home had not been easy for him either. All right, hurry home to eat, and after you eat, come back to help me, Meng Wantang said, picking up the basin from under the bed, going outside to fetch some cold water, mixing it with hot water, and using a towel to wipe the child's body. Lu Qingya wanted to help, but Meng Wantang stepped back. Go early and return early. Don't forget to check the little fatty's temperature. The little fatty is sick too? Lu Qingya frowned. He fell into the river, and Dogdan went in after him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been swept away by the river. When the child wakes up, don't scold him. Meng Wantang warned Lu Qingya with a stern look, her face full of maternal protectiveness. Why would I scold him? Lu Qingya carried the thermos outside, and after a while, he finished fetching water, placed the thermos down, and greeted Meng Wantang before heading back. Meng Wantang wiped Dogdan's body. He felt like a skeleton covered with a layer of skin. There was hardly any flesh. She didn't dare to wipe him too hard. The 3 children. The eldest was steady, spoke little, and was attentive, taking good care of his 2 younger brothers. The second was clever and quite smart, not afraid to say anything. The third was particularly cute and good-looking, still a little glutinous rice dumpling that wouldn't tan. Unfortunately, he had been raised to be a little fool by the original owner. After wiping the child's body, Meng Wantang didn't dress him, just covered his belly with the hospital sheets. Meng Wantang went to find the doctor, got a thermometer, measured the child's temperature, and then sat down on a chair to rest. Fortunately, the original owner had eaten well and the body was also decent. Otherwise, today she would have to be finished after swimming back from the river. When Lu Qingye returned after eating, he saw Meng Wantang resting in the chair, having fallen asleep. He walked in quietly, bent down intending to carry her. Meng Wantang suddenly opened her eyes, warily looking at him and asking, "What do you want to do?" "I want you to change places to sleep." Seeing her awake, Lu Qingye took a step back with considerable restraint. This attitude made it difficult for Meng Wantang to say anything. She stood up and said, "I'll go back to watch the two little ones. You stay here with Dogdan. If there's nothing wrong tomorrow, you can take the child home early, and I want T come bring you food." Lu Qingye said solemnly, "The doctor said it's fine. We can hold the child and go home." Just then, Dogdan woke up, seeing Meng Wantang. His eyes were full of dependence as he called out, "Mom." His voice was hoarse from the fever. "Are you hungry? Thirsty? Still uncomfortable?" Meng Wantang immediately sat by the bed, reaching out to touch the child's forehead. Dogdan shook his head. His mouth was dry, yet he said he wasn't thirsty. Meng Wantang mixed a bit of hot water into the cooled brown sugar water for Dogdan to drink. Dogdan's reaction to the brown sugar water was just like Dogxing's. She felt a pang in her heart as she stroked the child's head. "Drink it. Your brothers have all had some. You, the big brother, are the only one who hasn't had any." "Really?" Dogdan couldn't believe it. "Of course it's true. Hurry up and drink, and after you finish, have some porridge. Mom will take you home." Meng Wantang took out a new set of clothes and casually placed them beside Dogdan. Dogdan drank the brown sugar water, looking at the set of clothes with red-rimmed eyes. Chapter 14, Meng Wantang's life, is also life. Meng Wantang turned around and met Lu Qingye's scrutinizing gaze, saying without a hint of guilt, "What are you staring at? Aren't you going to take care of the paperwork for the child? How are we going to get home later?" "It's done." This became awkward. "Oh, then you feed the child some porridge, and after eating, we'll go back." If it weren't for the meal, Meng Wantang would have no strength left by now. She sat in the chair, directing Lu Qingye to work. Dogdan drank half a jar of brown sugar water and looked suspiciously at Meng Wantang when he saw the egg sauce in the lunchbox. "Eat it." Lu Qingye spoke up, and the father and son exchanged a glance, beginning to eat in perfect harmony. Lu Qingye's movements while feeding the child were quite clumsy, so Dogdan took the food himself. In less than 5 minutes, a bowl of porridge was finished. Dogdan's complexion improved a bit. Meng Wantang took the lunchbox outside to wash it, to avoid making the child embarrassed while getting dressed. When she returned, Dogdan was wearing new clothes, looking like a little actor ready to perform in kindergarten, with an extraordinary aura in his youthful face. How could such a righteous-looking child end up in prison and eventually be shot? One can only say that the line between genius and madness is thin. Everything had been tidied up by Lu Qingye. She packed the lunchbox into a cloth bag and said to Lu Qingye, "You carry the child, and let's hurry back." "Is Goshing still awake?" "Not sleeping." When Lu Qingye returned, the little guy was sitting beside him, occasionally touching Xiaopeng's forehead, even without his older brother. Goshing could still be a responsible big brother. "Then let's go quickly." Meng Wantang held the flashlight to light the way for the two of them. In about 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived home. As soon as Meng Wantang pushed the door open, she saw the lights on in the room. Upon entering, Goshing was still awake and immediately sat up upon seeing Dogdan. "Brother, are you feeling better? Still uncomfortable?" Dogdan shook his head, not uncomfortable anymore. "All right, lie down and sleep." After a night of fussing, they weren't tired at all. The two children were very obedient. Seeing Meng Wantang speak, they lay down to sleep. Meng Wantang touched Xiaopeng's forehead again and found it wasn't so hot anymore before going to prepare some hot water for a wash. The countryside is different from the city. There's no bathroom, let alone daily baths. Even cooking, they are reluctant to burn firewood. If they want to heat a meal, just adding a handful of firewood is enough. The hot water Meng Wantang prepared was also what she added when washing Xiaopeng. Fortunately, the water hadn't cooled down. She made do with a wash outside and was about to pour out the bathwater when Lu Qingye came out to pour it. "Don't, your hand is still injured." "I could do it myself." Meng Wantang hurried to stop him, saying that this was her bathwater and it was inappropriate for him to pour it. "One hand is fine. Besides, this hand is almost healed. It's nothing." "Is something." Meng Wantang insisted on not letting him help. She poured the large basin of water into a smaller basin and splashed it into the yard several times. "If you want to wash, there's hot water in the pot." Meng Wantang went back inside, and the children were all asleep. She lay down too and conveniently turned off the light in the inner room. The sound of water splashing in the yard made her mind drift to a moonlit bathing scene. Just thinking about it was stimulating. She listened to the sound of water and dozed off. Suddenly, she felt someone grab her ankle, startling her awake and instantly dispelling her drowsiness. "What are you doing?" Meng Wantang's words carried anger as she dodged his hand and sat up. "You don't usually work if you don't rub your arms and thighs. You want to be able to walk tomorrow." Lu Qingye held a bottle of medicine, and when he opened the cap, the strong smell wafted out. "I'll do it myself." Meng Wantang reached out to grab a medicine. "You're too slow. This medicine needs to be rubbed in. You can't apply it with your own strength." Lu Qingye once again held her ankle, his palm hot, making Meng Wantang bite her lip, exercising great self-control to avoid making a sound. What was wrong with her body? Why did it feel like it was on fire the moment Lu Qingye touched her? His strength wasn't great. One could say his massage was very comfortable, but it was too comfortable, making Meng Wantang want to escape yet also wanting to enjoy it. Her eyes held a hint of spring, her cheeks flushed, and her expression somewhat dazed. "Let me rub your arms too." He held her wrist, and Meng Wantang seemed to awaken, awkwardly attempting to pull away. He said in a deep voice, "Don't move." Meng Wantang endured for a moment and quietly said, "All right, you can sleep now." "Wait a bit." His tone was serious. Meng Wantang felt she was overthinking things and wished she could slap herself to wake up. She also felt it wasn't her fault. If it were Hua Dongsheng and Chen Jiaojiao, they would have probably gone all the way by now. Unlike her, a forever starving female supporting character. Even if there was a gem beside her, she still wouldn't get to enjoy it. Sigh. Comparing people makes one angry. The life of a supporting character is also a life. Meng Wantang dozed off again, not because she was unmotivated, but simply because Lu Qingye's skills were good. The next morning, Meng Wantang opened her eyes, smelling the aroma of porridge, feeling dazed and unclear about her situation. After a while, she finally realized she had crossed over. This was the flower country in the 1970s. Meng Wantang glanced at the wall clock. It was already 7:30 in the morning. The 3 children were gone, and she was the only one left sleeping in the room. She sat up, staring blankly out the window, and saw Lu Qingye leading the 3 children in planting vegetables. After a few minutes, Meng Wantang regained her senses, changed her clothes, washed her face, tidied her hair, and went outside. First, she checked Xiaopeng's forehead, then touched Dogden's head. Not bad. Both children were in good health, and surprisingly hadn't caught a fever. "What are you planting?" Meng Wantang took the initiative to ask. Lu Qingye replied, "The field in front is for planting cabbage, and this side is for planting radishes. Your hand isn't healed yet. Why are you working?" Meng Wantang naturally walked over to help, asking how to plant the cabbages. Just like this. Lu Qingye was taken aback, not expecting her to come over to help. Considering her unusual reaction yesterday, it was entirely surprising that she would come to help today. He demonstrated, and Meng Wantang learned quickly. Working together was faster than working alone. In just an hour, all the cabbages were planted. "The porridge should be ready by now. Let's eat first." There were still the pancakes from yesterday, a pot of sticky porridge paired with pickles and egg sauce. The 3 children ate heartily, while Lu Qingye, on the other hand, ate half a basin of porridge but had less of the pancakes. Seeing him like that, Meng Wantang knew he hadn't eaten enough. "Why didn't you cook the noodles this morning?" Meng Wantang frowned and asked, locking eyes with him. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Gosheng, full from eating, wiped his mouth and loudly said, "Mom, don't you remember? Last time when Dad got up early to cook noodles, you scolded him for a whole month." Chapter 15 wiped the spit. It wasn't her doing. Meng Wantang could only accept it with a dark face, unable to refute. "Sister, are you home?" Miao Yinhua's voice was unexpectedly loud. Meng Wantang quickly got up. "I'll go see who has come." She hurriedly got off the bed. Just as she stepped out of the inner room, she heard Dogsheng saying, "Dad, did she mean you should cook instant noodle from now on? That's not like her. She's the biggest food thief in our village." "Lu Sueha, you're not allowed to say that about your mother. Did you hear me?" Lu Qingye sternly reprimanded his son. Dogsheng was not convinced. "I'm not wrong. Everyone outside knows what she is." "Are you feeling itchy? Want some stir-fried meat with prickly ash?" Lu Qingye didn't like his child being disrespectful. No matter how many faults she had, she was not someone as her son, could criticize. This is the third time I'm warning you. Don't let me hear you say that again. Dogsheng didn't really want to say it. He was just used to it. Meng Wantang stepped outside and saw Miao Yinhua, suddenly remembering she needed to write a prescription for her to get medicine. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll write you a prescription right now. Miao Yinhua hurriedly stopped her. No need to write. I'm not in that much pain today. I'll be completely fine by tomorrow. I just came to ask if you want to go to the market with me tomorrow. Market? Meng Wantang blinked. Yes, the market. Are you going or not? Miao Yinhua's stomach still hurt, but not as badly as yesterday, and her face didn't look too good. Our family is going to catch a ride tomorrow, so I came to ask if you want to go with us. What time are we leaving? Meng Wantang wanted to see if anyone at the market was selling grains. She wanted to buy some early to plant. Otherwise, with her connections, she wouldn't know whose house to go to for seeds. We'll leave at 5 in the morning. Miao Yinhua thought about her 2 sick children and said, if you can't go, I can help you buy whatever you want. The children's fever has gone down. There's nothing wrong now. I'll go with you tomorrow. All right, I'll come to wake you up at 5 in the morning. Okay. Meng Wantang walked back and saw a patch of green in the corner by the wall. She hadn't looked closely yesterday, but today she realized it was leeks. The leeks were quite tender and smelled very fragrant. She had exchanged for 20 pounds of flour yesterday, and there was still quite a bit left. In the hot summer, steaming buns wasn't practical. It was better to make dumplings. There was no meat at home, but there were eggs. The original owner was greedy and loved to steal snacks. And even though the house had burned down, it didn't stop her from buying food. There were plenty of shrimp skins, kelp, and cakes at home. She couldn't afford meat and egg dumplings right now, but leek and egg dumplings would be enough for the children to eat until they were full. Meng Wantang went to the nearby dilapidated shed and found sickle. She cut a lot of leeks and sat down on a small stool under the eaves. Lu Qingye came out with a bowl to wash, followed by several children. Meng Wantang waved to them. You 3 come over and help. After we finish picking leeks, I'll make dumplings for you to eat at noon. Dumplings? Dogsheng's first reaction was disbelief. Then he thought of his mother turning over a new leaf and hesitated a bit. Are you really going to make dumplings for us? Dogsheng's mouth watered. He had only eaten 1 dumpling in his life. Really? Meng Wantang said just 1 word, not explaining any further. Oddly enough, this made Dogsheng believe her. He hurried over, not forgetting to bring 2 small stools. Gooden didn't say anything, but took little Fatty along, letting him sit nearby. He picked up some leeks and watched Meng Wantang for a while before starting to slowly pick leeks himself, then tentatively placed them in front of Meng Wantang. Seeing she didn't say anything, he knew he was doing it right and began to pick leeks boldly. His speed was quite fast. Meng Wantang was also quite capable of working, and Dogen was not inferior to her at all, who knew he was just a 5 or 6-year-old child. While Lu Qingye washed the dishes, he listened to the mother and son's conversation and realized Meng Wantang had really changed. She no longer despised him as before, was willing to care for the children, and even wanted to cook for them. He was unsure how long she would keep up this act and was cautious, not wanting her to know that his job had already been settled. Lu Qingye thought about how to tell Meng Wantang without revealing anything. He put the bowl back and came out to help pick leeks. Just as he was about to speak, Meng Wantang said, by the way, I'm going to the market tomorrow. Do you need anything? Nothing. Then stay home with the kids. I'll be back as soon as possible. If you have nothing to do at home, tidy up the backyard and plant the millet and sorghum tomorrow. This way, we can still harvest some millet and sorghum this year. Otherwise, our family will have to rely on the northwest wind. Meng Wantang thought about the debts her family owed to the team in previous years, all paid back with money. This year, without money, they would likely owe even more to the brigade. Just the thought of spending the whole year relying on credit for food made Meng Wantang feel terrible. Seeing her face turn pale, Lu Qingye didn't know what she was thinking. I have to report to the tractor station tomorrow. I'll be going to the mountain valley to plow the land. I might be gone for 10 days or half a month. Lu Qingye noticed Meng Wantang's eyes lit up. Didn't you say you would wait a while before going? Meng Wantang was pleasantly surprised. Looks like there will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Lu Qingye had thought that once he got back, he could divorce Meng Wantang, send the kids to his parents, and then go work in town. At that time, the tractor station and salary were just casual talk. Meng Wantang asked, how much is the salary for a month? 38. That much? Meng Wantang was shocked. It was true that what seemed like a good salary now would not be appealing after a few years of reform and opening up. Dongsheng had contracted the village's pig farm and became a wealthy household in just a year. Lu Qingye's decent job would also become less respectable in the future, and the tractor station would likely delay wages. Life would only get tougher. How could it compare to the comfortable life of the richest man, Dongsheng? It was no wonder the original owner was so hard on herself. In a good mood, Meng Wantang added 8 eggs when she was mixing the filling. Dongsheng whispered to Gooden, "Brother, she seems really foolish." Then he took out 5 more eggs. Gooden asked him, "Don't you like eating eggs?" "I like them a lot." Dongsheng stared at the scrambled eggs, drooling. "Brother, what do leek and egg dumplings taste like?" He had never eaten them. Gooden had never eaten them either, you'll know soon. Little Fatty, though quiet, looked a bit foolish, but when he sat down on the stool, his eyes were glued to the scrambled eggs in Meng Wantang's hands, eagerly waiting to be fed. Dongsheng was envious. "Whoever says the third child is foolish, I'll beat them up. This kid is so smart." Gooden looked at Dongsheng and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Don't embarrass yourself." Chapter 16. The dumplings were worth eating. Dongsheng snorted and ran away. In a little while, he came back with a handful of firewood. "Mom, do you want to start a fire?" "We'll start a fire later, but first we need to wrap the dumplings." Meng Wantang had already kneaded the dough and set it aside to rest while she chopped the chives to prepare the filling. There were quite a few people at home. Lu Qingye was clearly worth 10 men on his own. Godan and Gosheng were both young boys, just at the age where they were growing and could eat a lot. Just for one person, they would need at least 25 dumplings. With Lu Qingye's appetite, he would probably need 60 to 70 dumplings. She herself didn't eat much, at most 20. They needed to make 150 dumplings to be enough. It was fine to make extra dumplings. Any leftovers could be eaten in the afternoon without needing to be reheated. She didn't add salt to the filling, but used soy sauce and dried shrimp instead. It tasted better that way. "Godan, go call your dad back. We're wrapping dumplings." Meng Wantang figured that wrapping dumplings alone would take her more than an hour, but with 2 people, it would be faster. Lu Qingye was working in the backyard. It was hot in the middle of the day, so it was better to wrap dumplings indoors. When Lu Qingye came back, he washed his hands, stood behind Meng Wantang, and the whole room seemed to darken. His presence was too strong. "The dough is here. You start rolling out the dumpling skins, and I'll wrap them. After we eat, we can go back to work when it's a bit cooler, or else we might suffer from heat stroke and have to buy medicine." Lu Qingye said nothing and used a kitchen knife to cut a piece of dough, starting to make dough balls. He was a man with strong arms, and in no time he rolled out a pile of dumpling skins. Meng Wantang turned around to see him wearing a white tank top, slightly bent over while working, and she could see his firm abdominal muscles peeking out from the sleeves. His physique was absolutely amazing. No wonder he was a character from an H novel. Although he was the male character of the supporting female lead, he was the kind of man who could make her hit the jackpot with a high success rate. She just didn't know how explosive his waist strength was. Meng Wantang wrapped dumplings quickly, and Lu Qingye couldn't help but watch her. Meng Wantang felt a little nervous, realizing that they hadn't spent much time together, and she looked at him defiantly. "What? Haven't you seen me wrap dumplings before?" Lu Qingye indeed hadn't seen this before. The dumplings were ready, and Gosheng had also boiled the water. Meng Wantang went to cook the dumplings. Xiao Pang squatted next to the pot, staring at the dumplings. Meng Wantang thought the child wasn't stupid, just a bit slow to react. The dumplings weren't out of the pot yet. The 3 little ones were all fixated on the pot, especially Gosheng, who looked like he wanted to stretch his neck into the pot. Even Godan, who usually remained calm, couldn't resist the temptation, glancing at the pot from time to time despite trying to control himself. "Aren't they done yet?" Gosheng couldn't help but ask. Meng Wantang deliberately waited a moment before responding, noticing that Gosheng was getting anxious. "Almost done. Go get the bowls and plates." "Okay." Gosheng happily turned and ran into the house. In no time, he came back carrying the family's bowls. Meng Wantang took the bowls and placed them on the cold stove outside. Using a slotted spoon, she scooped the dumplings into the bowls. "Take your bowl inside to eat. Don't burn yourself, do you hear me?" Meng Wantang genuinely worried that this silly boy would burn himself while eating dumplings. For the remaining dumplings, she filled several plates, and without needing to say anything, Lu Qingye took them inside. Meng Wantang also ladled out some dumpling broth into a basin to cool. She specifically set aside 3 dumplings, split them open, and placed them in a bowl to cool, planning to feed Xiao Pang later. As a result, Xiao Pang was already holding a dumpling in his hand, sitting there obediently and eating it in small bites. Only Lu Qingye hadn't eaten yet. Meng Wantang sat on the Kong and said, "We're all family here. There is no need to be so polite. Once the food is ready, eat first, don't worry about me." Only then did Lu Qingye start eating. It had to be said that this person was quite satisfying inside and out. Since she already had children, it didn't matter whether they divorced or not. If Lu Qingye wanted to remarry in the future, she wouldn't stand in the way of someone else's happiness. Meng Wantang thought she had made plenty of dumplings, expecting there to be a dozen left over. Who knew there wasn't a single dumpling left? The 3 children's bellies were bulging. Gosheng looked like he was about to burst from eating so much. Lu Qingye silently ate quite a few dumplings as well. Meng Wantang counted what she had eaten, which was about 15 dumplings plus Xiao Pang's, barely totaling 20 dumplings. She had wrapped about 170 or 80 dumplings, and yet there were none left. Meng Wantang's expression was as if she had been struck by lightning. With how much these 3 could eat, the little food they had at home wouldn't last 7 days. Even if the millet harvested from the backyard was good, it wouldn't last until next year's autumn harvest. Are you all full? If you are, let us go to the backyard to work and digest a bit. Meng Wantang couldn't sit still. She wanted to go to the backyard to turn the entire plot of land over, planning to buy seeds tomorrow to plant millet and sorghum as soon as possible. Lu Qingye stood up. "I'm going to the tractor station above for a bit." "What for?" Meng Wantang suspected he didn't want to work. Lu Qingye didn't explain, only said, "I'll be back soon." Meng Wantang. She didn't work quickly, but she wasn't slow either. She took a pick and started digging. Suddenly, she heard Gosheng shouting beside her, "There's a tractor." Before he finished speaking, the boy had already run up to the wall, peeking outside, and then excitedly jumped down from the wall and ran to the gate. The child ran while shouting for his brother. "You two hurry up, let us go for a ride." Meng Wantang saw the small door to the backyard being opened, and soon after, the 3 children disappeared. Then, Lu Qingye drove the tractor in, bringing the 3 kids with him. Meng Wantang raised her eyebrows. She didn't go over, standing in place to watch Lu Qingye start plowing the land with the tractor. This was much faster than her working with the pick. Meng Wantang thought that meal of dumplings was definitely worth it. For dinner, they would eat rice, stir-fry some chives, and fry some tofu to make do for a meal. Later, she would prepare some pickled beans for the winter. Life could still go on. In a good mood, Meng Wantang watched as Lu Qingye quickly finished plowing the 2 acres of land, happily preparing dinner. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, it was already bright outside. Miao Yinhua was shouting outside, "Go Dan's mom. Are you up yet?" Meng Wantang hurried outside. "I'm up. Are we leaving now?" "No. We're leaving in a bit. I just came to wake you up so you wouldn't oversleep." Meng Wantang. "I'll go back first, and I'll come back to call you in a bit. Hurry up and get ready." Miao Yinhua rushed in and rushed out. It was clear she wasn't feeling sick today. Meng Wantang went back to the house to find a bag and stuffed a few cloth bags inside. Lu Qingye was already awake, and when he looked at her, he said, "I'm going out to work today. The kids need to be taken to their grandparents. If you come back, will you go pick them up?" Chapter 17. Good to look at, but useless. How is your mother? Could you still watch the kids? Meng Wantang asked again. Lu Qingye had to report to the office today. "It's fine. I've already informed her," Lu Qingye said. He had gone over last night specifically for this. Old Lady Lu was awake, but couldn't do heavy work. She could just keep an eye on the kids at home. Anyway, the 2 boys, Dog Dan and Dog Sheng, were obedient, not running around, and could entertain Xiao Pao, so they didn't need much supervision. All right. Meng Wantang went into the room, opened the cabinet, found paper and a pen, placed them on the table, and began writing a prescription. As Lu Qingye passed by and saw what she was writing, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His probing gaze fell on Meng Wantang, and she couldn't possibly miss it. She planned to treat patients and earn some money, so she couldn't just hide it away. Meng Wantang thought he wouldn't ask. "What are you writing?" Lu Qingye asked straightforwardly. "A prescription," Meng Wantang explained thoughtfully. "My sister-in-law needs some health adjustments, so I'm writing a prescription for her." She was so open about it, as if it were nothing to be surprised about. Meng Wantang then turned to him and asked, "Do you have something difficult to say? With this external injury, I can't treat you. I'm just a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I can only take your pulse." Lu Qingye. Come on, let's take a look. Meng Wantang had him place his hand on the table, and she even folded a towel to put under it for him. Lu Qingye really sat down, not knowing if he was testing her. Meng Wantang was completely unflustered. When the original owner was a child, she was fostered in a courtyard where no children wanted to play with her, so she spent her days sunbathing with the old man next door, tending to flowers and plants. The old man was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, but he had passed away. Meng Wantang had learned a lot, but she had no proof of it. She was confident and assertive. Your body is not good. You're malnourished, severely deficient, and you have old injuries. Meng Wantang seriously examined him. Are you trying to kill yourself? Your waist doesn't hurt? As she spoke, she poked him in the waist, and Lu Qingye stiffened, not even blinking. If it weren't for Meng Wantang's confidence in her medical skills, she might have been fooled. I thought your problem was in your hand. Who would have thought it was in your waist? Meng Wantang recalled that Lu Qingye had worked all day and looked like he could faint. Lu Qingye, you can die in battle, but you absolutely can't become paralyzed in bed at such a young age. As a man, just hitting 30 and your waist is already failing. Lu Qingye thought she was joking, but he didn't expect she actually knew some medicine. The doctor said my waist injury can't be treated. I can only rest it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been transferred here to be the director of the safety department. Meng Wantang raised her eyes to look at him, her tone unfriendly. Is that your reason for not treating it? Just because he can't treat it doesn't mean others can't. A few courses of traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and massage for a year and a half could fix it. Do you really want to be paralyzed for the rest of your life? Lu Qingye's face remained calm, but he was actually shocked. The doctor treating him was an expert in that field, and he had said it couldn't be cured. How could Meng Wantang fix it? I still need to drive the tractor. Meng Wantang said irritably, What tractor? Are you trying to kill yourself? Our family doesn't have enough money. Lu Qingye's words left Meng Wantang speechless. A penny can defeat a hero. Then come back early tonight. I'll see if I can buy some fabric today to make you a waist protector. When you come back tonight, I'll give you a massage. You find a way to ask about acupuncture needles and see where you can buy a set to bring back. During the day, you can put on a medicated plaster to work. You can't let your waist injury get worse. Meng Wantang had originally just planned to buy some millet and see if she could buy some meat. Now, she realized that they would probably have to spend all the money at home on medicine. Lu Qingye's injuries couldn't be healed in just a day or two. Yet the family still needed him to earn money. This frustrating feeling made Meng Wantang a bit irritable. Dog Dan's mother, let's go. Miao Yinhua shouted from the doorway. Meng Wantang folded the prescription, held it in her hand, and slung her fabric bag over her shoulder as she walked outside. I'm leaving. You and the kids can just boil some noodles for breakfast. Eat those noodles quickly before they spoil. Also, when the kids each boil an egg. After saying that, Meng Wantang hurried outside. She had been an orphan, and for her, boiling an egg was the best and most nutritious thing. After she grew up and earned her first 10,000 yuan, she bought 100 eggs out of revenge. She ate eggs every day for 3 days straight. Later, when she was on a business trip, she brought a lot of boiled eggs because other food would get cold and not taste good, and she didn't want to spend money on train fast food. She ate that way for 3 years and still didn't get enough. Later, when life improved, she still had 1 egg every morning. Get on the car. Miao Yinhua made space for Meng Wantang, where there was a lot of wheat straw laid in advance in the cart, dry and loose, without dew. Lying there, anyway, there was no one else. Miao Yinhua really lay down. Meng Wantang was not one to make things difficult for herself, so she lay down in the cart too. It was indeed comfortable. There used to be markets here, but in recent years, only Dongxiang has markets. It takes a big detour from here to Dongxiang, and with this ox cart, it takes over an hour. Miao Yinhua didn't want to sit through the whole journey. Meng Wantang curiously asked, then why not just go to town to buy things? Why insist on going to the market? Their place was very close to the town. Originally, there was a market in the town, but it had been canceled, and general markets were mostly in places with more households. The 4-9 market refers to specific days on the lunar calendar, like the 4th, 9th, 14th, and 19th days. When markets would be held, you used to go to town every day with money and tickets. What couldn't you buy? We are different. We have no money and no tickets. You bought a Phoenix brand bicycle, and we bought generic ones that didn't require tickets but still cost a lot. At the big market, there are fewer things that require tickets. Miao Yinhua had envied Meng Wantang back then. Which wife doesn't work like Meng Wantang, yet eats better than others? No one ever told me, so I didn't know. Meng Wantang spoke confidently. The original owner spent all day trying to find trouble with Chun Jiao and was only thinking of ways to eat better, neglecting her kids. So how could she care about anything else? Brother Nyo, are you going to the market? Can you take us part of the way? A familiar voice made Meng Wantang squint her eyes. Neo usually drove the cart to the market, and there were always people hitching a ride. He generally agreed. Sure. When Miao Yinhua heard her husband agree, she reluctantly sat up. Su Chunmei walked over and only then noticed Meng Wantang was also in the cart. She pretended not to see her and greeted Miao Yinhua, showing no signs of embarrassment. Sister-in-law, are you going to market today too? Meng Wantang thought to herself that this person had quite a thick skin. Miao Yinhua coldly replied, yeah. Su Chunmei didn't care about that, sat down in the cart, and patted the spot next to her, saying, little sister-in-law, hurry up and get on. If someone else comes to ride, there won't be a place to sit. Meng Wantang looked up and saw a woman in a white shirt with 2 big braids standing by the cart. She was quite pretty. However, that pair of watery autumn eyes kept staring at her, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Chapter 18, It's okay to scold her. But it's not okay to scam her money. Meng Wantang blinked. Could this woman be the female lead? She took a closer look. Chun Jiao was not bad looking. But compared to the original owner's face, she fell short by a lot. One was a plain little cabbage, while the other was a lavish feast. But beneath her loose clothing was a top-tier banquet, rumored to include some famous treasures. Every time Hua Dongsheng was practically dying in her embrace. Anyway, their antics amounted to tens of thousands of words. Don't be fooled by Chun Jiao's seemingly fragile frame. Where it mattered, she was absolutely jaw-dropping, and her body's resilience seemed almost healing. No matter how much they tossed and turned, after a night's rest, she would be as good as new. That constitution was truly enviable. Meng Wantang thought of the useless man at home and sighed inwardly. She still had to invest so much money for his medical treatment. Meng Wantang's face turned cold with worry. Chun Jiao pursed her lips, sitting cautiously next to Meng Wantang, deliberately leaving enough space to avoid touching her. Mom and Dad actually miss you, Chun Jiao said, seeing Su Chunmei chatting with Miao Yinhua, hesitating before speaking to Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang looked up at Chun Jiao and scoffed, they miss me? Chun Jiao was nervous. When they wrote, they asked if you were doing well here. Were they asking if anyone was bullying me? Meng Wantang was not buying it. If Meng father and Meng mother truly cared about this foster daughter after all these years, how could they show no sign of it? Why did their biological daughter get a few hundred yuan for her rural stint, plus so many tickets, while she received not even 50 yuan, let alone tickets? They say that when a dog dies, people will specifically buy a plot for its grave and 1,000 yuan earned to bury it in. Yet, a girl raised until 17, barely 18, was sent to the countryside. After all these years, they were silent, as if she were non-existent. How cold and heartless! Chun Jiao mistakenly thought she was still sulking and hurried to explain. It's not like that. Mom and Dad really miss you. They are elders. You can't expect them to bow their heads to you. Meng Wantang mocked. They never liked me before. If they could have had other children, they definitely wouldn't have tolerated me. After you were recognized by them these past few years, Haven T, they made it clear enough? Chun Jiao bit her lower lip. Are you angry? Can't I be angry? Meng Wantang retorted. I treated them like my real parents, studied hard, even learned to cook medicinal meals from the old man downstairs to nourish their health. They said I was wasting money. Locked me in my room. I had someone I liked, and we were engaged, but because you came back, they wanted to replace my fiancé with you. You're too naive. Refusing to marry and wanting to go to the countryside, they resent me and directly sign me up to send me down to accompany you. They gave you a few hundred yuan so you wouldn't worry about food. Yet they could raise someone else's child plump and healthy. My son is sick, and when I wanted to take him to the city for treatment and called them, they said I had nothing to do with them. Chun Jiao, you just go be the Meng family's young lady. After all, you are their biological child. Just don't come bouncing in front of me, understood? After finishing, Meng Wantang closed her eyes, refusing to communicate. Chun Jiao's eyes turned red, on the verge of tears, as if Meng Wantang had bullied her. The previous conversation had been loud, leaving Miao Yinhua and Su Chunmei stunned, unable to believe that Meng Wantang and Chun Jiao had such a relationship. Finally arriving at their destination, Miao Inhua pulled Meng Wantang inside, curiously asking, "Did you know Hu Dongxing's wife before?" "Yeah. So you were engaged before?" "MHM. Your family must be well off, right? My parents' salaries are about 5 or 600 yuan a month." Meng Wantang rummaged through the original owner's memories. Her 3 brothers also earned over 100 each month, and she herself wasn't doing poorly either, also over 100 a month. Miao Yinhua gasped, "Wow. Their family earns over 1,000 a month." "Yeah." Meng Wan'an was looking for someone selling grain, but the roadside was filled with vegetable and mat vendors. Miao Yinhua, recalling Meng Wantang's past life, sighed, "No wonder you don't think much of Qingye. The Liu family situation is pretty good. With so many laborers in the family, they can earn over 800 a year when they pay salaries at the end of the year. I once thought their life was top-notch. But compared to your former fiancé, they can't even compare to a tank." Meng Wan'an paused. "How much does our family earn at the end of the year?" "Over 800. Miao Yinhua, noticing her expression, realized that Meng Wantang might genuinely be unaware of this. Oh no, it seemed she had let something slip. Meng Wantang's fighting spirit was well known. If she went back and stirred up trouble, that scene was too terrifying to imagine. That night, Lu Qingye returned home to find all the houses were dark, everyone asleep. He noticed that his own house was still lit, and warmth surged in his heart. After taking a cold shower in the yard, he entered the house to find Meng Wantang sitting on the kong with a cold face, expressionless. Upon seeing him return, her gaze felt like a cold knife slicing through him. His heart sank. This was the real Meng Wantang. The one from the past few days had been an act. Lu Qingye didn't want to wake the children, stepping back, planning to find a random spot to stay for the night. "Where are you going?" Her icy voice rang out, causing Lu Qingye to halt, looking for a place to sleep. "Don't be angry. Stay calm. Being angry punishes yourself for someone else's mistake. You mustn't get angry." Meng Wan'an put on her shoes and followed him outside. Looking up at Lu Qingye, "Have your parents returned the money for medical treatment yet?" "Huh?" Lu Qingye looked troubled. "All right, let me ask another question. Do your parents really have no money?" Meng Wantang initially didn't plan to dwell on this matter. She believed she could live well on her own merits. But now it seemed things weren't as simple. She thought the original owner was being bullied, not realizing they were playing her for a fool. Now, they were still deceiving her, scamming her money. It's one thing to bully her, another to scold her. But scamming her money was absolutely unacceptable. Their family was on the brink of starvation. Lu Qingye had been away for years and didn't know the family situation. He honestly replied, "I really don't know about that." Meng Wan'an took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. "Then let me ask you again. How much did you send to your parents before?" 5 yuan, you're 20. Lu Qingye quickly added, his survival instinct kicking in. Chapter 19. Meng Wan'an was extremely wronged. Meng Wantang's expression was particularly unpleasant. Lu Qingye furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on Meng Wantang. She was wearing a pair of faded, patched navy blue pants and a white top with small blue floral patterns. Her long hair was not braided, and because it had been washed and not yet dried, it fell loosely over her shoulders, with a few strands hanging down to cover her cheeks, making her face appear only half the size of a palm. In the past few days of being together, she had changed a lot. He even had the thought that no matter what her intentions were, as long as she continued to disguise herself like this, it would be fine. He didn't want a divorce. At least she was treating the children well now. But he didn't expect her to lose patience so quickly and stop pretending. "Lu Qingye." Meng Wantang's voice was icy. Lu Qingye spoke in a low voice. "You speak. Since you asked me to speak, then I will speak directly." Meng Wan'an was filled with anger. God knows. When she returned home and saw all 3 children there instead of with old man Lu, her mood plummeted to the extreme. Now that she saw Lu Qingye, she could no longer control herself. She was not a turtle, capable of enduring like that. "Okay, you speak." Lu Qingye thought, finally it has come. Meng Wan'an took a deep breath, her mouth moving rapidly like popping beans. "Although I live with your parents, this family is not divided. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand. No division means everyone doesn't live together." No matter how seldom he returned, Lu Qingye understood the situation at home. "Then do you know how much your family will receive when the salary is paid at the end of the year?" Meng Wantang directly asked Lu Qingye. "I've never returned during the new year." He had no idea how much money the family had. Meng Wantang sneered. So do you think your family is particularly poor? My parents live in my uncle's old house. It still has to be returned. Lu Qingye only said what he knew. How do you know the house wasn't bought by your parents? They don't have that much money with so many mouths to feed. Lu Qingye continued, but then stopped. Seeing him regain his composure, Meng Wantang said, "You always say I'm harsh, tormenting your parents. I'm just angry and scolded a few times. I didn't hit them or take their money. But what have they done? Did anyone listen to me? Little Fatty had a fever. Your mom said there was no money. Little Treasure had a fever. Your mom wanted to give him some talisman water. Is the house that poor?" Lu Qingye looked at the angry Meng Wantang and wisely said nothing. He was waiting for her to finish all her words. Your family can get over 800 yuan when the salary is paid at the end of the year. And it has been the same for 3 consecutive years. It only costs 200 yuan to build a decent house. 3 big brick houses can cost at most 300 yuan. It hasn't built a single house for you siblings over the years. Every month, you still send 5 yuan back. You tell me, is your family poor? Meng Wantang thought of Little Fatty and Little Treasure almost becoming foolish because of their fevers. Looking at the honest and docile Chow Fengying, who was scolded by her daughters-in-law every day, she truly was a tough person. Lu Qingye's heart shook. He really didn't know the family had so much money. His impression of Meng Wantang was only of madness, irritability, hatred towards him, and everything related to him. To speak of it, she was the one who actively asked to marry him, but later, he didn't know how she changed. There was a huge conflict between her and her parents. When he returned home, she didn't show him a good face, and the rest he heard from his mother. Thinking about Meng Wantang's attitude in recent days, combined with what she said today, Lu Qingye felt a heavy heart. I will give you an explanation. Lu Qingye turned and walked out. Meng Wantang didn't follow him, but sneered twice and went into the house. Although the original owner was hateful, it wasn't born that way. Everything had its reasons. Lu Qingye did not go to Old Man Lu's house, but went to the captain's house, waiting at the alley for a while, and soon saw a man about the same age as Lu Qingye returning from outside. You scared me to death." Lu Qingye saw a dark figure standing by the road, jumping up 2 meters high, as if flying. "It's me." Lu Qingye spoke, and Lu Qingye recognized his voice. Cautiously walking over, after stepping inside and seeing Lu Qingye's face clearly, he said with lingering fear, "Why are you standing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" "Qinghe, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "You say." Lu Qinghe and Lu Qingye were relatives. They were of similar age and had played together since childhood, having a particularly good relationship. Isn't the salary divided at the end of the year based on the work points? Lu Qingye said, taking a cigarette from his pocket and handing it to Lu Qinghe. Lu Qingye took it and smiled. "Brother, do you smoke? I'll light it for you." "I don't smoke. There are kids at home." Lu Qingye didn't want to be scolded by Meng Wantang. Today, at the hospital, he habitually took out a cigarette. And although Meng Wantang didn't say anything, the meaning in her eyes was very clear. "Then I'll smoke it myself. Otherwise, by the time I get home, I want to be able to smoke it. Do as you wish." "Brother, do you have any difficulties?" Everyone in the village knew about Lu Qingye's family situation. Lu Qingye did not deny it. "Can our family still get a few hundred yuan in salary this year? If the second half of the year is the same as the first half, then it's definitely fine." Lu Qingye's sister was the scorekeeper, and he watched curiously every day, so he said this with certainty. "You're back home recuperating from your injury, don't have any burdens. Your family has a lot of labor, and the kids are small, so they don't eat much. Besides, your family has 800 or 900 yuan every year besides food. What's there to worry about?" "Okay, I have an idea now." Lu Qingye turned and walked home. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inside, he was tumultuous. He stood at the door, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't go inside to sleep. Turning around to the backyard, he picked up a grass mat that was propped against the wall, carried it inside, laid it on the floor of the outer room, and lay down on the grass mat, closing his eyes. In the middle of the night, a heavy rain suddenly fell. Meng Wantang saw the mountain flood, and the river water rose rapidly. The place where they lived was at a relatively high elevation. Only the houses on the front street were unfortunate, as the flood had already entered their homes. The firewood in the woodshed was soaked and floating in the water. Someone stood on the threshold, and suddenly a fish jumped up and slapped a child. The rain kept pouring down without any signs of stopping. Meng Wantang realized their home was also going to be flooded. She wanted to take the children to run to the back mountain, but to her surprise, the children were missing. In a panic, Meng Wantang opened her eyes and realized she was dreaming. Drip, drip. A splash of water hit her forehead. Meng Wantang opened her eyes wide and realized the house was leaking. She hurriedly turned on the light, looked at the roof. And didn't he forget to get out of bed to grab a basin to catch the water? Meng Wantang moved too quickly and accidentally tripped over something, falling directly to the ground. After hearing a muffled grunt, she opened her eyes in horror. She lost her first kiss. Chapter 20. She agreed. Let's get a divorce through her clothes. Meng Wantang could feel how hot the hand on her waist was. In a flurry, she sat up and complained. There's space in the room. Why are you sleeping here? Lu Qingye looked at her, hesitant to speak. Meng Wantang fell silent. However, she wasn't embarrassed. It was the others who should feel awkward. It's raining, and our house is leaking, Meng Wantang said as she stood up to grab a basin. Not even sparing the one for cooking, and went inside. There were quite a few places in the house where water dripped. Fortunately, there were only 2 spots on the Kong, one at the end and one directly above Meng Wantang's head. The sound of raindrops hitting the basin was quite loud. Worried that the children might wake up, she added some water to lower the noise. In the outer room, the dripping was only at the entrance. The ground wasn't made of stones, nor was it cemented, and there were no floor tiles, just packed earth. A night of dripping would only make the ground a bit damp. This person was lucky. Meng Wantang was sleeping at an angle. As dawn broke, the rain continued to fall. Meng Wantang, still groggy, heard someone come in and say in her ear, "The water is rising." Huh? Meng Wantang opened her eyes. Still a bit dazed. I'll put on my raincoat and go take a look. If the water is high, we need to prepare to leave early. Lu Qingye put on a military green raincoat, changed it to a pair of water shoes, and went out. Meng Wantang lifted the curtain to look outside. The rain was falling heavily, as if the sky had split open. Normally, by 7 or 8 o'clock, it would start to warm up outside. But now, the sky was dark, and the heavy rain showed no signs of clearing. Lu Qingye hadn't returned yet. The children were all awake. With such heavy rain, they couldn't go out. Meng Wantang planned to make something simple to eat, boiling some noodles. She braved the rain to go outside and cut a handful of chives. And even with a straw hat on, she was soaked through. After changing into dry clothes, she sat in the outer room to pick the chives, planning to make scrambled eggs with chives. Once the chives were picked, the water was boiling. Meng Wantang was still hesitating about whether to cook a portion for Lu Qingye when someone knocked loudly at the door. By the time Meng Wantang heard the noise, the person had already opened the door and rushed in. Sister-in-law, my brother is missing. Lu Qingye burst in, panting heavily. What? Meng Wantang stood up abruptly, her body swaying as if she might faint. How can he be missing? Meng Wantang forced herself to stay calm. He was swept away by the flood. We can't see him now. Meng Wantang's vision went dark, and she instinctively reached out to steady herself on the table. Shocked as she asked, he's such a big person. How could he be swept away by the flood? Lu Qingye quickly explained, today there was a flood, and my dad asked me to go out early to check. My brother and I were at the intersection and decided to go together. When we got there, we saw someone being swept away, and my brother jumped in to save them. He brought the person to shore, but when he tried to come back, his leg cramped and he was swept away by the river. Meng Wantang turned around and saw that the 2 children were also frightened, especially Godan. Meng Wantang forced herself to calm down and comforted the 2 kids. Godan, Mom needs to go see your dad. You and your brother take care of Xiao Pao at home. Mom will be back soon, so don't go anywhere. Saying this, she put on the straw hat on the ground and told Lu Qingye, let us go, we need to check. Lu Qingye is injured and his leg is cramping. Meng Wantang shut her eyes tightly, forcing herself to dispel the ominous thoughts in her mind. Lu Qingye would definitely be fine. In the book, he was a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person, and he lived to be over 80. Someone like him would never die. By now, the rain had lessened significantly. When Meng Wantang reached the riverbank, she saw that it had widened by several kilometers, resembling an ocean, with the water rushing alongside the riverbank. Lu Qingye followed behind and said, Sister-in-law, don't panic. Maybe my brother was stopped by someone. She hoped that was the case. However, the rising river had already covered over 1,000 meters, and the farmland was completely submerged. The corn was already short, and now many stalks were reduced to mere tips. With such a wide and vast river, there was no way anyone could stop Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang ran downstream along the riverbank, reaching another village when she suddenly heard someone ahead shouting excitedly, "They've been rescued! They've been rescued! Quickly take them to the health clinic." Meng Wantang's heart stopped, and she rushed forward to part the crowd, only to see that the person lying inside was not Lu Qingye but an old man. She held back her tears and continued running. She did not want Lu Qingye to die at all. Meng Wantang passed through one village after another. Knowing there was no road ahead, she collapsed on the ground in despair, crying. Lu Qingye caught up from behind, panting, "Sister-in-law, they found my brother. He was sent to the health clinic. Hurry and check." What? Hearing this good news suddenly, Meng Wantang could hardly believe it. She got up from the ground, excitedly asking, "Is he really found?" "It's been confirmed. My brother was swept away by the water, but was lucky enough to grab onto a broken tree. When he was swept to the 7th group, local villagers saw him, and everyone worked together to rescue him." Before Lu Qingye could finish his sentence, he saw Meng Wantang instantly turn and run back. Meng Wantang had run so fast before that she had covered several miles in one breath. At that time, it didn't feel far, but now, returning, it felt like the road was incredibly long. Her legs were shaking, and it still felt so far. Meng Wantang thought of the children at home and told Lu Qingye, "Qingye, can you please go home and help me look after the 3 kids? They all heard about this, and they must be scared. I'm going to the hospital right now and can't take care of them. So I need you to run back for me. It's no trouble at all. They're my nephews too. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll take good care of the kids." At the intersection, Meng Wantang and Lu Qingye split up. Meng Wantang took a shortcut to the health clinic. After much effort, she finally arrived at the hospital and walked straight to the ward, only to see Su Chunmei crying inside. Her heart sank. Could it be that she had become a widow? Her emotions suddenly became complicated. "Sister-in-law, don't cry. The doctor said he's fine. He just needs to rest on the Kong for a while." The person speaking was quite young, dressed in military green, looking unfamiliar, making it clear he wasn't from their village. Otherwise, he wouldn't be calling Su Chunmei's sister-in-law. Meng Wantang walked in, and when Su Chunmei heard the footsteps and turned around, she cried, "My brother became like this because he saved my dad. The doctor said he might be paralyzed in bed from now on. I know you don't like my brother. Now that he acts like this, you probably wish for a divorce. I agree. You could divorce my brother." Chapter 21. He woke up at a critical moment. Meng Wantang was almost amused by this woman. "Su Chunmei, you really have no shame." Meng Wantang detested women like her who were so scheming, clearly coveting another woman's man, but acting like she had made a huge sacrifice. She wasn't going to indulge her. Meng Wantang walked in, stepped forward, pulled Su Chunmei up, and pushed her outside. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Su Chunmei refused to leave. "You clearly have someone in your heart. Why do you have to harm my brother? Can't you just let him be free? Please let him go." Slap. Meng Wantang raised her hand and slapped her. Su Chunmei was stunned by the hit. The little soldier inside looked at Meng Wantang in confusion, then glanced down at Su Chunmei, seemingly not understanding their identities, and didn't dare to step forward to mediate. Meng Wantang advanced step by step, scaring Su Chunmei back 2 steps. "Su Chunmei, do you really think I wouldn't dare to report you? Or do you think no one would let you be publicly shamed? Am I wrong?" Su Chunmei was unconvinced but shouted back in a guilty tone, "You never intended to live a good life with my brother, and you abuse 3 children. Everyone knows this. You can go ask around. Everyone wants you to divorce him. Shut up, get out." Meng Wantang was annoyed and didn't want to argue with Su Chunmei here. She coldly warned Su Chunmei, "This is the last time. If you dare to bounce in front of me again, believe it or not, I'll strip you naked and throw you in the square for everyone to appreciate." Su Chunmei shivered, staring at Meng Wantang in terror, biting her teeth as if she had received a huge blow. Bang! The door to the hospital room slammed shut, shaking the doorframe. Meng Wantang ignored the little soldier, walked to the bedside, pressed her hand on Lu Qingye's pulse, her expression darkening continuously. Now it's bad. Originally half alive, at least he could still walk. Now he's completely paralyzed in bed. He won't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days to half a month. She raised her hand to touch Lu Qingye's forehead. It felt a bit hot, but she needed to measure it with a thermometer. She opened the drawer, found a thermometer inside, and took Lu Qingye's temperature. In just a minute, the little soldier fidgeted, not knowing how to greet Meng Wantang. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. The little soldier forced himself to speak. Meng Wantang lifted her eyelids, coldly staring at him, her expression extremely unpleasant, giving the little soldier no way to ease the situation. Since he had already spoken, there was no retreat. The little soldier held on and said, Sister-in-law, my name is Wang Weiming. I came back home to visit family. I was wrong to mistake you for someone else. Please don't take it to heart. What are you doing here? Meng Wantang was angry, her attitude cold. Wang Weiming hurriedly explained, I was with the villagers when we rescued people, and since I'm young and strong, the village chief asked me to bring the person to the health station. Meng Wantang frowned, examining the little soldier, and noticed that his clothes were all wet. It seemed he wasn't lying. Meng Wantang stood up and bowed to him, causing Wang Weiming to hurriedly dodge aside. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? It's only right to save people. Besides, Comrade Lu Qingye was swept away by the flood while saving others. Let others thank him. If it weren't for you and the villagers, he might have lost his life. Meng Wantang knew how hard it was for children without parents. She could remain a widow, but those 3 sensible children would lose their father. She remembered this gratitude from Wang Weiming. Sister-in-law, you really don't need to be so polite. Wang Weiming felt embarrassed instead. He glanced at the thermos, dashed over, and grabbed it as if fleeing. Sister-in-law, I'll go get a pot of hot water. The hospital has a boiler room. There's hot water available all year round. After he returned with the hot water, he was looking for an excuse to leave. Wait, I'll have someone take you back to change your clothes. Otherwise, you'll definitely catch a cold like this. Just as she was speaking, Meng Wantang saw Lu Qingye rushing over. Big brother, you came at the right time. As soon as Meng Wantang opened her mouth, Lu Qingye instinctively wanted to run. But before he could react, he heard Meng Wantang say behind him, This is Comrade Wang Weiming. He also saved Lu Qingye. You take him back first, get him a change of clothes, and give him some ginger soup. Don't let him catch a cold. Let him leave tomorrow when the weather is clear. Lu Qingye was surprised. Is this still Meng Wantang? He had never heard her say a kind word before. All right, brother, you come with me. Lu Qingye led him away. Wang Weiming waved his hand. No need, no need. I'll go back now. It's just right to change clothes at home. It's already late at night, and your home is far from here. What if something happens on the way? Hurry up and stay at my place for the night. We can talk about anything tomorrow. Lu Qingye was strong and pulled Wang Weiming along. As they walked, he couldn't help but wonder if Meng Wantang had taken the wrong medicine. He secretly glanced back at Meng Wantang and saw her holding a wash basin, seemingly intending to clean Lu Qingye. This is truly bizarre. How has Meng Wantang become normal? Could be possessed by a ghost. Lu Qingye shivered and hurriedly led Wang Weiming away. Meng Wantang returned with cold water, took the thermometer out, and found that Lu Qingye had a slight fever. She quickly wiped his body to cool him down physically. Lu Qingye was covered with a blanket, and when she lifted it, she could see the bandage parts, but even so, it couldn't hide the smooth lines of his chest and perfectly shaped abs. His pants were still wet, and no one had changed them. It's no wonder he had a fever. Meng Wantang's face was serious as she reached for his waistband. After unfastening it, she closed her eyes and began to pull down his pants, not sparing even the inner garment. After much effort, she finally got his pants off and tossed them aside. With her eyes still closed, she pulled the blanket over him. After doing all this, Meng Wantang took a deep breath, took out a towel, and wiped his upper body first. After finishing the upper body, she went to wipe his thighs. She closed her eyes, relying entirely on her sense of touch. Lu Qingye had a headache and was groggy, vaguely sensing someone touching him. He reached out and grasped the hand that was causing trouble. Opening his eyes, their gazes met. Lu Qingye's voice was hoarse. What are you doing? Can't you tell? You have a fever, and I'm wiping your body to cool you down. Meng Wantang's face remained unchanged, but her heart was racing with embarrassment. Lu Qingye's expression was cold. His thin lips pressed together, brows slightly furrowed. His aura was still powerful and captivating, unaffected by his illness. Meng Wantang gripped the towel in her hand, feeling far from calm. She had the sensation of being caught doing something wrong, even though she hadn't done anything at all. Chapter 22. The wind will blow. An awkward atmosphere flowed in the air. Meng Wantang didn't know whether she should continue wiping his body. Just then, Lu Qingye spoke up. I'll do it myself. He actually struggled to sit up, wanting to get the towel himself. You do it yourself? Meng Wantang almost laughed in anger. Where are you coming for? Do you think you haven't died quickly enough? Meng Wantang walked over, pressed down on his shoulder, and pushed him back, scolding. Look at your face. It's whiter than paper, and you still want to do it yourself? A flash of astonishment crossed Lu Qingye's eyes. The frown on his face made Meng Wantang misunderstand. Meng Wantang sneered, You don't have to worry about me taking advantage of you. Don't worry. I won't touch any inappropriate places, and I definitely won't look at you. It's infuriating. Still looking down on her? Meng Wantang threw the towel into the basin, washed it a few times, wrung it out, and continued to wipe his body. She didn't forget to cover his waist with a blanket. You'd better pray you don't get a fever or sweat. Otherwise, I'll definitely wipe you down a second time. The more Meng Wantang spoke, the angrier she got. She didn't even bother to look at Lu Qingye properly. Lu Qingye opened his mouth to explain, but Meng Wantang turned around and carried the basin out. Outside, Meng Wantang washed the towel again, changed to a basin of clean water, added some hot water, and walked back expressionlessly. She raised her hand. Lu Qingye looked at her cold little face and very cooperatively raised his arm. Meng Wantang wiped his arm, and after finishing one side, she coldly said, Take out the thermometer, I want to see. Lu Qingye reached out to take the thermometer out to check for himself, but it was snatched away by a snowy white hand. 38. 2 degrees, you already have a fever. Meng Wantang frowned. She shook the thermometer and placed it in the drawer. Taking the towel from the basin, she wrung it out and continued to wipe his body. The current temperature was still below 38. 5 degrees, so there was no need for medication for now. If you have a headache or feel uncomfortable, I'll go get you a piece of paracetamol. Paracetamol is a miracle drug. Even after 40 or 50 years, it's still in use, cheap, and effective. Apart from being bitter, people with narrow throats have to break the pill into 4 pieces to swallow it at once. Otherwise, the pill can get stuck in the throat, unable to go down or come back up, and the bitter taste quickly spreads in the mouth. That feeling is quite sour. No need for now. Lu Qingye had been injured and sick many times over the years, and most of the time he didn't take medicine, just toughing it out. Then let's finish wiping you down, and later I'll go back to cook and bring you some porridge. You haven't eaten anything all day, and your body's resistance won't go up. As Meng Wantang spoke, she made him turn over. Lu Qingye struggled to turn to the side, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his nose. Meng Wantang looked at him coldly, not making a sound, realizing that this man could really endure. His back muscles were smooth and full of wild explosive power. However, Meng Wantang had no time to appreciate it. She pressed on his waist a couple of times and asked, Does it hurt here? It's okay. The tone of his voice was already strained, and he still said it was okay. Stubborn. You could be stubborn for a lifetime. After Meng Wantang finished wiping him down, she poured the water from the basin and brought back a basin of cold water. After folding the towel, soaked in cold water, she placed it on his forehead. I'm going home to cook now. Can you manage here by yourself? Meng Wantang felt a bit worried, but if she didn't go back, no one would cook or take care of the kids. The 3 children were still at home hungry. I'm fine, you go back and check on the kids first. Lu Qingye's clothes from before were no longer wearable. He was only covered by a blanket now, which made him feel very insecure. He hesitated for a moment and said, Can you bring me a set of clothes for my luggage? Got it. It was still raining outside, but the rain had lessened a lot now. Meng Wantang ran home against the rain. With such a big incident happening to Lu Qingye, no one from the Lu family had come yet. Since Lu Qinghai had already arrived, it meant that the Lu family should know about this by now. Meng Wantang ran all the way. When she got home, several kids were sitting on the Kong, leaning on the windowsill to look outside. You're back, Dogsheng shouted excitedly. Meng Wantang entered the house without catching her breath, and good and hurriedly asked, How's my dad? Your dad is fine. He just needs to rest at home for the next few days. I came back to bring him a set of clothes. You 3 behave at home. Sister-in-law, my second brother is okay now? He is fine. Lu Qinghe hadn't even gone home to change. His clothes were still half dry. Then I'll go back first. You should eat at home before leaving. Meng Wantang planned to keep him home for a meal since he had helped watch the kids for so long and hadn't even had time to change clothes. I'll just go home to eat. Saying this, Lu Qinghe had already rushed out of the house. Meng Wantang thought she would thank Lu Qinghe another day. She didn't even have time to change her clothes and started cooking porridge. Just porridge wouldn't be enough. The little kids would be hungry during the night. Meng Wantang grit her teeth and took out the few remaining eggs, washed them, and boiled them in the pot. Once the eggs were cooked, she took them out early and placed them in a basin of cold water. Once they weren't too hot, she divided them among the 3 kids, one for each. She also used a small pot from inside to make a lot of ginger soup, adding some brown sugar to let the 3 kids drink more. Finally, she made a few egg pancakes, served them, and placed them on the table. Liu Yunhee, you take care of your younger brother while eating. After I leave, lock the door. Don't open it for anyone. I'll stay at the hospital with your dad tonight and come back to cook in the morning. Good nodded. Okay. Meng Wantang packed 2 boiled eggs, filled a rice jar with porridge, and poured the ginger soup into a pot. She opened Liu Qingye's bag, took out a set of clothes, and stuffed them into a cloth bag before leaving. I'm leaving now. You 2 take care of your younger brother at home, and go to sleep on time. Got it. The twins replied in unison. Meng Wantang put on her raincoat and rain boots, holding the clothes and food and carrying the ginger soup back into the rain. When Meng Wantang arrived at the health station, she first placed a rice jar on the table and opened it to hand it to Liu Qingye. Drink some porridge first, then have ginger soup. You can't drink ginger soup on an empty stomach. One of Liu Qingye's arms was injured. It had almost healed, but jumping into the flood to save someone had worsened it. He originally planned to put on clothes before eating, but unexpectedly, Meng Wantang directly shoved the rice jar into his hands. Liu Qingye couldn't refuse. He intended to place the rice jar on the table first, but as soon as he moved, a gust of wind blew in through the window. The blanket was lightly blown up. He instinctively reached out to grab the blanket back, but found he had no hand, watching helplessly as the blanket fell beside him. Right you. Meng Wantang had peeled the egg and was about to hand it to Liu Qingye, but before she could finish her sentence, it abruptly stopped. Chapter 23. Liu Qingye. Is it good-looking? Meng Wantang's eyes widened instantly, a word unconsciously surfacing in her mind. When she saw that word back in the day, she even searched for its meaning. After searching, she silently blacklisted her best friend and told her to go reflect for 30 days. What good is it to hurt a single dog? Meng Wantang controlled herself and looked away, her gaze drifting into the distance, sensing a sharp gaze and turning her head to meet someone else's eyes. Is it good-looking? That tone was somewhat fierce. Not bad. Meng Wantang had an innocent look on her face. For some reason, the classic line echoed in her mind. Woman, are you satisfied with what you see? Meng Wantang couldn't hold back and let out a chuckle, causing someone's face to visibly darken. I want to ask if you're thirsty. Do you want some water? Worried that someone might be angry, Meng Wantang hurriedly changed the subject. No need. Liu Qingye coldly stared at her. Their eyes met. Meng Wantang was filled with confusion, unable to guess what he was thinking. Suddenly, she was inspired and leaned forward, reaching out to pull the blanket over him. Liu Qingye. Meng Wantang. Why is your face getting darker and darker? Do you want to go to the bathroom? Although Meng Wantang didn't know where she had crossed the line, seeing his poor complexion and knowing he was unwell, she felt she should be more tolerant. I'm not going. Liu Qingye coldly refused. No need to be shy. Although we are a bit unfamiliar, we do have 3 kids now. We can be considered an old married couple. Meng Wantang bent down, took a basin, and handed it to him, turning her head to the side out of consideration. Liu Qingye took a deep breath, his voice low and cold. I really don't need to go to the bathroom. Meng Wantang. No need to be shy. Where do you see me being shy? Liu Qingye raised his eyes, his gaze quite fierce. Without a shirt, his strong chest was exposed, and the muscular lines of his arms were smooth and full of power, coupled with an impatient and violent gaze. He was indeed fierce. Wildness was also genuine. Then you eat first, I'll wash your clothes, or they LL stink if left here overnight. Meng Wantang decided to make a graceful exit. No need. I can wash it myself. Liu Qingye's eyes showed visible panic. Meng Wantang thought he was just shy. You don't have any spare clothes if you don't wash this. No. Liu Qingye wanted to explain, but couldn't find the words. With that hesitation, Meng Wantang took the clothes and left. At the wash basin, she placed the clothes aside, turned on the faucet, and was about to wash them. Who knew a gray fabric fell out from inside? She picked it up, and her face instantly turned as red as fire. After Meng Wantang finished washing the clothes, It was already dark. She didn't really want to go back. But leaving a sick person in the clinic was quite unethical. She hesitated and entered the room, not looking at Lu Qingye, lying down on another bed and closing her eyes. If you need any help, just call me, I'll take a nap. Besides feeling awkward, she was genuinely tired. She had run back and forth 6 kilometers today to find Lu Qingye. The original owner of this body was quite delicate, usually not doing any work and only washing her own clothes. The farthest she had walked was probably from their house to the cornfield ahead. At this moment, she couldn't hold on anymore. As soon as she touched the bed, she fell asleep. Lu Qingye also felt awkward, only glancing at Meng Wantang with his peripheral vision. Meng Wantang these past 2 days was quite puzzling. She kept changing, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. In the middle of the night, Meng Wantang was awakened by the sound of crying. She first went to check on Lu Qingye, noticing he was sleeping restlessly, his brows furrowed. She touched his forehead. It was high. He wasn't having a fever. Meng Wantang breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the door, planning to see what was happening outside. He can't possibly be dead. He is so young. How could he die? The one crying was none other than Miao Yinhua. Doctor, please come and see what is wrong with him. He just told me he was fine when you came out. How could he possibly be dead? Miao Yinhua looked at the doctor with hope. The doctor squatted down to examine him, frowning and saying, "He is not breathing. You should prepare for the funeral. Nio isn't dead. He won't die. Doctor, please take another look. See if he is just asleep." Miao Yinhua grabbed the doctor and wouldn't let him leave. The doctor stood up to leave. Meng Wantang heard Miao Yinhua's words and rushed out. Seeing Nio lying on the hospital bed without breathing, she immediately shouted, "Everyone, step back. Don't crowd around here." Saying that, she stepped forward to perform CPR on Nio. "What are you doing? Don't touch my son." Others didn't react. Nio's mother rushed over and pulled Meng Wantang away. "You filthy shoe. Shameless. Stay away from my son." Tang Huifeng also came over to pull Meng Wantang. "What are you doing? This is a hospital, not a place for you to cause trouble." Meng Wantang didn't understand where this woman got the guts to scold her. Didn't she know she was performing CPR, trying to save the patient? "Do you not know what I'm doing?" Meng Wantang's voice was cold. Her hands didn't stop, continuing CPR on Nio. The ward was crowded with people. Tang Huifeng couldn't maintain her composure. "What is the use of performing CPR now? He is already dead." "Exactly, my son is already dead. Don't let him die in peace." Nio's mother was very strong, almost pulling Meng Wantang away. Meng Wantang's eyes flashed with anger. "Get away. Don't hinder me from saving him. If you continue to stop me, Nio will really be dead. Nio probably died suddenly. There is a certain chance of reviving him." She didn't know if it would work, but she had to try. Miao Yinhua was the first woman to show her kindness after she came to this world. Suddenly, Miao Yinhua rushed over, pushing Nio's mother and Tang Huifeng aside, yelling like crazy, "Don't touch her." Nio's mother was stunned, unable to believe her daughter-in-law would take action against her. "You're really going against the heavens. It's you who should get out of here. Hurry up and leave our home, you jinx." "I'll leave. You all get out of here now." Miao Yinhua's angry gaze was fiercer than a ghost's, as if anyone who didn't leave would be attacked by her. She knew Meng Wantang knew some medical skills, but didn't know how well. But the clinic's doctor was unwilling to save Nio, and Meng Wantang was willing. So she stood by Meng Wantang's side. "You jinx, don't touch my son." Nio's mother lunged at Miao Yinhua to tear her apart. Miao Yinhua's eyes were red, grabbing her hand and forcefully pushing her out, while hysterically shouting, "You all get out, all of you get out." She crazily drove them out. Suddenly, she fell to the ground. Meng Wantang focused entirely on saving the person, sweat dripping down her forehead in large drops. She couldn't stop. She must not stop. If she stopped, Nio would have no hope at all. Miao Yinhua crawled over, kneeling at the head of the bed, looking at the lifeless man, crying, "Why won't you wake up? Your mother's going to drive me out of the house. From now on, I want to have a home. Please wake up quickly, okay?" Miao Yinhua cried particularly sadly beside her, and the others behind her fell silent. Meng Wantang said sternly, "Sister-in-law, keep talking to good. Don't stop, keep going." Miao Yinhua's brain had stopped thinking, only able to follow Meng Wantang's commands. She kept talking to Nio. People outside were still knocking on the door. "Nio, Air's mother cursed. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door. Break the door down for me. No matter how fierce the people outside cursed, Meng Wantang and Miao Yinhua were completely unaffected. Just when Meng Wantang was about to despair, Niu Er's heart finally started beating again. She suddenly collapsed to the ground. Miao Yinhua instantly burst into tears. Why are you crying? Meng Wantang said, exhausted and barely able to speak. Miao Yinhua's eyes were swollen from crying, and she choked out, My man is dead. What do you expect me to cry about? Chapter 24. Living in mourning. Who says he is dead? Meng Wantang's face turned pale from exhaustion, which would indeed lead others to misunderstand. What? What do you mean? Miao Yinhua was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Meng Wantang, tears still hanging on her eyelashes, unable to believe her ears, trembling as she asked, What do you mean? I don't understand. Ergo is not dead. You're not in mourning. Seeing the dim and anxious look in Miao Yinhua's eyes, Meng Wantang's eyes burst with a fiery light, and the corners of her mouth lifted. The feeling of saving a life is truly wonderful. She regained some strength, stood up intending to leave, but not forgetting to remind Miao Yinhua, but from now on, Ergo must be careful. He can't do heavy work or engage in vigorous exercise. But there shouldn't be any major problems. Just pay attention to rest. I'll go get you a prescription. And after some time of proper care, everything will be fine. Okay, Miao Yinhua said dumbly. Only when she saw Meng Wantang leave did she seem to snap back to reality. She didn't even need to check for Niu Er's breath to see his chest rising and falling continuously. She was instantly overwhelmed with joy, crying tears of happiness. He really lived. Niu Er is really not dead. Miao Yinhua embraced her man, sobbing uncontrollably. She had almost become a widow. Meng Wantang heard the cries behind her and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Just then, the hospital room door opened. Niu Er's mother saw the smile on Meng Wantang's face and instantly raised her hand to slap her twice. How dare you smile? You shameless little wretch. Knowing my son is dead, you still want to desecrate his corpse. I will make you accompany my son in death. Meng Wantang was utterly amused by this unreasonable, malicious, and ignorant old lady. She grasped the old lady's arm, her gaze icy. You spread rumors just like that. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? She exerted force, causing the old lady to scream in pain. Tang Huifang, hearing Miao Yinhua's wails from inside, knew that Niu Er must have truly died. She was one to enjoy the spectacle, curling her lips in a disdainful smile, mockingly saying, Meng Wantang, you are truly arrogant. Niu Yang's son is already dead, and you still want to bully her? Niu Yang could slap you twice right now, and even if she killed you, it would be understandable. You show no respect for her son's corpse. Your man is the corpse. Your whole family is the corpse. Miao Yinhua suddenly rushed out and slapped Tang Huifang twice. She pointed at Tang Huifang's nose and scolded, It's people like you, quack doctors, that have caused so many deaths in the village. My man is not dead. He is perfectly fine. Everyone was shocked. They had seen Niu Er without a breath. How could he still be alive? They didn't believe it and all rushed into the hospital room, including the doctor who was standing behind, unsure of what to do. Outside, only Niu Yang and Tang Huifang remained. Impossible. Tang Huifang et Golim. Just because you think something is impossible doesn't mean it truly is. Meng Wantang left this remark, pushing past Tang Huifang and Niu Yang, directly returning to the adjacent hospital room. Lu Qingye, seeing her come in, frowned and asked what's going on outside. It sounds like Niu Er had an accident. Lu Qingye had a good relationship with Niu Er, having grown up together. Meng Wantang was already exhausted and had no strength to talk. She had just relied on sheer willpower until now and only wanted to drink some water to regain her strength. She placed the brown sugar she brought for Lu Qingye into a jar, poured in some hot water, and then mixed it with the cool boiled water in Lu Qingye's jar. She picked it up and drank it all in one go. After drinking, Meng Wantang sat on the hospital bed and explained, Niu Er had a sudden cardiac arrest. I performed CPR for a long time just now to bring him back. When I came out, the doctor had gone in to check on Niu Er, and he estimated that he should be fine now. After taking some medicine for recovery, it won't affect his life. Lu Qingye suddenly asked, Your medical skills don't seem like those of a novice. Basic CPR is the fundamental skill for all medical staff. Meng Wantang knew Lu Qingye didn't mean that. She was deliberately saying it that way. Lu Qingye actually wanted to ask her why her medical skills were so remarkable. She didn't know how to explain. Was she really going to say to Lu Qingye, "Oh, I was born into a traditional Chinese medicine family in my previous life. Became an orphan after my parents died, worked hard to get into a Chinese medicine university, and finally became a traditional Chinese doctor. Then, I accidentally traveled to this world and became your wife." Such words wouldn't be believed by anyone. Perhaps they would even think she was insane and send her to a mental hospital. After all this commotion, it was already dawn. Meng Wantang brought hot water to Lu Qingye to wash his face and quickly freshened up herself. "I'm going home to make breakfast. I'll come back later to bring you food. We'll let the doctor check to see if you need to be hospitalized. If you don't need to stay in the hospital, we could just take some medicine and go home." Lu Qingye had no objections. It was quite quiet outside the hospital room. Passing by the adjacent room, she glanced inside and noticed a white cloth hanging over the glass on the door, obscuring the view inside. She didn't pushed the door open and hurriedly left the hospital to head home. The children were still sleeping. Lu Qingye was up, however. "Sister-in-law, you're back. I'll make some breakfast, and you can eat here in a bit." Meng Wantang's attitude surprised Lu Qingye. Was this still the gluttonous old woman? Why did she seem like a completely different person? "No, I'll eat at home." Lu Qingye was about to leave. Meng Wantang quickly called him back. "Don't go back. Help me cut some chives and sit here to pick them." Lu Qingye subconsciously took the sickle to cut the chives, and only after sitting down to finish picking and washing them did he realize what he was doing. When did he become so obedient? Time to eat. Meng Wantang served the noodles and directly stir-fried the chives. "Sister-in-law, I really can't eat here. I'm leaving soon. It'll all take too long for you to go home and come back." Meng Wantang served him a large bowl of noodles and began eating her own. She didn't have much noodles. After finishing, she got up, took the food jar, and headed to the hospital. "Time to eat." Meng Wantang helped him sit up and handed him the food jar. Lu Qingye took the chopsticks, intending to mix the noodles, and saw a fried egg underneath. He looked up at Meng Wantang again. Her change was too obvious. It made him somewhat uneasy, not knowing what she was up to. "Did the doctor come after I left?" Meng Wantang asked while tidying up. Lu Qingye said, "Yes, he came by and said I could be discharged." "Is that so? I'll go ask." Meng Wantang organized her things and turned to find the doctor. Comrade Lu Qingye's waist suffered a severe impact, plus some strain. After returning home, he should avoid heavy work and must rest well. Otherwise, it may affect his offspring. The doctor was not the same one from last night. He was a bit older. Meng Wantang looked up at the doctor, doubting what she heard, then looked at the doctor again. The doctor thought she didn't understand and was about to explain, but upon seeing her appearance, he instantly realized she was worried about their future life. So, the doctor earnestly advised, "You don't need to be too upset. A couple's life isn't just about that. Besides, you already have children. Don't always think about these things. If you cultivate the children well, then this life won't be in vain." Chapter 25, Turning Over. What S on your waist? Meng Wantang stared blankly, wondering what nonsense she had just heard. Who said that women can live a life of loneliness forever? Why can't women pursue happiness? Meng Wantang rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Back in the hospital room, she strode towards the man lying in bed, firmly pressed his wrist, and checked his pulse. After a while, she squinted and coldly said, "Turn over, let me see your waist." Lu Qingye was confused. "Is it convenient for me to check?" Meng Wantang didn't treat him as her man, but as a patient. Lu Qingye, however, was unaware. She clearly loathed him the most. Yet not only did she come to take care of him, but now she wanted to see his waist. Impatient, Meng Wantang said, "Checking your waist. Why are you dragging your feet? Hurry up and lie down properly." Lu Qingye complied. Meng Wantang raised her hand and poked his waist twice. Her tone serious. "Does it hurt here?" "No." "How about here?" "It doesn't hurt either." "Then I'll press a few more spots, if it hurts. Just make a sound." Meng Wantang said as she took a deep breath and poked several acupoints, her expression grave, making Lu Qingye suspect he had a terminal illness. "Is my illness hard to treat?" Lu Qingye frowned and intended to sit up. "Don't move." Meng Wantang pressed a finger down, forcing him back. "Does it hurt here?" "No." Lu Qingye asked, "What did the doctor say?" "Nothing." "Your reaction doesn't seem like nothing was said." Meng Wantang looked at him oddly. The doctor said you might not be able to have children in the future. Lu Qingye doubted he heard wrong. He was startled and instinctively wanted to reach down, but ultimately restrained himself. Oh, he appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already in turmoil. Meng Wantang added, I think that doctor is just a Mongolian doctor with no real skills. He can't treat illnesses. For headaches and fevers, he probably just prescribed some painkillers, or you could just take some pain relief tablets, and that's it. For more complicated illnesses, he probably can't treat them either. Lu Qingye, who was startled, was almost impulsive. Can you walk? Meng Wantang asked him. Lu Qingye had gone to the bathroom that morning, so of course he could walk. Yes. Really? Meng Wantang doubted. He wanted to go back to save money. You don't have to think about saving money. The money you gave your parents is enough for you to stay in the hospital for several days. Lu Qingye. He got up from the bed, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Meng Wantang disdainfully said, You'd better sit down if you really want to go back. I'll have Qinghe get a car to take you back. After all, the Mongolian doctor at the health station is not as good as my medical skills. All right. Lu Qingye sat back down, his face looking increasingly pale. Trying to hold on. Do men really care so much about face? Meng Wantang grabbed her things and walked out. I'm taking these back and paying your bill. I'll have Qinghe come to pick you up later. Lu Qingye said in a deep voice, You don't have to come. Meng Wantang went back and told Lu Qinghe about this, and without saying a word, Lu Qinghe went home to get the cart. He didn't come alone. He ran into Lu Qinghe on the way and called him to come along. In less than half an hour, Lu Qingye was lying on the Kong at home. The three children were not at home. Godan and Gosheng took Xiao Pang to the cornfield to weed, leaving only Meng Wantang at home. Sister-in-law, we're leaving. We have to go to work. Lu Qinghe dropped them off and pulled Lu Qinghe away. Meng Wantang looked at the pale-faced man and shook her head. While you're recovering these few days, you should drink the soup medicine too. Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang poured a cup of water and placed it where Lu Qingye could reach. I'm going out to work. You lie at home. I've put the water here for you, and I've left you a book to pass the time. Only then did Lu Qingye notice that she was wearing an old outfit and had a scarf on her head. Unlike others, she had her face completely covered and was holding a small hoe as she walked out. Meng Wantang is going to work. That would scare people. Who doesn't know that since Meng Wantang came to the countryside, she hasn't done a single bit of work. After marrying into their family, she hadn't even gone out to work. Fully armed, Meng Wantang arrived at the field, looking at the people working, and walked up to the scorekeeper. Little sister, give me a piece of land. Lu Xiaoyan was instantly shocked upon hearing this. What? What did you say? I said, give me a piece of land. I want to work. What's wrong with that? Is there a problem? Meng Wantang said so confidently that Lu Xiaoyan almost doubted herself. Lu Xiaoyan shook her head and pointed to a piece of land nearby. This piece of land is not being worked on. You can start with that if you want. Okay, Meng Wantang said as she walked in. Lu Xiaoyan watched her squatting there, seriously working, thinking she must be seeing things. Just then, a woman passed by, and she reached out to pull her. Sister-in-law, look at who this person is. Do you recognize her? The woman who was pulled looked at Meng Wantang in surprise. What happened to her? Why is she here working? She has been in our village for 5 or 6 years, but I've never seen her work in the fields. It's really like seeing a ghost. Lu Xiaoyan thought to herself. Isnt, it's just like seeing a ghost? I thought I was hallucinating. Lu Xiaoyan didn't dare to speak loudly, whispering to the woman. Suddenly, the woman remembered something and pulled Lu Xiaoyan aside to say, I heard that when the flood happened yesterday, Lu Qingye was swept away. They found him, but he is lying in the hospital. Lu Xiaoyan knew about this. The woman said mysteriously, Do you think Lu Qingye is paralyzed? She has no hope. So she was forced to come to work? Lu Xiaoyan thought the sister-in-law made sense. Couldn't he be, right? What if? The two of them watched Meng Wantang with a bit of schadenfreude, feeling quite satisfied. Meng Wantang had sharp hearing. Those two thought they were whispering, but she heard everything. Meng Wantang curled her lips in a mocking smile, speaking to the two with her back turned. Sorry, my man really isnt paralyzed. He sprained his waist while saving someone, and he'll be fine in a few days. Lu Xiaoyan and the woman froze, not expecting Meng Wantang to have heard them. She nudged the woman, and the two scurried away. Meng Wantang snorted softly. In this era, there are no televisions, let alone mobile phones. The only entertainment is gossiping and watching others' jokes. When others are not living well, they feel at ease. What a coincidence. Their family happens to be quite lively. All thanks to the original owner. If the original owner were here, she would give her 2 hoes. Meng Wantang. Her soft voice was charming and alluring, making one feel weak to the bone. Meng Wantang curiously turned around to see a woman in a loose coat that couldn't hide her ample chest, unable to resist looking down at her own. Chapter 26. Haven't you ever seen a married woman being harassed? Hers isn't small either, just not as big as the female leads. Meng Wantang didn't want to bother with Chun Jiaojiao. She had already torn ties with the Meng family, so there was no need to keep in touch. Her parents wrote her a letter. Chun Jiaojiao's eyes seemed to speak, crystal clear, yet with a hint of charm. If she were a man, she would definitely be stared at. Meng Wantang also liked beautiful women, but she felt nothing for Chun Jiaojiao. She said coldly, "What does that have to do with me? How could it not? Your parents raised you, always treating you like their own daughter. They were heartbroken when you went to the countryside, wrote to you, and you never replied, which is why they asked me to check on you." Chun Jiaojiao stepped into the nearby field, trying to catch up with Meng Wantang for a proper talk. Heartbroken? If they were heartbroken, why did they disregard my objections and send me to the countryside? Meng Wantang found it laughable. The original owner was good-looking, and many men had shown her affection. Some even introduced her to a decent job, ready for her to report to the art troupe. Just then, Chun Jiaojiao returned, and her adoptive parents asked her to give the job to Chun Jiaojiao, which the original owner naturally refused. But what she didn't expect was that everyone who had been trying to please her now stood by Chun Jiaojiao. It seemed that not giving the art troupe job to Chun Jiaojiao or not replacing her in the countryside was her fault. The original owner's resistance was futile. She was forcibly sent to the countryside. One must ask, if the original owner didn't go crazy, who would? Chun Jiaojiao, with red eyes, said, "But I didn't want that job. I came to the countryside first. Wantang, I have no sisters. I truly consider you a sister, but I don't want to." Meng Wantang just wanted to have no connection to the past. She said extremely coldly, "Chun Jiaojiao, listen clearly, I don't want any connection with you or the Meng family. I will pay back every penny I spend in the Meng family." Chun Jiaojiao bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. "Are you still unwilling to forgive me? I just want to live my own life now. If you can understand human language, please don't bother me again." She truly didn't want to have any connection with this woman or the Meng family. Meng Wantang expressionlessly continued weeding. "Wantang, don't follow me." Meng Wantang spoke quite impatiently. She arrived a bit late, but her work speed was not slow, and soon she caught up with the others working ahead. The people working here were all young wives. At first, they didn't pay attention to who this person was, only looking at the scarf on Meng Wantang's face. But when they realized it was Meng Wantang, the shock was immense. Meng Wantang had no idea how much shock she brought to those young wives. She only wanted to hoe the field and finish her work early to go home for a meal. Having never been in the 1970s, Meng Wantang didn't know that in this era, earning work points wasn't about finishing a piece of land to go home, but rather about the time to go back. After hoeing 2 rows of corn, Meng Wantang planned to go back. Lu Xiaoyan walked by and took a special glance inward. She was shocked to see Meng Wantang working quite fast, not slacking off at all. "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" Lu Xiaoyan asked, feeling a bit awkward seeing Meng Wantang about to leave. Meng Wantang naturally replied, "I'm going back. What's wrong?" Lu Xiaoyan found it hard to explain and subtly told her that one could only go back when the time was up. Meng Wantang frowned. She suddenly realized that everyone was working like they were at a job, clocking in and out together. How much work was done varied, some slacking while others worked hard. Clearly, she belonged to the hardworking type. Meng Wantang. She smiled. Without saying a word, she turned around and dove back into the cornfield. When she came out, she didn't rush back, but sat down at the edge of the field to rest. Meng Wantang. Why was someone calling her again? Didn't they say she was unpopular? Meng Wantang frowned and looked up to see a man standing not far away, narrowing her eyes slightly. The newcomer was Zhou Zhengyan, looking dark and gloomy at her. Probably because of the last time she tricked him out of money, it left him unhappy. Meng Wantang truly didn't understand where this kind of person got the face to hold a grudge against her. He was shameless himself, acting like a whore while trying to maintain a facade. The meat was his to eat, the shoes were his to wear, the clothes were his to take. Yet he wouldn't even make statement. If he had promised to marry the original owner, she might have looked at him differently. She was merely asking back for 80 yuan, and he showed her this face, making her look down on him. Comrade Zhou Zhengin, are you going to exchange something with me again? Meng Wantang shot back, making it clear she wouldn't give him any face. Zhou Zhengin sternly reprimanded. There are no others here. You don't need to put on an act. Is Lu Qingye back, and you're pressuring me to make a statement? What statement? Wasn't he here to ask her for money? Meng Wantang widened her eyes, looking confused and innocent at him. Zhou Zhengin knew Meng Wantang was pretty, a rare beauty. But her personality was bad and quite unpleasant. When she calmed down, no man would not want to have something with her. If you want to date me, that's not impossible. I hope you could divorce Lu Qingye. Although marrying a divorced woman doesn't sound good, considering your behavior, I might reconsider. What nonsense was he talking? Meng Wantang found it laughable. She grabbed the weeds she had hoed and threw them directly at Zhou Zhengin's face. I'll consider your ancestors for 8 generations. If you say one more word to me, I'll accuse you of harassment and make sure you lose all hope of returning to the city. Zhou Zhengin's face turned pale. Don't be ungrateful. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror and see what you're made of. You're not even as tall as our Lu Qingye, nor do you have his masculine aura. Did you think I would like you? Truly shameless. Meng Wantang turned to leave, but several people popped out of the cornfield. One was Miao Yinhua, another was Chun Jiaojiao, and the last one was Hu Dongsheng. Meng Wantang coldly glanced over. What are you looking at? Don't you see a married woman being harassed by a shameless dog? Chun Jiaojiao hesitated to say something. But Meng Wantang didn't even look at her and dove back into the cornfield. Once inside, she wished she could crawl out from the cornfield. Standing with Hu Dongsheng and Chun Jiaojiao made her feel like the entire cornfield was dirty. Miao Yinhua caught up, whispering, "You're really something? People say you were chasing Zhou Jiqing, but it turns out he was chasing you. Isn't it just that the original owner was chasing Zhou Zhengin?" Meng Wantang impatiently replied, "Haven't I told you? I was delivering something to him to try to get more money." "You're quite clever," Miao Yinhua said, genuinely impressed. Meng Wantang was speechless. Clever? I sold something worth 2 yuan for just 1 yuan to Zhou Zhengin. A huge loss. If it weren't for the original owner being such a headache, I wouldn't have to work so hard to clean up the mess. How's your husband doing? Miao Yinhua asked. Still raising him. Maybe after a month or so. He might not even get better. Meng Wantang was calculating the money at home, feeling anxious. By the way, start taking that herbal medicine. Take it for 2 months, all right? During this time, avoid cold water and cold drinks, wear more layers, and make sure to wear thicker shoes. You've already given birth, and if it still hurts this much, you can imagine how serious the problem is. Miao Yinhua didn't expect Meng Wantang would also buy her medicine back. And you said it wouldn't work, so you wouldn't pay. I'll pick some eggplants and small onions for you when I get home. Do you want some? Our vegetable garden is big, so feel free to come and pick whatever you want. Miao Yinhua has no money in her pocket to give to Meng Wantang, so she can only offer some vegetables for now. Once the autumn harvest comes, she will give her the money. Meng Wantang thought little of it and instantly smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, then I won't be polite." Chapter 27, he couldn't have not gone to the bathroom all morning, right? The family is poor. She could bend down for 5 pints of rice. Miao Yinhua still thought that Meng Wantang looked down on their family's little things. At this moment, she happily said, "Then hurry up and come over. We're going to plant big cabbages. These vegetables need to be eaten early. No one in our family likes to eat this. It's always the same stuff every day." Meng Wantang followed her to Miao Yinhua's house. In Miao Yinhua's vegetable garden, there were a lot of vegetables, including bitter melons, which were small and the size of a palm, some of which were already red. "This is a toad melon. I brought the seeds from my mother's house. Look at this seedling. It has produced quite a few toad melons. No one in my family likes to eat this. They all think it's bitter. If you want to eat it, I can pick a few for you. Sure, give me some seeds too, and I'll plant some next year." Meng Wantang didn't refuse. "Then wait a moment. I'll go get a basket." Miao Yinhua went to get a basket from under the window and picked a few toad melons for her, along with several good cucumbers. "I'll pick some of these kidney beans for you. These bean pods have no strings. They are tender and very delicious." Miao Yinhua picked a large basketful, noting that a single plant can produce quite a few bean pods. Meng Wantang found that it was indeed like that. Are these bean pods this high? No need for trellis? Meng Wantang thought all bean pods grew on trellises. No trellis, The ones on the trellis are over there. Those have more strings. Mainly you grow them a bit bigger to eat the beans. Ours are purple bean pods, if you want green ones. I can pick some from my mother-in-law's house for you. Miao Yinhua was very enthusiastic, mainly because she felt indebted and wanted to repay in some way. No need. Just give me some seeds when the time comes. I'll plant them myself. Meng Wantang had already decided not to ask Miao Yinhua for the money for those 2 prescriptions. Miao Yinhua had no money, and if these vegetables could be sold, it would be about that much money. All right. Miao Yinhua asked Meng Wantang if she wanted anything from what they had at home, and when Meng Wantang said no, she picked up some for herself. I'll pick some of these perilla leaves for you. The cucumbers are a bit old. When stir-frying cucumber slices, you can add some in. It tastes different from just stir-frying cucumber slices. Miao Yinhua shyly brushed her hair back, saying it was something she learned from her grandfather, who helped in a restaurant when he was young and secretly watched the chef do it. Meng Wantang thought it was quite good. One time when she ordered takeout, she saw a restaurant had stir-fried cucumbers with perilla as a signature dish. Really? I'll try it when I go back. On market day, Meng Wantang also bought some lard, as she needed to render oil when she got back. All right. Miao Yinhua handed the basket to Meng Wantang. If your family runs out of vegetables, just come over and take some. If someone in your family has back or leg pain, just come to my house and take a couple of plasters. What? Miao Yinhua had never heard such polite words. Meng Wantang thought it was quite normal to take plasters. After all, modern work leads to issues like tendinitis, frozen shoulder, and back pain from sitting for long periods. A few plasters are essential. I plan to make some plasters for Lu Qingya to put on. I can definitely make a lot at once. If anyone in your family has back pain or shoulder pain, just come to my house and take a couple to try. Miao Yinhua understood now, her eyes unable to hide her shock. You can make plasters? Making plasters is quite simple. If you have a stomach ache, I can give you a plaster too. But plasters only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, for a real cure. You need to drink some herbal soup and adjust properly. Miao Yinhua was the first person to show her kindness since she came to this world. Meng Wantang cherished this feeling very much. All right, I want to be polite with you. Then I'll go back to cook. Meng Wantang carried the basket home. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw 3 little ones had come back. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng were wearing their old clothes, and the little fat one squatted between the 2 older brothers, waiting for them to wash his hands. The rural kids run around outside all day, and the adults have no time to manage them. The younger kids' faces were all dirty. As for their clothes, some kids might not have washed them since the day they put them on until they could no longer be worn. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng's clothes were dirty, but compared to other kids, they were much cleaner. Their faces were also cleaner than those of other kids, and they were particularly well-behaved. What do you want to eat for lunch? Meng Wantang walked to the well and asked the 3 kids. Dog Sheng saw the toad melons in the basket and said, "What are you going to do with this? You can't eat this, it's bitter." Meng Wantang, toad melon is just bitter melon. This has very high nutritional value. Stir-fried with eggs or meat, it's really delicious. Don't like it? Then fine, we'll have toad melon stir-fried with eggs for lunch. Meng Wantang squatted down to start washing the vegetables and ordered Dog Sheng, "Go get a clean basin for Mom." Got it. Dog Sheng was quite obedient and got up to go inside to fetch the basin. Dog Dan washed the little fat one's face, then let him go play nearby, planning to help Meng Wantang wash the vegetables. Meng Wantang reached out to stop the little guy. "Did you and your brother also go weeding today?" "Uh-huh. Then that's fine. You don't need to help here. You guys go play inside and wait for lunch." Meng Wantang wanted to buy some milk, but unfortunately there was no milk. Not even cows. Milk powder wasn't on the market yet, and it would take another 2 years. The department store had milk powder for children, but it was expensive and hard to buy. Meng Wantang planned to take some time to go to the town to see if there were any milk candies in the department store. She wanted to buy some milk candies for the kids to eat. Then she would ask someone if they could contact the educated youth friends in Meng City to get some milk tablets back. It was only 1976. She would have to wait another 4 or 5 years before she could boldly do business and make money. Before that, she could only work in the fields to earn work points or use other methods to trade more eggs with those wealthy families. When Meng Wantang was in university, her roommate ate eggs every day, a bag of milk and an egg for breakfast. If she was hungry and didn't want to eat anything else, she would just keep eating eggs. Her roommate said their family conditions were not good, unlike other students from better-off families. but they could still enjoy the freedom of drinking milk and eating eggs. She also said that she could get into university all because she loved to eat eggs and drink milk. Meng Wantang looked at the three skinny kids with big heads and thought that while milk wouldn't be enough and meat couldn't be eaten at every meal, she had to strive to achieve the freedom to eat eggs. After washing the vegetables, she went in, and Lu Qingye was still lying on the Kong, looking unwell. "Are you feeling any better? Does your back still hurt? I'll put some plasters on you tonight and make some herbal soup for you. I won't have time at noon. As I still need to go to work, I'll take care of you when I come back tonight." Meng Wantang spoke so naturally, as if she were always this kind of person. Lu Qingye was taken aback, having seen a different Meng Wantang before, but still surprised by her actions. "It doesn't hurt. Really doesn't hurt?" Meng Wantang was skeptical and asked with half-closed eyes, "Roll over and let me see." She was really too direct. Despite having experienced it once, Lu Qingye still wasn't used to it. "Can't move? Is it serious?" Without waiting for Lu Qingye to respond, Meng Wantang suddenly said, "You couldn't have not gone to the bathroom all morning, right?" As she spoke, she came over to press on his lower abdomen. Chapter 28. Lu Qingye was anxious. He quickly turned over, cooperating quite well. He was genuinely worried that she might take action directly. From the looks of it, it seemed like there was really nothing wrong. Meng Wantang said it was fine, but when she examined him, she was quite serious. "Comrade Lu Qingye, if you don't want to recover your health, just keep messing around. It's not shameful to admit defeat, but if you think admitting defeat is shameful, then when your back hurts every day in the future, don't regret it." Lu Qingye's ears were a bit hot. He didn't even pay attention to what she was saying, only feeling her delicate fingers on his waist. Even the pain seemed less pronounced. The combination of these two sensations was quite refreshing. "Do you want to lie down for a while, or turn over?" Meng Wantang asked again. Lu Qingye immediately wanted to lie down, but as soon as his arm propped up, he was pressed down by Meng Wantang. "What are you doing? Did my previous words go in one ear and out the other? Lu Qingye, please respect your doctor. In your current state, even a deity can't cure your back." Meng Wantang scolded Lu Qingye without reservation. Being scolded this time felt entirely different from before. Lu Qingye clearly felt that Meng Wantang had genuinely changed. "Should I go slowly then?" His tone was not as stiff as before. Meng Wantang's expression was calm, her tone serious. "Otherwise, just turn over? Your back doesn't hurt at all? It's better to have short pain than long pain." "Huh." Lu Qingye instantly dared not speak. For some reason, he felt that the current Meng Wantang, who was not hysterical and did not curse, was more terrifying than before. "Go slowly. Bring your legs over first. Hold on a bit. Good. Slowly lie flat. Don't move around. Just speak up if you need anything. If you want to go to the bathroom, I'll bring you a bedpan." Meng Wantang had just seen the dog take the little fat one to relieve himself, and only then remembered that there was a bedpan in the house. It was just right to bring it over for Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye stiffened, his expression unchanged as he said, "No need. I can go to the bathroom. Just mess around." Meng Wantang's tone was not very good. Lu Qingye was forcing himself. As long as he said he could definitely go. He wasn't completely paralyzed in bed. However, he should drink less water to avoid frequent trips to the bathroom. For lunch, Meng Wantang cooked several dishes. She cut a pound of pork belly, fried it to render some fat, added soy sauce and seasonings, then put in the clean green beans to stir fry. When it was almost done, she poured in some rice soup and started to simmer it on low heat. She then placed a wooden rack on top and finally steamed the rice from the bowl above. The rice was a mix of indica and millet. After thinking for a moment, she scooped out 2 spoonfuls of lard, added some soy sauce and chopped green onions, and put it in the pot as well. Lard mixed with rice was better with millet. There were still quite a few chives at home. While the rice was steaming, she cut a handful of chives, washed them, and planned to stir-fry them with dried shrimp. Dried shrimp were cheap, and kelp and knife fish were also very inexpensive. However, knife fish needed to be fried in oil, which was not something their family could afford right now. Besides, eating this was not as good as buying more kelp and dried shrimp. Both were easy to store. Meng Wantang saw that the rice was almost done, finished stir-frying the chives with dried shrimp, and then used that pot to make a tomato soup. "Dog egg. Set the table and get bowls for dinner." Once the meal was ready, Meng Wantang called out loudly, and the 3 little ones rushed in. Dog Sheng moved the table. Dog Egg took the bowls, and Little Fat helped grab the chopsticks, only to be pinned down by his brother on the Kong to wait for dinner. Meng Wantang brought the rice out and directly into the room. Seeing Lu Qingye struggling, she said, "Don't sit up, just lean against the quilt and eat. Those 2 pillows are made of buckwheat. Leaning on them will be more comfortable." Meng Wantang instructed Dog Egg, "Go get those 2 pillows for your dad." Lu Qingye stared blankly at her face. Clearly, she was still the same person, her temper still as bad, yet he didn't find her annoying. How'd she manage that? Meng Wantang knelt beside him, supporting his back, placed the pillows down, and turned her head to ask, "Is this comfortable?" As she spoke, her breath brushed against his ear, making Lu Qingye feel a bit awkward and want to move away. "It's okay. All right, then you can eat like this. I'll get you a basin. You can eat from that," Meng Wantang said as she got up to get the rice. Lu Qingye froze. He could eat, but there was no need to emphasize it so much. He met Little Fat's surprised gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "If you eat more, you'll be as tall as Dad." Little Fat didn't say anything, but he understood. When it came to eating, Meng Wantang was almost scared. "Little Fat, if you're full, you don't have to eat anymore. It will be troublesome if you overeat." Meng Wantang even reached out to feel the child's stomach. When Little Fat wanted to eat for the 3rd time, she firmly stopped him, saying, "You can't eat like this. Your stomach will hurt tonight." Meng Wantang moved the child to the side to let him play by himself. The pork belly stewed with green beans was rich and flavorful, and the children ate with their mouths full of oil. Meng Wantang only ate a bit of green beans, preferring to eat rice mixed with lard. When she ate millet rice, she felt as though she couldn't open her mouth. As soon as she did, the rice would fall out. Eating also made her throat feel dry. Another day of missing regular rice. After Meng Wantang had eaten enough, she started to check on Lu Qingye. When she came back, she noticed Lu Qingye hadn't drunk much water. The weather was quite hot. How could he not drink water? It would be troublesome if he got dehydrated. "You haven't drunk much water today. Drink more soup." Meng Wantang poured the remaining soup into Lu Qingye's basin. Lu Qingye. He didn't want to go to the bathroom frequently. Getting up once felt like his back was broken. The feeling wasn't unbearable, just very uncomfortable. Has the flood receded? Lu Qingye changed the topic subtly, quietly dividing the soup in his bowl between his 2 sons. "Not yet. I heard it will take a few more days to recede. It's still raining up there." As soon as Meng Wantang finished speaking, Dog Xing shouted, "Dad, I don't want soup. I want to eat rice mixed with lard." Meng Wantang looked at Lu Qingye with meaningful eyes. This unlucky child. Lu Qingye frowned, looking serious. "Didn't you finish eating already?" "I finished eating, but I could still eat half a bowl of rice." Dog Xing didn't want to drink soup. He didn't want to drink a drop. Meng Wantang didn't want the child to eat too much rice. She needed him to eat more vegetables, as vegetables could fill him up too. Besides, the dishes she made weren't very salty. "You 2 brothers share this dish. Don't leave any leftovers. If the chives are left over, they won't taste good." While saying this, Meng Wantang finished dividing the food for Dog Egg and Dog Xing, and seeing Little Fat looking eagerly, she gave him some too. "Hurry up and drink. Finish the soup so we can clear the table." Lu Qingye was indeed thirsty. He drank the soup until not a drop was left. Just as he set the basin down, he heard Meng Wantang ask him, "By the way, since you've been injured for so long and can't go to the tractor station, do you want me to go talk to your boss and say you need a rest for a while?" Chapter 29. Lu Qingye's courage is unusual. The road is too long. Lu Qingye racked his brain to come up with a sentence, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Meng Wantang. "Not far. I can borrow a bicycle later. Half an hour back and forth should be enough, right?" Meng Wantang didn't want Lu Qingye to lose his job. In this era, the happiness index of working-class families is the highest. No matter what, this job must be preserved. Lu Qingye didn't actually work at the tractor station, and if she went there now, it would definitely expose him. Given Meng Wantang's character, she would probably make a big fuss about it. Lu Qingye appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually thinking of countermeasures. "Is anyone home?" "Second brother." Lu Qingye immediately said to Meng Wantang, "Someone's here." "Huh, really? I'll go take a look." "Dog Dan, you 2 take the table down." Meng Wantang put down her chopsticks and got up to go outside. At the entrance stood a man she didn't recognize, with a buzz cut, dressed in military green, and wearing a pair of yellow rubber shoes. He was sweating because he had walked there. Meng Wantang opened the door and asked him, "Who are you looking for? Is this Lu Qingye's home?" The man was taken aback when he saw Meng Wantang's appearance. The department head's wife is quite beautiful. No wonder the department head never looks at women outside. When women approach him, he looks impatient, completely like a big iceberg who doesn't understand romance. If he were the department head, he wouldn't be interested in those flashy women. Without saying anything else, Feng Dongyang quickly looked away, not daring to look again. Yes, this is Lu Qingye's home. May I ask what you need him for? Meng Wantang still held some suspicion toward strangers. Sister-in-law, hello, my name is Feng Dongyang, and I am Lu Qingye's colleague. Feng Dongyang hurriedly explained his purpose for coming. Yesterday and today, comrade Lu Qingye didn't come to work, and I was worried something had happened, so I specifically came to check on him. Oh, so you're his colleague. Coming quickly. He got injured and is lying inside to recuperate. Meng Wantang hurriedly invited him in. Injured? Feng Dongyang was stunned and immediately became anxious, asking, how did he get injured? Wasn't he fine the day before yesterday? Meng Wantang took a closer look at Feng Dongyang. He seemed quite nice. Lu Qingye had just started and hadn't even stayed a day, and this person could specifically come and ask about him. So kind-hearted. The day before yesterday, we had a major flood here. He got injured while saving people and needs to rest for a month or two. Meng Wantang saw Feng Dongyang's face turn quite ugly, and her heart sank. It seemed that the goal of letting Lu Qingye rest for a few more days couldn't be achieved. Is the injury that serious? Feng Dongyang was anxious inside. If a department head didn't go to the office, what about their follow-up work? The people they just brought back were still waiting for the department head to interrogate them. Besides the department head, no one else had that ability. Otherwise, Feng Dongyang wouldn't have made a special trip here. Yes, he needs to rest well. Meng Wantang tentatively asked, Comrade Feng, if he takes a month or two off due to his injury, will he be dismissed from the unit? Feng Dongyang was taken aback. He thought the department head was the highest official in their unit, which was directly managed by the city. The department head could take a month off for injury, and even 6 months of sick leave would be fine. No, he won't, Feng Dongyang assured confidently. Meng Wantang felt relieved and warmly welcomed him inside, saying, Lu Qingye, your colleague from a tractor station has come see you. Feng Dongyang paused, puzzled, and opened his mouth to ask, tractor station? Yes. Did the station head send you here? Lu Qingye discreetly signaled to Feng Dongyang. Although Feng Dongyang didn't understand why they were calling the safety department a tractor station, the department head's platform must not be dismantled. The station head asked me to come and see why you didn't go to work and if there are any difficulties at home. Feng Dongyang spoke without needing to draft a script. Lu Qingye said seriously, I may need to take half a month off. You will be responsible for work-related matters. If there are any difficulties, come find me. Comrade Feng, please sit. I'll get you a cup of water. When Meng Wantang went out, she also took the 3 kids with her. Feng Dongyang hurriedly called out, Sister-in-law, no need, I'm not thirsty. It's just well water. Meng Wantang said as she went outside to fetch water. Inside the house, Lu Qingye lowered his voice and continued to speak rapidly with Feng Dongyang. You need to go to the tractor station and tell the station head about my situation. No matter who asks, I work at the tractor station and earn 20 yuan a month. Feng Dongyang's mouth twitched. The department head's monthly salary was over 100 yuan. How could he say it was only 20? He was puzzled in his heart, but respectfully said, Department head, you can rest assured. I'll take care of this. You go back early and keep an eye on those people at the flour factory. If they take action, just bring them back directly. If not, just keep watching and we'll discuss when I return. Understood. Meng Wantang pressed a while for well water before bringing a pitcher of icy water into the room. Comrade Feng, have some water. Thank you, sister-in-law. Feng Dongyang took it and drank a few sips. The freshly drawn water was sweet. Comrade Feng, you haven't eaten yet, right? How about having a bite at home? Meng Wantang felt quite grateful for this young man. If it weren't for Feng Dongyang coming, she would have to go to the tractor station herself. Feng Dongyang quickly waved his hand. Sister-in-law, I ate before coming. I need to go back to work now. You're leaving already? Meng Wantang thought he would stay a bit longer. The unit is quite busy. Feng Dongyang said he was always busy grabbing a bite on the roadside. Then wait, I'll get you some cold water. Meng Wantang took Feng Dongyang's military water bottle, went outside to fill it with well water, and handed it to him. This well water won't upset your stomach. It's all groundwater. In summer, drinking this water is just right. Feng Dongyang smiled when he heard this. Sister-in-law, do you know that if we put cold water in this military water bottle, it can stay cool for a long time? Of course, we have this at home too. This was something she discovered that morning. When she went to work, she specifically filled some well water. And who would have thought that by noon? The water was still cold, making it very comfortable to drink. Lu Qingye frowned and said in a deep voice, Xiao Feng, what time do you start work? Feng Dongyang immediately stood up to say goodbye. Sister-in-law, I'll take my leave. Stay for a while longer. Meng Wantang was warm and hospitable. Feng Dongyang insisted on leaving, standing up and walking out. Meng Wantang saw him off and called the 3 kids back in for their afternoon nap. She complained to Lu Qingye, you can't just rely on your age to call him Xiao Feng. He's been an old employee at the tractor station. If he gives you a hard time later, what will you do? Lu Qingye replied, he wouldn't dare. Chapter 30, Lu Qingye's wife forget it. When you feel better and go to work, invite them back home for a meal. Don't make them uncomfortable. Meng Wantang turned to the 3 little ones and said, you 3 go lie on the Kong and sleep. Mom, it's hot in the room. Dogxing doesn't want to lie in there. Meng Wantang thought for a moment and said, then you 3 can sleep outside. The old house has been cleaned up, and there are still quite a few unburned carved blue bricks. She went over to stack the bricks and dragged over their broken door panel, placing it on top of the bricks she had stacked. The bricks were not stacked high, about 40 centimeters. With the door panel on top, it turned into a bed that was 1 meter wide, just enough for 3 kids to sleep on. Meng Wantang laid a straw mat on top and turned to the 3 little ones, saying, you 3 can sleep here at noon. This place isn't in the sun. It's well ventilated and breathable. Dogshun was the first to climb up, lying on it and rolling around a couple of times. Brother, hurry up. Dogden wanted to hug his little brother, but Meng Wantang didn't need him to do anything. She bent down and picked up the little chubby one, placing him on top. Mom, I'll put the little chubby one to sleep. Dogdan lay down and skillfully patted his little brother. Meng Wantang sighed in her heart. How could such a sensible and helpful son be so endearing? All right, you 3 go to sleep. In the afternoon, just take care of your little brother at home. No need to work, and you can't go to the river, especially not to look at the flood ahead. In the end, Meng Wantang couldn't bear to let the 3 little ones earn work points. Dogdan pursed his lips, a hint of vigilance in his eyes, but Meng Wantang didn't notice. As soon as she left, Dogsheng whispered, Brother, she doesn't let us earn work points. Is she thinking of secretly taking our points? Dogdan had just been thinking about this. I hope not. Dogdan fell asleep with a heavy heart. Meng Wantang entered the house and saw that Lu Qingye's face was red. She quickly reached out to touch his forehead, but he dodged her. What are you doing? I want to see if you have a high fever. No. Meng Wantang didn't believe him. But your face is red. How can you be fine? Could it be the heat? The windows in the house were open, and the doors in front and back were also open. At this time, there were few people in the house, and it was quite ventilated. Lu Qingye's face turned even redder. You don't want to go to the bathroom, do you? Meng Wantang looked surprised. Wait, I'll go get you a spittoon. Without waiting for Lu Qingye to refuse, Meng Wantang had already gone out. When she returned, she had the spittoon in hand and reached out to pull down his pants. Lu Qingye held on tightly. No need, I'll do it myself. Can you go out for a moment? Can you reach? Meng Wantang questioned. Lu Qingye didn't speak, reaching for the spittoon and measuring it for him. Meng Wantang, I didn't realize your arms are quite long. Lu Qingye. She waited outside for a while, and when she didn't hear any movement inside, she urged, hurry up. From inside, Lu Qingye's muffled voice came. Can you go to the backyard? Or the front yard will do. What's wrong? She stood in the room. Could he really not go? After casually asking, Meng Wantang went outside, calling out from outside. Call me when you're done. Lu Qingye. About 5 minutes later, Meng Wantang heard Lu Qingye call her. TSK. Truly worthy of a well-known character in H novels. His prostate is quite good. Meng Wantang gasped, coming back to her senses, and patted her head. Meng Wantang, wake up. A good prostate doesn't mean good X-ability. Even if the X-ability is good, it doesn't mean the size is right. After all, most men don't measure up. Meng Wantang touched her face. It felt good, not hot. Lu Qingye definitely couldn't tell what she had been thinking just now. She boldly walked back inside, holding the spittoon and heading outside. Both of them felt guilty. Neither looked at the other, so they naturally didn't know that their faces were as red as monkey bottoms. Meng Wantang emptied the spittoon in the backyard, then took it to the front to wash it clean before bringing it back in and placing it by the edge of the Kong. Lu Qingye didn't want to see the spittoon at all. Wait a moment, I'll go get some water. Meng Wantang also handed him the soap from home. The soap was expensive, costing 36 cents apiece. This was what the original owner used to wash her own clothes. Lu Qingye carefully washed his hands and then took the towel to dry them before handing it back to Meng Wantang. Thank you. No need to be so polite. Meng Wantang took the items outside, squatting in the yard to wash her hands thoroughly before going back inside. She had worked all morning and had no rest at home. As soon as she lay down, she fell asleep immediately. Lu Qingye, on the other hand, had no intention of sleeping at all. His deep-set eyes occasionally fixed on Meng Wantang for a while before looking down at his own hands, his expression quite grave. Meng Wantang slept for 40 minutes, woke up to wash her face, filled a military water bottle with water, and then put on a scarf. She bent down to pick up the spittoon and placed it where Lu Qingye could reach it. If you want to go to the bathroom, you don't have to go out, just take care of it in the room. I'll come back and empty it for you. Lu Qingye. Then I'm leaving. Meng Wantang came out of the house, and the 3 children were still sleeping. She took her small hoe and went to the field where she had weeded in the morning to wait. It wasn't long before everyone arrived one after another. Many people saw Meng Wantang but didn't recognize her. From a distance, they wondered who she was. Why was she out working with her face covered? Was she that ashamed? When they got closer, oh, Meng Wantang. No wonder she had to cover up. She really can't be seen. Everyone tacitly isolated her, and Meng Wantang didn't join them. After all, she was there to earn work points, not to make friends. Quality over quantity when it comes to friends. One Miao Yinhua was enough. Just as she was thinking this, Miao Yinhua arrived. Dogden's mom. I thought you weren't coming in the afternoon. Miao Yinhua didn't expect Meng Wantang to be so hardworking. Hearing this address, Meng Wantang couldn't hold back any longer. Please call me Lu Yunha's mom. Huh? Who is Lu Yunha? Lu Yunha is Dogden's full name. The child has grown up. Don't call him Dogdan. It sounds bad. Meng Wantang thought of when she first came to the countryside. A 70-year-old man sitting at the door smoking. Not far away, another old man of similar age walked over and shouted to the smoking man, Dogdan, come play poker. Dogdan, holding a cigarette, replied ungraciously, not playing. What's wrong with playing for a while? Go find Tai Chue to play with. Meng Wantang's mind was filled with the image of that old man when she heard Dogden's name. Miao Yinhua muttered quietly, you never used to care before. In the past, when Dogdan and Dogsheng were little, they would just call him Lu Yunha and Lu Sueha. When our little chubby one grows up a bit, we'll call him Lu Jinhua. Seeing Miao Yinhua's speechless expression, Meng Wantang made a note of it for the original owner, thinking, it's fine if you call me by my name. Lu Qingye's wife. Are you all city folks, so poor in particular? Chapter 31. The slap in the face came too quickly like a tornado. Miao Yinhua truly had no teacher when it came to being infuriating. What kind of city person am I? You know very well that I'm not my parents' biological child. The biological daughter of my parents is Chun Jiao, who is the adopted daughter of the Chun family. So I don't even know who my parents are. Meng Wantang never understood who her biological parents were in her previous life. And in this life, she still hasn't figured out her origins. The adoptive parents of the original host treated her poorly as well. If it weren't for the original host's good looks and the fact that she was particularly popular among the boys in the courtyard, she might have been left in the countryside to be tormented by old Lady Meng. But everything changed when Chun Jiao returned. The men who used to revolve around her all went to please Chun Jiao. What is so good about Chun Jiao? ISNT is just that she has a bigger chest, a cavia backside, and is a white tiger. Aside from her hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes, she has no other body hair. In other words, those scumbags are all top-notch. Even the young men from the Chun family. Upon learning that Chun Jiao was not their biological sister, still foolishly dreamed of marrying her. Just thinking about how the original host sent Chun Jiao to marry a rough peasant as soon as she arrived in the countryside made her want to see the expressions of those scumbags in the courtyard. Unfortunately, she arrived too late. Her relationship with her adoptive parents had broken down, and all her friends refused to associate with her. On the other hand, this was actually quite good. A husband she had slept with twice, an average son, and in-laws who seemed honest but were actually quite scheming. The neighborhood relations were extremely bad, and there was almost no interaction among the villagers. The only acquaintance she had among the educated youth was Zhou Zheng'an. the one she had eagerly tried to please. Fortunately, Zhou Zhengin was unwilling to pay her any attention or talk to her. Otherwise, she would have to be extra cautious when approaching him. Miao Yinhua dared not speak again, carefully following Meng Wantang along the way. The corn had to wait until the flood receded before they could weed it. She heard that people had even caught a few fish from inside, weighing over 3 pounds. The team leader organized people to catch fish, hoping to catch more so that each household could get 2. Miao Yinhua was craving meat. However, she didn't particularly like eating fish. They were guarding the river, and the West Village also had a fish pond where many white catfish were raised. During festivals, each household could get 2 pounds of fish. Fish meat was fishy, lacked oil, and had many bones. Everyone didn't really like it. This was still meat. In poor households, they often stewed fish directly with tofu. The fish stewed by others was a different matter compared to Meng Wantang's. Other families would roughly cut the fish into pieces, toss them directly into the pot, chop the tofu into blocks, and cook them together. Then they would just add some salt, and that would be it. It would be a clear broth, hard to swallow. Could they get a fish? Meng Wantang thought about how much she bought at the market this time, including 50 eggs. Although 50 eggs sounded like a lot, they would be gone in just a few days. With so many people at home, 5 eggs in the morning would be eaten in 10 days. Miao Yinhua confidently said, "We will definitely get some." Many people didn't like eating fish. They just wanted to join in the fun and help catch some fish. When it came time to distribute, they didn't want any, complaining that cooking fish wasted firewood and that the pot would still smell fishy. The women were weeding in the field. Meng Wantang and Miao Yinhua weeded from one end to the other and back again. Each did 3 rows. Lu Xiaoyan came over to record work points and couldn't help but look at Meng Wantang a couple more times. It was truly unbelievable. Meng Wantang actually worked honestly for a whole day and earned a day's worth of work points. The team is distributing fish. If you want some, go get it, Lu Xiaoyan said before continuing forward. Meng Wantang and Miao Yinhua exchanged glances and immediately headed towards the team. There were quite a few people standing in the team yard. Inside were many large basins filled with fish still flopping around. They were all common white catfish, grass carp, and carp. Everyone didn't like eating carp because it was even fishier. 1 carp, 1 white catfish, and 1 grass carp. Some people were explaining while registering, but some didn't want the carp. Meng Wantang took all 3. Miao Yinhua did the same. The carp isn't tasty, it has a strong, earthy, fishy taste. Miao Yinhua said this, but still couldn't bear to refuse it. Their family was large and quite poor. If others didn't want to eat carp, then she would have to eat it herself. If she didn't eat carp, there would be no other fish to eat. Meng Wantang casually said, "When we get home, clean the fish and pour some yellow wine on it to get rid of the fishy smell." You really dare to say that? If I pour yellow wine, I might as well not eat the fish. Miao Yinhua didn't want to be scolded by her mother-in-law for a year. Meng Wantang fell silent. Then let's just remove the white tendons from the sides of the fish belly. That will also help reduce the fishy smell. Miao Yinhua thought this was feasible. How do we do it? Just come to our house. I'll handle it, and you can watch. In the future, you can do it yourself. Meng Wantang wasn't being overly kind. She just treated her only friend quite well. Removing the tendons was a skill. Meng Wantang first handled the carp, stunning it with a knife before gutting it. After dealing with the entrails, she began to remove the tendons. Miao Yinhua felt dizzy watching. As Meng Wantang pulled out all the tendons, she realized what it meant to have the eyes see, but not the hands know. Did you learn? Meng Wantang looked up to see Miao Yinhua's bewildered face. Meng Wantang remained silent. I'll do it again. You watch closely. Okay, I'll definitely pay attention. 3 minutes later, Meng Wantang asked, "Did you learn?" Miao Yinhua still looked confused. Forget it. I'll just eat the carp with the earthy, fishy taste. Today, as carp with less earthy, fishy taste would be the last time. She needed to savor the flavor. Meng Wantang saw that the other 2 fish were still alive. So she threw them into the water tank where the lotus flowers were growing, letting them live a few more days. She washed her hands and went inside. The spit basin wasn't on the Kong, but under it. It was still clean inside. Meng Wantang frowned. "Did you get out of bed by yourself?" Lu Qingye, who was about to explain, said, "No one is immune to getting sick. In the future, if you get older and end up bedridden, and then have to insert a catheter, wouldn't you faint?" Meng Wantang was very angry. After saying that, she went out to cook. Lu Qingye was shocked. She burned the house to force herself to come back for the divorce, and now that he was back, she not only didn't want a divorce, but was also thinking about the future. Was this still Meng Wantang? The carp weighed over 5 pounds. Meng Wantang thought for a moment and decided to braise it. Braised carp has a strong flavor that can overpower the remaining fishy smell. She still had the green beans Miao Inhua gave her, so she cut a small piece of pork belly and made a dish of pork belly stewed with green beans. It wasn't really stewing. She just stir-fried the pork belly until it was cooked, then added the green beans to stir-fry. If the green beans weren't cooked through, they could be toxic. She sprinkled some water inside, simmered on low heat, and waited until the green beans were thoroughly cooked before turning up the heat to reduce the sauce. The meal was ready. A few children returned home. They washed their hands and faces, then set the table for dinner. When Meng Wantang called, the children quickly went to wash their hands, very obediently. The dishes were all on the table, and Lu Qingya looked at a 5-pound braised carp, glancing at Meng Wantang, wanting to say something but stopping short. Meng Wantang sneered and slammed her chopsticks on the table. Lu Qingya, this is all the food we have at home. Don't think about taking any to your parents to taste. They also have fish. Why haven't they brought you a bowl? Before she finished speaking, the voice of the eldest son of the Lu family came from the door. Second brother, are you home? Chapter 32. Dad, how can you not even keep your own wife? Meng Wantang coldly sneered at the foreman, and if anyone dared to laugh out loud, she would make them pay. I'll go out and take a look. Meng Wantang stood up and walked out. At the entrance, she saw Lu Qingya standing outside. As soon as he saw her come out, he instantly felt anxious, his brows knitted tightly, wishing he could turn around and leave. Is the second one at home? Lu Qingya didn't want to talk to Meng Wantang, but was forced to ask. He.S. home. What is the matter? Meng Wantang asked indifferently, recalling the original owner's attitude towards Lu Qingya. Lu Qingya didn't sense anything wrong and said gruffly, Dad and Mom want the second one to go over. He was already waiting to be scolded, yet there was no movement. Lu Qingya looked up at Meng Wantang and found her expression quite strange, making him feel uncomfortable. He was hospitalized yesterday and just got back this morning. Didn't you all know? Meng Wantang asked with a half-smile. Lu Qingya was surprised. What happened? Almost got swept away by the river. Haven't you heard anything about it? Meng Wantang found it very interesting that the Lu family didn't seem to care about Lu Qingya. Even the simple-minded Lu Laoda was the same. If there's anything, I can go over later. Meng Wantang said directly without waiting for Lu Qingya to speak. I'll have a meal and then go. You can go back first. Saying this, she went back inside. Meng Wantang noticed that the children were very hungry, staring at the braised carp with drool, not even touching their chopsticks. Hurry up and eat, or it'll get cold. You three finish the fish, eat slowly, and don't get pricked by the bones. Meng Wantang picked a piece and put it in the bowl, removing the bones before placing it in the little fat boy's bowl. The little fat boy was using a spoon, and his eating speed was really slow. His two brothers had finished half the fish, while he was still chewing his mouthful. Who's here? Lu Qingya asked naturally. Your elder brother. Meng Wantang said expressionlessly. Lu Qingya was taken aback. Elder brother? What is he here for? He said your dad and mom want you to go over. If I hadn't said anything, they wouldn't have known you were injured. It's such a big deal, and they didn't hear a thing. Meng Wantang seized the opportunity to plant some seeds of doubt. This wasn't stirring up trouble. It was just pointing out the key issue. Lu Qingya furrowed his brows, unable to tell whether he was happy or not. I'll go over later, he said. Meng Wantang ate quickly. She didn't eat pork belly, but she liked the green beans stir-fried with pork belly. The beans soaked up the flavor, and with the oil, they tasted amazing. Meng Wantang not only ate herself, but also fed the children. The little fat boy had oil all over his mouth. Go Sheng and Go Dan acted like two little puppies that hadn't eaten in hundreds of years, munching on this and that, wanting to eat everything. Meng Wantang didn't stop them and generously placed the fish tail and head into Lu Qingya's bowl. Eat more, replenish your brain. Don't be so foolish as to get sold and then count the money for others. Lu Qingya. Go Dan secretly glanced at his dad and found his expression very strange. Then he looked up at his mom, who had already finished and gone out. She specifically washed her face, rearranged her hair, and changed her clothes before going out. Dad, doesn't Mom look like she's going on a blind date? Go Sheng, still chewing on the braised carp, immediately leaned nervously toward Lu Qingye when he saw his mom leave. What if his mom disliked his dad and insisted on divorcing him? She definitely wouldn't want them three burdens. If that happened, he would no longer get to eat such delicious meals. His dad would definitely marry a second wife, and the stepmother would surely mistreat the three of them. Gosheng was filled with worry. Dad, you really can't do this. You can't even keep your own wife, and you still let us three suffer with you. Ouch. Before Gosheng could finish his sentence, Lu Qingye knocked him on the head. Gosheng protested. I didn't say anything wrong. You can't even shut your mouth while eating. Lu Qingye's face darkened, and Gosheng became obedient, not daring to say a word despite being full of grievances. It was still not dark outside. Meng Wantang went out through the small door in the backyard. After walking for a few minutes, she arrived. She didn't call out to anyone and directly entered the house, almost bumping into Feng Yume at the door. Feng Yume impatiently looked up, and, upon seeing it was Meng Wantang, awkwardly called out, second sister-in-law. Where is everyone? Meng Wantang never called the mom and dad. It was either Lu Laotu or your parents. Feng Yume peered into the room and quietly said, inside, sister-in-law, is the second brother feeling better? Not better, still recuperating, Meng Wantang replied, glancing at Feng Yume and noticing something was off with her. Could it be that the 1 yuan she gave made Feng Yume let go of her grievances? If it were her, she might also feel embarrassed to scold others again. Do you know why they're looking for your second brother? Meng Wantang pulled her aside and asked in a low voice. Feng Yume looked left and right and whispered, Mom wants to lie on the Kong for 10 days or half a month. Meng Wantang squinted, understanding the old lady's intention. TSK. She kindly told Feng Yume to go back to her own room. Don't come over if there's nothing. Feng Yume used to be the one charging in a battle, and now that she didn't have to confront Meng Wantang, she felt a bit unaccustomed. Meng Wantang didn't care how she felt and directly entered the house. The Lu family's house was still made of stone, and the roof wasn't even covered with newspaper. There were cobwebs on the beams. Inside was a reddish-brown cabinet, with much of the paint already chipped away. Looking somewhat ugly, the floor was still uneven and bumpy. Old Lady Lu was lying on the Kong with a towel on her forehead. As soon as Meng Wantang lifted the door curtain and entered, she heard Old Lady Lu moaning, oh dear, oh dear. Old Man Lu sat silently beside her. Meng Wantang had been standing in the room for a minute, and no one spoke to her. Meng Wantang sneered inwardly. No matter what their purpose for finding Lu Qingye was, or how bad their relationship with her was, she had come, and they should at least ask how Lu Qingye was doing, whether he was feeling better. Yet these two old folks were playing this game with her. It seemed they didn't have any urgent matters. Since there was nothing, then I'll leave. Meng Wantang only said this to test the waters and found that both Old Lady Lu and Old Man Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Wantang narrowed her eyes. Since you have nothing to say, then I'll talk about my business. When is Lu Qingye going to return the money he took from me for his treatment? As soon as Meng Wantang finished speaking, she saw Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu looking at her in shock. You have more than just Lu Qingye as a son. No matter what happens, as long as money is spent, it should be shared equally among the three brothers. Old Lady Lu nearly choked at this. This money has nothing to do with you. Meng Wantang laughed in anger. The money you took from me. And you tell me it has nothing to do with me? Chapter 33. Come on. Explain where the 800 yuan when Old Man Lu lowered his head and remained silent. He used to be like this too. No matter how chaotic things were at home, he would never say a word. Every time he spoke, it would calm things down. It seemed like they were regressing. But in reality, their goal had already been achieved. The original owner was foolishly proud, not realizing she was a complete fool. There was no one in this world dumber than her. You don't earn a single penny. All this money was earned by my son. Besides, we haven't divided the family yet. Old Lady Lu weakly said this and then coughed violently a few times, sounding just like a real cough. It was a bit scary. If it were someone else, they might have been frightened to death, worried that the old lady had tuberculosis and would want to run away. But the person in front of her was Meng Wantang, and that cough was so fake it could win an award. Old Lady Lu thought Meng Wantang would explode in anger, but to her surprise, Meng Wantang actually laughed. It was a laugh that sent chills down people's spines. Meng Wantang didn't know what kind of person Old Lady Lu was before, thinking the original owner had done something outrageous. Now that she knew, How could she swallow this anger? The original owner was foolish and wicked, and the ones most wronged were the 3 children at home. Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu were accomplices too, and the sister-in-law, she was also a pitiful person, sold out by the old couple, yet still counting the money. Growing up under the red flag, Meng Wantang had a strong sense of justice and couldn't stand such things. If she didn't expose these 2 old folks, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. So we haven't divided the family? Meng Wantang frowned and said. A trace of pride flashed in Old Lady Lu's eyes. A sense of superiority as if she was playing with someone in the palm of her hand. Meng Wantang felt disgusted. Since we haven't divided the family, let's divide it today then. Meng Wantang said casually. Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu were dumbfounded. No division, Old Lady Lu said with great vigor. Not at all like someone who was sick. Meng Wantang squinted her eyes and sneered. What kind of spring and autumn dream are you having? You say you don't want to divide, so we won't? Let me tell you, even if the King of Heaven comes today, this family must be divided. Feng Yumei. Go call the team leader. I don't want that 1 yuan from you anymore. Feng Yumei was hiding at the door, secretly watching. She didn't want to get involved, but when her name was called, it felt quite awkward. Just as she was in a dilemma, she heard the last sentence and thought of her son having a fever, with the old lady refusing to give her money for his treatment. Without saying a word, she walked outside. Lu Qingshun chased after her and grabbed her hand, saying, Where are you going? Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Feng Yumei had many children at home, with 6 older brothers above her. She was the only girl. She was somewhat favored at home, and although she had to do all the chores when something happened, she had 6 brothers backing her up. After getting married, she wasn't afraid of being bullied. She had previously thought Meng Wantang was too much, so she helped Old Lady Lu. But when something really happened, it was Meng Wantang who reached out to help her. Feng Yumei was bold and straightforward, but she wasn't stupid. She shook off Lu Qingxuan's hand and ran outside, and soon found the team leader. When Lu Guangjuan heard that the Lu family was making a fuss about dividing the family, he brought his 3rd brother, Lu Guangxue, along to witness it. Before they even entered, they heard Old Lady Lu wailing. Lu Guangjuan frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. Qingye's wife was really something else. They had never seen such a commotion from a daughter-in-law in their brigade. The team leader is here. Feng Yumei shouted in the yard and hid outside, not daring to go in. Guangjuan, you're here? You have to help us. We can't live like this anymore. When Old Lady Lu saw Lu Guangjuan, she started crying, heart-wrenchingly sad. 4th sister-in-law, don't cry yet. Let's talk things through first. Lu Guangjuan didn't want to deal with these petty matters, but he enjoyed the respect others showed him. As he sat on the Kong and said this, Old Lady Lu immediately stopped wailing and silently shed tears. 4th brother, I just want to ask, is this family going to divide? Lu Guangjuan directly asked Old Man Lu. Old Man Lu held a long pipe, stuffed a bit of tobacco in it, but didn't light it, sighed and said, Divide what family? Everyone knows what our family is like. Meng Wantang discovered that Old Man Lu was quite a character, a proper actor. No wonder he ended up with Old Lady Lu. It's true that you can't enter the same door if you're not from the same family. Where's your eldest son? Qingde, Qingshun, you 2 come in. Lu Guangjuan called out. Lu Qingde entered with his head down, calling, 5th uncle. 5th uncle. Lu Qingshun was a bit livelier, saying, Our family won't divide. Lu Guangjuan asked Lu Qingde, What do you think, Qingde? No division. Lu Qingde had no opinion, his eyes lacking light, completely listening to his parents. Meng Wantang wasn't surprised at all. If you won't divide, then let's just separate ourselves. Meng Wantang noticed that Old Lady Lu and Old Man Lu exchanged a very subtle glance, and she clicked her tongue in her heart. She was increasingly certain that these 2 old folks had something sinister planned. No way, your dad and I aren't dead yet. This family can't be divided no matter what. Old Lady Lu said while wiping her tears, before the family was even divided, you dare treat the 3 brothers Go Dan like this. If the family is divided, how will Go Dan and the others live? My son doesn't need you to worry about him. Meng Wantang didn't give any face at all, saying that if you have time to pretend here, it's better to agree to the division sooner. Old Lady Lu was increasingly certain that Lu Qingye must have brought back a lot of allowances this time. A few days ago, she asked the 2nd son how much money he had, and he didn't take out a single cent. Those who retired from the army could get good jobs, and even if they didn't, they could work at the Public Security Bureau. That's a stable job, with a good salary. Every month, he could earn dozens of yuan. How could she be willing to divide the family? When she mentioned divorce, her son got up and left. She was still thinking of another excuse to have the second son divorce this fierce woman. Who would have thought this fierce woman would come to stir up a division first? There is absolutely no way to divide the family. If you want to divide, wait until I die. Old lady Lu closed her eyes. A tear rolled down the corner of her eye, looking quite pitiful. Lu Guangjuan said with a headache, Qingye's wife, then let's not divide the family. Not dividing is fine, but I want to build a house. Give me 300 yuan from this family, and I won't divide it. Meng Wantang sneered. Little brat, still can't handle an old lady? Old lady Lu, with red eyes, said, where am I going to get the money? If I had that much money, I would have built the old house long ago. That's our ancestral home. No money? Then where did the money go? Did you steal it all? Old lady Lu's cheeks turned red. Where am I going to get the money? Our family can get more than 800 yuan when we settle accounts at the end of the year. Chapter 34. Onlookers Meng Wantang, what is this? The first person to jump out was actually Feng Yume. Feng Yume looked at her shocked mother-in-law, then at her silent father-in-law, and turned back to find that her husband's gaze was actually avoiding hers. Even her honest elder brother had no expression of surprise, and even her sister-in-law's face was calm and unruffled. After all this time, she was the only one in the family who was a big fool. Second sister-in-law, tell me, how much can our family make by the end of the year? Feng Yume realized that the people in this family didn't see her as one of their own. 800 or so. Meng Wantang slowly added, it's been 800 or so for 3 consecutive years. If you don't believe me, you can ask the team leader or go ask others. There are no secrets in the village. Feng Yume believed it. If the family has money, why don't they give me money to take Xiao Bao to see a doctor? Feng Yume walked over to question old lady Lu. She used to think old lady Lu was weak and was bullied by the second sister-in-law every day, being a soft and good-tempered old lady. The elder brother and sister-in-law had no children and couldn't hold their heads high in the village. She even said that in the future, they should have 2 more children so that good children could be adopted by the elder brother and sister-in-law. She had wholeheartedly considered this family. When the second sister-in-law came to cause trouble, she would strive to protect her family, being the first to step out. But in the end, what did she get in return? Just a fever that didn't need to go to the hospital. The fever would go down after the child slept. Old lady Lu defended herself. Feng Yume closed her eyes in despair, and when she looked at her husband, she found that Lu Qingshun actually found her annoying. Separate the families. Feng Yume said firmly, Fifth uncle, I want to separate the families. Lu Qingshun shouted in exasperation. Feng Yume, what you want? I'll tell you. What you say doesn't count. If we don't separate, then I'll divorce. The child belongs to me. Feng Yume glared at Lu Qingshun resentfully, and Lu Qingshun's eyelids twitched as he impatiently said, divorce is fine, but the child stays. No way. Feng Yume coldly replied, then said to Lu Guangjuan, team leader, I can't trust leaving the child with the Lu family. You heard earlier, our family isn't poor, and it's not that we don't have money. It's that they intentionally won't let my child go to the hospital. If it weren't for my second sister-in-law giving me money to take the child to see a doctor, who knows if the child would have been burned stupid. I want a divorce. I can't leave the child with them. I'm afraid the child might not even live long if left here. Feng Yume wasn't brainless. She had previously been deceived by the Lu family, which is why she hadn't seen their true colors. Before, she thought the family was poor and didn't blame her mother-in-law, even worrying that her mother-in-law felt guilty. And she constantly tried to comfort her. But now she knew the family wasn't short of money. They just didn't want to spend a single cent on her son and didn't take her and her child seriously, which completely angered Feng Yume. Qingshun's wife, don't be impulsive. There's a misunderstanding here. You and Qingshun have always had a good relationship. There's no need for divorce. Just go back and calm down. Lu Guangjuan wanted to downplay the situation, but Feng Yume was determined. Divorce, this marriage must end. Feng Yume, you can't take my son away. Lu Qingshun was pinched by his mother and immediately started arguing with his wife. Do you see if I dare or not? Feng Yume felt extremely cold. She turned and walked out of the room, went back to her room, packed a few clothes, picked up the child, and left. Lu Qingshun chased after her, only to see Feng Yume's back. His expression instantly darkened. He had been enduring because he listened to his mother, But he never expected this woman to be so unreasonable, insisting on a divorce. Meng Wantang was also dumbfounded, thinking Lu Qingshun was just foolish. No matter how filial he was to his parents, he shouldn't be this foolish. Being filial is right, but one should also be sensible and have their own opinions and values. She thought that today they might not be able to separate. Planned to go back, and before leaving, she told Lu Guangjuan, "Team leader, I'm really sorry for making you come over specially today." Lu Guangjuan was startled, his brows twitching. Is this Qingxuan's wife? Why does she sound so much like a city person, making it pleasant to hear? It's nothing. Lu Guangjuan's expression rarely softened. Meng Wantang awkwardly said, "Then I still need to trouble you to talk to the two elders. In a few years, my son will be marrying, and they won't give us money to build a house, nor will they allow us to separate. Over time, the contradictions will deepen, which is not conducive to family harmony. It's better to separate early. The sooner we separate, the sooner we can live well." Lu Guangjuan nodded in agreement, feeling that this made sense. "All right. Thank you, team leader. Qingshun is still injured. I need to go back and check on him." Meng Wantang walked away generously. Lu Guangjuan turned back to look at the Lu family. His expression not good. What Qingxuan's wife said is right. If it's time to separate, then separate. You all should live with whoever you want to live with, or you'll regret it later when you all turn into enemies. The third couple was already in a divorce quarrel, yet they didn't say a word. It was really unreasonable. Lu Guangjuan used to think that Lu Qingxuan's wife was nothing special, always scolding old lady Lu for no reason. But now it seemed that most of what she scolded was warranted. If it were him, he would also scold. Meng Wantang ran into Feng Yumei at the intersection, who was crying and walking, and she passed her by expressionlessly. Who would have thought Feng Yumei would actually follow her behind? She had reached the small door at the backyard, yet Feng Yumei was still following her. Meng Wantang stopped, and Feng Yumei urgently called out, "Second sister-in-law, we have no place to stay." Meng Wantang stopped and said directly, "We only have 2 small rooms, you know that. If your second brother isn't home, I could let you stay for a night. If he is home, it wouldn't be very convenient for you to stay over." Meng Wantang wasn't heartless. It was just that their family's conditions were limited. "Second sister-in-law, can you let Xiao Bao come in and stay for a night?" Feng Yumei hurriedly explained. "I can manage outside for one night, but the child can't. He's still young." "All right, you can come in with me." Meng Wantang frowned and turned to walk into the front yard. Feng Yumei hurriedly followed. Passing through the main room, Meng Wantang pointed to the bed where the children were napping and said, "If you don't mind, you can just stay here for one night. I'll take the child inside." "Thank you, second sister-in-law. Just don't hate me." Feng Yumei said with a bitter smile. "Hate you for what? I can't thank you enough." She didn't want to be seen as a fool and be taken advantage of for a lifetime. Lu Qingshun hadn't fallen asleep yet. Seeing Meng Wantang come in holding the child, he was startled and asked, "Where did this child come from?" "From a third family." Meng Wantang placed the child on the Kong, and Dog Dan and Dog Sheng immediately gathered around to look. "It's Xiao Bao." Lu Qingshun frowned and asked in a low voice, "Did you bring the child over?" "Did the third sister-in-law say anything?" "She did." Meng Wantang found a small cushion for the child. "She asked me to bring the child in." Lu Qingshun. Meng Wantang turned around and found that he was just puzzled, but there was no anger or other emotions, not a hint of accomplishment. "I went over today and mentioned separating the families. Unfortunately, they said they wouldn't separate at all." Lu Qingshun. He couldn't hear any regret in her tone. Chapter 35, Where is she sleeping? Meng Wantang put the child down, and the little one sprawled out on the Kong, sleeping soundly. Looking at her 3 children curled up in a ball, it was clear they felt very insecure. The room was hot, so she covered the child's stomach with a handkerchief and asked Lu Qingya, "Do you want some water?" "No." "Then I'll go get some cold water." Meng Wantang took a bucket outside, pumped a couple of times, filled a bucket, and asked Feng Yumei, "Do you want some water?" "I just drank some." Feng Yumei hadn't fallen asleep. Lying on the bed, looking at the starry sky, her eyes like springs, continuously shedding tears. "If you don't want water, then just sleep." Meng Wantang was about to go inside with the teacup. A sorrowful voice came from behind. "Are you laughing at me for being stupid? Why would I laugh at you? The stupid one is the original owner." The original owner was blamed until death, while Feng Yumei was just used as a pawn. After all, she's a good person. Overall, aside from not being trusted by her in-laws, There wasn't much else. After all, to them, a daughter-in-law is just an outsider. Meng Wantang didn't want to be the understanding older sister. Hurry and sleep. We have work to do tomorrow morning. Once inside, Lu Qingye asked her, "Who are you talking to just now?" "Third sister-in-law." "How did she come here?" Lu Qingye wasn't surprised. He was shocked. Who in the village doesn't know that Meng Wantang and Feng Yumei don't get along and always fight when they meet? Feng Yumei definitely wouldn't come to their house. Speaking of gossip, Meng Wantang became animated, sitting on the edge of the Kong and whispering, "Today, when I mentioned that your parents would get over 800 yuan by the end of the year, and it would be divided over 3 years, you guess what happened?" The third sister-in-law didn't even know about this and immediately caused a commotion. Lu Qingye felt that Meng Wantang was still the same Meng Wantang as before. She loved to watch the excitement and didn't mind causing trouble. Moreover, she couldn't stand others doing well. I see the third sister-in-law doesn't care about that little bit of money. She cares that the family clearly has money but won't spend it on her son's medical treatment. What if the child really ends up brain damage from the fever? Who's to blame then? Your parents will definitely say the third sister-in-law is stupid and can't even take care of a child. Meng Wantang habitually wanted to lie down and sleep, but as her body tilted, she suddenly realized something was off and quickly sat back up. Lu Qingye was too tall and took up half the Kong by himself. With the children added in, it was not that they couldn't sleep, just a bit awkward. Lu Qingye also realized this, and just as he was about to move, he saw Meng Wantang already getting off the Kong. Meng Wantang took a coat and walked outside. "I'm going to sleep outside." Feng Yumei was still sitting on the bed, secretly wiping her tears, when she suddenly noticed someone sitting next to her. Feng Yumei turned to look at Meng Wantang. "Second sister-in-law, why are you coming out? Did my second brother kick you out? Does my second brother even have the guts for that? Shut up and sleep." Meng Wantang had worked all day and was exhausted. Only wanted to sleep now. Feng Yumei wasn't hurt by the shout. In fact, she felt sweet inside. The second sister-in-law is really nice. She knows that I would be scared sleeping alone outside, and specially came out to keep me company. She used to be truly blind, only hearing half-truths and thinking the second sister-in-law was not a good person. "Second sister-in-law, I was wrong before. Please don't hold it against me. From now on, whoever goes against you is going against me. No matter what happens, I promise to stand by your side." Meng Wantang. The night breeze was quite cool. Meng Wantang turned over, half asleep and half awake, thinking that she must set up a tent tomorrow. Then she could hang a curtain so the wind wouldn't blow directly in, and she wouldn't have to worry about rain in the middle of the night. Morning. Meng Wantang woke up first, and the first thing she did was go inside. As soon as she entered, she saw Lu Qingye was also awake. Meng Wantang held out a spittoon to him. "Need my help?" "No." Lu Qingye held the spittoon, but didn't move. Meng Wantang looked at his bony hand and realized his hands were actually quite good-looking. Suddenly, Meng Wantang sensed a gaze and looked up to see someone's expression wasn't quite right. And only then did she realize that her staring at him might make him uncomfortable about going to the bathroom. "Sorry, I was lost in thought just now." Meng Wantang turned around and walked outside, going quite a distance in one breath. It was indeed quite awkward. Lu Qingye's reaction was surprisingly innocent. He didn't seem like an experienced man at all. After a while, Meng Wantang went back in, carrying the spittoon outside. The two of them didn't make eye contact the entire time, and even when their gazes occasionally met, they quickly looked away. Meng Wantang's ears turned a bit red, and feeling the weight of the spittoon, she couldn't help but think that Lu Qingye's health was actually quite good. It's just that his waist wasn't holding up too well. TSK. Whoever becomes his wife in the future will probably have a hard time in the latter half of their life. Meng Wantang sighed for the future wife. She cleaned the spittoon and placed it in the corner, then carefully washed her hands and started cooking. Feng Yumei, hearing the noise, also woke up. "Second sister-in-law, the child hasn't woken up yet. Let us wait a bit longer." Meng Wantang was kneading dough. There was a bit of leftover dough from making dumplings the other day. That bit of dough had risen, just right to use as a starter. Yesterday afternoon, she had risen a bowl of dough, planning to steam buns. This morning, she checked, and the dough had all risen. There was no ready-made yeast or self-rising flour. Most people used water alkali to make buns. If the water alkali wasn't done right, the buns would come out yellow in spots. It wouldn't taste good anyway. Meng Wantang had learned from the old dean before. Even though her living conditions had improved later, She rarely cooked, but her skills were not lost. Feng Yume watched beside her, surprised. Sister-in-law, you can actually make buns? Is making buns hard? Meng Wantang was quite aloof, her tone particularly snarky. Feng Yume wasn't too angry and casually replied, the buns made by Lu Qingxuan's mother are just awful. She has the nerve to say she makes the best buns in the village. Every time I eat them, I want to throw up. Are they really that bad? I thought when I was in confinement, she purposely made the food so unappetizing. After Meng Wantang finished speaking, she fell silent, exchanging a glance with Feng Yume, both finding the answer in each other's eyes. Damn, that old lady who looks so honest really isn't a good person. Just wait. Meng Wantang finished kneading the dough, covered it with a basin, and went inside to ask Lu Qingye, how's your mom's cooking? Lu Qingye looked puzzled. Her cooking is fine, why? Not bad. Meng Wantang felt her anger rising sharply. Lu Qingye nodded. My grandpa was a chef. My mom cooked every day at home before she got married. Meng Wantang. Chapter 36, Why doesn't my second brother let you on Kong? Lu Qingye, your mother is really something. She is truly a talent. Meng Wantang had never seen such a scheming old lady before. Furious, she glared at Lu Qingye and turned to leave. Lu Qingye. The windows at home are open, and you can hear everything from outside inside. Second sister-in-law, how is it? Feng Yume hurriedly asked. Meng Wantang placed the basin on the side and thought that if the kids weren't still sleeping, she would have definitely thrown the basin down. How is it? We've all been fooled by her. She cooks really well. Her dad is a chef. You know chefs don't cook at home? Plus, they're very picky. The fact that she can cook at home every day shows that her skills are 100 times better than mine. Meng Wantang recalled how during the original owner's confinement, she had to eat noodles that were like porridge and the greasy, salty lumps of soup that were inedible. She was truly disgusted by old lady Lu. She is really not a good person. Feng Yume was so angry, she almost cried. The noodles I ate during my confinement were like porridge, and she even told me, Yume, my skills aren't too great. Just make do with it. Next time, I promise I'll improve a bit. When I heard that, I thought I had encountered the best mother-in-law in the world. Who would have thought she was such a person? Truly heartless. Our little Bao is still her own grandson. Yet she wouldn't even spare a penny for him. The more Feng Yume spoke, the more agitated she became. Lu Qingxuan is also a jerk. This worthless bastard knows his family has money, yet his mother won't spend it, and he still has the face to get angry with me, blaming me for the divorce. Who wants to live with such a fool? Let anyone who wants to live with him go ahead. Meng Wantang was not angry about the original owner's poor meals. What she was angry and concerned about, just like Feng Yume, was that old lady Lu and old man Lu knew very well that the 3 kids were starving and had no shoes to wear. Yet they wouldn't give them a bite to eat or make them a pair of shoes. The original owner wasn't a good person, and the 2 old folks from the Lu family were even worse. Meng Wantang steamed buns in the pot. The children woke up too. Feng Yume squatted by the well to wash her face. She didn't dare go inside and quietly begged Meng Wantang, second sister-in-law, I should go back now. Please help me carry the child out. I'll think of a way to pay you back the money I owe after I get home. All right. Meng Wantang went inside and carried out the little Bao. Feng Yume took the child back to bed to nurse him. She hadn't eaten anything, so she had no milk. Meng Wantang sighed when she saw this. The food wasn't ready yet, so she went inside and brewed a large pot of brown sugar water. Here, drink this. Feng Yume looked at the full pot of brown sugar water, tears welling in her eyes. Second sister-in-law, thank you. What is there to thank? Cry less. Be careful, or you'll run out of milk later. After saying this, Meng Wantang went to start the fire. It wasn't too long before the pot boiled, and all that was left was to simmer it on low heat for a while longer. Meng Wantang brought in water to wash her face. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng took the little fatty out. She didn't know what Feng Yume had said to the 3 kids, but they all followed her as they left. Only Meng Wantang and Lu Qingye were left at home. Lu Qingye thought that Meng Wantang was quite good now. If she remained like this, he had no intention of getting divorced. I heard everything you said to the 3rd sister-in-law just now. Meng Wantang glanced up at him. So what do you plan to say to me now? Her tone was a bit harsh and somewhat cold. Lu Qingye didn't want their relationship to revert to how it used to be. My parents were wrong in what they did. If they could treat little Bao like that, then they must have treated Dog Dan and Dog Sheng even worse. If you want to split the family, I support you. Meng Wantang was quite surprised. She knew Lu Qingye was a very filial man and quite responsible. If old man Lu and old lady Lu were adamant about not splitting the family, then this family definitely wouldn't split. The reason Meng Wantang had said what she did yesterday was actually to test Lu Qingye's attitude. You don't blame me for getting the third couple to the point of divorce? Meng Wantang was worried he might not know about this matter and decided to clarify in advance. She didn't want Lu Qingye to flip-flop later. I heard everything. Lu Qingye was someone who stood by reason, not by kinship. If a child is sick, it needs treatment. Using those folk remedies would only harm the child. If the third sister-in-law wants to make a fuss, let her. As for whether or not they get divorced, that's their business. It has nothing to do with us. Even if you don't mention the 800 yuan issue this time, it will definitely come up when splitting the family. She will find out about it sooner or later. Lu Qingye was truly sensible. All right, I understand. Meng Wantang's mood was good. Just then, Feng Yume came back with a few kids. Not only did Feng Yume have vegetables in her hands, but even the kids had quite a bit. Meng Wantang was shocked when she saw them put the vegetables on the ground outside. Where did you take the kids to? Did you mess up someone's vegetable patch? Feng Yume now appeared like a well-behaved little kitten in front of Meng Wantang. What do you mean messing up someone's vegetable patch? The vegetables I grew myself. I could take as many as I want. Feng Yume had already decided to get a divorce. But she was going to let those worthless people eat the vegetables she had worked hard to grow. Seeing that Meng Wantang's family's land was bare, she immediately took the kids to the vegetable patch and picked quite a few vegetables to bring back. With so many vegetables, we should have something good to eat this morning. Meng Wantang washed the vegetables, chopped them up, and then took out a piece of pork belly to make a big bowl of dishes. When Feng Yume saw the meal was ready, she was about to carry the child away. Meng Wantang said irritably, "The meal is ready. Eat first before you go, or you might faint from hunger on the way." "No, I want to eat." Although this wasn't pure white flour steamed bread, the cornmeal inside wasn't coarse at all. Usually, families can't afford this mixture of white flour and cornmeal steamed bread. Just eat. Eating this meal won't make us poor. Meng Wantang took the little Bao, placed him on the Kong, and broke off half a steam bun for him. Little Bao, hurry and eat the bun. Although little Bao was just over a year old, he could already eat by himself. The little guy and the little fatty snuggled together, both holding a big bun and taking a big bite. They looked incredibly cute. Hurry up and eat. Meng Wantang also handed a big bun to Lu Qingye. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng didn't need Meng Wantang to manage them. They just took the buns and ate. Just as they finished eating, they heard someone arguing at the door. Meng Wantang didn't pay much attention, but unexpectedly, she heard her own name. The wasteful woman my second brother married insisted on coming to our house to make a fuss yesterday, demanding a division of the family, which made my wife so angry that she went back to her mother's house directly. Chapter 37, the explosive power of that waste looks pretty good. Lu Qingshun shouted to the family next door, then yelled into the house. "You're just a useless piece of trash. A stinky old woman who likes to stir up trouble every day, and you can't even control her. She's just a troublemaker. You must divorce her today." Lu Qingshun didn't want to change his wife at all. His wife was fierce but obedient. His parents were also very satisfied. If it weren't for Meng Wantang, how could his wife possibly divorce her? "Meng Wantang, you dog-bred bitch, get out here." "Oh!" Before Lu Qingshun could finish his sentence, someone hit him on the head with a piece of wood. "You motherf." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qingshun changed his face and smiled at Feng Yume. Trying to please her, "Yume, I'm here to take you home." Feng Yume looked at Lu Qingshun's face and felt she had really been blind before. She actually thought this man had a good temper, listened to her in everything, and that his parents were honest and hardworking. With a family like that, she wouldn't be bullied if she married over. But in the end, she felt like a fool being used as a pawn by them. "Wife, where's our son? Hurry and bring the child back with me." Lu Qingshun stepped forward and grabbed Feng Yume's hand, and she instantly shivered, violently shaking off his hand. Lu Qingshun's face instantly turned cold, glaring at Feng Yume. Feng Yume met his shadowy gaze and was so scared she froze in place. Lu Qingshun reached out and patted her face, smiling particularly ominously as he grabbed Feng Yume's icy hand. "I senti it better this way. Look, you've been married for so long and have been very obedient. I haven't even touched a finger of you, right? To hell with you." Meng Wantang rushed out of the house, kicking Lu Qingshun in the butt, and he was caught off guard, falling down like a dog eating shit. You're looking for death. Lu Qingshun turned around to see Meng Wantang, and, as he got up, grabbed a nearby shovel to hit her. Feng Yumei was instantly scared silly. No, she shouted in panic, rushing to pull Lu Qingshun back. Stinky bitch, get lost. Lu Qingshun pushed Feng Yumei away, and she fell to the ground, her knee hitting a stone, unable to stand up for a moment. Watching as Lu Qingshun went crazy with the shovel to hit Meng Wantang. Let you hit me. Lu Qingshun had never suffered such a loss in his life, and in a fit of rage, he raised the shovel to swing at Meng Wantang's face. Meng Wantang was so scared she closed her eyes, instinctively raising her arm to block. But after a long time, there was no reaction. She opened her eyes and found someone blocking in front of her, grabbing the shovel and kicking Lu Qingshun hard in the stomach. Lu Qingshun was kicked back 3 meters away with great force. Third sister-in-law, please go find a captain and let them go to the old house in the backyard. Lu Qingye spoke, and only then did Feng Yumei come back to her senses. Limping out, as she passed by Lu Qingshun, she deliberately avoided him. Lu Qingshun, after being kicked by Lu Qingye, took a long time to get up, and seeing Feng Yumei leave, he was scared and wanted to run away. He tentatively stood up, and seeing Lu Qingye not coming over, hurriedly ran outside. Lu Qingye had no intention of chasing him. He had never liked Lu Qingshun since he was a child. Lu Qingshun was spoiled by his parents, and whatever he wanted had to be obtained. Once he got it, he didn't want to play with it. His purpose was to snatch it and destroy it. He thought the child would be better when he grew up, but who knew that the true nature revealed as he grew up would be like this? Are you okay? Meng Wantang came back to her senses and hurriedly supported Lu Qingye. How did you come out? Your back can only be treated with a medicated plaster now. You need to drink herbal medicine to slowly recuperate. Otherwise, you'll definitely have lingering issues in the future. Meng Wantang helped him walk into the house, feeling a bit nervous for some reason. She thought it was from being scared. If I hadn't come out, would you have just stood there and let him hit you? Meng Wantang, wouldn't you run? Lu Qingye scolded Meng Wantang as soon as he opened his mouth, leaving her a bit dumbfounded. After all, he had saved her. Meng Wantang obediently took the scolding. Once they entered the house, and after letting Lu Qingye lie down, she slowly said, I would run, but the situation was too sudden, and I didn't expect Lu Qingshun to be so unmanly and like to hit women. And he was using a shovel. A shovel could directly injure someone badly. Lu Qingye looked at the thick-headed Meng Wantang, pinching his brows in frustration. Next time, don't casually fight with men. You can't beat them. Let us see how it goes. After all, even if I run, I might not be able to outrun him. Meng Wantang began to think about her limited fighting skills against a brutish man. It was truly useless. Should she practice running? Lu Qingye wanted to see what was in her head. Meng Wantang, are you a reckless person? I thought you would say, Meng Wantang, do you want there to be next time? Meng Wantang had really been scared just now, and now she was deliberately saying this to ease the awkward atmosphere. She was also a bit curious about what Lu Qingye was planning. Are we still going to work today? What do you want the third sister-in-law to call the captain for? Lu Qingye glanced at her. Don't you want to split the family? Wait a minute. Meng Wantang thought he wouldn't care about this matter. Tolerating her commotion was already his biggest bottom line. Unexpectedly, he actually agreed to split the family. This was truly surprising. You actually support splitting the family? Meng Wantang's face was filled with disbelief. Surprising? Quite surprising. Meng Wantang smiled. Lu Qingye had just moved a bit, and his back hurt slightly. He frowned imperceptibly, just as Meng Wantang noticed. Meng Wantang knelt on the Kong and said, You turn over, I'll massage your back. Otherwise, later you might not be able to get off the Kong to support me. She said this deliberately to avoid making him feel embarrassed. Lu Qingye pressed his thin lips together, hesitating for a moment before turning over. You need to lift your shirt. Okay. Lu Qingye cooperated very well, lifting the hem of his white shirt to reveal half of his waist. Meng Wantang's fingertips warmed, and she silently recited a calming mantra, sitting on his backside and starting to massage his waist. Although it wasn't a proper position, it was a bit awkward. Meng Wantang couldn't help but think that his backside was quite perky, and his glute muscles were very developed. She didn't know how his explosive power in his waist was. Although it was useless now, it had been quite strong before. Meng Wantang pushed aside her blushing memories, not daring to look at him again. Wait a minute, I'll go get some safflower oil. Meng Wantang said as she went down, opened the cabinet, and took out the safflower oil. Pouring a little into her palm, she sat back on him, using both hands to massage his waist. After a while, her thighs became sore. She accidentally sat down and suddenly froze. Meng Wantang realized that sitting this way was indeed much more comfortable, and her thighs weren't sore at all. Once I finish massaging your back, if we do acupuncture too, the effect will definitely be better. It's a pity that the needles are hard to get, and there's nowhere to buy them. To avoid overthinking, Meng Wantang started talking to Lu Qingye. She didn't know what point she pressed on, and Lu Qingye let out a low, muffled grunt. Just at that unfortunate moment, Feng Yumei ran in from outside. Second sister-in-law, I call the person over you. I'm sorry, I interrupted. You two continue. Chapter 38. How the old lady came to be Lu Qingye and Feng Yumei had not finished speaking when she turned and ran outside. Meng Wantang felt so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Lu Qingye. She hurriedly shouted outside, "Where are you running off to? Come back." Feng Yumei paused at the door and asked, "Can I come in? What's stopping you?" "I'm just giving your second brother a massage. His back is injured, and if I don't help him, he'll take too long to recover. It's not like we're doing anything shameful. Why can't you come in?" Meng Wantang replied irritably, getting off Lu Qingye and helping him pull his shirt down. She glanced at the door and caught Feng Yumei peeking inside. "Hurry up and come in." The kids were still asleep, so Meng Wantang lowered her voice and asked, "Did you just say you called Uncle Wu over?" "Yes. Uncle Wu said he would come over right away, so I came to let you know." Meng Wantang knew that Feng Yumei's home was in the neighboring village, and it would only take her a little over half an hour to walk back. Today is the day you're planning to split the family. You should go back now and get your brothers to support you. If you really intend to get a divorce, you should settle it today. Meng Wantang did not support Feng Yumei continuing to live with Lu Qingshun. Lu Qingshun looked like a man who liked to hit women. Previously, he had Lu Laotai and Lu Laotu to pamper him, so nothing seemed wrong. He probably had been in a good mood all along. It was only when Feng Yumei suddenly brought up divorce that Lu Qingshun's true nature was revealed. Who would have thought that Lu Qingshun, who usually seemed a bit silly and had a somewhat honest smile, was actually a pervert who liked to hit women? I'll go find Gooden and Goshing and bring Xiaobao back with me. The kids finished eating quickly. After the two older ones were done, they took the two younger ones to play in a backyard. Feng Yumei wanted to go back to her family and planned to take the kids with her. Meng Wantang thought about how far they had to walk back and said, "They can play in our backyard. We'll go to the old house in the back. Lu Qingshun won't be able to come out, so you don't have to worry about him taking the kids. Just go home and come back quickly." Feng Yumei thought it made sense. "All right, I'll go back now. Are we leaving too?" Meng Wantang asked while putting away the red flower oil, turning to Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye had already sat up, realizing that his back felt a bit better after the massage. He couldn't help but look at Meng Wantang again, surprised that she had such skills. Could it be that she really knew a bit of medicine? Meng Wantang went outside to wash her hands and then asked Lu Qingye, "Should I go borrow a bullock cart for you to sit in? Otherwise, walking like this." Lu Qingye did not want to lie on the bullock cart and declined her kind offer in a deep voice. "No need, I can walk over." After saying that, he walked toward the backyard. His pace was quick, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice that he was injured. Meng Wantang admired him. This guy was indeed tough, even being hard on himself. If she weren't a doctor, she would think that Lu Qingye's back didn't hurt at all. The two of them arrived at the old house in the back, just in time for Lu Guangjuan to arrive. "Qingye, I heard from Qingshuan's wife that you asked her to call me over." Lu Guangjuan noticed that Lu Qingye's attitude was completely different from the night before. Lu Qingye politely said, "You should have understood our family situation yesterday. We intend to split the family. So, I asked you to come as a witness." In the village, when families split, every detail was clearly written down. Each family got one copy, and the last copy was kept at the village committee as a stub. If there were any disputes later, or if someone lost their copy, they could go to the committee for it. However, after splitting, most people never went to the committee for the stub. Basically, once a family split, there were no more disputes. All right, when others said the Lu family was splitting, it might just be noise, but when Lu Qingye said it, it was likely to happen. Lu Guangjuan couldn't help but glance at Meng Wantang when marrying a wife. One should never marry a beautiful one. Lu Qingye was one of the more sensible young men, having served in the army for so many years. Now that he was retired and working at the tractor station, he was one of the few respectable people in the village. But such an outstanding young man had a wife who could cause trouble for him. Meng Wantang, aside from being somewhat good-looking, had no other merits. She was still the notoriously troublesome daughter-in-law in the village. Lu Guangjuan shook his head in regret and walked inside alongside Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang followed behind, planning to watch the excitement today. Old Lady Lu had already sat up, her head wrapped in bandages, and her complexion looked poor, her gaze gloomy. Meng Wantang thought this was the true face of Old Lady Lu. Upon seeing the visitors, Old Lady Lu closed her eyes and squeezed out a couple of tears. Meng Wantang almost wanted to applaud her. Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law, have you two made up your minds? Can you give us a clear answer on whether you're splitting the family or not? Lu Guangjuan didn't plan to waste time. He went straight to the point as soon as he entered the house. Old man Lu tapped his pipe and began to smoke. Split what family? We don't have anything to split. Old man Lu was unwilling to just split the family like that. Lu Guangjuan frowned. As an outsider, he felt it was inappropriate to persuade directly. Lu Qingye said solemnly, "Dad, Mom, we should split. If we don't, then our whole family will come over for meals together. How can that work?" Old Lady Lu opened her eyes, anxiously glancing at Old Man Lu. She knew he didn't want to split the family. It would sound bad for their reputation to split at this stage. The two of them were nearing the end of their lives. How could they face the village with such a reputation afterward? Let the old man split it. We shouldn't let our children hate us. We want to keep the family together, but if they want to split, we have to let them. Old Lady Lu's words immediately put Lu Qingye in a difficult position. It was as if she was directly saying that Lu Qingye was unfilial and worthless. Meng Wantang couldn't help but glance at Lu Qingye's expression, then looked at Old Lady Lu and Old Man Lu. Lu Qingye stood tall and straight, even if injured. He held himself upright, as if no evil could invade him. In contrast, Old Man Lu and Old Lady Lu were not particularly tall and did not look very good. Thinking about the useless Lu Qingde and Lu Qingshun, Lu Qingye really was a good bamboo shoot coming from bad bamboo. All right, let us split the family. Old Man Lu said this through gritted teeth. The family's possessions will be divided into 4 parts, and we old couple will live with the third son. Chapter 39. Division of the family. Lu Qingshun smiled proudly and deliberately asked his elder brother, "Big brother, Mom and Dad are living with me now. Don't take it to heart. After all, I have a son." Wasn't this just stabbing a knife into the hearts of the eldest couple of the Lu family? Who didn't know that the eldest couple of the Lu family were both in their 30s and had no children? They were constantly being talked about behind their backs. The couple hardly went anywhere other than work, and they wouldn't say a word to others. They worked hard and complained little, like old workhorses. Lu Qingla, a tall man in his 30s, was already hunchbacked. Clearly the eldest son of the family, his status at home seemed like that of an invisible person. Qiao Xiuji stood next to her man, her fingers tightly digging into her palm. She was clearly furious, yet she didn't say a word. Meng Wantang thought Lu Qingshun's words were really shameless. She thought the original owner was bad enough, but Lu Qingshun was even worse. Since everyone had no objections, then let's divide it this way. Lu Qingye didn't want to embarrass his elder brother and spoke directly. Lu Qingshun was dissatisfied, but didn't dare to confront Lu Qingye like he did with the elder brother. The kick he received from Lu Qingye almost incapacitated him. And now seeing Lu Qingye made his stomach ache reflexively. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Old Man Lu knocked his pipe and said to Old Lady Lu, "Wife, go get all the money from our family." Old Lady Lu, who had been lying on the Kong, immediately got up, her hands and feet agile, not bothered at all. Meng Wantang glanced meaningfully at Lu Qingye, who didn't even furrow his brows, as if he wasn't the one being deceived. Old Lady Lu took out 1,200 yuan from the cupboard. Meng Wantang frowned instantly upon seeing the amount. "Is this all the money we have left? 300 for the family?" Old Man Lu said, while Old Lady Lu divided the money among everyone. Old Lady Lu had already inquired clearly. The second son worked at the tractor station and earned 20 yuan a month. His wife was fierce and spent 20 a month. With Meng Wantang around, she wouldn't touch a single cent of that money. The old lady had been lying on the Kong for the past few days, probably also because of this matter. Old man Lu continued with the division. The hoes at home were to be divided between the eldest and the third. This house belongs to your uncle. It was sold to the eldest family back then, and the eldest will live here from now on. The third's house was built at the back, and tomorrow I will move there with your mother. The second's family can just live in the old house. There's no need to move. That house belongs to the second family. They built it themselves, so we won't interfere. Meng Wantang squinted as she listened. What a spectacular show this was. How could old man Lu have the audacity to say these words? The family's grain was also directly divided into 3 parts. Old man Lu looked at Lu Qinya. Second, your wife hasn't worked and hasn't earned any work points. The grain at home was all earned by your elder brother and your younger brother. The implication was that there was nothing for them. All right, Meng Wantang was the first to speak, and everyone in the room was stunned. They were still wary of Meng Wantang, worried she would make a scene, but who knew she wouldn't show any anger at all. We haven't eaten the rice at home, nor have we eaten the flour, so you can calculate the money that Lu Qinya has sent back over the years. Since I got married, he has sent 5 yuan home every month. Let's count it as 6 years, 12 months a year, totaling 360 yuan. Meng Wantang looked at old man Lu and old lady Lu. Who will give this money? Old lady Lu became a bit anxious, groaning and holding her head as she lay back on the pillow. Second's family, what you're saying is heartless. Child, you don't think about where this grain comes from when you come here to eat, do you? Do you think that 5 yuan is all spent on me? Meng Wantang saw through old lady Lu's true nature and realized that this old lady was not simple, but she didn't expect her to be so shameless. Truly, she was losing her face. If you say it that way, it becomes meaningless. No child goes to work. They're all raised by the family. Since our family hasn't divided, don't say that our 3 boys haven't eaten here. Even if they have eaten here, what of it? Are you going to count the money for the children's meals too? Meng Wantang didn't want to make the scene too ugly. But some people just wouldn't act like humans. Don't give me that useless talk. You just want to ask me for money, right? Old lady Lu was getting frustrated with this woman. Clearly, she had been a big fool before. How had she suddenly become so clever? It was hard to grasp. Before I came here, Lu Qinya sent 20 yuan home every month. Other families owe money to the production team, but our family has over 800 left every year. We haven't seen any better food than others. Where did that money go? Meng Wantang's eyes seemed to see through people's hearts. Old lady Lu couldn't help but flinch. You just want grain, right? Fine, I'll give you a share. After old lady Lu shouted this in annoyance, she lay back on the Kong, groaning and complaining. You just want to drive me to death. No, you have to live well and watch me live a good life. You have nothing to do with it. Meng Wantang was always direct when she was angry. Old lady Lu laughed in anger. With your character, can you live well? Heaven must be blind. I don't know if heaven is blind, but our family's life is definitely better than yours. Lu Guangjuan was getting a headache from the quarrel between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and couldn't help but speak up. If everyone agrees to this division, then let us put our fingerprints on it. Meng Wantang took the paper, looked at it carefully, and then handed it to Lu Qinya. Signing and putting fingerprints on such matters had to be done by Lu Qinya. Lu Qinya wrote his name and pressed his fingerprint. Meng Wantang saw his strong and powerful handwriting and then looked at Lu Qingshuan's scrawled writing. Not understanding why old man Lu and old lady Lu didn't like the second son or the eldest son, but preferred a scoundrel like the youngest son. The family's grain was limited, divided by population. Meng Wantang had 3 children at home, so she received quite a bit of grain. This time she didn't have to worry about running out of food before the autumn harvest next year. Meng Wantang placed her grain in the yard, preparing to take it back later. Lu Qinya looked at her greedy appearance and actually found her somewhat cute. Even if she made a scene at home today, it didn't make people feel annoyed. Meng Wantang glanced at the door. Why was Feng Yume so slow? Could it be that she couldn't make it? Just then, 7 or 8 people walked in through the yard door. Feng Yume was at the front, followed by 6 strong men and 2 female comrades. Chapter 40. After leaving, Yume, you and your sister-in-law go inside to pack up. Feng Yume's elder brother is about 1.8 meters tall, and their family is among the few in the village with abundant labor, able to earn over 1,000 yuan by the end of the year. Although the Feng family has its share of trivial matters, old Mrs. Feng has built decent houses for each of her sons. Even though everyone eats together, whether it's eggs or meat, everyone gets a share. There may be small conflicts, but there are absolutely no major disagreements. The Feng family is also particularly united. Yumei, you're back. Lu Qingshun saw Feng Yumei smiling ominously. That's good. Don't worry, I will never lay a finger on you again. As he spoke, he raised his hand to pat Feng Yumei's face. Who the hell do you think you can touch? Feng Laoda stepped forward, grabbing Lu Qingshun by the collar and lifting him up. Lu Qingshun, seeing Feng Laoda, was so scared that his legs went weak, and he shouted, Mom, come save me. What are you doing? Old Mrs. Lu rushed out to tear at Feng Laoda. A small old lady like her was no match for Feng Laoda. He pushed her aside effortlessly. I'm telling you, today my sister is here to handle the divorce procedures. Get the paperwork done quickly. Write it down clearly. The child belongs to my sister. You also need to give her some compensation, and you are not allowed to approach my sister again. Otherwise, I will break your legs today. Feng Laoda stepped forward to block old Mrs. Lu. If today's marriage isn't annulled, our brothers will stay here. We won't leave until the divorce paperwork is done. Our squad leader is here. Do you dare to be unreasonable? Old Mrs. Lu turned to find Lu Guangjuan. But after a spin, she couldn't find him anywhere. Meng Wantang saw Feng Yumei come in and hurriedly let Lu Guangjuan leave. Old Mrs. Lu yelled at Lu Qingya. Old two, what's wrong with you? Are you just going to watch your brother get bullied? Mom, don't make it hard for your second son. He can't even get up from the Kong. Don't you know about this? It's a huge favor for him to come today. Meng Wantang stepped forward to protect Lu Qingya, who looked at the woman a head shorter than him, like a hen protecting its chick, and felt a surge of different emotions. Growing up, he realized one thing. You have to rely on yourself. Never depend on others. Because no one will protect you. Shut up. You're everywhere. Old Mrs. Lu tried to go past her son, but couldn't, so she simply sat on the ground and wailed. Throwing a tantrum, Meng Wantang watched with great interest. She regretfully said, what a pity. If only there was a bag of sunflower seeds right now. It would be even more perfect. Lu Qingya. That little irritation in his heart miraculously vanished. Feng Yumei finished packing and came out, looking up at Lu Qingshun, who was being held up by her brother. Now go to the brigade and get the divorce paperwork done. Lu Qingshun stared at Feng Yumei, as if she were about to eat him. Slap. Feng Laoda had quick reflexes and slapped Lu Qingshun hard. Cursing, he said, why are you looking at my sister like that? If you keep staring at her, do you believe I will rip your head off? Feng Laoda's strength was fierce. With one slap, Lu Qingshun's face swelled up. Lu Qingshun, who feared the strong and bullied the weak, was scared after being hit. He obediently followed Feng's brothers to handle the divorce paperwork. Feng Yumei saw the grain on the ground and shouted to her second brother, third brother, can you come over and help my sister-in-law move this grain back? The Feng brothers had already heard about Meng Wantang on their way. If it weren't for Meng Wantang waking up his sister with just a few words, she might have been locked up by that family without them knowing. That old couple's youngest son was really good at pretending, fooling everyone. You guys move the grain back. As soon as Feng Laoda spoke, the other Feng brothers came over to help move the grain. Meng Wantang struggled with the heavy grain, while they lifted it as if it were an empty basket, effortlessly. As soon as they stepped out, old Mrs. Lu was already wailing on the ground. She saw Lu Laoda about to go out to work and rolled over from the ground, rushing behind him to hit him with her fists. You heartless bastard. Your brother is being bullied and you don't do anything. Why don't you just go die? Lu Laoda walked forward with a blank expression. And when he reached the door, old Mrs. Lu finally stopped pursuing him. He took a hoe to work in the fields, but didn't go far, instead waiting at the door for his wife to come out. After a while, old Mrs. Lu's angry curses came from the yard, and then a small woman came out. Lu Laoda glanced at his wife, lowered his head, and turned to walk forward. The two had a tacit understanding. Neither spoke, as if they were already used to this silent atmosphere. Meng Wantang helped Lu Qingya walk slowly home. Feng Yumei and her brothers had already put their things back. Sister-in-law, we're going to handle the divorce paperwork first. I will take the little treasure with me. If you come to our village in the future, make sure to come find me. Feng Yumei felt a bit regretful, regretting the misunderstandings towards Meng Wantang. If you can't live at home, remember to come find me. Meng Wantang knew that in this era, a married woman who got divorced would have a hard time living. However, it didn't sound very nice. Don't mind me. That's not what I meant. Feng Yumei understood Meng Wantang's good intentions. Sister-in-law, I understand what you're saying. You don't need to worry about me. My mom isn't that kind of old lady. All right, you hurry and go. Meng Wantang helped Lu Qinye into the house. You rest well at home. I'm going to work. Meng Wantang hummed a little tune as she left, feeling quite good. Just as she stepped out, someone came to their house. Director, that person is quite tight-lipped. Our brothers asked for a long time and couldn't get any information. They sent me to come and ask for a solution. Feng Danyang had been waiting at the door for a long time, and after Meng Wantang left, he slipped in. Lu Qinye said in a deep voice, first, lock him in the small black room, don't talk to him. Give him a cup of water and a bowl of rice each day. Just make sure he doesn't starve to death. How long do we need to keep him locked up? Feng Danyang was taken aback, thinking this idea was a bit too simple. Let us keep him for 10 days or half a month, and then see. The person they caught this time was from a machinery factory, which had a laboratory responsible for engine research. It turned out this guy had stolen the engine blueprints, but he was tight-lipped and refused to say where the blueprints were. So they sent him to them. All right. With the goal accomplished, Feng Danyang was about to leave. Wait. Lu Qinye called him back. Director, what is the matter? Feng Danyang turned to ask. Lu Qinye felt a bit uneasy, but Feng Danyang didn't notice. Help me find out who has acupuncture needles and get me a set. Feng Danyang's eyes lit up. Director, that stuff will definitely be useful for interrogation. You're really talented. Chapter 41, don't stop if you can. Lu Qinye was too lazy to explain, remembering the tractor station incident. He asked Feng Danyang, have you sorted out the tractor station matter? It's all set. I asked my second uncle for help, and he spoke to the station master. If anyone asks, just say you work at the tractor station for $20 a month. When you're not at the station, you're out plowing fields. Feng Danyang, despite his young age, was quite gossipy. He couldn't understand why the director didn't tell his sister-in-law that he worked in the security department. Their security department was directly managed from above, and although the director was just a small director, he wielded significant power. If it got out, he would be quite a figure. If his sister-in-law knew, she would probably treat the director like a revered figure. Director, are you trying to give our sister-in-law a surprise? Feng Danyang had a knack for bringing up the wrong topics. Don't go around flaunting your identity, or you'll attract unwanted attention. Don't think those spies are easy to deal with. Their methods are ruthless. If they set their sights on you, they could very well target your family. Lu Qinye sternly reminded Feng Danyang not to scare him, but because it was a real concern. Lu Qinye intentionally chose not to tell Meng Wantang the truth, thinking of her and the child's well-being. He planned to divorce Meng Wantang upon receiving the transfer order. It would be even better if she was willing to take the child and leave. He would be free of worries. If he were to die, the compensation and the savings from the past years would go to her and the child. The playful expression on Feng Danyang's face disappeared, replaced by a serious demeanor. No wonder the brothers were all orphans. Feng Danyang looked at Lu Qinye with sympathy. Director, no wonder your relationship with sister-in-law seems so cold, like you're about to divorce. Lu Qinye raised his eyelids and sneered. Get back to work. I'm going. Feng Danyang walked to the door, but turned back with a cheeky grin. Director, don't think about those distant matters. On our turf, who could touch our people? You should think positively. Don't let our sister-in-law be left alone. If she really divorces you, where will you find such a beautiful wife? Get lost. I'm going. Feng Danyang left the courtyard and headed back. He saw a man standing in front of his sister-in-law, not knowing what he said to her, but she directly dumped the grass from the basket onto the man's head. Feng Danyang was dumbfounded. Wow, sister-in-law is fierce. That little temper is something. The director was indeed a real man, daring to go against his sister-in-law. He was a bit curious to see the scene of his sister-in-law hitting the director. It must be quite thrilling. After watching for a while, he saw his sister-in-law coldly enter the cornfield, and the man left with a pale face, which made him feel relieved as he rode his bike home. Meng Wantang was still weeding in the field at the foot of the mountain. The cornfield was nothing like the ones in later generations. The corn stalks were as tall as a person, and the tallest ones could be seen peeking out. Only top-quality fields could grow corn that tall. Meng Wantang couldn't help but zone out. The piece of land by the forest was the best in the village, and the pig farm was right on the edge of that land. Now that the flood hadn't receded, where could Hu Dongsheng and Chen Jiaojiao go to cause trouble? Hu Dongsheng was like a human-powered pile driver, eating 3 meals a day. Early in the morning, before the children got up, he would take advantage of the moment. At noon, he would drag people to the cornfield to mess around for half the day, and when he returned at night, it was even more chaotic. The key was that after all these years, Huadongsheng, though in his 70s, was still incredibly strong, showing no signs of weakness. Meng Wantang even wanted to take his pulse to see what his body was really like. Wife. The low voice wasn't a deliberately affected tone. It was just 2 words, but it came with a breathy sound. Meng Wantang instinctively looked over and saw a soft, delicate woman squatting in the cornfield not far away. Before she could clearly see the other's appearance, she noticed that the woman was lifted by a strong arm and directly embraced. The woman hadn't spoken yet, but the man was already lowly coaxing her. Wife, are you still mad? I didn't mean it this morning. Meng Wantang's eyes widened as she finally recognized the man. It turned out to be Huadongsheng. Chun Jiaojiao punched Huadongsheng's shoulder, her eyes red as she said, "What are you saying? This morning I told you to stop, but you refused. The kids woke up and were shouting for me at the door, and you just covered my mouth and did whatever you wanted. How am I supposed to face people if the kids come in?" This was too much information. Truly the main character of an H novel, being so vigorous early in the morning. Unlike her, the supporting character, who got hurt as soon as the man returned and couldn't do anything, and now a flood had left her unable to get out of bed. As expected, the treatment of supporting characters was different from that of main characters. Meng Wantang didn't want to eavesdrop on the couple's conversation and continued to weed. Today there was wind. The cornfield rustled with sound. The little noise she made while weeding was completely drowned out by the wind. She thought those 2 wouldn't get too carried away. However, she underestimated the moral compass of the H novel's leads. Don't do it here, someone will see. Chun Jiaojiao's words made an ominous thought rise in Meng Wantang's heart. Please don't. Wasn't the noise she made earlier loud enough? It's fine, no one will see. I'll make it quick. Huadongsheng pressed Chun Jiaojiao's face into his embrace and strode out of the cornfield, quickly passing Meng Wantang. They stopped in a place where the weeds were half a person high. There was a thought of MMP that she wasn't sure if she should say. Meng Wantang knew Huadongsheng was skilled in his movements, and she also knew Chun Jiaojiao's body was very accommodating and easily got people excited. But she didn't expect that as soon as they stopped, they would go straight to the point. It didn't take more than 3 seconds. Meng Wantang simply lay down on the ground, covered her ears, and looked despairingly at the sky. She just wished that someone would finish quickly. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. 2 hours. It was almost time to go home and cook, and those 2 were still at it. This was too much to bear. Meng Wantang instantly sat up, ready to explode, when she heard the man murmur, holding Chun Jiaojiao, wife. I really wish I could die in your arms. Chen Xiao suddenly exclaimed, No. We need to go home. It's time to cook. Huadongsheng said pitifully, wife. Don't come out to work anymore. Let me support you, okay? You take care of the kids at home, bring me lunch at noon, and wait for me to come back in the evening. I don't want you to be so tired alone. Chun Jiaojiao's voice was so sweet, it could drip water. Huadongsheng's breathing grew heavier. Don't worry, I'm not going to touch you right now. I'm holding you out, and when you come over at noon, we can talk properly. Chun Jiaojiao caught the meaning in his words and playfully retorted, You go home and eat. I'm not bringing you lunch. Meng Wantang heard their voices getting softer and softer, and she couldn't hear any footsteps anymore. She quickly rolled over and left from the other side. Just as she emerged from the cornfield, she saw Huadongsheng standing at the edge of the field, his deep gaze fixed on her. Chapter 42. It turns out the daughter-in-law needs to be served. Meng Wantang felt a jolt in her heart. Could it be that Huadongsheng was specifically waiting for her here? She hadn't seen anything, and her ears were still ringing. If he dared to cause her trouble, she'd make their messy business known to everyone. If Huadongsheng had any sense, he wouldn't come to provoke her. Meng Wantang couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Since he didn't speak, she just left. As she walked past Huadongsheng, her gaze couldn't help but sweep down to his waist. People really shouldn't be judged by their appearances. Who would have thought Huadongsheng's resources would be so substantial? If the old women in the village saw these 2 together, they could probably discuss it for 3 days and nights. Meng Wantang carried her small hoe and took a couple of steps outside when she heard Huadongsheng call her name. Meng Wantang. She paused and turned back to ask in confusion, What is it? Her attitude was quite indifferent. Hua Dongxing's eyes held a probing look. Recently, Meng Wantang had looked at him with such hatred, as if she wanted to eat him alive. But in the past few days, her gaze had changed. It was neither as contemptuous as at the beginning, nor as lustful as before, but rather indifferent, as if he were an insignificant stranger. Hua Dongsheng had been quite proud. As people used to say, he was not as good as Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye was handsome, skilled, and even served in the army. He was just a pig farmer. But in that regard, he was strong, and his wife was pampered like a flower every day. The young women in the village couldn't help but take a second glance at him, including Lu Qingye's wife. He felt like he had finally beaten Lu Qingye once in his life. Who knew that today, Meng Wantang's gaze towards him had changed again? Did Lu Qingye's return make her feel that he was even better than Hua Dongsheng? You are Jiao Jiao's sister and also my sister-in-law. Why don't you call me brother-in-law? Hua Dongsheng glanced at Meng Wantang's delicate fingers, feeling a bit jealous of Lu Qingye. His own wife was great in every way, but after working for years, her hands were not as beautiful or as fair as Meng Wantang's. Meng Wantang's delicate skin made people hesitant to touch her, as if a simple grip could leave a bruise. Meng Wantang was disgusted by Hua Dongxing's words. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Don't come here trying to get close. I have nothing to do with the Meng family. But Jiao Jiao considers you a sister. She is the adopted daughter of the Chun family and was raised in the countryside, longing for family bonds. She has always regarded you as a biological sister." Hua Dongxing's words were interrupted by Meng Wantang's extreme impatience. "Can't you understand human language?" Meng Wantang's gaze was fierce. Hua Dongsheng was startled by her look. Meng Wantang was too lazy to waste any more words with him and turned to leave. Her good mood from dividing the family didn't last even half a morning. It was really annoying. When Meng Wantang returned home, her expression hadn't improved. She entered the house and asked Lu Qingye, "Do you need to go to the bathroom? I can help you over." "No need." Lu Qingye avoided the embarrassment. He had just forced himself to go to the bathroom. As soon as he lay down, Meng Wantang came back. "Really? You don't need to be shy. If you hold it in for too long, it will cause problems," Meng Wantang said, looking down at him. Though Lu Qingye's physique was not as robust as Hua Dongxing's, he had a muscular build that was much more lethal. A single punch could kill a cow. Why couldn't some hardware measure up to others? Meng Wantang's gaze was too obvious. Lu Qingye was initially confused, but soon looked at her in shock. He finally understood why her attitude had changed. "I know you're anxious, but your back won't heal overnight," Lu Qingye said seriously, his voice slightly low. Meng Wantang was taken aback. "I'm not anxious. Besides, being anxious is useless. If your back doesn't heal completely, you won't be able to do anything." The last sentence carried a clear tone of disdain. Lu Qingye's body stiffened. "My back will definitely heal completely. You don't need to worry." He had heard his comrades say that every time they returned home, they had to take care of their wives to keep them happy. He couldn't help but look at Meng Wantang. Had she suddenly realized and decided to live well with him? Could it be that her fuss was because he hadn't come back often enough to make her comfortable? No, that was impossible. It didn't make sense. But her earlier words did suggest that he should hurry up and heal so they could get to that. Lu Qingye felt a sting in his heart and discreetly pulled a coat over himself. After all, it was his own back. He needed to take more care. "Meng Wantang has to cook. Call me if you need to go to the bathroom." "Okay." Lu Qingye's throat felt tight. "Aren't the kids back this morning?" Meng Wantang asked while washing the pot. "No, Lu Yingye play. I don't know where the kids went. They're probably playing in the village. They can't get lost here. This isn't the South, where it's easy to lose children. The villages here are quite dense, and the houses are close together. The kids are playing together, so they won't be alone. Once someone unfamiliar enters the village, both adults and children can recognize them." Now that they had divided the family, there was an extra 300 yuan at home. Meng Wantang took out the remaining meat to cut it, planning to stir-fry a couple more dishes. Even if they didn't go to the market the day after tomorrow, she still wanted to go to town to buy some meat and lard. Meng Wantang used the outdoor cold stove to steam a pot of rice. When the rice was in the pot, Dugan and Doshing led Xiaoping back home. "Mom, we're back," Dugan said, and then sat down to start the fire. While Meng Wantang was cutting vegetables, she turned back to ask, "Where did you guys go to play this morning?" Doshing was behind, carrying a water bucket. He placed the bucket in the yard and began to draw water. Hearing Meng Wantang's question, Doshing shouted, "We went fishing. The flood has receded quite a bit today, and we caught a lot of fish with the net. You went to the river again? As soon as Meng Wantang heard the words river, she instinctively became nervous. Yes, the water has receded, and it's shallow over there, Doshing said. After filling the water, he came inside and called Meng Wantang. Come take a look. What to look at? Meng Wantang thought this kid could finally have some bamboo shoots stir-fried with me today. You'll know if you come and see, Doshing shouted. It was a large, broken wooden basin in the house, specifically for washing clothes, which now had a lot of water in it and 3 fish swimming inside. One of the fish looked like it weighed 7 or 8 pounds. She was surprised and asked, Did you catch all such big fish today? Doshing proudly replied, They said all the fish from the reservoir have run away. Meng Wantang. Goodness, these 2 fish must be the breeding fish from the reservoir. Chapter 43, She has been killing fish at our T-Mart for 20 years. Did you really pick these fish from the field in front? Meng Wantang was worried that the boys might get into trouble, so she couldn't help but ask another question. Gooden was a sensitive child, his lips pressed together, but he remained silent. To put it harshly, this kid had a cold temperament, high spirits, and was too lazy to explain to mere mortals. However, Doshing was different. He was clever and understood Meng Wantang's meaning. He glared at her with displeasure and said in a fierce tone, Are you suspecting we stole something? As he spoke, tears fell down his face. Meng Wantang was left speechless. Was this child really so sensitive? She had asked such a gentle question, yet he was crying. It wasn't a good thing for a boy to cry, or he would be bullied at school later. Meng Wantang planned to educate this kid, but who would have thought that Doshing would wipe his tears with his sleeve and angrily say, I knew you had bad intentions. Do you want to tell the police that we stole something and get us arrested? Without a burden, you can run off with some wild man, right? Doshing. Gooden shouted at his brother. Doshing yelled back, So what? I didn't say anything wrong. Every time we go out, those people ask us if our mom isn't home, or if a wild man came to our house. They even ask what that man looks like. Gooden pulled his brother, trying to cover Doshing's mouth to stop him from speaking. Doshing was furious and insisted on speaking. I'm afraid of embarrassment. I never told anyone. If I had known, I would have told them that you brought other men home, letting them take you away for public humiliation. Doshing shouted, Gooden, take your brother inside. A deep voice came from the house, with a tone that brooked no argument. Gooden pulled Doshing towards the house, and Doshing struggled. Gooden whispered in his ear, Dad is back. Only then did Doshing cry and follow his brother into the house, stepping on Meng Wantang's foot as they passed. Meng Wantang. What is going on? Meng Wantang rummaged through the original owner's memories and found that the original owner had indeed brought a man home once. It was a new educated youth who had just arrived in the village 6 months ago. He was refined and cultured, even more so than Zhou Zheng'an. Meng Wantang heard that his family was well off, and he could return to the city and even attend a university for workers and peasants, which made her set her sights on him. The plot in the novel mainly revolved around that. The original owner planned to invite him home and sleep with him, hoping he would take her back to the city. Unexpectedly, that day, Lu Qingye returned home, and she mistook him for the educated youth. It was dark, and she couldn't see anything clearly. As soon as the man entered, she pounced on him and tore off his clothes. That night, Meng Wantang used all her wiles, hoping to make the educated youth unforgettable. Ideally, she wanted to get pregnant. Who would have thought that the next morning the original owner saw Lu Qingye, and her face turned dark, directly telling him to get lost. The original owner actually ended up pregnant. The reason she hated Xiaopang was that the educated youth was really transferred away shortly after, reportedly to become an actor in a cultural troupe. After Xiaopang was born, the educated youth's movie was shown in the village. The original owner saw it and ignored Xiaopang all night. Old Lady Lu and Old Man Lu heard the baby cry, but didn't ask a word. It wasn't until the next day, when the original owner got angry and took the baby to the hospital, that she found out the baby had a fever all night. Although Xiaopang's fever subsided, he looked dull from a young age. Meng Wantang looked down at Xiaopang by her leg, bending down to pick him up and carry him inside. Lu Sueha, speak with your conscience. When did I bring another man home? Meng Wantang was not the least bit guilty and even shot a glare at Lu Qingye, warning him not to think wildly and smear her reputation without verification. Doshing opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Just as Meng Wantang was about to explain the fish situation, Doshing excitedly said, You didn't bring a wild man home. But you were talking with a wild man in the same room. Meng Wantang was almost forgetting about this matter. The original owner was trying to please Zhou Zhengyan and secretly brought him pig trotters, but unexpectedly, the three little brats followed behind, eavesdropping outside the house. Zhou Zhengyan looked down on her and didn't want the pig trotters, so he only spoke a few words before coaxing the original owner out. How long was I inside? Meng Wantang rolled her eyes, saying it with such righteous indignation. In reality, she was feeling guilty. She asked Gosheng, "Did I come out quickly?" Gosheng mumbled softly, "Aren't you just going to find a wild man? I'll send you to school when it starts. Study hard and don't run around all day without understanding anything." Meng Wantang placed Xiaobang on the Kong and leaned down to tell Gosheng, "That big fish isn't from the river. One fish is fine. You brought back 3, which is definitely not normal. That fish might be from a breeding reservoir. If someone finds us, won't they come to ask us for money?" "I picked it up." Gosheng protested. "So what if you picked it up? It's still the state's property. If you pick it up, you have to take it to the brigade." Meng Wantang said to Gooden, "Gooden, go ask your 5th grandpa at the brigade. If we don't have to return it, we can eat it ourselves. That fish is almost dead." Gosheng was reluctant. Meng Wantang tapped the kid on the head. "Even if it's dead, we have to pay. Just that one fish is worth over $10. With that money, we could buy over 10 pounds of meat. The bones and the white catfish are the most. It's not even as good as eating carp." Seeing Meng Wantang looking fierce, Gosheng didn't dare to pull his brother anymore. Gooden left, but he still wanted to follow. Meng Wantang wouldn't let him go. "You stay home and watch your brother and help your dad fetch some water. Don't run around." Gooden ran off. Not long after, he came back panting and told Meng Wantang, "Mom, 5th grandpa said we don't have to return it. It's all from the river. We can eat it casually." Gosheng instantly ran out to ask, "Really? Mom, I want to eat fish." Meng Wantang hadn't started cooking yet, but hearing that the fish could be eaten, she felt tempted. A few days ago, there wasn't enough oil at home, but today there was oil. She waved her hand. "Go, bring the kitchen knife. Let's kill a fish for lunch today." "Yay!" Gosheng ran inside to fetch the kitchen knife. Meng Wantang skillfully killed the fish. If she hadn't been killing fish at RT Mart for 20 years, she wouldn't have developed this skill. "Mom, how many fish have you killed before?" If Gosheng had asked this, Meng Wantang wouldn't have bothered to answer. But since it was Gooden asking, Meng Wantang patiently replied, "Most people need to kill fish for a few years, killing hundreds a day to reach this level. I'm exceptionally talented. I can do it so smoothly after just a few." "You're bragging." Gosheng didn't believe her. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The people who taught me to kill fish all said I have talent." Chapter 44 Genius, What is Talent? Dog Sheng paused beside her, watching seriously, his eyes filled with a hint of envy. Talent means that what others have painstakingly studied for over a decade, you can master in just 3 days. For example, in drawing, some people can pick up a pen and naturally draw everything they see, while others, even with daily practice, draw stiffly and lack inspiration. While Meng Wantang spoke, her speed in gutting fish was not slow at all. She skillfully sliced open the fish's belly, effortlessly removing its entrails, leaving the fish clean and tidy. She glanced at the pensive Dog Sheng and thought to herself that this kid might end up dead before he even reaches his 20s. "Comrade Lu Sui, is there anything you want to do?" Dog Sheng tilted his head and thought, "I want to eat meat every day." "You'll get tired of eating meat every day. Overeating meat can seriously burden your body. You'll become overweight, and you could develop hypertension, coronary heart disease, and so on. In short, you need a balanced diet, and vegetables are essential too." Meng Wantang noticed the atmosphere was off. She turned to see a pair of accusatory eyes. Dog Sheng jumped up and shouted, "I knew you had bad intentions. You just want to eat all the meat yourself. If you don't want me to eat meat, just say so. No need to pretend to be nice. I, Lu Dog Sheng, can live without meat." Meng Wantang forgot that her thoughts were too advanced, decades ahead of this child. He must think of her as a scheming, deceitful woman. "I mean, you can't eat only meat every day," Meng Wantang tried to explain. Dog Sheng, feeling proud, insisted, "I just want to eat meat every day, every meal. You can eat pork every day, and you can have 2 slices of meat at each meal. Eating like this for years is fine. You can also eat chicken, duck, fish, lamb, and beef. But you must eat more vegetables." Meng Wantang worried that this kid would only remember the last sentence as she picked up the fish and headed inside. She had just reached the doorway when Dog Shung shouted after her. You just want to trick me into eating vegetables. I won't fall for it. Forget it. It's hard to explain. Give her 2 years to make some money. By then, if she serves meat every day, let us see if this kid still complains. Today, she would make some braised fish and boil fish head soup. Meng Wantang brought the fish inside and salted it while asking Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye paused, then replied in a deep voice, "That's fine." He wasn't picky about food. And how about rice? Fish head soup over rice is pretty good. Meng Wantang continued talking to herself as she turned to cook. Dog Dan didn't even need Meng Wantang to call him. He brought firewood over and sat down in front of the cold stove to start fire. This child was quiet but had a spark in his eyes. However, most people only saw Dog Shung as a little troublemaker. Comrade Lu Yunhe, you don't need to start the fire today. Go play for a while. Meng Wantang felt she should pay more attention to the reserved and sensible Lu Yunhe. I don't want to play outside. I just want to start the fire. Dog Dan had already filled the stove with firewood and looked up at her, asking, "Can I light it now?" "You can light it now." Dog Dan immediately struck the match. Meng Wantang's expression was complicated as she thought for a moment and asked, "Comrade Lu Yunhe, how about I teach you to recite the 9 times table?" "What is that?" Dog Dan's eyes sparkled with confusion. "Do you know how much 9 times 9 is?" Meng Wantang gave an example. Dog Dan shook his head. "I don't know." "If you can recite the 9 times table, you can easily figure it out. The answer is 81. Because 9 times 9 equals 81. I want to learn." Dog Dan's tone was slightly urgent. It was clear that the child truly wanted to learn. Meng Wantang was surprised. She didn't expect Dog Dan to be so eager to learn. "Then follow me. 1 times 1 equals 1. 1 times 2 equals 2. Dog Dan earnestly repeated. 1 times 1 equals 1. 1 times 2 equals 2. 2 times 2 equals 4. 2 times 2 equals 4. 1 times 3 equals 3. 2 times 3 equals 6. 3 times 3 equals 9. 1 times 3 equals 3. Meng Wantang only taught up to 3 times 3 equals 9. The pot was hot. She poured oil into the pot and added the fish pieces, planning to continue teaching Dog Dan. To her surprise, she listened closely and heard him reciting it by himself. She had only taught it once, and Dog Dan had memorized it all. "You remembered it all?" Meng Wantang asked in surprise. Dog Dan looked up. His eyes filled with confusion, but still nodded. "Oh my God!" Meng Wantang immediately squatted down, holding the little guy's face, and exclaimed, "Dog Dan, you are so smart." Dog Dan's expression shifted from to. It turned out that the name Lu Yunhe was just a casual call. In her heart, she still called him Dog Dan. Her brother was right. She did enjoy tricking people. "Then let us continue. I'll teach you the next part." Meng Wantang, filled with joy, added a bit more oil to the pot and continued. 1 times 4 equals 4. 2 times 4 equals 8. 1 times 5 equals 5. 2 times 5 equals 10. 3 times 5 equals 15. 1 times 9 equals 9. 2 times 9 equals 18. 9 times 9 equals 81. Tang Sung went to the west to fetch scriptures and had to go through 81 difficulties. As soon as Meng Wantang finished speaking, Dog Shung leaned over and asked, "Who is Tang Sung? Why did he go to the west to fetch scriptures? Isn't going to the west dangerous? Does that mean when someone dies, did I not just once, but 81 times?" Meng Wantang was rendered speechless by this child. "When you grow up, you'll understand," she said, using her usual trickery to distract Dog Shung. Dog Shung pouted in dissatisfaction and said disdainfully, "You just keep tricking me. Go get some patchouli leaves." Just as the fish was almost done frying, Meng Wantang sent Dog Shung to work. Dog Shung puffed out his chest and walked toward the west wall. A few days ago, while planting vegetables, Meng Wantang discovered quite a bit of patchouli in the corner by the wall. Patchouli leaves can help eliminate fishy odors. If washed clean and chopped a couple of times before being added to the pot and stir-fried, it not only enhances the flavor, but also removes the fishy smell. Dog Shung returned with the leaves, and Meng Wantang took them, washed them, and chopped them before adding them to the pot to stir-fry. Seeing that the fish head had marinated enough, she took the fish pieces out, poured oil into the pot, and placed the fish head in to fry until both sides were golden. Then she added cooking wine, ginger, and garlic, and finally poured in boiling water, simmering the soup until it turned milky white. After about 10 minutes, she added the chopped tofu. About 5 minutes later, she added the seasoning. The aroma of the fried fish was overwhelming, and the fish soup tasted fresh and delicious. A gentle breeze blew by, and the neighbor's child started crying for meat. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Look at your ambition. Besides eating, what else can you do? The elderly woman next door scolded. If the neighbor eats shit, will you eat it too? Meng Wantang. She didn't want to stir up trouble, but who knew Dog Xing shouted beside her, "You old hag, eat shit." Who are you calling a bastard? The neighbor's old woman was nothing but a nuisance, arguing with a child through the wall. Dog Xing cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted, "I'm talking about old bastard Wang. You little wild child raised by a whore. Say that again if you dare." The old woman almost fainted from anger. Meng Wantang instinctively covered the little chubby boy's ears, but the other two children heard it. Dog Dan and Dog Xing were angry, but their reactions seemed to indicate they were already used to it. Meng Wantang's heart sank, and her face turned pale. Chapter 45. The kid next door is crying from jealousy. Aunt Ma, if you slander me one more time, I will let the whole village know that your 3 sons have 3 different fathers. After Meng Wantang finished speaking, there was silence on the other side. After a while, 3 words popped out. You're talking nonsense. Whether the 3 kids have the same father can be verified at a big hospital in the provincial city. If you insult me again, I'll expose everything and say you're a loose woman. You have no evidence to slander me, but I have evidence to crush you. Meng Wantang was glad she had read books. Although whenever the male and female leads were mentioned in books, it was either about romance or melodrama. When it came to supporting characters, the plot often took a turn, and Aunt Ma's story was quite exciting. There was no sound from next door anymore. She looked down at the 2 kids who were looking at her with admiration. Meng Wantang felt a bit embarrassed and deliberately put on a cold face. Do you know why Aunt Ma doesn't dare to scold me? That's because a clean person isn't afraid of a crooked shadow. I haven't done those things, so I'm confident. She doesn't retort because she has done those things. Meng Wantang took the opportunity to explain things clearly to the kids. Otherwise, being called a little prostitute wild child every day would surely leave them with psychological scars. If someone scolds you in the future, just make it clear to them. If they continue, hit them back. Aim for the stomach, don't hit the head, or if they get knocked silly, I'll have to compensate. Lu Qingye listened to Meng Wantang's words in the room, his mouth twitching fiercely. He wanted to call the kids into the house. But remembering how he had also gone through this when he was young, he fell silent. The sun had set. The members of the commune gradually returned home with their hoes. Meng Wantang planned to go home to refine oil and walk quickly. Are you hungry? If not, I'll cook later. I'll refine the oil first. Meng Wantang entered the house, washing her hands while asking Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye had eaten a lot and hadn't moved around, so he wasn't hungry. It's fine to eat later. That's fine. I'll refine the oil first. Meng Wantang cleaned the pot, heated it, and then threw the cut lard into the pot. A few kids smelled the fragrance and came back. Gooden was tending the fire, while Goshing and Xiaopeng sat on a small bench beside him, holding a little horse that Ma Liang had made for Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng held the little horse, his eyes fixed on the pot. Goshing kept his hands moving. Both he and Xiaopeng were staring at the same place. I'll give you some pork cracklings later. Meng Wantang thought there were no bok choy at home. So she said to Goshing, Goshing, go to your aunt's vegetable garden and pull some bok choy back. Today we're having pork cracklings stir-fried with bok choy. All right. Goshing took a basket and left. The kid next door started making noise again. Meng Wantang smirked coldly. The kid next door will make noise even more often in the future. She also planned to fry oil cakes and put some sugar in them. The sweet fragrance would carry far. It was just right for the oil pot. No waste. Meng Wantang used hot water to knead the dough. And when the dough was ready, she rolled it into a large sheet, then used a spoon to spread some lard on top, spreading it evenly, and finally rolled it up to make dough balls, placing them in a basin to rest. The lard was ready, and Meng Wantang poured it into a covered enamel basin. This basin was bought on market day. Meng Wantang brought the basin of lard into the house, leaving a little in the pot, planning to use it for frying pancakes and cooking later. I'm back. Goshing came in with the basket. Meng Wantang looked outside. Oh wow, this kid is really ruthless. He didn't pull up all the vegetables from someone else's garden, did he? Go in and get a basin to wash the vegetables. Meng Wantang couldn't free her hands, so she had Goshing and Gooden pick and wash the vegetables. The 2 kids were quite good at picking vegetables, not needing Meng Wantang to teach them at all. Meng Wantang started frying pancakes, The oil pancakes went into the pot, and soon the aroma wafted out. The kid next door was making even more noise. A scolding voice came from the yard. Meng Wantang deliberately said loudly, "Come on, eat an oil pancake. It's so fragrant. Eat, eat, eat. Are you reincarnated from Zhubeiji? Why don't you choke on it?" No matter how fiercely old Lady Ma scolded, she only dared to express her anger indirectly. She didn't dare to say Meng Wantang was indecent again. Meng Wantang felt happy inside, calling out to Goshing, "Lu Sueha, come here. What is it?" Goshing looked unwilling. "Open your mouth." Goshing instinctively opened his mouth, and Meng Wantang stuffed a large piece of pork crackling into it. The little guy chewed a couple of times and suddenly widened his eyes. "Is it delicious?" Meng Wantang also deliberately chose 2 big pieces of pork crackling to stuff into Gooden and Xiaopeng's mouths. The 3 kids nodded in unison. "Let us fry a dish and then we'll eat. You guys go set the table and get the bowls and chopsticks." Meng Wantang directed the kids to work. She cut the bok choy with 1 chop and tossed it into the pot to stir-fry over high heat. Eating pancakes is too dry, so she served the vegetables. And Meng Wantang made an egg drop soup. 1 egg for seasoning with a few greens tossed in, and after a couple of handfuls of firewood, the soup was ready. Meng Wantang brought the soup into the house, serving half a bowl to each of the kids. "Don't just stand there, eat." Meng Wantang watched the kids eat first. She took the buckwheat pillow and propped Lu Qingye up a bit, placing the pillow under him. "Is your waist still hurting badly?" Meng Wantang asked him. Although Lu Qingye remained expressionless, his face turned pale from the pain in his waist. Meng Wantang saw and knew not to ask further. "I've already soaked the medicinal herbs in sesame oil. The medicine needs 5 days after it's boiled down. It needs a few more days to dissipate the fire poison. Once the ointment is made, your waist injury will be almost healed." Meng Wantang frowned. "If only I had silver needles, I could do acupuncture on you for a few days, and you'd recover even faster." Lu Qingye pressed his lips together, but still didn't speak. What if Feng Dongyang can't be found? Saying these things to her now would only bring false hope. "Let us eat." Meng Wantang planned to ask someone later to see if anyone had spare silver needles they could lend her. Without silver needles, treating illness isn't effective. Otherwise, if I could just get a couple of needles in, there would be no need to lie on the Kong for several days. Lu Qingye had never eaten Meng Wantang's cooking before, but after eating her meals daily recently, he realized her cooking skills were quite good. Meng Wantang was starving. Perhaps it was due to working in the fields. She ate half a pancake, drank a bowl of soup, and started feeling sleepy. Meng Wantang perked herself up to feed Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng was small, but had a good appetite. He ate a quarter of a pancake, drank half a bowl of soup, and ate quite a bit of vegetables. The little guy let out a satisfied burp and smiled shyly at Meng Wantang. "Are you full? Kids gain weight just by eating." Just a few days, and Xiaopeng has gained quite a bit. Xiaopeng still wouldn't speak, just nodded and sat down to play by the Kong. Not needing Meng Wantang to manage him. After eating, the 2 kids went to help take the bowls and clear the table. Gooden took the initiative to wash the dishes. Goshing walked up to Meng Wantang and quietly asked, "Are we going to live on like this in the future?" "What's wrong?" Meng Wantang looked at the medicine she bought, finding it had soaked long enough and could be boiled down today. Her cooking pot wouldn't do. There was a small iron pot at home that would be just right. Meng Wantang walked outside, and Goshing followed. "We eat meat every day and white flour. We're living better than people in the city. But if we keep eating like this for a few days, there won't be any money left. What will we eat in the future? Am I going to let you starve?" Meng Wantang had already thought of ways to earn more things to bring back. "It sounds like you've been feeding me before." Goshing really dared to say it. If it were the original owner, she would have probably slapped him. Meng Wantang looked down at the child, saying without changing her expression, "Recently, have I let you starve?" "Not really." "Then it's settled from now on. I want to let the 3 of you go hungry again." Meng Wantang said as she lit the fire, cleaned the pot, and placed it on the stove, waiting for the pot to heat up before pouring in the camphor and stir-frying it to evaporate the moisture inside. Once the camphor was well cooked, she added the medicinal herbs into the pot to extract the medicine. The medicinal smell was quite strong, and even the neighbors could smell it. Oh, such a strong medicinal odor. Suddenly, a person appeared on the wall, asking, "Isn't this medicine for your family, Luer? Is he not doing well?" Chapter 46. Discomfort the person speaking was Ma Chong's wife. She wasn't tall and wasn't unattractive, but she had a grudge against Meng Wantang and spent all day wanting to see her make a fool of herself. Meng Wantang glanced over coldly. He got injured while saving someone and needs to rest at home for a few days, unlike your Ma Chong, wasting such a tall figure. Good-looking but useless. Ma Chong's wife instantly looked displeased and jumped down from the wall. Shortly after, Meng Wantang heard her cursing in the yard. What's that old hen clucking about? You think calling for a rooster will make it come peck you? You should look at what you yourself are like. Do you even deserve it? Meng Wantang scoffed, not caring at all. After all, Ma Chong's wife was cursing herself. This morning, when she went out to work, she happened to run into Ma Chong. He looked pale, his legs shaking, and she couldn't tell where he had come from. But he definitely hadn't been doing anything proper all night. It was already dark. The medicine was almost all squeezed out, and the rest would have to wait until tomorrow. Meng Wantang tidied up and called the 3 children out for a bath. It was hot, and boiling 1 pot of water was enough for the whole family to bathe. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng were sensible enough that they didn't need her help during their baths. Meng Wantang only bathed little Fatty. Are you going to bathe? Meng Wantang asked as she carried little Fatty into the room and saw Lu Qingye lying there. Yes. Lu Qingye nodded slightly, but Meng Wantang quickly said, You don't need to bathe. I'll just wipe you down. Otherwise, if you move around too much, your back will get worse, and you'll have to lie at home for a few more days. Meng Wantang went into the room with a basin. Take off your shirt and lie down. I'll wipe you down. Lu Qingye hesitated. If he didn't bathe, he felt a bit sticky and uncomfortable. Meng Wantang urged, Hurry up. I still need to bathe after wiping you down. Lu Qingye no longer hesitated, unbuttoning his shirt and lying directly on the con. He looked thin, but he had muscle when he took off his clothes. Meng Wantang bent over to wring out the towel, and when she turned around, she saw the strong lines of his back muscles. Meng Wantang felt a rush of heat and awkwardly looked away. Is this too hard? If it hurts, just say so. Meng Wantang forced herself to shift her focus. Your back injury is still in the acute phase, so be careful. It's not painful, Lu Qingye said in a low voice. Oh, for some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. All right. Meng Wantang wiped his back several times, but when it came time to wipe the front, she couldn't bring herself to do it. His chest and abdominal muscles were filled with explosive power, hitting all of Meng Wantang's aesthetic preferences just right. You wipe the front yourself. Meng Wantang wrung out the towel and handed it to Lu Qingye without looking at him, so she didn't notice the turbulent emotions in his eyes. No matter what, Lu Qingye was still a man, and the woman in front of him was his wife. If he hadn't tasted his wife's flavor before, it might be understandable. Or if their relationship had remained as terrible as before, he might not have had any other thoughts. At that moment, his wife's ears were flushed red, like a shy and timid daffodil waiting to be picked. Even if he were a saint with little desire, he couldn't resist such charm. When Lu Qingye took the towel, his fingers accidentally brushed against hers, and Meng Wantang felt as if she had been electrocuted, letting go of the towel. All right. Lu Qingye's voice was deep and hoarse, mature and full of texture, as if he were plucking at her heartstrings. Meng Wantang's heart raced, and she hurriedly took the towel and tossed it into the basin before walking out. You rest first. When Meng Wantang got to the yard, a slight cool breeze brushed over her, and she finally felt the heat dissipate from her body. What a mess. It wasn't like she had never seen a man before, so why was she feeling shy? Meng Wantang slapped her cheeks, splashed some water on them, and washed the towel clean, hanging on the clothesline in the yard. Meng Wantang washed herself under the light from the house. She really didn't think of anything else. She just wanted to find a well-lit place to take a bath and casually splash the water under the window. She had no idea how much of an impact her bathing outside had on the people inside the house. Lu Qingye's atoms apple rolled, his breathing became heavier, and his mind was filled with an image of a beauty bathing. When Meng Wantang finished bathing and was about to change clothes, she realized she had rushed out and forgotten to bring her change of clothes. She splashed some water, went in wearing old clothes to find her clothes. She discovered the children were all asleep and quietly opened the wardrobe. Are you planning to sleep outside tonight? Lu Qingye suddenly spoke up. Meng Wantang was still looking for clothes. Yes. He was such a tall guy, taking up half the bed by himself. Where else could she sleep if she didn't go out? Don't you know there are wolves in our village? Lu Qingye wasn't trying to scare her. Meng Wantang turned around in shock. What are you talking about? Wolves? Do we have wolves here? Wolves come down the mountain and can jump into the yard to grab our chickens, Lu Qing added, giving a few examples. He even recounted the time in great detail. Meng Wantang was frightened. I'll go bring the things inside. No matter what, she couldn't sleep outside tonight. If a wolf came in and dragged her away in the middle of the night, she wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. If she stayed inside with the door closed, the wolf couldn't get in, and her safety would be much higher. Meng Wantang didn't rush to change clothes either. She went out, brought the doorboard inside, placed it on the floor, and put the grass mat on the doorboard. This way, it wouldn't be so cold to lie on. Meng Wantang was quite satisfied with this, went inside to get her change of clothes, and changed outside. She washed her old clothes clean and hung them up to dry. Lu Qingye waited for her to come back inside. Who knew that, after waiting a while, Meng Wantang closed the door and fell asleep on the floor outside. The next morning, Meng Wantang made breakfast and, after finishing, went out to work. As soon as she left, Feng Donyang came over. Director, Feng Donyang came over this time not only to report work, but mainly to deliver silver needles to Lu Qingye. I found the silver needles for you. Check if these are okay. If they aren't, I'll go back and exchange them. After speaking, Feng Donyang looked eagerly at the side, even taking out another pack of silver needles as if showing off. Director, when are you going back to work? I'm waiting to learn a few tricks from you when you show off your skills. Lu Qingye had never realized before how foolish Feng Donyang was. These are for your sister-in-law to treat her illness. Lu Qingye thought that after explaining this, Feng Donyang would give up that ridiculous idea. Who knew Feng Donyang became even more excited. Do you want to learn a few tricks from your sister-in-law? I read in a martial arts novel about a person who is amazing. As long as they press a certain acupoint, a person can only tell the truth. Chapter 47, she isn't going to use him as practice, right? Put down the things and hurry up and leave. All right. Feng Donyang turned around and left. When he reached the door, he poked his head in. Director, the sky is cloudy again. It looks like it's going to rain. I won't be coming for the next few days. I didn't ask you to come every day. Feng Donyang, feeling disliked. The sky turned cloudy just like that. The flood hasn't receded, and it's going to rain again. It seems like the weather is deliberately making things hard for the common people. Previously, there was a drought with no rain, and everyone worked from dawn till dusk, spending a month just to finish irrigating the fields. Before they could catch a breath, the flood came again. The flood washed away a piece of fertile land on the farm. The cornfield on the hillside grew much better than before. Meng Wantang looked up at the sky, which seemed ready to rain, and quickened her pace to weed. After working outside these days, even fully armed, she had tanned quite a bit. Meng Wantang thought about going home to make some face cream. Going to the countryside for free clinics required quite a bit of money. To earn money, she would create some ancient recipes from old texts and upload them online. The first video Meng Wantang uploaded was about making beauty cream. This video managed to carve out a niche amidst a sea of handsome men and beautiful women dancing and showing off their figures, as well as cooking shows. She gained over 20 million fans. On the surface, she was making face cream, but in reality, she was subtly selling clothes. With the money earned from sales, she bought medicinal materials. Meng Wantang was very clear about what netizens were most interested in, such as ancient recipes related to beauty and skincare products associated with the royal court. As long as she made them, the views would skyrocket. Anything related to beauty and skincare had very good data. If you were to make a video about a dog skin plaster, not only would it lack aesthetic appeal, but would also be a bit horrifying. In any case, beautiful boys and girls would not watch it. Naturally, the data wouldn't be good. To maintain her popularity, Meng Wantang specifically dug out the ancient books she had treasured at home for research, and even asked friends to help collect more such books. Who knew these friends were quite unreliable? They brought her a book that looked very fake, titled Royal Court Beauty and Skincare Secrets. Another book was even more absurd. Opening the dusty book, the first page read, "Do you know why the thin horse is so popular? Open this book and you'll find out." Meng Wantang searched for a long time before finding the title in the lower right corner. Upon seeing the title, the corner of her mouth twitched fiercely. Thin Horse Cultivation Manual? Is this really a secret? Meng Wantang thought that the content of these two books was just nonsense. So she went live to research with everyone. Some things were just gimmicks. When Meng Wantang showcased the manual, The viewers in the live stream saw the title of the manual and started to cheer, urging her to make the recipes inside. Meng Wantang knew these things were harmless to the body, so she boldly researched and used them. Surprisingly, these things actually worked. Her account's followers surged again. Meng Wantang thought about her account that brought in a fortune and felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Don't feel bad. Spring is just around the corner for you. In less than 2 years, the first wave of wealthy people will appear. You must seize the opportunity to become one of the first to get rich. Meng Wantang felt that she was not having an easy time either. She had even learned to PUA herself. By the 1970s, wealthy families were already watching television and had washing machines and refrigerators at home. The less wealthy, like her, were still worrying about making a living. After finishing her work and returning home, Meng Wantang started cooking again. She felt that her life was just about working and cooking or taking care of the children. While others were asleep, she had to wash the children's and her own clothes after bathing. If she didn't wash them today, the children wouldn't have clean clothes to wear tomorrow. Although it was still summer now, by the time of the autumn harvest, the weather would be cold, and the children would need to wear thicker clothes. Not only the children, but the adults in the house also needed to prepare sweaters and long johns. After preparing sweaters and long johns, they still had to prepare cotton clothes, cotton pants, and cotton shoes. And these weren't just about wanting to prepare, it all required money. Lu Qingye hadn't gone to work, and his salary probably wouldn't even reach 15 yuan. Meng Wantang sighed. Did something happen? The window was open, and Lu Qingye heard her sigh and asked. While stoking the fire, Meng Wantang said, "It's not anything major, just thinking that you might not earn much next month. So I'm a bit worried." Lu Qingye. His injury was an old one. It wasn't a big deal. If he hadn't been hit hard by a piece of wood in the river, he wouldn't have missed work. Come in for a moment. Lu Qingye saw the leather bag on the edge of the Kong and called out, "Wait a minute. I'll be right there." Meng Wantang thought he was going to the bathroom, so she carefully filled the stove with firewood, pushed the firewood outside to the side, and then got up to go inside. She bent down to hand him the spittoon, saying crisply here, "Lu Qingye, what's wrong?" Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, Meng Wantang pushed the spittoon towards him again. Lu Qingye rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "I don't need it." "If you don't need this, are you planning to handle it directly like this?" Meng Wantang's expression turned fearful, her gaze inadvertently dropping to his lower region. Lu Qingye couldn't stand her look. "I didn't ask you to come in for that. Look at the thing on your left." Lu Qingye thought that if he didn't explain further, she might think of something else. "It's not like I haven't handed you the spittoon before. Why are you so shy about it?" "I'm not listening inside." Meng Wantang thought he was just embarrassed as she said this. She lowered her head and saw the leather bag by the anti-inflammatory ointment, feeling that it looked particularly familiar. "Lu Qingye, open it and take a look." Wait a minute." Meng Wantang bent down to set the spittoon down and turned to go outside. She suddenly remembered what that thing was. Meng Wantang seriously washed her hands and, after drying them, shyly lifted the door curtain to go inside. Lu Qingye saw her acting like she was on a blind date, particularly shy, as he carefully picked up the leather bag and opened it cautiously. "Wow!" Meng Wantang exclaimed. This sound fully revealed her joyful mood. "Where did this come from?" Meng Wantang asked excitedly. Lu Qingye felt relieved in his heart and said calmly, "I asked a colleague to help me check. Is it okay?" "Okay, it's great." Meng Wantang looked at the silver needles, unable to put them down. "This set is really quite complete." Meng Wantang said excitedly, "Come on, lie down. I'll give you a couple of needles." Lu Qingye was taken aback. "Now? Otherwise, when do you want to wait until?" After Meng Wantang said this, seeing that he still hadn't moved, she suddenly realized, "Don't worry. I've learned this. I'm not just using you for practice." Chapter 48. He suddenly felt that he was a burden to the family. Lu Qingye was no longer hesitant. Regardless of whether she was practicing on him, the needles were bought by him, and if she wanted to mess around, he had to cooperate. Meng Wantang was unaware of this person's spirit of self-sacrifice. These needles were indeed silver ones, which were hard to come by, and many people regarded them as family heirlooms. As she spoke, Meng Wantang disinfected all the needles and applied alcohol to his back. Noticing that his back muscles were tense, she realized he was very nervous. In some ways, Meng Wantang admired this man for allowing her to do as she pleased. She had developed some fondness for him. After all, He was quite decent. Not knowing what to say to him, she shared more professional knowledge to enhance trust between doctor and patient. The main purpose of acupuncture is to relieve muscle tension, regulate yin and yang, and eliminate pathogens. Meng Wantang's voice was gentle, making one unconsciously pay attention to the meaning behind her words. When the meridians are blocked, it results in obstructed qi and blood flow, which clinically manifests as pain and swelling. Generally, traditional Chinese medicine can use acupuncture techniques on corresponding acupoints to achieve the goal of unblocking the meridians. Meng Wantang was not just talking. She was also needling him while she spoke. In less than a minute, she was done. All right, just stay like that. I'll come take the needles out in a bit. I'm going to cook first. After tidying up, Meng Wantang went to the yard to add some firewood and then washed her hands to get the noodles. Let us have noodle soup for lunch today. I'll make a cool soup with noodles. Is it okay if I make 2 toppings? One with chives and shrimp skins and another with egg sauce? Lu Qingye wasn't picky. As long as there was something to eat, he was fine. I can eat anything. Then I'll make the noodles. Boiling the noodles is quick. Otherwise, I'm worried it might rain. The noodles cooked quickly. Dog Dan led his younger brother back, both kids carrying a basket filled with cucumbers. Where'd you pick these cucumbers? Meng Wantang glanced at the cucumbers and turned to the kids. Today I ran into my third aunt, and she gave me all these. Dog Sheng replied, Your third aunt? Meng Wantang reacted, realizing he was talking about Feng Yume. My third aunt is back to pack things. She is going to take Xiao Bao to live in the next village. She said the cucumbers from the vegetable garden wouldn't be left for my grandma and the others, so she picked them all for me to bring back. Dog Sheng had a great memory, recounting Feng Yume's words verbatim to Meng Wantang. With so many cucumbers, you should keep a few for yourselves. Set aside the overripe ones and the smaller cucumbers. If you can't finish the cucumbers in a few days, they'll wilt. Wilted cucumbers aren't tasty and would go to waste. Meng Wantang planned to make salted cucumbers so that they could have some pickles to accompany porridge or steam buns in the morning. Okay. Dog Sheng picked out the tender cucumbers and set them aside, leaving the overripe and less than good ones in the basket. Lu Yuna, find a clean basin to rinse and put some cold water in. Dog Dan was momentarily stunned when he heard his name before reacting. Meng Wantang walked over, brought the basin to the stove, and placed the noodles inside. Rinse the noodles under cold water. Do it slowly. Meng Wantang was also stir-frying and making the toppings, so she entrusted the rinsing of the noodles to the kids. Dog Dan was reliable and worked steadily. Meng Wantang turned up the heat, first stir-frying the chives, then making the egg sauce. In just a few minutes, they would be ready to eat. She moved the table up and brought the noodles into the house. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng carefully carried 2 plates of dishes into the room. Meng Wantang stepped forward to take the dishes from the kids and place them on the table, saying, You 2 take your younger brother to wash your hands. After washing, come back to eat. It's about time. I'll take out the needles. Meng Wantang said and swiftly pulled out the needles. Before Lu Qingye could react, the needles were already removed. How do you feel? Meng Wantang asked as she collected the needles and placed them in the cabinet. She turned back to remind the kids at home, You 3 must not touch my needles, understand? Who would dare touch your stuff? Dog Sheng replied. Meng Wantang paused for a moment and casually sat at the table, turning back to ask Lu Qingye, So, how is it? Better? When Lu Qingye turned over, he realized his back didn't hurt as much anymore. Seeing the surprise in his eyes, Meng Wantang smugly said, I told you long ago, I'm a professional. But before our mom. Lu Qingye started to say a few words, but stopped, not intending to continue. Meng Wantang had particularly good hearing. She could tell what he wanted to say. Your mom hit her head. Generally, hitting the head can be very dangerous. It might seem fine on the surface, but if you move around too much, it could lead to serious consequences. Given her poor relationship with Old Lady Lu, Meng Wantang thought, what if Old Lady Lu didn't make it? She would bear a huge burden of blame. Besides, even if she had spoken up back then, Lu Qingye probably wouldn't have believed she could treat illness. Not to mention your mom. I was also at a loss when Lu Yunha had a fever. When a child has a fever, they need to take fever-reducing medicine or get a shot. If they have a fever of 40 degrees and stay at home, that would be harmful. Just like that day with little Fatty, didn't I leave the child at home? Meng Wantang didn't want him to carry a grudge. I'm just curious, why didn't you treat anyone before? If you went with me to the army, you wouldn't have to work on the farm. You could go straight to the health station. Lu Qingyan never understood why she insisted on staying here. Of course, it's because the original owner knew nothing, but Meng Wantang, if I leave, will this old courtyard still belong to you? Meng Wantang purposely lifted her chin arrogantly, adding besides, at that time I was in a bad mood and had no intention of treating anyone. Lu Qingye. That's a good reason, very convincing. Then why have you changed your mind now? Dogxing asked quickly. Meng Wantang sneered. What else could it be? If your dad were still in the army, our family would get 20 yuan every month. Now your dad is injured and has been lying on the Kong for 10 days or half a month without being able to work. Even if he works the whole month, he can only bring back 20 yuan. He eats so much. Are you planning to live on air in the future? Lu Qingye suddenly felt that he was a burden to the family. He even wanted to confess to Meng Wantang that his monthly salary was over 100 yuan. Chapter 49. So much bloodshed, Dad. Why did you retire? Dogsheng opened his mouth at the wrong time. One sentence made the two adults very awkward. Lu Qingye glanced at Meng Wantang, who was holding her bowl and looking over. Their eyes met, and whoever had the thinner skin felt embarrassed. Meng Wantang frowned and glared at him. What are you looking at? Not eating? Dad, you still haven't. Dogsheng, curious as ever, continued to ask. Meng Wantang shot him a stern look. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Dogsheng immediately buried his head in his meal. Other families are poor, and their cooking pots have no oil. Their family isn't wealthy either, but Meng Wantang is willing to spend. She had money, bought rice and flour, bought oil and meat, and only after buying these did she use the remaining money to buy medicinal herbs. The herbs weren't anything precious, mostly inexpensive, over $100, and it was all spent. If it weren't for the $300 she received when the family split, her pockets would be cleaner than her face. Anyway, money is worthless. It can be earned again. If the body suffers, no matter how much good food you eat later, it can't be made up. Dogdan and Dogsheng look a year younger compared to other children their age. Standing together, they're half a head shorter and so thin they look like skin and bones. If they don't eat well now, they probably won't grow taller. After Meng Wantang finished eating, she fed Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng eats too slowly, chewing carefully, and it makes her anxious. By the time Xiaopeng finishes, the other three are still eating. Children get hungry easily, and there's hardly anything to eat at home. Meng Wantang thought about making some snacks for the kids, but now supplies are scarce, and there's nothing to be had. Forget it. I'll just plant some crops myself. The sky is overcast. It looks like it's going to rain, so she won't go earn work points today and will first plant the millet and other crops. In this era, farming people don't have much fertilizer. The yield depends entirely on whether the heavens provide food. Meng Wantang had seen how the villagers soaked and mixed seeds when she treated them. She bought the seeds and dried them out. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate. Not only did it rain, but there's also a major flood. Last night, she specially used the large salt she bought to make a saline solution for seed selection. And this afternoon was just right to plant the 2 acres of land. Meng Wantang changed into an old outfit, put on a pair of ragged shoes, and took the seeds to the back to plant. Dogdan and Dogsheng finished eating and came over to help after tidying the table. Xiaopeng sat at the head of the field, munching on a few apricots. Mom, didn't we plant sweet potatoes in the backyard? Dogsheng still remembers the sweetness of the sweet potatoes. When they were hungry before, he and his brother would throw sweet potatoes into the fire pit, and after a while, they could eat them. Meng Wantang didn't know the significance of sweet potatoes to Dogsheng. It's too late to plant sweet potatoes now. They can only plant millet. When harvest time comes, I'll make you something delicious. Meng Wantang worked quite quickly. This is also thanks to Lu Qingye. If it weren't for him using the tractor to plow the land, they wouldn't have planted the millet so early. After finishing the work, Meng Wantang was exhausted and her back ached. She sprawled on the Kong and called Dogsheng. Lu Sueha, come and massage my back. Mom, let Dad do it for you. I need to go play. After Dogsheng said this, he pulled his brother and younger brother and ran off. This kid, Meng Wantang was speechless. She struggled to turn over, spun around in place, facing the edge of the Kong with her body moving upwards, resting her neck on the edge while raising her arms. Ah, stretching feels so good. Meng Wantang turned her head and found Lu Qingye's face was red, so she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are you running a fever?" She was going to sit up to check, but Lu Qingye said in a deep voice, "I'm not feverish." Then why is your face so red? Meng Wantang looked at him suspiciously. Lu Qingye explained, it's hot. I'll get you a fan. You can fan yourself. Meng Wantang said as she was about to sit up. No need, it'll cool down soon. Lu Qingye closed his eyes, not looking at Meng Wantang. His solemn and aloof demeanor resembled a high monk, unmoved by the charming little demoness in front of him no matter how she tempted him. Meng Wantang also didn't feel like moving. After stretching for a while, she shrank down and fell asleep without even using a pillow. Mom, half asleep. Meng Wantang was startled awake. She looked blankly at Dog Sheng, who rushed in with a panicked expression. Without time to ask, she soothed the little one. Don't panic. Take your time to tell me what happened. Dog Sheng gasped. Nyodan's mom sent me back to call you. Do you know what happened? Meng Wantang thought something serious had happened, but upon hearing it was about Miao Yinhua, she felt relieved. Just now, she thought it was Dog Dan or Xiaopeng who had an accident. Nyodan's mom has bled a lot down there. It looks really scary. She didn't want to tell anyone else, just to sneak back and call you. Dog Sheng patted his chest. I specially ran back to tell you. What? Meng Wantang immediately sensed something was wrong. She opened the cabinet to grab the silver needle she received today and turned to run outside. Where's your second aunt? Meng Wantang asked Dog Sheng as she ran. Dog Sheng replied, she's at home. Meng Wantang hurriedly raced towards Miao Yinhua's house. When she arrived at the door, she didn't knock but pushed the big door open and entered the yard directly. Dog Dan was there with Xiaopeng, and beside them was a dark-skinned child with a lot of energy. Meng Wantang recognized at a glance that it was Miao Yinhua's son, Nyodan. She told Dog Sheng, you and your brother stay outside to play. Don't come in with me. Sister-in-law, where are you? Meng Wantang called out as she reached the doorway. In the east room. Before her voice fell, Miao Yinhua poked her head out and waved at Meng Wantang. When Meng Wantang saw Miao Yinhua, she noticed her rosy complexion and frowned as she walked into the room. Inside lay a young girl, probably around 18 or 19 years old. She looked delicate, but her eyes were dull and lifeless, her face pale, and her dark blue pants were soaked in blood. This is my sister from my maternal family, Miao Yinhua said, tears streaming down her face. Wantang, she hasn't married yet. Don't cry yet. Go boil some water, heat a pot of hot water. Meng Wantang already had a guess in her heart about what was going on. If it were known that a young, unmarried girl was pregnant, she would probably be paraded through the streets. Meng Wantang checked the girl's pulse. After a while, she released her hand. I don't know who you got the medicine from, but it's very harmful to your body. I'll first stop the bleeding for you, and then prescribe 2 herbal soups to help you recover. Otherwise, it will be difficult to have children in the future. The girl didn't respond, still staring blankly at the ceiling. Meng Wantang had seen countless people like her. She used acupuncture to stop the bleeding for the girl. Sister-in-law, go to the health clinic and buy some iodine. After Meng Wantang finished speaking, she noticed Miao Yinhua's expression was off. She asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is it that you don't have money to buy iodine, or... Chapter 50. The doorstep visit if I go buy iodine. Won't everyone know? What Miao Yinhua didn't say was understood by Meng Wantang. She explained, sister-in-law, iodine is used for disinfection. It's the same principle as purple medicine. She needs to disinfect down there, or she could get an infection. Oh, I see. I understand now. I'll go buy some right away. Miao Yinhua had only one sister, who had never been loved by their father or mother since childhood. She longed to find someone who would care for her, but unexpectedly got deceived by a rascal from the city. Miao Yinhua gritted her teeth in anger, but felt helpless. That rascal was definitely not someone to marry. She heard he had been in a fight recently, and even got locked up. When her mother found out, she almost broke Miao Yinfeng's legs and forced her to abort the child. Miao Yinfeng ran out crying, and when she got to Miao Yinhua, she was already bleeding profusely. Miao Yinhua wanted her sister to marry into a good family in the future, but she didn't dare to make a fuss and only sent Goxing home to call Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang had saved her husband from dying suddenly. She couldn't trust anyone else. A few years ago, a woman had severe bleeding and wasn't saved at the health station. Miao Yinhua was actually taking a gamble. She rushed back and soon bought the iodine. Meng Wantang had already taken the needle. The bleeding from Miao Yinfeng had stopped. You disinfect her first, then wash her body. I've written the prescription above, and you can buy the medicine yourself. Also, give her some good food to recuperate. Meng Wantang never pried into other people's affairs. She handed the list to Miao Yinhua and left. Miao Yinhua chased after her. Wantang, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, my sister might have lost her life. If you hadn't called me back then, our Gooden might have been gone too. Sister-in-law, I won't speak carelessly about your sister's situation. You go back and persuade her well. Don't let her think too much. I will persuade her. Just because parents like someone doesn't mean they are good. And just because they don't like someone doesn't mean they are bad. After finishing this sentence, Meng Wantang waved to the three little ones not far away. You three, come here quickly. We're going home. The three little ones immediately ran towards her. Goshing, with a curious mind, asked, Mom, did you save someone? Yes. Meng Wantang felt heavy-hearted. She was very glad she didn't have a daughter. Otherwise, it would be too much to worry about in the future. When she grew up, she would worry about being deceived by sweet-talking men. Even if she found a responsible partner, she would still worry that he wouldn't be capable enough to provide her daughter with a good life. After getting married, she would worry about whether her daughter would be wronged in her in-laws' house. If she had children, she would worry about having no one to help her daughter take care of them and whether her daughter would suffer from depression. In short, there were too many things to worry about. If it were a son, Meng Wantang's expression was blank. Little boys could be in danger too. Giving birth was a worry. When they got home, the three children were playing in the yard. Meng Wantang went inside to put her things away and turned to ask Lu Qingye, do you need to go to the bathroom? I can go by myself. Lu Qingye didn't expect Meng Wantang to really have some skills. After she gave him acupuncture at noon, the effect was immediate. He figured he could return to work in just a couple of days. All right, Meng Wantang turned to go out, picked out the medicinal materials she bought, and ground them into powder with a small grinder. Grinding medicinal materials into powder was very labor-intensive. Since Meng Wantang couldn't afford skincare products, she had to make them herself, not only for her own use, but also for several children. The ginseng powder inside was the most expensive. Fortunately, the amount used wasn't much. The other medicinal materials were not expensive either. With just a little, she could make several bottles of face cream, enough for a while. After grinding the medicinal materials into powder, she mixed it with lard and then boiled it in a pot. Finally, she filtered it several times to remove the medicinal residue and added some honey. Once it solidified, it would be ready to use. Meng Wantang looked at the face cream she made and almost cried with joy. Mom, what is this? Can we eat it? Goshing thought it was food and had been waiting by the side. Meng Wantang smiled and said, this isn't for eating, it's for your face. Go wash your face. Goshing obediently washed his face seriously. Meng Wantang dried his face with a towel and used her fingers to apply a bit of face cream on him. All done. Meng Wantang saw Goshing's face shining and noticed that the little guy was quite vain. She directly handed him one of the jars. This is yours. From now on, after you wash your face every day, apply it on your face and hands. But putting it on my hands is a waste, isn't it? Goshing thought it wasn't necessary to apply such things on his hands. Hands are a person's second face. They need to be taken care of too. Once you finish using it, I'll make you more. Goshing immediately hugged the small jar and bounced off to find Gooden. Gooden was coaxing Xiaopeng and turned to look at Meng Wantang when he heard Goshing. Meng Wantang pointed to another jar and said, Gooden, yours is on the shelf. Gooden didn't expect to have one too. He was taken aback for a moment before nodding modestly. Meng Wantang carried the other two jars inside and opened the cabinet to put them away. She turned around, took out a jar, and asked Lu Qingye, this is the face cream I made. Do you want some? I don't use these things. Lu Qingye felt that those who used such things were too feminine. Real men never use such products. All right, since he didn't want it, Meng Wantang was reluctant to give it away. The next morning, a light rain fell. After breakfast, Meng Wantang started making plasters. She used the first finished product on Lu Qingye. Let's try sticking a couple of plasters to see the effect. Lu Qingye. He really wanted to ask her if she considered him a guinea pig. Before he could say it, he felt a burning sensation on his waist. The plaster was hot when stuck on. Lu Qingye said in a deep voice. Meng Wantang was still busy and nonchalantly responded, oh. She finished making all the plasters and was about to put them away when she heard someone calling from outside. Who else is coming? Gooden, go check. Meng Wantang picked up the plasters one by one and put them into a box. Before long, she saw Gooden leading an old man inside. Lu Qingye quickly sat up and shouted, Second Grandpa, why are you here again? The old man, surnamed Wang, lived at the west end of the village. Even if people in the same village didn't share the same surname, they were all relatives. Old man Wang sat on the Kong and patted his legs, saying, I heard your wife can treat illnesses, so I came to ask her to take a look at my leg. Meng Wantang was taken aback. She didn't expect someone to come to her for medical treatment. She was quite surprised. Second grandpa, what's wrong with your leg? Meng Wantang said as she walked over, looking down at the old man's leg. Chapter 51. A unique skill. As soon as it rains on a cloudy day, my leg hurts terribly. Just a few days ago, I couldn't even get up because of the pain. Yesterday, I overheard Neo Air's wife say that you can bring the dead back to life. I thought maybe you could take a look at my leg and see if it can be saved. Old Wang is very thin, with a face full of wrinkles. He is quite tall, about 1.8 meters, but when he walked in, he was dragging one leg. Now, sitting on the edge of the Kong, he seems to shrink to about 1.6 meters. His face is contorted with pain, and the veins on his forehead are bulging. Your hand has been hurting for quite a few years, hasn't it? Meng Wantang walked over and didn't look at the old man's leg, but focused on his hand instead. The joints of his fingers were red and swollen, even showing signs of deformity. Old Wang didn't expect Meng Wantang to look at his hand first and was momentarily taken aback. Yes, both my wife and I have this. Her hands are even more deformed than mine. It's all for doing too much work. When she was younger, she used to wash clothes, and after too much exposure to cold water, now a touch of cold water makes her itch and hurt. My symptoms are much milder than hers. Her leg hurts too. Sir, your illness cannot be cured completely. Even with surgery, it's impossible to heal. Meng Wantang clarified with the old man in advance. Old Wang didn't seem to mind and said, Then can you prescribe some painkillers? It doesn't hurt as much when it's cloudy or rainy. I can get out of bed and work, and that's enough. Still thinking about working in that condition? Meng Wantang felt a pang in her heart and then smiled bitterly. What would we eat if we didn't work? From adults to children, there's no one who doesn't work. Is that all you want? Meng Wantang moved a table over, folded a towel skillfully, and placed it on the table. Come on, uncle, put your wrist here, and I'll check your pulse. Old Wang was surprised. You can check pulses? This is basic. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking. Checking the pulse is part of the diagnosis. If you can't even learn to check pulses, how can you treat people? Meng Wantang pressed her hand against Old Wang's pulse. She started with a smile, but in the next second, her expression turned serious and particularly solemn. Old Wang, being elderly and believing in traditional Chinese medicine, saw Meng Wantang's serious face and felt not only unafraid, but also that this young girl had something special about her. Calm and composed. That's quite reliable. Old Wang didn't speak, while Go Dan and Go Sheng curiously sat nearby, watching. Lu Qingye appeared very calm. Meng Wantang had treated him with acupuncture, and the effects were obvious. He still had a patch made by Meng Wantang on his waist, and it must be said that she had some skills. Within a minute of applying the patch, his waist pain disappeared. Uncle, starting today, you come every day. I'll first give you acupuncture and massage for a course of treatment, and then I'll prescribe some medicine for you to get from the health station. Let us see how it goes in 10 days, Meng Wantang said, going to find paper and pen. Last time at the market, Meng Wantang bought quite a bit of paper and pen. Once school starts, she plans to send Go Dan and Go Sheng to school, and she will sew the cut paper together with needle and thread to make notebooks for the children. Unexpectedly, the children hadn't used them yet, but she would use them first to write prescriptions. You're also going to massage? Old Wang felt a bit embarrassed. Meng Wantang looked up at him, furrowing her brow in a serious tone. Do you not have time? Uncle, if you let this illness drag on, you'll end up unable to get out of bed. Roll up your pant leg. Old Wang obediently complied. Meng Wantang took out the needles to disinfect them, then wiped Old Wang's leg with alcohol and began inserting the needles. A steady needle insertion can alleviate the patient's pain. Meng Wantang wasn't a novice, and her technique was very skilled. Old Wang didn't feel anything at all unless he watched the needles going in. If someone understands traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, they would surely be amazed by Meng Wantang's technique. The methods of burning mountain fire and piercing the sky's coolness are among the most revered techniques in acupuncture. Mastering these two techniques undeniably makes one a master. Calling it a miracle wouldn't be an exaggeration. Meng Wantang was fully focused, her hands steady and quick. It felt less like she was treating someone, but rather like she was performing a mysterious skill. This was her first time using the burning mountain fire technique in this world, and she was surprised by how good it felt. You need to wait here for a while longer. Meng Wantang paused, saying that the needles would be removed in 10 minutes, so you can rest for a bit. Is that it? Old Wang was taken aback. Meng Wantang smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel warmth in my leg," Old Wang said seriously. After feeling carefully, he excitedly exclaimed, "Dr. Meng, it seems my leg doesn't hurt anymore." Truly miraculous. Hearing herself being upgraded to Dr. Meng, Meng Wantang smiled instantly. "Uncle, am I impressive?" "Impressive. Those Mongolian doctors at our health station aren't as good as you." Old Wang's leg no longer hurt, and his spirits suddenly improved. "No way. I've got to tell our team leader tomorrow to let you work at the health station. How can someone as skilled as you be working in the fields?" "I can go to the health station?" Meng Wantang was taken aback. Old Wang said, "Why can't you go?" "The doctors at our health station were all recommended by our team. There's no money involved, it's just work points." Meng Wantang really didn't know it was so easy to work at the health station. No wonder that day, even a nurse like Tang Huifeng, who was quite incompetent, could work there. "If I can go, then thank you." Meng Wantang finished massaging the old man's leg, and the rain outside had also stopped. Old Wang stood up, holding his waist and groaning a couple of times. "Uncle, what's wrong? Is something else uncomfortable?" Meng Wantang hurried over to support him. Old Wang smiled and waved his hand. "I can't do it anymore. I'm getting old." "Is your back hurting too?" "It's an old problem. It'll all be fine after lying down for a while," Old Wang said nonchalantly. "You wait a moment." Meng Wantang opened the cabinet, took out the freshly made patches, and handed Old Wang two. "These are patches I made myself. Take them home and apply them." Old Wang felt embarrassed to take them, but Meng Wantang pushed the patches into his hands without a word. "Don't refuse." "Hey, how could I possibly refuse?" Old Wang didn't have any money in his pocket, thinking that when he got home, he would ask the team leader to let Lu Guangjun arrange for Meng Wantang to work at the health station. When Old Wang returned home, his wife was sitting on the Kong, groaning and unable to get up. "What's wrong? Is your back hurting again?" Old Wang could tell, just by looking at his wife, that her old ailment had flared up again. Old Wang's wife was not tall and was an elderly woman with bound feet. Years of hard work had tanned her face. Her old eyes were filled with pain, and she didn't even want to speak. "You turn over. I'll put a patch on you." Old Wang had two patches in hand and planned to stick them both on his wife. "Why did you buy this? It's useless." Old Wang's wife was heartbroken. "It didn't cost anything. Hurry up and turn over so I can try it on you," Old Wang urged. With Old Wang's encouragement, his wife turned over with her hands supporting her back. Old Wang lifted her clothes and applied the patches for her. Chapter 52. No wonder the sister likes young boys. "How is it? Does it work?" Wang Laotu asked as soon as he loosened his grip. "You just put it on and you're already asking if it works? I think your brain isn't working well," Wang Laopa replied irritably as she turned over, groaning as she lay down. "What's the point of living? It's better off dead. All day long, it's about dying. How unlucky." After Wang Laotu finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and planned to go out. "What are you going to do?" Wang Laopa asked unhappily. "You're not at home all day. Has your leg stopped hurting?" "Of course it doesn't hurt anymore." At that moment, Wang Laotu felt completely comfortable, his legs not so stiff, feeling better than ever. "Wait a minute. What now?" Wang Laotu stood at the door without moving. "I still have things to do." Wang Laotai sat up and moved a bit, surprised as she said, "My back doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Where did you get this plaster? Give me some more. I don't mind spending a little money." "Really doesn't hurt?" Wang Laotu knew Meng Wantang had good medical skills, but he didn't expect the plaster she made to be so effective. It just got put on, and it worked so quickly. Wang Laopa stood up and walked a couple of steps, saying, "It really doesn't hurt that much anymore. My back feels warm and very comfortable. I'm going to take care of this right now." After Wang Laotu finished, he went out, heading straight to the captain's house. Lu Guangjun had just finished eating, squatting at the door of the yard smoking a pipe. Seeing Wang Laotu coming, he quickly said, "Second uncle, what are you doing here?" "I came to find you for something." Wang Laotu was older and had a higher status. He squatted down next to Lu Guangjun, who hurriedly handed him a small stool. "Second uncle, sit on this." "Guangjun, you speak. I'm listening. Then I'll speak directly." Wang Laotu was waiting for this sentence. I want to recommend someone to you to work at the health station. Lu Guangjuan hesitated. Second uncle, the people who go to the health station are all skilled individuals. They're the ones who are supposed to treat us. Don't give me that. Don't think I don't know what kind of people are in the health station. It's just that Dr. Dong's family has been practicing medicine for generations. They have real skills. The other two just read a couple of worthless books and think they're doctors. If you want to see them, it's better to just buy some painkillers and take them. That little girl, isn't she from Beiwang Brigade? I heard she was scolded for not knowing anything and almost harmed a child. In the countryside, there really weren't many secrets. Even small matters could become common knowledge. Wang Laotu's concerns were known to Lu Guangjuan, who was worried that Wang Laotu wanted him to send someone who knew nothing to the health station. That would be a disaster. Lu Guangjuan said with a headache, Second uncle, you know the health station is for treating our members. If someone has a headache or a fever and encounters a doctor who knows nothing, it's us who will suffer. I can see it now. You are just afraid of trouble. I'll tell you, that girl's medical skills are impressive. Look at my leg. It doesn't hurt after just a couple of injections. Your second aunt's back was so painful she couldn't sit up. And after I put the plaster on her, she could immediately get up and walk. Don't you think someone like that should work at the health station? Are you talking about Qingye's wife? Upon hearing that Wang Laotu was recommending a girl, Lu Guangjuan guessed who it was. Yes. You just say whether it's okay or not. That girl treated me for free and didn't even ask for an egg. Plus, she gave me 2 plasters for free. We can't let someone so capable go to waste. If you think it's embarrassing to arrange for her to work at the health station, then let the villagers with back pain go and let her treat them. Let us see who would dare to let her leave the health station then. Lu Guangjuan. Old Ginger is still spicier. Wang Laotu subtly set him up. Lu Guangjuan didn't commit right away. Then let her go work there for a few days first. If it really works, she can stay. That girl will definitely be able to stay, Wang Laotu said confidently. After sending off Lu Guangjuan, Meng Wantang was also quite stunned. She didn't expect Wang Laotu to be so efficient. In just a few hours, he arranged for her to work at the health station. Although there were conditions, it wasn't too difficult. She wasn't just a pretty face. My back doesn't hurt anymore. I plan to go to work tomorrow. Lu Qingye had 2 plasters on his back and didn't feel pain when he sat up. The slight discomfort was negligible. Meng Wantang looked at him expressionlessly. Lu Qingye, don't push your luck. Just because your back doesn't hurt doesn't mean it's healed. In your case, you need to wear the plaster for about 20 days to fully recover. If you want to go to work now, are you planning to become a useless person in the future? She was still fierce, but now her fierceness was hard to resent. Should I rest for a few more days? Lu Qingye asked tentatively. At least another week. Meng Wantang paused, turned around, and said after dinner, I'll give you acupuncture again, and you can wear the plaster for another day tomorrow. This is already the fastest pace. Also, even if you can go to work, you can't sit for too long. Lu Qingye lay on the Kong, his eyes focused on Meng Wantang, who seemed to glow, and he said seriously, understood. Meng Wantang's expression finally softened. She hated patients who didn't follow medical advice. Lu Qingye was very cooperative. He rested when told to rest and lay down when told to lie down. He was really sensible. Meng Wantang finally understood why the sisters liked young boys so much. In the evening, after dinner, the children finished their baths and fell asleep on the Kong. They played hard during the day and came back to sleep as soon as they got home. The dim light was very low. The bulb was only 15 watts, barely using 2 kilowatt-hours of electricity in a month. After washing up, Meng Wantang knelt on the Kong to give Lu Qingye acupuncture. The two were silent. The room was quite quiet. Wait a moment, I'll massage your back. Meng Wantang put away the needles, sat on him, and began to massage his waist. The lines of the muscles on the man's back weren't exaggerated, but were full of strength. When Meng Wantang's hands touched his skin, she felt nothing but muscle beneath her hands. The texture was quite good. Lu Qingye felt the delicate fingers touch his skin, and his muscles tensed up, almost flipping her over and pinning her down. Does it hurt a lot? Meng Wantang tapped his back, asking in confusion. Not really. Lu Qingye's voice was low. Meng Wantang said unhappily, then relax. Don't be so tense, or I won't be able to massage you. Okay. Lu Qingye controlled himself not to think about how her hands felt on his body and gradually relaxed. Today the captain came and told me to work at the health station. That side is for recording work points. There's no salary. Meng Wantang was quite satisfied with this job, but regretted that the family was still short on money. She wanted all the children to eat eggs. If the children ate, the adults also had to have. Eggs cost 5 cents each, and buying by weight was about the same price. Occasionally having a scrambled egg or two, it would cost about 8 or 9 yuan a month for eggs. So, Lu Qingye should hurry up and go to work. If they couldn't achieve the freedom to eat meat, they at least had to achieve the freedom to eat eggs. Lu Qingye said in a very agreeable manner, "I will go to work as soon as possible." Chapter 53. What is this sister-in-law babbling about? Meng Wantang went to work at the health clinic. The clinic was built as a large flat-roofed building. Walking through the main entrance, there was a spacious, empty hall in the middle, and passing through the hall led to the backyard. Standing in the hall, on the left side was the medicine selling area, and on the right side were the doctor's consultation rooms. There were a total of 3 doctors in the clinic. 2 nurses, one named Tang Huifang and the other named Zhang Chunling. Among the 3 doctors, one was responsible for dispensing medicine, named Zhao Qingji, while the other 2 were responsible for consultations. Dr. Dong, who was in charge of consultations, was also the director of the health clinic. Dr. Chun, from the Shilling Brigade, had a middle school education and had read some basic medical books, so he knew a little, but not much. People from the brigade often referred to him as the Mongolian doctor. In the consultation room on the right, there were 2 desks that were already full. When Meng Wantang came to report for work, there was no place for her to sit. Dr. Dong got up and walked to the door. "Dr. Meng, the next room is your office. You will be seeing patients here from now on." Meng Wantang followed him in and found an office desk and 2 hospital beds inside. She was quite satisfied with this. "I heard you also do acupuncture. Having a separate office should be more suitable for you." Although Dr. Dong said it nicely, in reality, Meng Wantang was a young wife, and sitting in the same office with them might create a bad influence to avoid being pointed at by others in the brigade. He intentionally arranged for her to come over. "Thank you, Dr. Dong. All right, then you can get busy." After Dr. Dong finished speaking, he left. Early in the morning, no one came to see a doctor. Meng Wantang found a cloth and wiped down the office before placing the pulse pillow she made overnight on the desk. To say the least, working at the health clinic was much better than weeding in the fields. There was no need to worry about Huo Dongsheng and Chun Jiaojiao suddenly showing off. Knock, knock. While lost in thought, someone knocked on the door. "Gumin." Meng Wantang looked up and saw the person standing at the door, unable to help but feel a toothache. Chun Jiaojiao walked halfway, and upon seeing Meng Wantang, was stunned. "Wantang, are you here to see a doctor too? What is wrong with you? See a doctor?" Meng Wantang asked expressionlessly. Chun Jiaojiao was surprised. You are a doctor?" Her face almost wrote the disbelief. "You can see a doctor?" Meng Wantang didn't insist. If the patient didn't trust her, there was no need for her to treat her. "Yes, I'm a doctor. If you want to see Dr. Dong, go find him next door." Meng Wantang lowered her head, flipping through a medical book. This compendium of Chinese herbal medicine was borrowed from Dr. Zhao in the pharmacy to pass the time. She was contemplating what medicinal materials were available here and whether they were suitable for planting. Chun Jiaojiao sat in the chair and asked, "Dr. Meng, can you take a look for me? My lower abdomen has been hurting a bit lately." Meng Wantang didn't expect that Chun Jiaojiao would actually be willing to let her help with her medical issue. "You place your hand here." Chun Jiaojiao knew that Meng Wantang was too lazy to pay attention to her, her eyes revealing curiosity, and that hint of strangeness was well concealed, which Meng Wantang did not notice. Strange? In her past life, Meng Wantang didn't know any medical skills. She only knew how to make a particular ointment. The Huo family was wealthy, and the ointment Meng Wantang made was only for Huo Dongsheng. Others wanting the ointment she made could only get it if Huo Dongsheng had some left over. In this life, Meng Wantang had actually become a doctor at the health clinic. Chun Jiaojiao secretly observed Meng Wantang, filled with questions but unable to ask directly. No matter how subtle her gaze was, Meng Wantang could still sense it, but she was too lazy to expose it. Meng Wantang just thought that Chun Jiaojiao was still secretly wary of her. "You don't have any major issues." Meng Wantang withdrew her hand and looked up at Chun Jiaojiao. Chun Jiaojiao was taken aback, "But my lower abdomen really hurts. Is this coming to see a doctor?" Was she intentionally trying to show off? Meng Wantang didn't even raise her eyelids, from today onwards, avoid sexual activity. You will recover naturally in 15 days. Chun Jiao exclaimed, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. She timidly looked at Meng Wantang. Is there anything else? Meng Wantang said coldly, rest assured as a doctor, I still have professional ethics and won't easily disclose a patient's condition. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Chun Jiao hurriedly waved her hands. No, that's not it. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask if I need to take some medicine. No need. Meng Wantang saw that she still wasn't leaving and looked at her in confusion. Can I ask what exactly is wrong with me? Chun Jiao asked anxiously. Meng Wantang suspected that Chun Jiao was being intentional. There is no land that can't be cultivated. Do you know why the same crop can't be planted continuously on the same piece of land? Meng Wantang spoke indirectly yet straightforwardly. Anyone with a bit of brains could understand. Chun Jiao bit her lip, her face turning red, and spoke softly. Thank you. After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. Meng Wantang didn't take it to heart, and not long after, a woman came in to see the doctor. Doctor, I'm not feeling well. Can you take a look for me? The woman sat in the chair, extended her hand, and placed it on the pulse pillow, waiting for Meng Wantang to take her pulse. Meng Wantang calmly extended her hand, pressed down on the woman's pulse, and suddenly asked, how many days does your menstrual period last? The woman's cheeks flushed. I asked you to take a look at me. What's the point of asking that? Do you feel a pulling pain in your lower abdomen before your period? Meng Wantang spoke calmly, unaffected in the slightest. You. How did you know? The woman was suspicious, wondering if Chun Jiao had told her. Meng Wantang was speechless, and her tone was not gentle. She was a bit cold. Why would Chun Jiao tell me that? If you don't want to see a doctor, then get up and leave now. If you want to see a doctor, just answer my questions. The woman, seeing that she didn't leave, Meng Wantang directly asked, name, Chun Shufan. The woman gritted her teeth. Age, 28. Gender. You can see that, can't you? Chun Shufan glared at Meng Wantang in dissatisfaction. Meng Wantang's gaze swept over her indifferently, and she instantly fell silent, obediently saying, female. When was your last menstrual period? How would I remember that? Chun Shufan said, but immediately started recalling. It just came the day before yesterday. Meng Wantang wrote in the medical record. How many days does it last? Last time it lasted 9 days, and it didn't clear up. Chun Shufan spoke truthfully while secretly observing Meng Wantang, shocked by her transformation. The previous Meng Wantang didn't seem like someone who wanted to live a good life, but now she seemed like a completely different person. Could it be because her man came back? The young wife thought of the day she saw Lu Qingyat jumping into the river to save someone and felt a bit envious of Meng Wantang. One night, she passed by the backyard of Meng Wantang's house and heard the couple inside making noise, and for some unknown reason, she stood still without leaving. She didn't know how long the couple had been at it before she arrived. In any case, she stood there for several hours. Meng Wantang wrote a prescription and looked up to see Chun Shufan blushing and gazing at her shyly, and curiously asked, Are you running a fever? No. I'm not being flirtatious. Chapter 54. How could Meng Wantang possibly treat illnesses? Meng Wantang was shocked. Her pupils were trembling. Chun Shufan realized what she had done, stood up abruptly, and said in a panic, I just misspoke. I meant to say I don't have a fever. You misunderstood. After speaking, Chun Shufan turned around to leave. Meng Wantang called out to her, wait a minute. Chun Shufan felt guilty. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was extremely flustered. She anxiously turned around. Is there something else? Doesn't your body need some adjustment? If not, that's fine. Meng Wantang was about to put the prescription into the drawer. Chun Shufan hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and walked back. I'm planning to buy 2 doses of soup medicine. It's not expensive, right? Not expensive, it's just regular herbs. You could take 2 portions for a week. After finishing, come back for follow-up. Meng Wantang handed the prescription to Chun Shufan. Chun Shufan took the prescription and ran off. Meng Wantang looked suspiciously at the door, wondering if she was some kind of monster. After leaving the hospital, Chun Shufan saw Chun Jiao standing at the entrance and instinctively wanted to avoid her. Chun Jiao immediately walked over, surprised, and asked, Sister-in-law, what happened to you? Why did you come out with several doses of soup medicine? It's just a small issue, no big deal. Jiao, Thank you so much today. If you hadn't urged me to come and check, I wouldn't have known that I had a little problem. Chen Shufan didn't tell Meng Wantang the truth. She didn't just have a period that lasted 9 days last time. She had been having periods that lasted 8 or 9 days for more than 6 months, with heavy flow in the first 2 days making it hard for her to walk. But Meng Wantang had only asked a few questions and had guessed her condition almost accurately. She truly didn't expect Meng Wantang to be so skilled. Why didn't Meng Wantang come to work at our health station earlier? She must have more than just a little skill. Chen Jiaojiao felt uneasy hearing Chen Shufan's words. Do you really think her medical skills are quite good? Chen Shufan, not picking up on the hint, nodded straightforwardly. Yes, she's quite good. I just casually mentioned a few things, and she accurately described my symptoms. Chen Shufan was troubled by her heavy and prolonged periods. Initially, she had just come to see the excitement, but unexpectedly, she resolved a long-standing issue. Chen Jiaojiao didn't want to hear Chen Shufan praise Meng Wantang, forcing a smile. That's good. Just as Chen Jiaojiao finished speaking, she saw an old man and woman pass by them. The old man said, Dr. Meng is starting work today. Let us go let her give us a couple of injections. Look at my leg. After Dr. Meng's injections, I slept well last night. That plaster on your waist is also quite effective. Isn't it? Yes. Let's have Dr. Meng take a good look at both of us. Chen Jiaojiao watched the two old folks, and a sense of unease crept in. It felt like something was slipping out of her control. This feeling made Chen Jiaojiao very anxious. Jiaojiao, what's wrong? Your complexion doesn't look good. Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital to check? Chen Shufan thought about being in the hospital and planned to pull Chen Jiaojiao inside to see Meng Wantang. Chen Jiaojiao reacted strongly, pulling her hand back. No need. I just stood too long and feel a bit dizzy. Sister-in-law, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go home and lie down for a while. After saying this, Chen Jiaojiao turned and left. Chen Shufan was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. She took 2 bags of medicine back home, asking her mother-in-law to help her brew the medicine while she went to work in the fields. The more work she did in a day, the more work points she earned. At the end of the year, she could get a few dozen yuan instead of having to pay the farm a sum of money. When Chen Shufan arrived in the fields, she encountered someone and said, Did you guys know? Meng Wantang is working as a doctor at our health station now. What? She is going to be a doctor? Isn't that ridiculous? What diseases can she treat? Someone immediately questioned. Chen Shufan instantly got excited. I used to think the same way as you. I thought that Meng Wantang was useless, couldn't do anything right, and aside from her looks, had nothing to show for herself. She didn't even bother to take care of her own child. How could such a person work at the health station? I was the first to disagree. Yeah, a person like that working at the health station is just going to harm people, right? Exactly. So, I went to the health station to take a look. Chen Shufan deliberately paused before continuing. Who would have thought she actually has some skills? She didn't do much, just asked me a few questions, took my pulse, and accurately pointed out my issues. People exclaimed in surprise. Is Meng Wantang really a doctor? Someone asked in disbelief. Chen Shufan sighed. Though I don't want to admit it, she is a doctor. When we were leaving, we happened to run into old Wang from the village. He and his wife usually lays around on the Kong whenever it rains. They happily went in and said that their leg problems were treated by Meng Wantang. So the story about her saving Neo Air was true? Some had heard of this before, but no one believed it. They thought Meng Wantang was too shameless to take credit for such ridiculous things. While everyone on the surface didn't say much, they secretly laughed like crazy. Chen Shufan said, This might really be true. The surrounding villagers had mixed thoughts. Many of them had minor ailments, but going to the health station didn't help. They all knew that Dr. Dong's skills were not as good as his father's, but his father had long been gone. As for the other doctors, they were even less capable. Now that a seemingly skilled Meng Wantang had arrived, everyone wanted to go see her. After finishing their morning work, many people headed towards the health station. When they arrived at the entrance and saw many people queuing, they looked at each other awkwardly for a moment before starting to chat. Meng Wantang finished her morning work and went home. As she returned, she was thinking about what to eat that night when she unexpectedly smelled a delicious aroma upon entering the courtyard. Meng Wantang was surprised to see the man busy at the stove and walked over to look at the stir-fried dishes in the pot. Asking in astonishment, You can actually cook? After speaking, she glanced at Lu Qingye's waist. Doesn't your back hurt? How come you're cooking? With the plaster on? It doesn't hurt as much. Lu Qingye was the one lying in bed for days a couple of days ago, while Meng Wantang is at work. He can move around and cook at home. Cooking isn't that hard, and the child helps with the fire, so it's not too tiring. Meng Wantang didn't expect that Lu Qingye, who seemed so masculine, was actually willing to cook. Chapter 55, I'm worried someone will pop out. Just leave it here. I'll handle it. Meng Wantang washed her hands and took the spatula to cook. She turned around and saw Lu Qingye still standing in place, signaling him to go inside and rest. Don't just stand here. Even though your back doesn't hurt as much, it hasn't healed completely. You should go back and lie down properly. Don't fidget around. Meng Wantang worked quickly. In no time, she had stir-fried the chives and brought them into the house. Lu Yinhe, you three go inside to eat. As soon as she called out, the three little ones happily ran in. The meals have been good these past few days, and the three children visibly gained weight. Tomorrow, let's buy some meat to eat. Meng Wantang thought the three kids would be excited, but to her surprise, they didn't even lift their heads. Goshing, not knowing who he learned it from, snickered. Why is our family so poor? It's all because of you eating. Taking the blame, Meng Wantang. She picked the tender chives, blew on the spoon in the small, chubby hand, and then asked Goshing, aren't you going to eat the meat we buy? Goshing retorted, why wouldn't I eat? Hey, this kid. Meng Wantang was left speechless by the child. She turned her head and saw Lu Qingye stifling a laugh. She said irritably, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in. What? Lu Qingye looked at her blankly. Really good at pretending. Meng Wantang felt that this father and son duo was here to get on her nerves. After dinner, Gooden and Goshing took the bowls and chopsticks down, washed them, and put them in the cupboard. Meng Wantang lay on the Kong, planning to rest for a while before leaving, but unexpectedly fell asleep. Gooden entered the room, and Lu Qingye gestured for him not to come in, instead pulling Goshing outside. Just as Goshing was about to speak, Gooden covered his mouth. Once the two kids were outside, Gooden said, Mom is sleeping, let's not disturb her. So what if she's sleeping? Can't I go into the room while she's sleeping? Goshing, with a rebellious spirit, would probably get a good beating if he were the original owner. This kid is so contradictory, saying the most rebellious things while doing the most caring deeds. He climbed into the small shed outside, where there was another slightly worn grass mat. During the day, the kids could play inside. It wasn't hot and was quite cool. They could even take a nap there at noon. Ever since Meng Wantang stopped staying here at night, this place had become Goshing and Gooden's little stronghold. Brother, do you think she will change back? Goshing lay in the shed, looking at the blue sky, feeling that the current life was unreal. He didn't even know what it felt like to have a full meal. Yet now he could have meat with every meal and a boiled egg every morning. This was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. It had miraculously happened. I don't want her to change back. I just want her to stay like this. Goshing was very scared, his thin body trembling slightly. Gooden suddenly said, Dad is back. What good is that? Isn't he just afraid of Mom? Goshing didn't look down on his father, but had hardly lived with him since he was little. The father-son relationship was very superficial, at least from Goshing's perspective. There was very little fatherly affection. However, it was good that he came back. If he did, then Mom wouldn't be that woman anymore. Goshing turned over and uneasily asked, Brother, is Dad really retired? Just consider it that way. Gooden didn't want to spoil his brother's mood. Goshing was quite perceptive. What do you mean, just consider it? Dad hasn't retired? Does that mean he's actually leaving? As he spoke, he immediately sat up. Gooden hurriedly pressed him down, I guessed. That day, I saw someone in military uniform come to find him. The way they were talking didn't seem like ordinary colleagues. We'll ask him another day if he's still leaving. Poor kids grow up fast. Kids with no one to look after them understand things early. Goshing and Gooden were much smarter than other kids their age. Why ask that? Gooden understood early on that others are unreliable. You can only rely on yourself. Even though life was better now, he still wouldn't depend on adults. Goshing crossed his arms and snorted. If he leaves, he has to take us with him. No way he's escaping. Gooden thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Let's sleep. When we wake up, we'll ask. Sleep, Goshing said fiercely and immediately lay down to sleep. When Meng Wantang woke up from her nap, she found herself hugging Lu Qingye's arm, startling her stiff all over. When did she develop this habit? She clearly slept very honestly and never cuddled anything to sleep. Meng Wantang thought about pushing his hand away, but worried it would wake him up. So, she carefully pulled her hand out and slowly inched it under the collar. After she sat up completely, she glanced at Lu Qingyan nervously, finding that he was still asleep. She breathed a sigh of relief and quietly got off the bed to sneak out. Lu Qingyan only opened his eyes when he heard footsteps and seeing her back. He looked down at his hand, which still retained that soft touch. After Meng Wantang washed her face, she started to comb her hair. Looking at her long hair that reached her waist, she wondered if cutting it off and selling it would fetch a couple of bucks. $2 could buy quite a bit, but she decided against it. She thought she would trim her hair and perm it into a fashionable curly style in a couple of years. Meng Wantang returned to the house, grabbed a tea thermos, and went to work at the health station. Xiao Meng, you're just in time. Our health station colleagues need to make regular visits for medical consultations. From now on, you'll be responsible for the Shilling Brigade. As soon as she arrived, Dr. Dong came over. Hearing this, she was stunned. Director, are we leaving right now? Yes. The villagers might be waiting for us to go. Previously, Dr. Zhao was in charge over there, but he couldn't treat many illnesses, and those with serious problems had to make another trip. Just in time for you to come, it'd save a lot of trouble. Dr. Dong reminded Meng Wantang a few things and hurriedly left with his medical box. Meng Wantang didn't have a medical box, so she used a cloth bag, bought some common medicines out of her own pocket to put inside, packed her pulse pillow, and placed the tea thermos on top before heading out. The sun was quite strong on the way. However, there were willow trees along the roadside. The road was sandy. If one wasn't good at riding a bike, they could easily fall. The stones on the road were as big as pebbles. Walking on them in cloth shoes made her feet hurt a bit. Meng Wantang deliberately walked to the side, taking the path that had been flattened, which felt a bit more comfortable. Shilling Brigade was very poor. Every household lived in small adobe houses, low and shabby. Unlike their Qinghe Brigade, where many houses were made of blue bricks and big tiles. At this time, there were many people on the road. The sides were cornfields. The land here was high-quality farmland, rich and fertile. The corn grown here was much taller than that grown on other lands. A gust of wind blew, and she heard the rustling sound. Meng Wantang didn't dare take the small path and still took the main road. But the main road also passed through a deserted area at the foot of a mountain. At this moment, hearing the sounds from the cornfield, Meng Wantang turned around cautiously. She always felt that the sound was a bit off. Chapter 56, it's over. She got angry. Meng Wantang quickened her pace, even wanting to jog. Just then, a man jumped out from the cornfield, reaching out to grab her. Meng Wantang had been very alert. Seeing the figure startled her, and she screamed, instantly turning to run. As a woman, no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't outpace a strong man in his prime. The man was not tall, but was incredibly fast. Just as he was about to catch up to Meng Wantang, she zigzagged to dodge his hand. Soon, the man caught up and grabbed her clothes. Caught off guard, Meng Wantang bent down, scooped up a handful of sand, and threw it at the man's face. Taking advantage of the moment he was distracted, she kicked towards him below. The man was caught off guard. His face contorted in pain, and he loosened his grip on Meng Wantang. Without looking back, she turned and ran away. She couldn't go to the Shilling Brigade anymore. If she went there today, she might not come back. Ignoring the pain in her feet, Meng Wantang ran back desperately, not daring to stop for a moment. Fortunately, no one else jumped out from the cornfield on her way back. Meng Wantang was grateful that she had learned some self-defense moves. She didn't return to the clinic, but went directly to the police station. Comrade Police, I want to report a crime. Meng Wantang's face was pale, and she was trembling all over. No one could remain calm and composed after experiencing such an event without any emotional fluctuations. The police officer, wearing a large brimmed hat, was writing a report at the table. Upon hearing someone reporting a crime, he asked, "What crime?" "My name is Meng Wantang, a doctor from the health clinic. This afternoon, I was planning to go to the Shilling Brigade for medical rounds, but when I reached the cornfield on the west hillside, a man jumped out from inside. The man tried to grab me, and when he caught me, I kicked him and managed to escape. I immediately decided to run back, and the first thing I did was come to report it." After clearly describing her experience, Meng Wantang noticed that the police officer's head was lowered even more. He was still writing in his notebook, not even knowing what kind of nonsense he was scribbling. Can you describe the appearance of the suspect? Although the police officer was busy, he heard Meng Wantang's words. Meng Wantang thought for a moment and said, "Could you give me a pencil and a piece of paper? I could draw his appearance." "Sure." The police officer readily handed over the paper and pencil, which was a real pencil. He pointed to a table not far away, saying, "You could draw over there and let us know when you're done." "Thank you." Meng Wantang took the paper and pencil, sat down, and began to seriously draw the man's likeness. She didn't notice that the police officer was secretly watching her after she sat down, nervously swallowing his saliva. Feng Dongyang didn't expect such a coincidence. He came to the Qingha police station for business and happened to encounter his sister-in-law reporting a crime. The director had long instructed them not to let her know their identities. Therefore, Feng Dongyang didn't dare to lift his head just now. After finally managing to divert her attention, he immediately got up and walked into the inner office. He entered and said to the real police inside, "Xiao Li, there's a female comrade outside reporting a crime." She said that on her way to the Shilling Brigade, she was almost dragged into the cornfield by someone. Damn! Feng Dongyang had been too nervous just now and only then realized what his sister-in-law was reporting. He hurriedly rushed to catch that man. How could someone dare to attack a woman in broad daylight? Such a person must be properly reformed. Feng Dongyang was instantly furious. How could this person be so blind as to dare to touch the director's wife? Their director was a big boss. Anyone who fell into his hands would definitely not come out unscathed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li immediately stood up. "I'll call Xiao Sun to go with me." "Go ahead. I'm leaving." Feng Dongyang slipped away from behind, rode his bicycle straight to Lu Qingye's house. The director, Feng Dongyang, was dumbfounded when he saw a man in an apron washing vegetables and cooking. Was this really their director, who made all the spies tremble in fear? He couldn't have gone to the wrong place, could he? Lu Qingye turned around when he heard the noise and looked at Feng Dongyang, standing there with disdain, saying, "Why are you here again?" Feng Dongyang. He must have come for a reason, remembering the matter at hand. Feng Dongyang hurried over and said in a low voice, "Director, I'm here to tell you something. Don't get angry. Speak." The cold voice, though it was just one word, brought a tremendous sense of pressure to Feng Dongyang. With admiration in his eyes, Feng Dongyang said, "Captain, I came out to do some business today and happened to stay at your police station for a while. I didn't expect my sister-in-law to come to report a crime." "She reported a crime?" Lu Qingye, who had been listening coldly, immediately showed a hint of life in his expression upon hearing Meng Wantang's name. Although he still looked cold, it gave people a sense of warmth. "Yes, my sister-in-law went to the countryside for medical rounds. When she reached the west hillside, a man jumped out of the cornfield and chased her for a long distance, even grabbing her. If she hadn't reacted quickly and kicked him, she might have." Feng Dongyang couldn't finish a sentence facing that intimidating aura. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to speak of the possible consequences. Lu Qingye coldly said, "Catch him and wait for me to interrogate him." "I'll go too." Feng Dongyang quickly rode his bicycle away. He felt sorry for that audacious little rascal. At the police station, Meng Wantang had already drawn the suspect's appearance. The two police officers looked at the drawing and instantly widened their eyes, looking at Meng Wantang as if she were a treasure. "This drawing is quite good." Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise. "Did you study painting?" "No, it's just a hobby. I like to doodle when I'm free," Meng Wantang modestly replied. She had learned to paint when she was young, dreaming of becoming an artist. Later, she didn't become an artist, but became fascinated with traditional Chinese medicine and became a small practitioner. Her painting skills were not lost. She drew human acupuncture point diagrams based on real people rather than just marking points on a figure. Her human version drawings were quite popular. "This is well done." Xiao Li passed the drawing to Xiao Sun. "You go back first. We will go catch the suspect now." "Okay, I'll wait for news at home. If you catch him, call me over to confirm." Xiao Li and Xiao Sun set off together. At the intersection, upon seeing Feng Dongyang, Xiao Li immediately handed the drawing to him. "Brother Feng, take a look at this drawing done by that female comrade just now. Look how similar it is. She drew this?" Feng Dongyang recognized its value. He exclaimed, "My goodness, the director has struck gold. No wonder the director was so invested in this." Feng Dongyang's voice was low, and Xiao Li and Xiao Sun didn't hear it all. "Let's go catch him." Chapter 57. Lu Qingye takes action. Feng Dongyang decided to take matters into his own hands. He wanted to see who had the audacity to touch their boss's woman. You too, follow me. Feng Danyang hopped on his bike and headed straight for Shiling Village. To the west of Shiling Village, there was a small path that led further into a sparsely populated area. The living conditions of the people there were not good, and many families were reluctant to marry off their daughters. A few households in that area had several bachelors who were over 40 and still couldn't find wives. Feng Danyang held up a picture and asked around. The villagers quickly recognized who it was. This is Wu Chiezi's eldest son, Wu Donglai. Thank you, big brother. After learning about the person's identity, Feng Danyang immediately went to Wu Chiezi's house to capture him. Is Wu Donglai home? He asked gently to an elderly woman washing clothes in the yard. Who are you looking for? The elderly woman frowned at them. Wu Donglai. Who? Our Donglai? The old lady seemed hard of hearing and spoke particularly loudly. Feng Danyang smiled and asked, is he at home? Huh, not home. He went out to work. If you want to find him, you should look outside. The elderly woman lowered her head and continued washing clothes, struggling with the amount of water. She dared not rub too hard. Otherwise, the clothes might tear. This family's life was tough. Although Feng Danyang had lost his family, his life was not bad. He grew up with his grandfather and hadn't experienced much hardship. His clothes had patches, but they didn't fall apart at the slightest touch. Wu Chiezi's family was genuinely struggling. All right, you carry on. Feng Danyang didn't enter the house and turned to leave. Just as he was about to ride away, he suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. He didn't want to awkwardly go back into Wu's yard, so he planned to find a spot behind the house. Standing at the base of a wall, Feng Danyang unbuckled his pants and was about to relieve himself when suddenly a man appeared on the wall, preparing to jump down. Feng Danyang looked up and their eyes locked. His pupils widened in shock, and the man on the wall was equally stunned. Damn, Wu Donglai. Hearing his name called, Wu Donglai quickly jumped down from the wall and tried to run. Feng Danyang immediately held back his urge to urinate, pulled up his pants, and gave chase. Despite Wu Donglai being small in stature, he was fast from years of hard labor. He was also familiar with the terrain, and in the blink of an eye, he was out of sight. Damn! Feng Danyang cursed under his breath and was about to dive into the cornfield when someone burst out from inside. With a thud, the person landed right at his feet. Looking down, he exclaimed, Hey, isn't this Wu Donglai? How'd he come out? Feng Danyang was lost in thought when Wu Donglai had already gotten up and was about to make a run for it. What are you dawdling for? Capture him. A familiar voice prompted Feng Danyang to instinctively follow the instruction. Seeing Wu Donglai get up, he rushed forward and kicked him in the leg, causing Wu Donglai to fall to the ground. Feng Danyang quickly subdued him and looked up to see a tall, imposing man with a cold and handsome demeanor. He was instantly filled with excitement. Director, why are you here? Lu Qingye glanced at him, his brows furrowed, making Feng Danyang feel guilty. Aren't you going to take him away? Lu Qingye's voice was low, only audible to the two of them. Right away. Feng Danyang shivered and pulled Wu Donglai up. Hurry up, don't try any tricks. Xiao Li and Xiao Sun happened to come over, and the three of them took Wu Donglai back. Feng Danyang hurried to follow Lu Qingye, whispering, Director, weren't you supposed to be recuperating? Why did you come here all of a sudden? If I didn't come, Wu Donglai would have escaped. Lu Qingye coldly snorted. Feng Danyang mumbled, but it's not his fault. He hadn't even finished before he jumped down from the wall and ran away. Director, wait for me here. I need to use the restroom. Feng Danyang turned and dashed in a cornfield. After a while, feeling refreshed, he came out, washed his hands by the ditch, and rode his bike to catch up with Lu Qingye. Director, I'll take you back. Don't walk. Lu Qingye didn't insist. Upon arriving at the station, Feng Danyang took Wu Donglai down, and Lu Qingye followed him inside. Director, I've handed him over to you. Feng Danyang watched Lu Qingye calmly put on gloves, then turn and walk outside, standing guard at the door. Some people really don't know how to appreciate a good life and insist on courting death. If they can't marry a virgin, they could at least find a widow. Why resort to such inhumane acts? Such people, even if dealt with, don't deserve sympathy. Half an hour later, Lu Qingye came out, removed his gloves, and said, I'm leaving. The rest is up to me. After Lu Qingye left, Feng Danyang opened the door and entered the room. He saw Wu Donglai, pale and trembling, and thought to himself, serves you right. Lu Qingye didn't go home. After leaving the police station, he crossed the street and walked directly into the health clinic. The clinic was very quiet. During the harvest season, everyone in the clinic would be busy working. Only those who were sick would stay away from farm work. On ordinary days, the doctors in this clinic didn't have to work, at least not the doctors at this health clinic. Several villages with thousands of households had only 3 doctors. They regularly went out to make house calls, and during other times, they stayed in the clinic to see patients. Today, only Dr. Zhao was left in the clinic. The other doctors were out in the countryside. Brother Qingye. Tang Huifeng was surprised to see Lu Qingye and walked over with concern, asking, "Has your injury healed so quickly? Are you looking for Dr. Dong? He went out to the countryside today and might not be back until tomorrow or a few days later. If you have something to tell me, I can relay it to him when he returns." Lu Qingye ignored her, walked past her without a glance, and headed straight for the office inside. Tang Huifeng was taken aback by Lu Qingye's dismissal. She stared in shock as he knocked on the door, then pushed it open and locked it from the inside. Tang Huifeng stomped her foot in anger. Inside the office, Meng Wantang was reading, trying to distract herself. When she heard someone knock and enter, she said without looking up, "Place your hand here. I'll take your pulse." The visitor said nothing and placed their hand on the pulse pillow. Meng Wantang glanced at the patient's hand. The fingers were long and well-defined. A particularly beautiful pair of hands. Strange. This pulse felt eerily familiar. Meng Wantang furrowed her brows, ready to observe the patient's complexion and tongue color when she looked up, thinking she had misseen. Meng Wantang exclaimed in shock, "Why are you here?" Chapter 58. The revelation. I felt that my waist no longer hurt, so I wanted to take a stroll. I had nowhere else to go, so I came to see you. Lu Qingye was calm and collected when he lied. Meng Wantang had no doubts. When she saw Lu Qingye coming over, she felt relieved. What had happened today had left her with a significant psychological shadow. She was too scared to go out alone now, especially when she saw the cornfield, always worrying that someone might suddenly jump out from inside. Just a moment ago, she was contemplating whether to take a stick with her when she went home after work. "Your waist doesn't hurt anymore, but you shouldn't be doing this. You should rest on the bed over there first. I can leave in a while, and then we can go home together," she said. "Okay." Lu Qingye thought he would be sent away, but he didn't expect Meng Wantang to let him stay. It seemed she was quite frightened. A hint of worry flashed in Lu Qingye's eyes. As it was almost time to get off work, there weren't many patients. When the time came, Meng Wantang packed her things and called Lu Qingye. "It's time to go home. Let's go." When Lu Qingye sat up, a hand appeared in front of him. He looked up and met Meng Wantang's serious face and thanked her. "Are the kids at home?" Meng Wantang asked. "Yes, they are at home," Lu Qingye replied. "Oh." Suddenly, both of them fell silent. Once they exited the hospital, Meng Wantang hesitated to walk towards the cornfield. Lu Qingye pretended not to know anything and walked down the left side with Meng Wantang. He let her walk on the inner side, while he walked closer to the cornfield. "What should we eat tonight?" Lu Qingye asked, trying to distract her. "What do you want to eat?" Meng Wantang replied absent-mindedly. "How about fish? We haven't finished the fish at home. We should eat it soon, or it will go bad," Lu Qingye suggested. Meng Wantang thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's have fish tonight." "Was there a lot of patients at the hospital today? How many did you see?" Lu Qingye, who was usually very measured, was asking a series of seemingly ordinary questions today. Normally, Meng Wantang would have noticed something was off. Today, Meng Wantang had almost been caught in the cornfield and was still struggling to come out of that fear. Naturally, she didn't pay attention to Lu Qingye's unusual behavior. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the cornfield. Meng Wantang was so frightened that she jumped into Lu Qingye's arms. Lu Qingye. The woman in his arms was both soft and fragrant, her faint scent completely different from the women in their countryside. Lu Qingye tightened his arms, realizing he could wrap one hand around her waist. So slender. "What was that just now?" Meng Wantang's voice trembled. Lu Qingye turned his head to look down. "It's nothing. Just a wild cat." "Huh? A wild cat?" This answer completely caught Meng Wantang off guard. She realized she had jumped into Lu Qingye's arms and awkwardly took 2 steps back. "I didn't mean to just now, Before she could finish explaining, Lu Qingye lifted his foot and continued walking. "I know, no need to explain." Meng Wantang looked at his tall figure with a complex expression and hurriedly caught up with him. The two walked home side by side. After Meng Wantang took out a large fish and cleaned it, she began to prepare braised fish pieces. The dinner was steamed flour rolls. Flour rolls require oil and are tastier than plain steamed buns. Meng Wantang planned to treat herself well, and more importantly, the kids had never had flour rolls before. The dough had already risen. Meng Wantang placed all the flour rolls in the pot and then prepared the braised fish pieces on the cold stove. She only lit the fire for the flour rolls after 15 minutes. Lu Yunhe, you can start the fire now. Meng Wantang thought the person coming was Dog Dan, but when she turned around, she found it was Lu Qingye who was starting the fire. No need, I'll start the fire here. You go inside. Your waist isn't well. You should lie down properly. Meng Wantang hurriedly urged him to go inside. Lu Qingye replied, the kids went to the back to pull radishes. I can start the fire. You just cook. Meng Wantang was surprised. Which house did they go to pull radishes? The vegetable field. Meng Wantang understood. Although they had separated, the vegetables in that field were planted by Feng Yume. The three little ones would often go to the vegetable field to bring back some things. Feng Yume liked to eat water radishes, so she planted them early, and now they were ready to eat. Just as Meng Wantang finished cooking, the three kids returned. Dog Dan was carrying a basket, which contained several water radishes. Wash your hands quickly. It's time to eat. Meng Wantang walked over to take the basket and noticed that the radishes looked few, but were actually quite a lot. Water radishes can't be stored. They can go bad after just a couple of days. She left a few outside for the kids to eat as fruit, and then took a few, washed them, and went inside to cut them into shreds to make a cold dish. Time to eat, time to eat. Meng Wantang noticed that none of them had moved their chopsticks. After placing the cold radish shreds on the table, she urged everyone to eat quickly. Mom, where's the rice? Dog Sheng rarely spoke, and whenever he did, it seemed to be at a critical moment. Meng Wantang suddenly remembered and realized she had forgotten to take out the flour rolls. Oh no, the flour rolls are still in the pot. Wait a moment, I'll go get them now. Meng Wantang hurriedly ran outside. She lifted the lid, and inside the pot were fluffy, steaming flour rolls, especially large. Meng Wantang didn't expect her cooking skills hadn't declined. Quick eat. Meng Wantang quickly took out a few rolls, placed them on a plate, and brought them inside for the children and Lu Qingye to eat first. You all eat quickly. Don't wait for me. You eat more. I eat less, and I can eat faster than you. Meng Wantang even looked at Lu Qingye specifically. You eat first. It's not a holiday. No need to wait for me. Only then did Lu Qingye speak. Let's eat. Dog Sheng took a big bite of the flour roll. This is the best steamed bun I've ever had. This is called a flour roll, Dog Dan reminded him. They're all the same. It's all made of white flour and tastes good. Besides, we've never had flour rolls before, Dog Dan added. Dog Sheng casually said. She hasn't made flour rolls before either. Also, her cooking didn't seem that good before. Didn't we sneak eat the dumplings she secretly made? You couldn't tell. Dog Dan said expressionlessly. Dog Sheng couldn't help but raise his voice and describe in detail. It was before our house burned down. One time, she made a lot of dumplings with meat filling. She put them in a lunchbox and went out. And then the three of us ate all the dumplings in the lunchbox. Don't you remember? At that time, I thought the dumplings were delicious. And you were the one who said they weren't good. Lu Qingye frowned. Meanwhile, Meng Wantang, who was outside fetching the flour rolls, was like, Chapter 59, she sleeps the most honestly, really. Has the food at home been good lately? Dog Dan thinks his younger brother is a bit slow-witted. Dog Sheng thought for a moment and found a reason for Meng Wantang. People can progress. For example, she has improved in cooking. Meng Wantang. Thank you very much. At night, Meng Wantang lay alone on the grass mat in the outer room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, she would dream of a man suddenly jumping out from the cornfield. Lu Qingye heard the occasional sound of her turning over outside and got up from the con. Meng Wantang heard the noise and sat up, only asking after he came out, Where are you going? To the bathroom? As she spoke, Meng Wantang stood up and walked to Lu Qingye, intending to help him out. Lu Qingye, whose physical condition and recovery ability were much faster than normal, said, I can manage on my own. Lu Qingye certainly didn't want her to listen from a distance while he went to the bathroom alone. Meng Wantang was not at ease with him going alone. Then I'll stand at the door, and if something happens, just call me. Meng Wantang didn't want him to have an accident in the bathroom and not come back. I feel like I'm almost better, Lu Qingye said tactfully. Moreover, his arm injury was almost healed. Meng Wantang frowned. It's late at night. It's still unsafe for you to go alone. Lu Qingye was rarely cared for like this and felt a bit unaccustomed. He looked at her sparkling eyes in the dark and didn't refuse anymore. After returning from the bathroom, Lu Qingye washed his hands, and when he entered the room, he saw Meng Wantang lying back on the mat naturally. He spoke in a low voice. "You should go sleep in the room. I'll sleep here. You're still injured. Don't sleep on the grass mat." Meng Wantang was worried about his back. "The Kong is big enough," Lu Qingye said tactfully. Meng Wantang thought he felt guilty. "I just find a room too hot. Sleeping here is just right. If the kids wake up early in the morning and see you here, it might cause misunderstandings." Meng Wantang felt puzzled. Why did he insist on asking her to sleep on the Kong? Feeling scared, Meng Wantang couldn't sleep and wanted to go to the room. But she had to maintain a facade. Indeed, Meng Wantang got up, took the grass mat outside, and placed it back in the small shed. Then she picked up the broken door panel and propped it outside. When she returned, Lu Qingye had already entered the room, lying diagonally on the Kong with his long legs bent. He even left her a large space to sleep. "You can move over this way a bit." Meng Wantang felt it was too uncomfortable for him to sleep like this, and she usually slept very honestly, not needing that much space. To Lu Qingye, this sounded like an invitation. He turned to look at her, unable to see her expression in the dark, and hesitated for a moment before shifting closer to her. Seeing that there was still quite a distance between them, she yawned and said, "You can come over a bit more, otherwise. It won't be comfortable for you to sleep like this with your height." Lu Qingye was uncertain about her meaning. Was this an invitation to him? No, it can't be. She must think his back injury isn't healed yet, so he definitely can't do those things. How could it be a hint for him to do something? While Lu Qingye was lost in thought, an arm suddenly wrapped around his waist. He immediately froze, not daring to move. The steady sound of breathing came from his embrace, and Lu Qingye's breath grew heavier, even wanting to turn over. And when Meng Wantang woke up in the morning, she found herself lying neatly at the head of the Kong. Last night, she had a bad dream right after falling asleep. She kept running and encountered a burning volcano, so she climbed up recklessly. The man chasing her saw her climb the volcano, feared its power, and had to turn and leave. Once the man left, Meng Wantang felt at ease lying on top of the volcano. When she opened her eyes again, it was already the next day. Meng Wantang opened her eyes refreshed and turned to glance at the man still sleeping. She noticed with confusion that the area under his eyes was dark. "Huh, why does it seem like he didn't sleep well?" Meng Wantang muttered softly and quietly got out of bed to make breakfast. As soon as she left, Lu Qingye opened his eyes, his gaze like thick ink that couldn't disperse. After breakfast, Meng Wantang went to the health station. Just as she arrived, people from the police station came. "What's going on?" Dr. Zhao asked in surprise. Tang Huifeng looked disdainful. What could the police want with her? It's definitely something not serious. This time, it was Officer Li from the police station. "Dr. Meng, we have already caught the person. He definitely won't be out for the next 2 years. So you can rest assured to go to Xiling Village." "Officer Li, thank you so much." Meng Wantang hurriedly thanked him. She couldn't give him a gift, and she had nothing else on hand. Just now, she almost told Officer Li, "Officer Li, let me check your pulse." He would definitely think it was very unlucky. Meng Wantang felt a bit more at ease knowing that the person had been locked up. For a short time, she might not be able to walk alone on any road. In the morning, a few patients came to the health station, and after she finished working, she said to Dr. Zhao, "Dr. Zhao, I have something to do in the afternoon, so I won't come." "Okay." Dr. Zhao nodded. Meng Wantang then carried her handmade cloth bag home. The children had finished eating and ran to sleep in the shed outside. Even the little fat one followed them. Only the two of them were left in the house. "I'm going to the county town today. Do you need anything?" Meng Wantang planned to buy some Chinese medicine. She intended to make some medicinal pills. The last time she bought those herbs, they weren't enough, so this time she had to buy separately. "No. All right, I'm leaving." As Meng Wantang was about to leave, Lu Qingye called out, "Wait." Lu Qingye pulled out a stack of industrial tickets from his pocket, and Meng Wantang was taken aback. "Take this to buy a bicycle so you don't have to walk back and forth." Meng Wantang stared at the tickets for a moment. "Are these industrial tickets you saved before?" "No, I asked my colleague to help me exchange them." Lu Qingye, knowing that Meng Wantang was going to treat patients in other teams, thought to let her buy a bicycle. Coincidentally, he went to the police station yesterday, and Feng Dongyang brought all the tickets to her. He just hadn't found the right opportunity to give them to Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang didn't take the tickets, just returned the tickets to them. You buy a bicycle, and you want to have to walk such a long way when you go on your rounds next time. Meng Wantang felt warmth in her heart and smiled brightly. I'm not buying a Phoenix brand bicycle. I'm going to buy a no-name one. No-name bicycles don't require tickets. You wouldn't know that, would you? Chapter 60, he suspected Meng Wantang wasn't Meng Wantang. Lu Qingye naturally knew about this. But he didn't expect Meng Wantang would choose to buy a no-name bike. This was really not like Meng Wantang at all. Keep an eye on the kids at home. Don't let them go to the river again. When Meng Wantang returned, she specifically checked the front. The flood had receded. The fields were still a bit muddy. Many children had already gone in to catch fish. Meng Wantang was very worried that a few of the kids would also go over, so she reminded Lu Qingye. I know, you go do your thing, I'll take care of the kids. Lu Qingye found that his waist was indeed much better. In a couple of days, he would be able to go back to work. Lu Qingye had always known that his wounds healed quickly. In the past, after several life-threatening injuries, people thought he would be bedridden for half a year, but who knew he was back on his feet in 3 months? He realized that his healing speed was faster than others, so he became increasingly cautious. Lu Qingye came from a reconnaissance company. He frequently achieved merit on the battlefield. And when he submitted his application for discharge, the organization arranged a more suitable position for him. He was still a soldier, just not in the army anymore. Back in the local area, he was the top leader, and even with injuries, he no longer needed to hide them. This was also one of the reasons he returned. Then I'll be going. Meng Wantang waved her hand and walked towards the county town. Their village was right next to the county town, and it took about 40 minutes to walk there. Meng Wantang walked quickly, and when she arrived at the county hospital, she picked up quite a few medications at the pharmacy. She put the medicines into a cloth bag and walked toward an alley. Meng Wantang passed through the alley and stopped in front of a small door, knocking on it. The door quickly opened a crack, and the person inside only showed a pair of eyes, sizing up Meng Wantang from head to toe. Who are you looking for? Meng Wantang said, I want to buy a bike. Do you have any here? I don't have anything here, the man said, starting to close the door. Meng Wantang. Clearly, the book stated that the female lead bought a no-name bike here to give to Huodongsheng. How come there was none here for her? She didn't remember it wrong. It was definitely this address. She remembered this part of the book very clearly. After Chen Jiaojiao bought the bike, Huodongsheng was overjoyed. Huodongsheng whispered in Chen Jiaojiao's ear, Wife, ever since I married you, I don't even want to go out anymore. Before he finished speaking, he picked up Chen Jiaojiao and placed her on the bike's back seat. Chen Jiaojiao gasped in surprise, and when Huodongsheng got on the bike, she wrapped her arms around his waist, sweetly saying, Then let's go home early. What impressed Meng Wantang the most was when Chen Jiaojiao said with red eyes, The luckiest thing in my life is marrying you. Your strength is so great. Carrying me on the bike feels like flying. Huodongsheng was filled with hostility because of this statement, glaring at her like a wolf. Meng Wantang looked inside and, not willing to give up, knocked on the door again. Comrade, a bike costs 120 yuan. Are you really not selling? Not selling. The person inside replied angrily. Meng Wantang. She indeed hadn't found the wrong place. It was just that the people inside were unwilling to do business with her. Meng Wantang had no choice but to walk back. As she came out of the alley, she saw a woman slowly walking forward, supporting her waist. When Meng Wantang passed by the woman, she took a special glance, and in an instant, she couldn't look away. The woman was actually pregnant. Her belly was noticeably large, looking quite advanced in her pregnancy. However, the woman's face and legs were swollen. It wasn't the normal swelling of pregnancy, but something much more severe. Comrade, are you feeling unwell? I'm a doctor from the Qinghe Health Center. If you don't mind, I can check your pulse. Meng Wantang stepped forward, but the pregnant woman weakly shook her head with a smile. I'm sorry, I don't have any money. Meng Wantang directly said, It's fine if you don't have money. I'm just checking your pulse. If you need medication, you can take the prescription to the hospital pharmacy yourself. The pregnant woman hesitated for a moment and slowly extended her hand. Then thank you. No need to thank me. I'm a doctor. Treating and saving people is my duty. Even if it weren't you today, it would be someone else. Not far away, there was a large stone, and Meng Wantang helped the pregnant woman over to sit down, placing her hand on the woman's knee. She half squatted down and checked the woman's pulse with both hands. Let me see your tongue. The pregnant woman cooperated. The more Meng Wantang looked, the heavier her heart felt. The tongue coating was white and greasy, which clearly indicated a dampness and internal obstruction condition. Your body has a serious problem. You can't delay any longer. I'll write you a prescription in a moment. You should take it for a while. Once you finish this decoction, your body should be much better. Meng Wantang didn't have paper and a pen on her. So she asked the pregnant woman, I don't have paper and a pen. Can I just tell you the prescription and you write it down? The pregnant woman looked troubled. Why don't you come home with me? My house is just a little way ahead. Seeing Meng Wantang hesitate, the pregnant woman immediately explained, Comrade, I'm not a bad person. My house is really just ahead. If you go through the alley in front, you'll see it. Meng Wantang had just come out of the alley, thought for a moment, and said, All right then, I'll go back with you. A few minutes later, Meng Wantang returned to the door of the bike shop, only to say one thing. The world is unpredictable. Who would have thought things would turn out so coincidentally? The person who opened the door changed his expression the moment he saw Meng Wantang, rushing up angrily to push her. Hurry up and leave. We don't sell bikes here. Go as far away as you can. If you don't leave, I'll call someone. The pregnant woman quickly grabbed the guy. Dalin, what are you doing? This is Dr. Meng. After pulling him aside and explaining, she returned with an apologetic expression to Meng Wantang. I'm really sorry, Dr. Meng. My husband has a bad temper. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine. Meng Wantang knew she wasn't the female lead and didn't have the female lead's fate. The female lead could go out for a stroll, and someone would actively sell her a bike. She actively sought to buy a bike, but they didn't even pay her any attention. Naturally, she wouldn't mind. Give me some paper and a pen. I'll write down the prescription, and I need to hurry back home. I'll go get it right now. Please wait a moment. The pregnant woman walked inside while calling for her partner, Dalin. Go pour Dr. Meng a glass of water. Dalin reluctantly poured a glass of water. He thought Meng Wantang had been planning this for a long time. He didn't believe for a second that Meng Wantang was a doctor. The pregnant woman brought out paper and a pen, and after Meng Wantang wrote down the prescription, she also noted the precautions. If anything happens, go to the hospital in time. Meng Wantang handed the paper to the pregnant woman and stood up to leave. The pregnant woman held the prescription, expressing her gratitude. Dr. Meng, I heard you want to buy a bike, right? Chapter 61. She discovered his secret. I have this intention. Meng Wantang admitted candidly. The pregnant woman, upon hearing this, quickly said, If you don't mind, you can buy a bicycle from us. The pregnant woman felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Meng Wantang had seen her discomfort and treated her, even specifically taking her home. It seemed inappropriate for her to proactively sell something to her and accept money. The pregnant woman had a thin skin, and her entire face was now flushed. Seeing that the pregnant woman's husband didn't look too pleased, Meng Wantang politely declined. No need. I don't intend to buy today. Meng Wantang didn't need a bicycle, but there were more than one place to buy bicycles. She didn't want to trouble the pregnant woman. Meng Wantang turned and left. Dalin, seeing her leave so decisively, was taken aback. The pregnant woman angrily pinched him hard on the waist and said, You said she had ulterior motives, that she deliberately saved me just to buy a bicycle. And what do you mean by saying my edema is nothing? Other pregnant women have edema too. I'm the only one making a fuss, inviting trouble, and she doesn't even know I'm your wife. Since you don't want to sell her the bike, she just walked away. The pregnant woman was so angry she wanted to cry. She threw the prescription at Dalin. You take this prescription to the hospital and ask if there's a problem with it, and tell the doctor about my condition. Let's see what the doctor says. Don't just slander people. The pregnant woman turned and went inside to lie down. Dalin really did take the prescription to the hospital to ask. Your wife's edema during pregnancy is quite serious. You met a decent doctor. The doctor prescribed some medicine for your wife. You can buy it and prepare it for her to take for a few days. It's all written clearly on the prescription. Just follow it. The old doctor handed the prescription to Dalin. Your wife is lucky to have met a capable doctor. Otherwise, it could have been. Dalin was stunned. He didn't expect his wife's problem to be so serious, even life-threatening. Meng Wantang remembered they were out of toilet paper. She specifically went to buy some sanitary paper. The paper was rough, but better than using corn stalks. She thought about how the children at home had never eaten candy. So she bought brown sugar, white sugar, rock sugar, and even 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candy. The white rabbit milk candy was quite expensive, costing 1.5 yuan per pound. Rock sugar wasn't that expensive. A pound could last a long time. Meng Wantang wasn't worried about the children getting cavities. Even if they ate all that candy, it wouldn't be enough for cavities. After coming out of the supply and marketing cooperative, Meng Wantang stood at the street corner to rest. Thinking about the 40-minute walk back, her vision blurred. She really missed the days when she could take a bus anywhere. But she admired the people of this era, who walked everywhere, not feeling tired at all. This morning, she learned that there were people in Beiwang Brigade who had never left the mountains in their lives. They just endured illnesses until they couldn't anymore. During the past few years, whenever it was time for a medical tour, Dr. Dong would take the initiative to go to Beiwang Brigade, staying for 2 days and nights to treat the few families living in the mountains. One could only say that Dr. Dong was a tough guy. After resting for a while, Meng Wantang planned to leave with her things. Just then, someone called her from behind. Dr. Meng, wait a moment. Meng Wantang turned around to see Dalin riding his bicycle over and stopping right in front of her. Aren't you looking to buy a bike? I'll sell you this one for 100 yuan. How about it? Are you sure? Meng Wantang looked down at the bicycle, which was actually a Phoenix brand. Although it was only 80 new, it was still a bicycle. And bicycles don't have to be brand new. Second-hand ones are fine too. Sure. Dalin's bicycle belonged to a brother of his who was associated with the Revolutionary Committee director, and he would occasionally bring things for Dalin to sell. Dalin was cautious and wouldn't easily sell goods to people who came to him directly to avoid problems. To him, Meng Wantang seemed very suspicious, which made him extra careful. All right. Meng Wantang didn't know why Dalin changed his mind. She took out 10 yuan and handed it to Dalin. Dalin was taken aback, quickly took the money, put down a bicycle, and left. Meng Wantang started to feel that there might be something wrong with this bicycle. She placed her things on the back seat and in the basket, tried riding the bicycle, and found no issues at all. It had been a long time since she rode a bicycle, and she felt a bit clumsy, but within a minute she got the hang of it. She rode the bicycle home. The originally 40-minute walk took her less than 15 minutes on the bicycle. Dogsheng was the first to run out. Meng Wantang was afraid of hitting the child, quickly braked, and got off the bike. Did you buy this? Dogsheng asked, looking up at her. Meng Wantang nodded. That's right. I bought it. Can I touch it? Dogsheng asked cautiously, making Meng Wantang pause. Of course you can. No need to ask me. She looked up and found that Dogdan was also looking at the bicycle with a mix of wanting to touch it, but being too shy. It was really uncomfortable to see. Meng Wantang pushed the bicycle to the window and parked it there, saying, Do you both want to come over and ride it? Can we? Dogsheng's eyes instantly lit up. Not to mention Dogsheng, even Dogdan instinctively held his breath and took a small step forward. Of course, this is a 28-inch bicycle. She pulled the bicycle back, and it stood upright. You can play on it for a while, then let your brother have a turn. Meng Wantang helped Xiaopeng onto the back seat, then steadied the bicycle for Dogsheng to get on first. Dogsheng was young, and his legs weren't long enough, so he had to stretch under the frame to hold the handlebars while awkwardly pedaling. This position looked really uncomfortable to adults, but the child didn't feel it. Dogsheng was having a great time riding. Since it was still early, Meng Wantang told Dogsheng, right, you can get off now, hold your brother, and let your brother ride for a while. I'm going to cook. Dogsheng reluctantly got off and went to hold Xiaopeng. Meng Wantang called Dogdan over. Dogdan felt a bit shy, but curiosity overcame everything. After riding a few laps, Dogdan's smile was just as bright as Dogsheng's, looking exceptionally happy. It was clear that the boy was genuinely delighted. Meng Wantang carried her things inside, and Lu Qingye asked, You're back? Yeah, how's your waist? Still hurting? She opened the cabinet and put the sugar inside. Lu Qingye replied, Much better. Meng Wantang was surprised. I didn't expect your physical condition to be quite good. Your recovery is fast. Finally, she added, faster than ordinary people. Chapter 62. Poor little one, it's fine. Lu Qingye remained expressionless, as if this were the most normal thing in the world. Here, Meng Wantang took out 4 pieces of milk candy, throwing one at Lu Qingye. He instinctively caught it, and upon seeing the milk candy in his hand, he was momentarily speechless. This is something for children. He, as an adult, shouldn't be eating milk candy. Eating sugar in moderation can boost the immune system and is beneficial for recovery. No one has stated that only children can eat sugar. Our family is not wealthy, so having 1 or 2 pieces occasionally is acceptable. Meng Wantang, on the other hand, wasn't interested in candy. She had no taste for sweets. Lu Qingye found this quite baffling. He felt she was offering not candy, but medicine. Lu Yinhe, come here. Meng Wantang called out from the doorway, and Go Dan told Go Sheng to Help your brother. Don't play yet. Gosheng obediently got off his bicycle and supported the little chubby one. Godan approached Meng Wantang, extending his hand. Although confused, he still reached out. Meng Wantang placed 3 pieces of white rabbit milk candy in his palm. One for each of you 3. Go eat over there. Godan stared at the white rabbit milk candy in his hand, stunned. It was his first time eating candy in his life. Gosheng, standing a distance away, was anxious and whispered, "Brother, what is it? What did she give you?" Godan took a deep breath, turned around, and walked over to Gosheng, handing him the candy. "Candy?" Gosheng exclaimed. Godan unwrapped the candy and placed it in the little chubby one's mouth, saying softly, "Chew slowly, don't swallow it whole." "Okay." The little chubby one blinked and chewed slowly. Gosheng couldn't wait to pop the candy into his mouth, biting down hard, and the sweetness spread throughout his mouth, accompanied by a milky flavor. The little guy was almost in tears. "Brother, this candy is so delicious." Godan also tasted the candy. He wished he could eat candy every day in the future. "I wanted a lot of money. Lots of money." Gosheng clenched his small fist. "In the future, I want a mountain of candy." Meng Wantang was outside washing pig offal when she heard Gosheng's dream talk. Buying so much candy has a shelf life. If you can't finish it, you won't be able to eat it after a certain period. If you eat too much candy at once, you might get diabetes. Cavities are a small issue, but if it's diabetes, you can't eat rice, you can't eat sweets, and there are many things you can't eat. Meng Wantang's words frightened Gosheng. Gosheng asked in bewilderment, "If candy is so delicious, why can't I eat so much?" "You can't eat too much of anything at once, nor can you eat it all the time. Everything should be done in moderation, occasionally. That's how you stay healthy and avoid getting sick." After Meng Wantang finished washing the pig offal, she set it aside and went to start the fire. Gosheng then noticed the pig trotters. "Did you buy pig trotters again?" His voice was still full of excitement. It was clear from afar that the little guy was calculating. "I bought pig offal to make braised meat for you. I also ordered a big pig head, which I'll go pick up in 3 days. After bringing it back, you can braise it at home in the morning and eat it by noon." "Gosheng, is braised pig head delicious?" "Of course it's delicious. I've never eaten it. My brother has never eaten it, and the little chubby one hasn't either. You've definitely eaten it, right?" Gosheng's certainly left Meng Wantang speechless. Meng Wantang had indeed eaten pig head meat. In later years, even if family conditions were average, it couldn't be said that they ate pig head meat every day, but having it twice a week was still affordable. But now, let alone pig head meat, they couldn't even afford to eat oil. Many stir-fried dishes are just vegetables tossed in the pot, stir-fried a bit, sprinkled with salt, a little soy sauce, and then directly poured with rice soup, using rice soup to stew vegetables. Such dishes, aside from not having oil, are barely edible. Meng Wantang's family was already quite extravagant. She was willing to spend. Moreover, she didn't know how to cook without oil in the pot. Meng Wantang placed the pig trotters and pig liver into the pot, then simmered them slowly over low heat. The little chubby one sat nearby, while she taught Godan to recognize characters, recite ancient poems, and so on. Godan was very clever, with an excellent memory. He could remember ancient poems after reading them once. This time, when Meng Wantang went to the city, she specifically went to the garbage station and bought many discarded old books, including elementary school textbooks. At that time, these waste papers and books were sold by weight. She bought quite a few. Just then, Godan had the Chinese textbook in front of him, which also had pinyin. Meng Wantang taught, and Godan learned. Gosheng was playing with the bicycle nearby, showing no interest in studying. Learning depends entirely on personal interest. If Gosheng doesn't like it, she can't force him. Forcing him would only make the child resistant to learning, which is not beneficial for his future studies. Lu Qingye sat inside the house, the window open, listening to Meng Wantang praising her quiet eldest son, his gaze unconsciously falling on her. She was very patient. It was entirely different from before. Lu Qingye could almost confirm this. Although they all spoke Mandarin, she occasionally slipped in a phrase from Yinqing. "Comrade Lu Yunhe, you are truly outstanding. When you go to school in the future, you will definitely be the best student in class." Godan froze. "Can I go to school? What do you want to do if you don't go to school?" Meng Wantang retorted, and Godan fell silent. He thought he couldn't go to school. He didn't expect he could attend school, and he felt very excited inside. He said, "I will make a fire for you every day in the future. I don't need you to make me a fire. Just study well. Knowledge changes destiny, expands your horizons, makes you wise, and allows you to have a better life. Those who study well will have whatever they want in the future. Gosheng suddenly interjected. If I study well, can I also eat meat every day? You can wear nice clothes every day, buy lots of candy. In short, everything you want can be realized. Meng Wantang took the opportunity to instill in the children the beautiful idea that if they study well, they will have everything. Lu Qingye twitched his lips, wanting to facepalm. Godan took it seriously. Gosheng took it seriously too. Then I will study with you. Gosheng also leaned over, and Meng Wantang taught him together. Gosheng was also clever, just as clever as Godan. Meng Wantang was pleasantly surprised. Godan had an excellent memory, while Gosheng was slightly less so. But it was clear that the little child was very smart. The aroma of the braised meat began to waft out, enveloping the entire yard. Many people passing by the front door looked towards their house. The neighbor's child was crying again from hunger. I want to eat. I want to eat too. I just want to eat. Ma Laopa's grandson was like chanting a sutra, whining and crying continuously. Chapter 63. If the director can't get anything out, who can? Meng Wantang sat on a small stool, holding an apricot in her hand. She tasted half of it and found it sweet, then stuffed it into the mouth of the chubby child beside her, leisurely adding 2 sticks of firewood into the stove. The aroma of braised meat was so overwhelming that it could be smelled from half a village away. In this resource-scarce era, the smell of braised food was like a nuclear weapon. The whole brigade was in an uproar. Meng Wantang listened to the cries of the children next door and felt a bit guilty. After all, their family, from adults to children, had such foul mouths. She didn't mind when they cursed at her, but when they cursed at her children, that was unacceptable. Add more firewood, Dogsheng, she said. Dogsheng obediently added firewood. How much longer until we can eat? You'll get to eat at dinner, Meng Wantang replied. Dogsheng sighed. Does that mean we have to wait another hour? Are you anxious? Meng Wantang smiled and asked. Dogsheng looked at the Ma family's yard with disdain and said they're so annoying. They just cry all day, so whiny. Meng Wantang. The braised meat was finally ready. This hour felt like a torment for everyone in the brigade. Many people wanted to ask Meng Wantang what delicious food they were making, but their door was closed and they felt embarrassed to shout at the entrance. Time to eat. As soon as Meng Wantang spoke, the children cheered. Even the chubby kid showed a shy smile. The children were genuinely happy. Meng Wantang pinched the little chubby face, finally seeing some meat on it. Kids can get chubby in the blink of an eye, but if they get sick, they can quickly lose weight. Raising children is not easy. Meng Wantang fished out the pig liver, sliced it, and placed it on a plate. The pig trotters and other ingredients were all cut and placed in a basin to be served on the table. They were having rice for dinner. Meng Wantang also specially stir-fried a vegetable and made a cold cucumber salad. The smashed cucumber was served in 2 portions, one with spice and one without. Meng Wantang belonged to the type who couldn't live without spice. As she ate the smashed cucumber and nibbled on a piece of pig trotter, she felt life was delightful. Lu Qingye had never seen her looking so content. The previous impression of Meng Wantang was that of a frowning, domineering person, completely lacking the relaxed demeanor she had now. Meng Wantang noticed his gaze and felt a pang in her heart. Did he see through her? That can't be. The original owner loved eating pig trotters, and she had just acted like she really enjoyed it. Meng Wantang had almost lost her appetite, but she deliberately picked a small piece of pig trotter to nibble on slowly. Why are you looking at me like that? Eat quickly. After you finish. I'll buy some next time. Before Lu Qingye could speak, he said, You can't keep eating pig trotters every day. We won't be able to afford it. We can. Meng Wantang sighed. While saying that, she couldn't help but feel a sigh in her heart. Today's meal is to satisfy our cravings. In a few days, I'll buy a pig's head to braise, and we can eat a bit every day. Meng Wantang also wanted to eat meat every day to raise the children plump and healthy. But that was simply unrealistic. The little money in her pocket couldn't be wasted. Dogsheng sighed in relief. Dad, you should manage your wife. She's too extravagant. Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang. After dinner, there was nothing much to do. Meng Wantang started making cotton clothes for the children. Now, making cotton clothes involved spreading the cotton herself. After tearing the cotton apart, she layered it on, and it took quite a bit of time to make a piece of cotton clothing. She had to go to work during the day and could only make clothes for the children at night. This was Meng Wantang's first time making cotton clothes. Her hands were still inexperienced, so she planned to try making one first. If it didn't fit, she would take it apart and redo it. It was still early, and the children went out to play after eating. Only the two of them were left in the room. Lu Qingye came over to help. When their hands accidentally brushed against each other while reaching for the cotton, they quickly pulled away. "You take it first." "No, you take it." They spoke in unison, and the atmosphere became awkward again. Meng Wantang glanced at Lu Qingye, and he happened to look up at her at the same time. Their eyes met. It seemed something in the air had changed. Meng Wantang almost raised her hand to cover her heart. She looked down and grabbed a piece of cotton to tear it. She tore it into a thin slice and placed it on top. Lu Qingye imitated her, making a thin slice to place there. "I plan to go to work tomorrow," Lu Qingye said in a deep voice. Meng Wantang's expression turned fierce. "Your back isn't healed yet, and you still want to go to work? Do you think you can bounce back just because you applied a plaster?" Meng Wantang. "Oh no." She accidentally said something that didn't belong to this era. Meng Wantang felt flustered inside, but showed no sign on her face. Lu Qingye thought she would be eager for him to return to work, but he didn't expect her to oppose it so strongly when he offered to go back. She really wasn't the original Meng Wantang. There was a beauty mark at the corner of Meng Wantang's right eye, and the person before her also had a beauty mark on his face. Lu Qingye couldn't understand why a person's character could have such a stark contrast. Lu Qingye decided to go to work regardless. He felt his back was fine, and lying at home was also delaying work. When Lu Qingye returned to the unit, as soon as he entered, Feng Dongyang rushed over excitedly. "Director, you finally came." Feng Dongyang was almost going crazy. Seeing Lu Qingye was like seeing a savior. "That kid's mouth is really too tough. He still won't say anything." Lu Qingye asked in a deep voice. "He won't say anything? His mouth is like a clamshell. You can't pry it open." Feng Dongyang was almost driven mad by that kid. "I'll go take a look." As Lu Qingye spoke, he put on gloves, opened a door, and walked in, heading down the stairs. No one knew that there was actually a basement below. The basement had several cells. Lu Qingye stopped in front of one of the cells. "Bring him out." "Yes." Feng Dongyang and another person went in to bring the person out. "You all can go out." Lu Qingye didn't like having anyone around during interrogations. Feng Dongyang and the other colleague immediately stepped outside, guarding the door. Feng Dongyang held a cigarette in his mouth. "Do you think the director can get anything out of him?" The other person, Yang Shuming, looked ordinary. The kind of person you wouldn't remember in a crowd. He was also someone specially selected by Lu Qingye. Yang Shuming, with admiration in his eyes, proudly said, "If even the director can't get anything out of him, then that person definitely knows nothing. You have too much blind confidence in the director, don't you?" Yang Shuming turned to look at Feng Dongyang. Feng Dongyang chuckled and said, "Although I think so too." Chapter 64. How could she be here half an hour later? Lu Qingye came out of the basement. Feng Dongyang was eager to ask, but when he saw Lu Qingye's frost-covered face, he didn't dare to say a word. "Send the person back." "Yes." Feng Dongyang glanced at Yang Shuming, and the two quickly went back into the basement, looking at the person inside the basement, who had a blank stare but no visible injuries. They exchanged glances. It seemed the director really hadn't asked anything. Feng Dongyang thought this kid might be tough, even breaking the director's resolve. He kicked the kid hard. "Are you a reincarnation of a clam spirit, or what? Hurry up and lock him back up." Yang Shuming dragged the man and tossed him on the ground before coming out with Feng Dongyang. They locked the big door and came up from the basement. Lu Qingye had already taken off his gloves and was seriously washing his hands. "Director, if we really can't figure out what they're looking for, let's bring back more people. Sooner or later, one of them will crack under interrogation and reveal the truth." Feng Dongyang thought Lu Qingye was feeling down and awkwardly tried to comfort him. Yang Shuming, who had come up a step slower, rolled his eyes at this remark. Lu Qingye turned to look at Feng Dongyang, his gaze as cold as ice shards. "Go to the machinery factory." "What?" Feng Dongyang was taken aback. He wanted to ask more, but Yang Shuming pulled him out. Once outside, Feng Dongyang said, "Why did you pull me? I haven't clarified anything yet." "What else is there to ask? Didn't the director just make it clear? He wants us to keep an eye on the machinery factory," Yang Shuming said as he hopped on his bike and rode off. Feng Dongyang was momentarily stunned, then snapped back to reality and hurriedly pushed his bike to catch up with Yang Shuming. What do you mean by that? Are you saying our director already found out something? Yang Shuming looked at Feng Danyang. He couldn't understand why the director chose such a fool to come along. Feng Danyang really was useless at everything and never had enough to eat. Otherwise, why would the director send them to the machinery factory? Yang Shuming rode his bike with Feng Danyang to the factory's exterior. The machinery factory was a massive complex with many employees. Yang Shuming and Feng Danyang squatted under a big tree, watching the people coming in and out. What good does it do for us to just sit here? We have no idea who the target is, Feng Danyang complained. Then we'll check them one by one, Yang Shuming said fiercely. That'll take forever. What are you two doing here? Lu Qingye rode by the machinery factory and saw his subordinates squatting at the tree's roots, stopping to ask, "Didn't you tell us to guard this place?" Feng Danyang replied. Lu Qingye closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them to coldly say, "I asked you two to bring back the information of all the employees in the machinery factory for a thorough check, not to sit here and watch." Feng Danyang. Yang Shuming. The two felt so awkward they could scratch their feet. Lu Qingye rode away, and Feng Danyang and Yang Shuming immediately went to find the information on all the factory employees. Lu Qingye rode directly to the alley in front of the family compound, planning to walk over when he suddenly saw a familiar figure coming out. "Director, isn't that sister-in-law?" Feng Danyang and Yang Shuming had already gotten the information. Yang Shuming took the documents back to the unit. Feng Danyang approached Lu Qingye to report. He was curious why the director was standing here looking across. And when he followed Lu Qingye's gaze, he unexpectedly saw a sister-in-law. What's she doing here? Feng Danyang's question was also what Lu Qingye wanted to ask. "Don't let her see you," Lu Qingye said as he hid behind a tree. Feng Danyang instinctively hid as well. Meng Wantang felt like someone was watching her. She looked up but didn't see any suspicious person. She thought maybe others were just looking at her because she was pretty. It wasn't vanity. It was just that her face was the most beautiful in the whole book. Meng Wantang was going to buy a pig's head. She hopped on her bike and headed straight for the market. After she left, Feng Danyang stood up, ready to talk to Lu Qingye. But when he turned around, he saw Lu Qingye radiating coldness, and he immediately didn't dare to say anything. "Director, should I head back?" Lu Qingye coldly said, "Bring me the information for this household." "Okay." Feng Danyang immediately went to find the information for that household. Back in the office, Lu Qingye felt a bit of pain in his waist. He lay down on the bed in the duty room, and his mind began to recall everything that had happened during this time. Most importantly, he focused on every small detail about Meng Wantang. Each detail told Lu Qingye that something was off with her. It wasn't just one thing. Everything about her seemed wrong. It was as if the same body housed a different person. Meng Wantang didn't expect that while just coming to buy a pig's head, she would run into a sick old lady on the road. The old lady almost collided with her bike, making Meng Wantang think the old lady was trying to scam her. Instead, the old lady took her hand and kept apologizing, unable to stand up. Meng Wantang began to suspect that the old lady was a human trafficker. So, she pretended to help the old lady home and inquired about her address. "Andy, with your leg hurting, don't you want to go to the hospital? Should I take you?" Meng Wantang helped her into the house and quietly observed the layout. She noticed that all the other doors in the house were closed and the place was shabby. The old lady held her hand tightly, tears in her eyes. "Girl, why are you so kind?" Meng Wantang pretended to shyly lower her head. "Annie, if you really don't want to go to the hospital, I can go buy you some medicine, okay?" "No need." The old lady's voice trembled. Meng Wantang looked up to see the old lady secretly wiping her tears and immediately stood up, saying excitedly, "Andy, I'll go buy you some painkillers. After taking them, your leg won't hurt anymore." Saying this, Meng Wantang pulled her hand back and quickly walked out. At the door, she turned back and said, "Annie, wait for me. I'll be right back." Meng Wantang closed the door and hurriedly ran outside. Her heart raced, feeling like she had done something significant. Meng Wantang rode her bike out of the courtyard. She didn't know if anyone was watching her, and if someone was, she couldn't go anywhere else. She could only go to the hospital and think of a way there. Meng Wantang felt her legs shaking. Suddenly, she saw someone at the hospital entrance, parked her bike, and rushed over. Chapter 65, If He Dares to Leave Her, Help Me In. Meng Wantang pounced into Lu Qingye's arms and noticed that his body was very stiff. After 3 seconds, she heard Lu Qingye exclaim in surprise, "Comrade, what's wrong with you?" I want to buy medicine." Meng Wantang was panting, but in her heart, she gave Lu Qingye a thumbs up. In a place where others couldn't see, she whispered, "Help me check if anyone is watching me." Lu Qingye kept his gaze straight. "Comrade, you should go see a doctor yourself first." Saying this, he took her into the hospital. Meng Wantang anxiously asked in her heart, "You haven't told me. Is anyone watching me?" "Yes." Lu Qingye's voice was low as he gestured towards Feng Dongyang hidden in the shadows, then took Meng Wantang directly upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Qingye pulled her into a ward and asked in a deep voice, "How did you get targeted?" Meng Wantang said with a face full of frustration, "I look good. Is it my fault that someone is watching me?" Lu Qingye frowned, his tone serious. "Speak properly. What exactly happened?" "It's a long story." "Then make it short." Meng Wantang glanced at the very fierce man, suddenly gasped, and half squinted her eyes to question, "How come you're here? Aren't you at home recovering?" "I came to the hospital to buy some medicine." Lu Qingye lied without changing his expression. "What medicine?" Meng Wantang was surprised. "Analgin. We don't have it at home." Lu Qingye explained. Upon hearing that it was analgin, Meng Wantang frowned instantly. "Don't buy analgin, unless necessary, otherwise don't take this medicine. This medicine is quite effective." Lu Qingye and his team often got injured. Sometimes they couldn't bear it and just needed to take one analgin. "This medicine cannot be taken. The side effects are too great. Unless necessary, try to avoid it. If you have a fever, take paracetamol. If you need pain relief, take some painkillers." Meng Wantang also knew that supplies were scarce now, and medicines weren't taken every day. There are alternatives to analgin, but there are too few medicines that are both cheap and effective enough for every household to keep a box. Meng Wantang, don't change the topic. Lu Qingye was almost led astray by her. She really didn't want to talk about such an embarrassing thing. "I rode my bike over to buy a pig's head, but on the way, I encountered an old lady who fell in front of me. She said her home was very close, and she would be fine after resting at home. I took her home and found something was off." Hearing this, Lu Qingye realized he had misunderstood Meng Wantang, and his tone softened. What was strange about her home? 3 doors, all closed, and they were locked. That was very abnormal. The living room was filled with garbage, and there was hardly any furniture. It didn't look like a normal person's home, but rather like a temporary stronghold. If Meng Wantang were just a local without experience, she might not have noticed the problem. She might even think that their house was just like that. Meng Wantang sighed. "How do you know?" Lu Qingye wasn't disbelieving of Meng Wantang, just being cautious. "As long as you go in, you'll find it doesn't look like someone lives there. A real home shouldn't be like that. Not to mention, the feeling is different." Lu Qingye believed her. "Continue." Meng Wantang paused, and then continued. "I suspect that old lady might be a human trafficker." "Human trafficker?" Lu Qingye's voice turned cold. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. If you don't believe me, I can go back in once more." Meng Wantang wasn't bold. She just thought Lu Qingye would definitely not agree to her going back. "Leave through the back door, buy your things, and go straight home." Lu Qingye's eyes held a warning. He guessed that Feng Dongyang and the others had already caught the people who were following Meng Wantang, and he intended to go back and interrogate them. "I haven't called the police yet." Meng Wantang was looking for a phone. "I'll call the police." Lu Qingye led her out of the ward, taking the emergency exit from the second floor to the first. He even handed her his shirt to wear back. "Put on, hurry, and leave. I'll ride your bike back. You take the bus. If there is no bus, wait for me at the market entrance. I'll come and pick you up after I'm done." Lu Qingye pushed her outside. Meng Wantang stood outside the back door of the hospital, glanced back at Lu Qingye, and without hesitation, dashed down the alley towards the intersection. Lu Qingye stood in place until Meng Wantang was out of sight before turning back. He appeared in the lobby on the first floor and saw Yang, Shuming, giving him a signal before turning to walk outside. Lu Qingye followed and saw 2 men being pinned down by Feng Dongyang. He said in a deep voice, "Take them back." "Yes." Feng Dongyang and Yang Shuming each held one and got into the jeep outside. Lu Qingye rode his bike back. Upon arriving at the unit, Feng Dongyang excitedly approached. "Director, we've clarified everything. They're human traffickers." Feng Dongyang rubbed his fists together. Lu Qingye looked at their testimonies, his eyes cold. "Call the police. We won't need to take action ourselves. We've already contacted the police station. Their people are on the way. When the old lady heard the knocking on the door, she thought Meng Wantang was back. But when she opened the door, she was pushed open and directly pinned to the ground. Feng Dongyang found the keys and opened the doors to 3 bedrooms. One room was filled with little girls, and those children had nothing to cover themselves. They huddled together, trembling in fear upon hearing the door open. In the middle room, there were only little boys. The situation of the little boys was the same as that of the little girls. These children had one very common trait, whether boys or girls. They were all exceptionally good-looking. In the last room, there were only women. There were fewer women than children, and those women had only one piece of clothing on. When Feng Dongyang opened the door, they instinctively huddled together like chickens, trying to cover their bodies as much as possible. Feng Dongyang should have closed the door. But when he saw the injuries on those women, he couldn't take his gaze away. Meng Wantang bought the pig's head. She also bought a lot of pig offal. Because the big bones today didn't require tickets and were even cheaper than usual, Meng Wantang bought 20 pounds of big bones. With so many things, it was impossible for her to carry them back. She asked the pork stall owner for help to carry them to the market entrance and wait for Lu Qingye to come pick her up. Night fell. Meng Wantang looked down at the white shirt in front of her, gritting her teeth. Lu Qingye wouldn't really leave me here, would he? If he forgets me here and leaves on his own. Chapter 66. Lu Qingye faints director. All the notifications have been given. Just wait for them to come and pick up the people. Feng Dongyang had been busy all day for this matter. Have the accommodations been arranged? Lu Qingye asked after finishing the interrogation of the old lady. All arrangements are made. That's good. Those kids are young and don't know where their homes are. Wasting a lot of time. The women know their homes and, after reporting their locations, immediately contacted the local team to come and pick them up. Fortunately, that dead old lady didn't throw away their clothes. It seemed she would give them a piece of clothing every time she sold someone. Feng Dongyang specifically asked those women to take care of the children. After finishing his work, he turned around to see Lu Qingye still hadn't left, and asked in surprise, Captain, why haven't you left? Didn't you say you were going to pick up your sister-in-law? Lu Qingye stiffened. Oh no, he forgot to go pick her up. She probably left after shopping and might already be home by now. As he thought about this, he rode back and, passing an intersection, inexplicably headed toward the market street. I thought you forgot about me being here. As Lu Qingye rode over, he heard a mournful voice before arriving. He looked at Meng Wantang in shock, swallowing the words that were about to come out. I'm sorry, I just finished dealing with that matter. Meng Wantang didn't expect to hear a follow-up and curiously asked, were those people human traffickers? Did they want to catch me? Lu Qingye raised his head and pinched her, surprised that she was quite self-aware, just a little lacking in vigilance. There were a total of 40 kids in that room. There were fewer girls than boys. In another room, there were over 30 women locked up like goods. The cold eyes kept staring at Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang. She only sensed that something was off with that old lady and wanted to take a look. Looking back now, she probably acted so convincingly that the old lady mistook her for a foolish and kind woman. Meng Wantang was sure that if she had run a bit slower, she might have been trapped there forever. Are you scared? Lu Qingye asked. How could I not be scared? Meng Wantang increasingly felt frightened as she recalled, at that time. I thought there was something wrong with her and was preparing to check it out. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Next time you encounter such a situation, go directly to the police. Don't act on your own. This time you were lucky to escape. Next time you might not be so fortunate. Lu Qingye couldn't imagine if he hadn't arrived in time. Would she end up like the other women locked in that dark room? Let us go home. Lu Qingye waited for her to get on the bike. First, put the things up. Lu Qingye then noticed a large polypropylene bag on the ground in front of her. What'd you buy? Meng Wantang, things that you and the kids like to eat. Lu Qingye set the bike upright, bent down to lift the bag, and placed it on the waiting seat. It was really heavy. He nearly couldn't lift it just now. After securing the items on the back seat with a rope, he noticed there was no place for Meng Wantang to sit. Meng Wantang also noticed the problem, and, without waiting for Lu Qingye to speak, I could just walk back. Get on. It's not like there's south no place to sit. Lu Qingye held onto the handlebars with one hand and propped his leg on the ground, freeing his other hand from Meng Wantang to sit on the front beam. Meng Wantang. She had only seen children do this before, or maybe on TV, but she was an adult. We've been out all day. If we don't go back soon, the kids will be starving. Lu Qingye even found an excuse for Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang walked over with a flushed face, propping herself on the handlebars to tiptoe and sit up. Are you stable? Lu Qingye's voice came from above her. Let us go. Meng Wantang was very nervous. When he rode the bike, his body leaned forward and she almost wanted to lie on the handlebars. Sometimes, when they hit a bump, her whole body would bounce up, pressing against his hot chest. Meng Wantang finally understood why in a certain idol drama, the male lead insisted on letting the female lead sit on the front beam. It was so ambiguous. Meng Wantang felt dizzy all the way, not daring to say a word, her mind racing with thoughts, her body tense, worried that she might accidentally press against him again. All right, I'll get off first. At the gate, Lu Qingye stopped, and Meng Wantang, like a loach, slipped off the beam, squatted down, took a couple of steps forward, and quickly opened the gate for Lu Qingye to ride in. Meng Wantang closed the gate, and as she turned around, she heard a soft voice behind her. Why'd you come back so late? Oh my. Meng Wantang was startled by the dog. She jumped back a couple of steps before patting her chest and saying, What are you doing here? Why am I here? Of course, I'm hungry. Waiting for you to come back and cook for me. The dog was so hungry his stomach was sticking to his back. Have you eaten? Meng Wantang walked into the house. The dog followed weakly. No, I'm still hungry. How about we make some dumpling soup tonight? Meng Wantang looked at the time and decided to make something simple. The dog didn't mind at all. As long as I can fill my stomach now, I can eat anything. Are you that hungry? Meng Wantang said with guilt. How about I also boil a couple of eggs tonight? Eggs again? Didn't we already have them this morning? Is that okay? If one ignored the smile at the corner of the dog's mouth, there was still a bit of credibility. Meng Wantang went into the house and started cooking. Dumpling soup was easy to make. Boil water, pour in the dumplings, and they would be done in a while. Meng Wantang saw there was a bunch of spinach, so she blanched it, preparing to make a cold spinach salad. Unexpectedly, she accidentally cut her hand. Ouch! Meng Wantang instantly pulled back her hand, seeing blood oozing from her fingertip. Lu Qingye happened to enter the house. Striding over to her, his voice slightly low, what happened? Meng Wantang, in pain, didn't want to talk, so she stretched out her hand. Who knew the man in front of her swayed and fell straight back. Hey. Meng Wantang was scared out of her wits and rushed to pull him. He was so tall and strong that she couldn't hold him back. Meng Wantang could only protect his head, sitting down on the ground. After such a fall, Meng Wantang was left in shock. She looked at the man in her arms with his eyes tightly closed and pinched his philtrum hard. Hey! She never thought that Lu Qingye would faint at the sight of blood. Chapter 67, Give her a chance, Dad. Dad! 3 children rushed in from outside, kneeling in front of Lu Qingye and crying loudly. Whoa, Dad, don't die. If you die, we'll be sold off by your wife to pay off debts. Gosheng's mouth really deserves a kick. Meng Wantang was so angry she wanted to kick him away, but thinking that he was her biological son, she could only endure it. Godan was also crying. Dad, wake up. Although Xiao Pang was small and didn't understand much, he knew that once an adult lay on the ground and couldn't wake up, they would never wake up again. They would even be dug a hole and buried in the ground. The little guy was very panicked. He only knew that after Dad came back. Mom stopped hitting him and even fed him. He had even eaten meat. These days felt like a dream, particularly unreal. Xiao Pang lay on Lu Qingye's face, crying softly, sounding particularly heart-wrenching. Meng Wantang. She thought that during this time, the children had changed their impression of her, but who knew they hadn't? People really shouldn't be too confident. She thought this family couldn't do without her, but it turned out this family couldn't do without Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang was awakened by the cries of the little brats. Stop crying. What are you crying for? Your dad is not dead. You can cry later when he really dies. What? Go Sheng's eyes widened, and a stream of tears fell down. Go Dan looked at her with uncertainty. Doubting what she said, Meng Wantang said impatiently, You all spread out a bit, and Xiao Pang, if you keep pressing like this, your dad might really go see the king of hell. Xiao Pang immediately sat up, supporting Lu Qingye's face. Lu Qingye, who had just regained consciousness. Your dad just fainted from heat stroke. It's no big deal. You all go do what you need to do. In less than 5 minutes, he will wake up. Meng Wantang saw someone's eyes moving and knew he was almost awake. A strong man actually fainted at the sight of blood. It sounded very unmanly. Meng Wantang was quite considerate, not wanting this guy to lose face in front of the children. Really? You're not lying to me? Go Sheng was skeptical. He was just a mouthpiece for Go Dan and Xiao Pang. What would I gain from lying to you? Is there candy? You two go serve the dumpling soup. And we can eat soon. We'll eat in the yard today. It's cooler. After making the dumpling soup, Meng Wantang regretted it. Who would want to eat hot soup on such a hot day? Oh, Go Sheng reluctantly got up, dragging his feet. His wary eyes as if Meng Wantang might secretly stab Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. If this weren't her own children, she would have to take action. You all stay here. She said this to Lu Qingye. Meng Wantang stood up, squeezed out a lot of blood from her finger, rinsed it with some well water. After seeing it wasn't bleeding anymore, she got up and put the kitchen knife away to avoid being accidentally hurt by the knife again. In summer, finger injuries don't need to be bandaged. The family didn't have any gauze. This way, it would heal faster. The children saw Meng Wantang put away the kitchen knife and continued to make cold spinach, showing no intention of harming Lu Qingye. Go Sheng pulled Go Dan aside, whispering, "Is she secretly giving Dad pesticide? That's why she doesn't need to finish him off." Meng Wantang. What the heck? These little brats really think like that about her? Meng Wantang was genuinely amused by her anger. No, people who drink pesticides have green faces and foam of the mouth. Looking really scary. Go Dan had seen a woman who drank pesticide. That woman looked terrible when she died. It was really frightening. Go Dan had squeezed in to take a look, and he couldn't sleep well for over half a month after that. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see that woman's tragic death. Meng Wantang coldly scolded, "You two go out and do your work, or you won't get to eat." Go Dan and Go Sheng exchanged glances and quickly ran out. Meng Wantang's old grievances surged, and she kicked Lu Qingye's leg. "Get up quickly." Lu Qingye immediately flipped over and sat up. "The kids are just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Lu Qingye worried that Meng Wantang might get angry with the kids. The previous Meng Wantang was a terrible person. The current Meng Wantang was much better. No matter where she came from, he hoped she would stay here forever. After all, he wasn't a good dad either. If they complained about him, he wouldn't mind. Meng Wantang drooped her eyes and continued to mix the cold dishes. She was still angry. Lu Qingye thought about how she looked when she returned today and knew she didn't want to get close to him. He also knew that whatever he said now wouldn't matter. He thought for a moment and turned to educate the kids. "That's your mom. How can you think of her that way? Is she really that malicious?" Lu Qingye called the children over to the side. Go Sheng retorted, "How is she not malicious? She doesn't feed us." "Yeah," Go Dan nodded, holding Xiao Pang's hand, adding, "And she didn't take care of my brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sick." Lu Qingye looked at his little son, who had grown fairer and cuter than before, and felt both regret and anger. He also wanted to strangle Meng Wantang. But that was the previous Meng Wantang. This one was completely different. At first glance, he noticed it but didn't think much of it. She used to be very bad. But what about now? Lu Qingye quietly asked the kids. Go Sheng didn't speak and turned to look at his brother. Go Dan was silent. What she changed back? This thought made Lu Qingye's breath hitch. He was also afraid. Afraid she would revert to who she was before. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't divorce Meng Wantang, a stepmother. No matter how she was, couldn't compare to a biological mother. As long as the biological mother wasn't completely terrible, she would definitely treat her children well. He couldn't tell the kids, it won't happen. Lu Qingye could only tell them, if she changes back, Dad will take you away. The children's eyes brightened. Before that, we need to believe she has changed for the better and not look at her with suspicion. She would feel sad and upset. If she gets disappointed and turns back into the old her, we will lose her forever. Dad, we understand our mistakes. Go Dan was very uneasy. He was a child without a sense of security, but he was also very strong and resilient. This was all forced by life. Lu Qingye was a man who never hugged his children. He just patted Go Dan's shoulder. Good job, son. Go Sheng reluctantly said, I'll try to believe her. Even if I don't, I won't say it out loud. Go Sheng is great too. Xiao Pang hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lu Qingye smiled. Xiao Pang is good too. Meng Wantang stood at the door, watching the father-son quartet being affectionate, feeling like an outsider, and it made her somewhat uncomfortable. If they didn't like her, so be it, as long as she liked herself. Chapter 68. Who is so heartless at night? Meng Wantang was really angry today. She wasn't mad at the children or at Lu Qingye for leaving her there so late. She was angry at the heavens for not giving her face. If only she had come over 10 days or half a month earlier. The 3 large tile-roofed houses at home would still be standing. Lu Qingye wouldn't have to change jobs, and she might have already taken the children to follow the army. Just a little late, and she missed out on so much. With a frosty expression, Meng Wantang sat at the table, slowly eating her dumpling soup, completely ignoring the forefather and sons. Originally, Goxing hadn't felt anything was wrong, but now he sensed that he might have gone a bit too far. He wanted to say that what he said was the truth. She was perfectly capable of doing those things. Gooden turned to look at Goxing, and Goxing swallowed the words he was about to say. After dinner, with water boiling in the pot, Meng Wantang began to prepare the pig's head and offal. Lu Qingye had put the children to sleep and came out to squat in front of her, whispering, "Let me handle it." Meng Wantang frowned. "Do you know how? This is food. If there are pig hairs on it, I definitely won't be able to eat it." "I do. I worked in the cooking team for half a year when I was in the army." Lu Qingye had never mentioned his time in the army to Meng Wantang before. Upon hearing cooking team, Meng Wantang's eyes lit up instantly. The cooking team was a gathering place for those skilled in handling food. But if he was part of the cooking team, why did he still have to change jobs? Even if he volunteered, there was no need to assign him to work at the tractor station, right? This wasn't a completely rural area. It was just a 10-minute bike ride to the county town. If there were no suitable jobs in the brigade, being assigned to factories in the county, such as a machinery factory, textile factory, cotton and linen factory, or vinegar factory, would all be acceptable. Seeing Meng Wantang's eyes light up, Lu Qingye thought she was willing to listen to his army stories. "We raised a lot of pigs in our unit, and every now and then we would slaughter one. Nothing from the pig went to waste, and we processed the pig's head several times." Listening to him, Meng Wantang looked down at his actions and found that he really knew what he was doing. Moreover, he had cleaned off all the pig hairs quickly and well. "Then you do it. Let me know when you're done." Meng Wantang took out the previous marinade and poured it into the pot. The pot was open-topped, so she needed to add more ingredients. If it were a pot like a water bucket, it would be much easier. Anyway, she wasn't just marinating the pig's head. She still had to marinate the pig's feet and liver. A big pot could work too. Meng Wantang was busy at the stove, and then went inside to take a shower. After a while, the door opened, and Meng Wantang came out. Lu Qingye looked up. In the moonlight, she seemed to be draped in a layer of hazy gauze. When she bowed her head, the strands of hair at her temples fell across her cheeks, making her appear extraordinarily beautiful. Having just taken a shower, she was wearing the pajamas she made herself. The collar was round and a bit loose, which perfectly revealed her graceful neck when she bent down. Lu Qingye knew she was beautiful, but he had never cared about such things. At this moment, however, he felt a rush of heat, his body becoming warm. "Is it done?" Meng Wantang splashed some water back, placing the shower basin under the window. She turned her head to ask Lu Qingye. "Cleaned up." Lu Qingye's voice was a bit hoarse. Meng Wantang thought he was thirsty and handed him a ladle of cold water. "Drink some water. Look how dry your throat is." Lu Qingye looked at the water in front of him, took it, and gulped it down. Meng Wantang checked and bent down to pick up the basin. But a pair of bony hands were quicker than hers. "Where do you want to put it?" he asked. Meng Wantang pointed at the stove and said, "Put it here. Just drop it in the pot. Let it simmer on low heat first." In the northern summer, it wasn't that hot. These things could be left to cook in the pot overnight. It was already around 9 o'clock. The small bulb at the door was dim. Meng Wantang even thought it wasn't as bright as the moonlight. "Are you planning to cook it all night?" No wonder Lu Qingye was surprised. "Yeah. If you don't cook it long enough, one be flavorful and the taste will be poor." Meng Wantang spoke authoritatively, but Lu Qingye felt something was off. The marinade had old water. Meng Wantang added new ingredients, making the flavor even more aromatic and intense than the first marinade. While she was stoking the fire, she was also preparing the kelp. This time, she didn't add salt to the marinade. With so much water, the taste was quite mild. Once the kelp was added, the flavor would be completely different. Since Meng Wantang wasn't going to sleep, Lu Qingye couldn't just let her work alone while he went to sleep. He sat down to help. It wasn't too much work. Meng Wantang urged him to go back and rest. "You've been running around all day. Doesn't your back hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Meng Wantang, smelling the medicated plaster on him, squinted her eyes. "Do you think just having the plaster is enough?" "The plaster only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. You drink your herbal medicine and put on the plaster if your back doesn't hurt. Can you just work hard? Upon meeting her cold gaze, Lu Qingya quickened his pace, not waiting for Meng Wantang to say anything else. He washed his hands and got up to go inside. After a while, he came out with a change of clothes and took a bucket of water to the backyard to rinse off. Meng Wantang had cut the kelp and threw it into the pot to cook. Once the pot boiled, the aroma instantly wafted into the air. It was July, and at night, every household kept their windows open while sleeping. The wooden windows were propped open with wood, fully open. The Ma family, asleep, caught a whiff of the delicious smell and couldn't help but open their eyes. Ma Chong glanced at his wife, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and kicked her hard. Ma Chong's wife was suddenly jolted awake. She didn't dare to scold Ma Chong and could only go sleep at the head of the Kong. In summer, Ma Chong slept at the tail end of the Kong to stay cool. In winter, he slept at the head to keep warm. Useless thing. After kicking his wife, Ma Chong still felt unsatisfied, cursing under his breath. Ma Chong's wife didn't dare to retort, curling up at the head of the Kong, not daring to move. In the West Room, old lady Ma was also cursing. That little slut. You want to have a good death, you damn thing. Old lady Ma was old and had shallow sleep, and at this moment, she was wide awake. The family rarely ate meat, and with little oil. The delicious smell made her even more unable to sleep. The Ma family hadn't eaten well or slept well these past few days. Thankfully, the children were asleep. Otherwise, it would have been a ruckus all night. The next day, when the Ma family went out to earn work points, everyone had dark circles under their eyes. Someone jokingly asked Ma Chong, what did your family do last night? Why does everyone have dark circles? Ma Chong cursed and said, "Isn't it because of that stinky woman next door? Who knows what she cooked, boiling it all night long? That smell wafted into our house. How could we sleep?" The villagers all knew that delicious aromas had been wafting from Meng Wantang's house every day recently. Boiling all night? That's impossible, right? Someone questioned. Just as Ma Chong was about to speak, he saw Meng Wantang riding her bicycle over, particularly arrogantly, ringing her bell. Chapter 69. Crash into me if you have the guts. Come crash into me. What are you so arrogant about? Ma Chong had no intention of yielding. Make way. If you crash into me, I want to take responsibility. Meng Wantang rode her bicycle at full speed, pedaling hard as she approached the crowd, showing no signs of slowing down. What is wrong with this woman? Ma Chong cursed under his breath and quickly dodged to the side, and others did the same. He felt a gust of wind rush past, and when he looked up again, all he could see was her back. What a disgusting attitude. Thinking she's impressive just because she has a bicycle? Ma Chong's face was all muscle, his eyelids drooping, and when he was being tough. Most people didn't dare to speak to him. Miao Yinhua was also quite afraid of Ma Chong, but the person he was cursing was her husband's lifesaver. No matter what, she couldn't just pretend she didn't hear. She said sarcastically, "Isn't impressive? Some people will never ride a bicycle in their whole life." "Who are you talking about?" Ma Chong glared at her. Miao Yinhua, unwilling to back down, replied, "Whoever takes offense, I'm talking about them. You filthy woman. Do you want to get hit?" Ma Chong rolled up his sleeves, ready to hit Miao Yinhua. Miao Yinhua wasn't the type to be bullied. She raised the hoe in her hand, sneering. "What? You still want to hit me? Come on, hit me here. Whoever doesn't hit is a grandson." Ma Chong was only tough at home. He wouldn't dare poke anyone else outside. At most, he would just curse a few words. TCH. Can't even compare to a woman still talking behind her back. Doesn't even know where she got her face from. Miao Yinhua wasn't foolish. She wouldn't engage in a physical fight with a man. She vented her anger with several curses. Ma Chong's face went from green to white, looking as if he wanted to eat Miao Yinhua alive. Today, Meng Wantang rode her bike to the health clinic, mainly to plan a trip to the countryside. She didn't bring much, just a box of self-made pills and some plasters. After greeting at the health clinic, she headed to the Shieling Brigade. The members of the production team didn't have any serious issues, just some lumbar muscle strain, rheumatism, and some gynecological inflammation. All were minor ailments, nothing major. Just right. I'll be coming over these few days to treat everyone, giving acupuncture for half an hour or 40 minutes every morning at your home. But during this time, it's best not to do heavy work. Otherwise, your back might not be able to straighten up later. Meng Wantang wasn't trying to scare the old man. Mainly, he was elderly and lacking in nutrition. He also had some osteoporosis, and if his back hurt this much, it was a serious problem. If the old man didn't cooperate, the treatment wouldn't be effective, and paralysis on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, would be inevitable. The old man was indifferent and didn't take Meng Wantang's words to heart. Let's forget about it today, it's too late. I need to go to work, he said politely. Meng Wantang noticed the old man supporting his waist with one hand and frowning, knowing he was in pain. She took out 2 plasters from her bag and placed them on the Kong. Grandpa, if you're busy today, just put on the plasters for now. They only relieve the pain, not cure it. Thank you, Dr. Meng. The old man glanced at the plasters without lifting his eyelids. Meng Wantang stood up to say goodbye. Then I'll go to the next place. You all carry on. Dr. Meng, take care. Ma'am, you can go back now. No need to see me off. As Meng Wantang carried her medical box outside, she heard the old man's disdainful remarks from inside the house. What can a little girl know? Saying I'll be paralyzed on the Kong in the future, that is clearly nonsense. Meng Wantang. Dad, are you going to use this plaster? The old man irritably replied, What for? It's useless. Just throw it away. Meng Wantang paused, expressionless, and walked out of the house. When she treated others afterward, she didn't take out the plasters unless someone asked her. Each plaster cost a penny. When Meng Wantang returned home, it was dark. Just as she turned the corner from the alley, she heard the sounds of children crying for the Ma family. The aroma of food wafted through the air. Meng Wantang thought Lu Qingye had returned, but unexpectedly, the ones cooking were several children. Gooden was boiling the braised pig trotters in the pot, with steamed buns warming on top. Has Dad not come back? Meng Wantang asked the 2 kids. Gooden shook his head. Dad said this morning that he might be late coming back tonight. He told us to eat first. Meng Wantang checked the time. It was already 7:30. If they didn't eat soon, the kids would starve. Let us serve it up first. Keep your dad's portion in the pot. Meng Wantang brought the food inside, washed her face, and then took the food out of the pot. They couldn't just keep eating braised food. Meng Wantang also took a few cucumbers to make smashed cucumbers. Back then, buying soy sauce and vinegar meant taking your own soy sauce jar or vinegar bottle to the supply and marketing cooperative. Soy sauce and vinegar were quite cheap. There was a vinegar factory in their area, and the vinegar from the aged vinegar factory was a tribute vinegar, famous only in a few surrounding provinces because the factory was located in a backward small county. The vinegar was quite sour but very tasty. Meng Wantang liked to add vinegar when making cold dishes. When they ran out of home, she had Gooden take 10 cents to buy 2 pounds of vinegar back. Just as she finished smashing the cucumbers, Lu Qingye returned. Just in time, let us eat. Meng Wantang looked at the dishes on the table and without hesitation went to the cellar to get the fish hanging there. She still needed to make a fried fish. Otherwise, this little bit of food wouldn't be enough. Lu Qingye squatted in the yard washing his face. And when he turned around to see Meng Wantang still making another dish, he said, Don't make any more. Let us eat quickly. Eat what? You don't think this is enough, do you? You know your own appetite, right? After Meng Wantang said this, Dog Sheng shamelessly added, How can this much meat not be enough? I'll just eat a bit more rice and a bit less of the dishes. It'll definitely be enough for you. This kid's attitude changed pretty quickly, but he still didn't have a clear understanding of himself. Meng Wantang ignored the father and son, poured oil into the pot, and started frying the fish. The fish cooks quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the dish was ready. Lu Qingye and the 3 kids sat at the table, not touching their chopsticks, waiting for her to join them for the meal. This feeling of being respected was quite nice. Eat up, don't leave the dishes. Rice can be left. As soon as Meng Wantang spoke, the whole family looked at her in shock, as if she had said something wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Meng Wantang turned her head to ask, Who says you have to finish all the dishes in one meal? Dog Sheng didn't believe it. Chapter 70. Split personality, now you've heard it. This is how our family is. Meng Wantang leisurely took a sip of cold water, completely unconcerned about the thunderous bombshell she had just dropped. What are we going to eat in the future? Dog Sheng asked hesitantly. Whatever you want to eat in the future. Meng Wantang looked at the boy with a half-smile. Are you worried that after this meal, there won't be another one? Dog Sheng replied unhappily. Do you really need to ask? Lu Sueha, how do you talk to your mom? You need to be polite when speaking to elders. This was not the first time Lu Qingye had reprimanded Dog Sheng, but it was the first time in front of Meng Wantang. He had told the boy many times not to argue back with Meng Wantang. Dog Sheng felt particularly wronged. Who was a mom like this? Meng Wantang didn't want to argue with the kids. She understood very well why Dog Sheng had this attitude. The kids had been scared of hunger for years, eating one meal and then not knowing when the next would come. They had raised themselves and didn't care about whether the food was good. They only cared about whether they could fill their stomachs. His questioning wasn't wrong. After all, none of them understood why they should eat more meat and less rice. The quiet dog Dan asked why. Because there's no oil in the stomach. Everyone has to stuff themselves with rice. If you only eat rice or vegetables without enough oil, you'll get hungry faster. If you eat a bit more meat and a bit less rice, you might not feel hungry until noon the next day. The kids didn't understand what Meng Wantang said. Only Lu Qingye did. He looked at her, his cold eyes deep. He had caught hold of another piece of leverage against her. Eating more meat means eating less rice, and you won't feel hungry. Plus your body will have more strength. This is called balanced nutrition. Of course, you can't eat so much meat at every meal and not eat any vegetables. If you only eat meat and no vegetables, you'll get constipated. Meng Wantang continued to explain to the kids. Dog Dan was curious. Does eating more meat and less rice really make you taller? It does. Meng Wantang said decisively. After all, the two little ones were shorter than their peers. They would definitely grow taller in the future, but how tall they would become was uncertain. Hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. Meng Wantang picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of smashed cucumber. She hadn't eaten any of the braised meat, but instead picked at the kelp and dried tofu. After finishing the meal, Meng Wantang first called the 3 kids out one by one to take a bath, and let them go back to their rooms to sleep. You've put the kids to sleep. Meng Wantang was not lenient with men. For all the big and small chores at home, he had to do what he could. For what he couldn't do, he had to learn. Everything has its first time. Okay. Lu Qingye sat on the Kong, letting the 3 kids lie in a row. From now on, close your eyes. No one is allowed to open their eyes. If anyone opens their eyes, I'll hit there, but with a wooden board. As soon as Lu Qingye finished speaking, the 3 little ones immediately closed their eyes. Dog Sheng kept his eyes closed, but they were still rolling around. Lu Qingye found it amusing. However, after a while, the kids fell asleep. The adults were not at home, and the kids hadn't napped during the day. Now it was already past 8, and Lu Qingye didn't let them talk. In less than 3 minutes, all 3 children fell asleep one after another. Lu Qingye sat in the room, listening to the sound of water from outside, his Adam's apple bobbing as he closed his eyes tightly and pretended to doze off. After Meng Wantang finished her bath, she changed into loose, short-sleeved pajamas and entered the room. Seeing the kids asleep, she lowered her voice and said to him, "There is still some hot water in the pot. Don't use cold water directly when you take a shower." I know. Lu Qingye said he knew, but when he mixed in cold water, he added quite a bit. The bath water was at most not icy. Meng Wantang had run around all day and was especially tired. She groggily opened her eyes to glance at the clock. Does Lu Qingye have some kind of problem? He had taken a cold shower for more than half an hour. She was too sleepy. That thought only flickered through her mind before she fell into a deep sleep. Lu Qingye entered the room, saw her asleep, and his expression was complicated. He stood on the ground for quite a while before getting onto the Kong to sleep. Because it was summer, Meng Wantang would light a fire every morning to drive away the dampness from the Kong. This was something an old lady had taught her when she went to the countryside to treat the villagers. If you heat the Kong in the morning, it won't be hot when you sleep on it at night. Fortunately, the summer here wasn't as hot as the south. It was even a bit cool at night. Lu Qingye lay at the head of the Kong and was about to fall asleep when suddenly a soft arm wrapped around his waist. He opened his eyes abruptly, his heart racing. Is she hinting at him? If he had known this would happen, he would have gone into the room earlier and not taken such a long cold shower. Lu Qingye hesitated for a moment, then turned over and hugged her. There were no curtains in the room. Lu Qingye lowered his head, intending to kiss her. In the moonlight, he noticed she was still asleep. His body stiffened suddenly. He forced a smile, but couldn't bear to let go of the person in his arms. Lu Qingye really wanted to take her. Back when he was in the army, he heard people say that if a wife threw a tantrum, just hold her down and take her. If it doesn't work once, try twice. If that doesn't work, try 3 times. Lu Qingye never thought there was anything wrong with sleeping with his wife before. But now he didn't want to do that. The old Meng Wantang had once said something when she scolded him. She said, "Women aren't like you men who only care about such trivial matters. You don't even care what she looks like. As long as she is a woman, you're fine with anything. I can't take it. I can't stand it. Don't touch me in the future." Lu Qingye was very clear that the Meng Wantang in front of him was still the same old Meng Wantang. It's just that she had developed another side, like a split personality. Lu Qingye once read a book that said this was called a second personality. Some people have mental issues and can have multiple selves. Clearly, they're the same person but behave like another person. Lu Qingye felt that Meng Wantang might be in this situation. She was still herself. Even if her personality was different, it looked like another person. Essentially, she hadn't changed. Perhaps she would resist sleeping with a man without feelings. Lu Qingye didn't want to let the original Meng Wantang resurface because of his momentary impulse. Meng Wantang had no idea what Lu Qingye was thinking that night. When she woke up in the morning, she felt refreshed. Meng Wantang hazily sensed that she was hugging something that felt particularly comfortable, and she even rubbed against it. Suddenly, her body stiffened. She opened her eyes in shock. To her astonishment, her hand had slipped under the hem of his clothes, and the sensation beneath her hand was surprisingly good. 8-pack abs. Chapter 71. What right does he have to look down on others? Meng Wantang withdrew her hand, lost in thought. It turned out that the correct way to do beautiful nails was so exhilarating. She felt a bit dizzy. Lu Qingye looked thin, but he had muscle under his clothes. The thin layer of muscle felt completely different from the kind built through protein powder in the gym. It felt wild and powerful to the touch. Meng Wantang walked out in a daze, and only then did Lu Qingye open his eyes and tidy up his clothes. He didn't get up immediately. He deliberately waited a while before getting up. Breakfast was simple: steamed buns, porridge, and pickled vegetables. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng each had 2 buns, while Lu Qingye had 6 buns by himself, and the little fat boy and Meng Wantang each had 1 bun and a bowl of porridge. After breakfast, Lu Qingye greeted Meng Wantang, saying he would go to the unit to take a look. He took some medicated plaster, saying if he didn't have to work outside, he would find a place to lie down and rest, so as not to leave any lingering illness. Meng Wantang seriously reminded him that men were unreliable, especially those who thought they were in good health. They always felt their bodies were strong and could work as long as they could move. "I know what I'm doing," he replied. Meng Wantang didn't think so. "If you knew what you were doing, would you have jumped into the river to save someone? You saved someone and didn't even go visit them in the hospital." "Oh, I almost forgot. Their daughter is supposed to offer herself to you," Lu Qingye replied. "I didn't even look at her." He lowered his voice, not wanting the children to hear their conversation. Meng Wantang was also mindful of the children, sarcastically saying, "Could you think about our 4 mother and children before you try to be a hero next time?" Lu Qingye felt a bit excited, but was worried about scaring Meng Wantang, so he suppressed his true emotions. "I want to look at other women, you can rest assured. If a man's words could be trusted, pigs could climb trees." Meng Wantang didn't believe in any vows of love. This was literature, and here, men and women could not escape one word. Although they all appeared serious on the surface, who knew what dirty things they did in private? Time would prove everything. Lu Qingye didn't explain further. Time was tight, and he still had to go to the tractor station. "Wait a moment." Meng Wantang chased after him. "You should ride your bike to the unit." "No need, I'll walk there," he said. "I finished seeing all the patients from the Shilling Brigade yesterday." Meng Wantang didn't say anything because, being young, those people didn't trust her at all. It will be pointless for her to go today. Let us wait until next month to talk about it. "Are you going to the health station? I'll take you there." Seeing that she really didn't need a vehicle, Lu Qingye didn't refuse. Having a bicycle made things convenient. He had been borrowing someone else's bike before. "I'm not going to the health station today. I'm going to gather some firewood." "Then don't gather too much. Or leave it there for me to carry when I come back." Lu Qingye was worried she couldn't carry it back. "Got it, you hurry and go." Meng Wantang saw him ride his bicycle out and took the 3 children to the back mountain to collect firewood. The firewood at home was almost gone. The firewood in the forest wasn't allowed to be collected, so she could only take the children to the back mountain to gather firewood. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng each carried a basket. "What are you 2 doing with those baskets?" Meng Wantang instinctively wanted the children to leave the baskets at home, but decided to respect their ideas before speaking. Dog Sheng replied, We're going to pick mushrooms. Huh? Are there mushrooms now? Meng Wantang was surprised. Of course there are mushrooms, Dog Sheng retorted. Aren't your educated youth always fond of eating mushrooms? Meng Wantang remembered and said without changing her expression, I've never picked mushrooms. How would I know what season to pick them? Well, you eat pig as trotters every day. How could you possibly like mushrooms? Dog Sheng said before running off. Meng Wantang. She had intended to hit him. Meng Wantang led the 3 children to the back mountain, while Dog Sheng and Dog Dan went to pick mushrooms. She stayed below, using a small rake to gather fallen pine needles into a sack. The pine needles were prickly but burned well. They catch fire easily and burn hot, making them the best thing to ignite when burning corn cobs. After filling a sack, Meng Wantang placed it at the foot of the mountain and followed the children to pick mushrooms. Not far into her walk, the children returned. Dog Dan and Dog Sheng's baskets were full of mushrooms, with Dog Sheng's basket containing yellow mushrooms and Dog Dan's basket containing red mushrooms. Red mushrooms were more expensive than yellow ones. The children sold them at low prices to the educated youth, who would use them to cook chickens. They would also give Dog Dan and Dog Sheng a bit to eat. This was one of the reasons the 3 children hadn't starved over the years. You two are quite impressive. In such a short time, you've picked so many mushrooms. Meng Wantang was particularly surprised. Dog Sheng proudly said, You don't see who I am. Dog Dan glanced at Dog Sheng, and he immediately fell silent. Let us go home. Meng Wantang tied a few branches together with rope, placed the sack on top, and made a simple raft. She pulled the branches and dragged the sack down the mountain, so the sack wouldn't get damaged. On her way down the mountain, Meng Wantang saw a lot of motherwort and suddenly remembered the beauty and skincare secret of the Empress Dowager, the Jade Girl Peach Blossom Powder. The main ingredient was motherwort. When she returned home, Meng Wantang took a sickle to cut the motherwort. After filling a basket with motherwort and preparing to go back, she found a person lying at the foot of the slope. She walked over and saw it was an old man. Sir, wake up. Sir? Meng Wantang shouted while checking the old man's pulse. After diagnosing him, she breathed a sigh of relief. The old man was fine. He just fainted from hunger. Meng Wantang pinched the old man's acupoint to wake him up. The old man was wearing a patched coat that was hard to tell what color or fabric it originally was. His hair was messy like straw. His glasses were broken and tied with a piece of rope, looking worse than the old men of the village. Meng Wantang had an egg in her pocket, which was originally for the little fat boy, but since he couldn't eat it because of his dental issues, she took it out again. Sir, I only have 1 egg here. You should eat it to regain some strength. Meng Wantang handed over the egg, but the old man refused to take it. You have quite a few health issues. Fainting is also due to low blood sugar. You need to go to the health station for some glucose. You can't go hungry, or you'll faint again in the future. If you faint and don't get medical help in time, you might lose your life. Next time, you might not be so lucky to meet me. The old man was too weak to stand up and didn't even have the strength to speak. Meng Wantang didn't waste any more words with him. She peeled the egg and handed it over, saying, Sir, I didn't wash my hands. I just cut some motherwort. Please don't mind. The old man took the egg and was instantly filled with tears. He smelled strongly of cow dung. And as long as the girl didn't disdain him, what right did he have to look down on her? Chapter 72. Hooked. Meng Wantang waited for the old man to finish eating the eggs before handing him a few cucumbers. Sir, this is all I have on me right now. Eat something to fill your stomach, and then hurry home for a proper meal. You mustn't go hungry. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the old man's expression was full of sorrow. She glanced at the nearby cow shed and suddenly realized the old man's identity. After a moment of silence, Meng Wantang said, Sir, you should go back to rest. I'll come by this afternoon to give you an 4 drip. Then she asked, Can you still walk? If not, I can help you back. No need to trouble you, young lady. I can manage on my own, the old man said as he picked up a wooden stick from the ground and unsteadily made his way to the cow shed. Meng Wantang had nearly finished cutting the motherwort. She watched the old man return to the cow shed before heading home with her basket to cook. She and the old man left in succession, and soon a petite woman appeared at the intersection. The woman looked around, continuously rummaging through the wild grass, searching up and down for several rounds, but found nothing. Strange. Why haven't I seen anyone? Without the big eaters at noon, The two little eaters could only consume about the same amount as a normal adult. Meng Wantang didn't cook too much food. After lunch, she went to the health station to get some medicine, taking a bag of glucose and a bottle of the best glucose to the cow shed. Just as she arrived, she saw a few young men kicking and punching the two old men in the cow shed. "What are you doing? Stop it right now. Who do you think you are? Telling us to stop just like that? Let me tell you, if you say another word, I'll report you for being in cahoots with these old fools." The young man who spoke was very arrogant, clearly a troublemaker. These young men had nothing better to do than bully the old men in the cow shed every day. Hitting people is against the law. You need a reason to hit someone. Why are you attacking for no reason? Meng Wantang wasn't afraid of these troublemakers. With a cold smile on her face and a hint of fierceness in her beautiful eyes, she suddenly scared the young men into silence. "You filthy woman. You're really in league with these old fools." The leader of the young men, a skinny troublemaker, leered at Meng Wantang. "What? Do you want to hit me too?" Meng Wantang was almost amused by these young men. She might struggle against others, but dealing with these troublemakers was no challenge at all. They were just a bunch of fools with no real skill. If they encountered any real trouble, aside from their foolishness, they were all cowards. If they were really capable, they wouldn't be here bullying elderly men. "If you have the guts, come hit me. Touch me with a finger. And tomorrow the village chief will kick you out of the village." In these times, being expelled from the village meant disaster. The troublemakers glanced at the 4 bottle in her hand and quickly guessed her identity. Many people hadn't seen Meng Wantang, but had heard of her fierce reputation. They dared not linger and quickly turned to leave, grumbling, "Filthy woman, just you wait. One day, we'll make you pay." "All right, I'll be waiting," Meng Wantang said without a hint of fear. After watching the troublemakers leave, she helped the 2 old men who were lying on the ground. One of them was the old man she had encountered earlier. "Sir, your luck is really bad. Next time, just avoid these scoundrels when you see them." Meng Wantang checked the 2 old men. Aside from some superficial injuries, they didn't have any broken bones. "Sir, you lie down first. I'll give you an 4 drip. Otherwise, with your condition, you'll probably faint every now and then. If I miss it next time, your life might be in danger." Old man was used to being beaten and leaned against the haystack, extending his hand. "Young lady, you don't need to give me an 4. I don't have the money for it." Meng Wantang replied, "Sir, it's fine if you don't have money now. Just remember, when you do have money in the future, you could pay me back. There is no need to feel any psychological burden. This is a loan." Old man still held on to hope, but everything around him was dark, and he couldn't see any light ahead. He had lived his life with a clear conscience and didn't want to owe this young lady anything before he died. Meng Wantang estimated that it wouldn't be long before this old man might pass away. "If you really feel guilty, just teach a few kids to read. My partner and I both work and can't take care of them. Recently, they almost got swept away by the river, and I'm worried about leaving them home alone. Could you help me look after the kids?" Meng Wantang initially planned to wait until school started to send the kids to school, but there was still over a month until then. She truly couldn't relax, leaving the kids alone at home. "What about your in-laws?" Old man asked, not agreeing yet. Meng Wantang replied, "We split up, and it was quite unpleasant. They don't like our family at all, let alone help us look after the kids." Meng Wantang understood what the old man was hesitating about. He was worried that his identity would affect the children. To her, this was not a concern at all. "Don't worry about anything else. When the time comes, I'll talk to the village chief and let the kids come over to help you with work." Meng Wantang's eyes lit up with an idea. Old man looked at her in astonishment. He never expected this pretty young lady to have so many ideas. Finally, he relented. "If you can arrange for the kids to come here openly, then I wouldn't mind teaching them." "Then please stretch out your hand quickly so I can get this done," Meng Wantang urged. Old man extended his hand, and Meng Wantang noticed that his hands, once capable of writing beautifully with chalk, were now cracked and scarred. When she inserted the needle into his skin, old man felt no pain. "All done. This glucose will last for a while. I'll go find the village chief to sort out the kid situation. You hurry and prepare the lesson plan. My eldest son is especially clever, has a photographic memory, and loves learning. You mustn't be careless with such a good seed." Meng Wantang left a fishing hook behind, waiting for old man to bite. She left the glucose and a few warm steam buns before heading straight to find the village chief. After hearing her words, the village chief was still in a daze. What did you say? Can you repeat that? Chapter 73. Meng Wantang is probably not an idiot. I said that someone needs to keep an eye on those people in the cattle shed. I think our dog Dan and Dashing would be suitable for the job, so they won't slack off. Meng Wantang's tone was very fierce, and she looked like a tough woman who was not easy to provoke. Lu Guangjuan reasoned with her, saying that the two old men in the cattle shed didn't need to be monitored. They had been living there for several years and understood what they should and shouldn't do without needing someone to watch over them. Lu Guangjuan was quite satisfied with the arrangement of these two old men from above. They were very well behaved. He didn't intentionally make things difficult for them, nor did he let them sleep directly on the damp ground. Although the house was poor, there was at least a 2-meter wide Kong inside. They could burn some firewood in winter, so they wouldn't freeze to death. Meng Wantang knew that the team leader was not the type to be radical, nor did he do anything excessive to the two old men. However, some people like to cause trouble for them. I don't want too many work points. 5 points for one child is enough, and 2 children count as one adult. Meng Wantang wanted to create an opportunity for Dog Dan and Dashing to go to the cattle shed openly. When Lu Guangjuan heard that she wanted work points, he knew she was being deliberate. A child earns 1 work point. If that's fine, then fine. If not, then forget it. Done. Meng Wantang didn't dare to be happy and frowned. Why are you so stingy? Just 1 point? With 2 kids over there, they stay for a whole day. Does that mean only 1 point for a whole day? Lu Guangjuan. He knew. Although Meng Wantang seemed to have improved recently, she was actually causing trouble elsewhere. The same old saying, if you don't want it, then forget it. Lu Guangjuan stood up to leave. Meng Wantang pretended to be dissatisfied and clicked her tongue. Fine, 1 point is 1 point. Having something is better than having nothing. She left with an unhappy face. And the small team leader of the second team came in from outside, glancing at Meng Wantang's back, and whispered, Team leader, what's going on? Why is she back? The team leader said irritably, what else could she want? She's just trying to find ways to get work points. The small team leader of the second team, named Peng Fuge, shook his head upon hearing this. Luckily, this woman is not from our team, otherwise it would be a headache. By the way, team leader. Meng Wantang's voice suddenly came from the doorway, startling Peng Fugue almost into a fall. He glanced back at Meng Wantang with a guilty conscience, and she coldly smiled at him. Those 2 old men were beaten up badly, and they're unconscious. I'm going to get some medicine to give them at 4. All right, you take care of it. If those people in the cattle shed get sick, they'll have to turn to you doctors. Lu Guangjuan waved his hand disdainfully, wishing Meng Wantang would leave immediately. But Meng Wantang didn't move. She stood at the door and said loudly, Team leader, am I going to treat them? Go on. Do whatever you want, as long as they are alive. Lu Guangjuan was also afraid that those people would die here. Meng Wantang returned to the cattle shed. Old Du was lying in the grass shed outside, eyes closed, his face pale, looking almost like a corpse. Meng Wantang. It really looked scary. She walked over and found that the old man was just tired and asleep. The 4 was still running and would finish in a few minutes. Meng Wantang simply stayed there, sitting beside him, waiting to remove the 4 once it was done. A few minutes later, Meng Wantang removed the 4 needle and looked at old Du. You don't have to go to work tomorrow. The kids will come directly in the morning. They're coming to watch over you, 1 work point per day for each of them. I'm counting on you to take care of my 3 kids. Old Du wanted to play dumb, but didn't expect this girl to be so stubborn. She really wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. You let the kids come to me every day. Aren't you worried they will be bullied and isolated by the other kids? Old Du thought that although this girl was good-looking, she was particularly naive, not to mention Qinghe Brigade. There was no one in the whole country who would want their children to have any association with people like them. Don't compare me to those fools. Now people say not to study. It's good to farm well. The big factories out there only want high school graduates. Without an education, one cannot be a worker and will only dig the land for a lifetime. Now my children are isolated by others. After they finish high school and get assigned to factories, they will be the envy of everyone, and they will have to curry favor with my son. Meng Wantang scrutinized old Du, who looked confused. Is there something on my face? Old Du asked uneasily. You have nothing on your face. Why are you looking at me? The old man couldn't help it. Meng Wantang's eyes even showed a sense of disdain. I'm worried about whether your IQ can keep up. If your IQ is not enough and it affects my children's studies, what should I do? I don't want my son to be a big fool in the future. Old Du, he had studied abroad. Old Du almost blurted this out. Don't worry, when your kids come over, I will definitely teach them well. You don't need to worry about them not learning. Old Du gritted his teeth and said. Meng Wantang reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll trust you once. A few thugs? Do they often come to beat you up? Meng Wantang lowered her voice. Old Du looked at her with a complicated expression. Meng Wantang sighed. Are you being targeted? Old Du's expression didn't change. I've already been sent down here. Who would target me? Those few good-for-nothings probably just came to vent their frustration on me. Meng Wantang, when did they start coming to beat you? Recently, and it was completely unprovoked. Meng Wantang couldn't figure out the reason. All right, pay attention to it recently. If they come again, let the kids find the team leader or come to me. Okay. This time, Old Du didn't refuse. Meng Wantang was going to get another 4-bottle. She handed the bottle to Old Du. Keep the bottle. In winter, fill it with hot water and put in your quilt to keep warm. No need. Old Du didn't dare to keep this thing at all. Even if he kept it, he couldn't protect it. He would just hide it. Meng Wantang shoved the bottle into the old man's hand, took out a small bottle of purple medicine, and said, keep this for yourself. Apply it wherever you get hurt. Old Du had few injuries on his face, but had taken quite a few kicks on his body, and it hurt even without touching it. He thought Meng Wantang was a big fool. He said coldly, I don't need these things. Just stop being insincere. After saying this, Meng Wantang picked up her things and left without looking back, knowing that the old man wouldn't throw away the purple medicine. After Meng Wantang left, Old Du stared blankly at the purple medicine in his hand, his eyes inexplicably moist. Chapter 74. It seems he's dead in the evening. Lu Qingye returned home, carrying 2 pounds of meat. It wasn't the kind of fatty pork, but half tenderloin and half fatty meat. Meng Wantang's eyes lit up when she saw the meat. Did you guys get paid? Lu Qingye didn't have any money on him. He brought back a piece of meat, and Meng Wantang instinctively thought he had been paid. Take it. Salaries aren't issued this quickly. Today, the team where I was working happened to slaughter pigs. I helped clear 2 acres of land for them, and the team leader specifically gave me a piece of meat. That team leader is quite nice. Meng Wantang smiled as she brought the meat inside and separated the tenderloin from the fatty meat. My sister-in-law brought me some vermicelli today. Let us make pork stew with vermicelli. Meng Wantang sliced the fatty meat into pieces that were neither too thin nor too thick, stir-fried it, and then added the vermicelli along with some broth to start stewing it. As for the tenderloin, she used it to stir-fry carrot slices. While Meng Wantang was cooking, Lu Qingye helped her out. Tomorrow, I plan to let the kids go to the cow shed to learn from Old Du. Lu Qingye frowned. School starts in a month. They can learn directly at school. Is that the same? Although Dog Dan isn't photographic, he is close enough. Do you think what the school teachers teach is useful? Even if they go to high school, it's just the rigid knowledge from textbooks. Old Du is different. He used to be a university professor. Meng Wantang glanced back at Lu Qingye after finishing cutting the meat. You don't think learning is useless, do you? Learning knowledge is certainly useful. Lu Qingye felt she was right. Since they weren't taking college entrance exams, they could only be recommended to work-study universities. Teaching Dog Dan would be equivalent to learning university-level knowledge in advance. I'm just surprised. After all, this is a good thing, Lu Qingye said thoughtfully. I asked the team leader for work points. The 2 of them will get 1 work point each per day. By then, if we count Xiaopeng too, everyone in our family will have earned work points. Meng Wantang was genuinely delighted when she said this. Just then, the kids returned. Dogxing entered the yard and caught a whiff of the aroma, running straight to the stove to sniff. It smells so good. Dogxing turned to Xiaopeng. Isn't it fragrant? Xiaopeng nodded, and Dogxing looked eagerly at the pot. Meng Wantang. These 2 kids really have no sense of shame. Dog Dan filled a basin with clean water, and the 2 younger brothers went to wash their hands. Meng Wantang lifted the lid of the pot, ladled the pork stew with vermicelli into a basin, and began to stir-fry the vegetables. We don't need to go out tonight. Meng Wantang specially made a bowl of cold soy sauce with scallions. The children wouldn't eat the scallions, only the vegetables. Lu Qingye, although he found it greasy, would still eat a few bites of scallions, while Meng Wantang relied on the scallions to accompany her meal. After dinner, the children went out to play. Meng Wantang continued making clean clothes for the kids. When she used scissors to cut the fabric, it looked as if she was cutting haphazardly, very casually. Lu Qingye watched her movements, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. Meng Wantang unfolded the cut fabric, folded it again, and sewed it with a sewing machine. After finishing one piece, she started on the second. While she wasn't paying attention, Lu Qingye picked up the new clothes she had thrown on the Kong and shook them out. They really are clothes. Meng Wantang was very quick at making clothes. In no time, she had completed 2 sets of clothes using the sewing machine. Aren't these clothes a bit too big? Lu Qingye hesitated for a moment, but decided to remind her. Meng Wantang turned to look. Kids grow fast. Clothes are usually made 2 sizes larger. Otherwise, they can only wear them this year and not next year. If they couldn't wear them, they could always give the clothes to Xiaopeng. Lu Qingye had experienced this as a child. He always wore clothes left over from his brother. Aren't you supposed to buy new fabric to make clothes for the 2 kids? Meng Wantang had already finished the clothes. She stood up to check and, not finding any issues, folded the clothes neatly and placed them in the wardrobe. What are you looking at? Meng Wantang curiously glanced at the notebook in his hand. This is the information about our back mountain mine. They want us to help haul the stones down. Lu Qingye was not just putting on an act. There was someone very suspicious at the mine. Lu Qingye hadn't expected that a fake identity he had hastily created would actually come in handy. The mine? Meng Wantang didn't pay much attention and casually asked him, "When are you planning to go to the mine? Don't tell me you're going directly tomorrow." "Yes, it's tomorrow. There's an old man at the mine who can predict the weather. He said it will rain tomorrow. He told us to go early in the morning to haul away all the freshly blasted stones." Lu Qingye truly hadn't expected things to be so coincidental. He had just found a bit of lead and was still hesitating about how to approach that person when the tractor at this side took on the work from that side. He had noticed that Meng Wantang's face had turned pale. Rain the mine. Early in the morning before dawn. Lu Qingye had already set out on his bike. Meng Wantang waited for the children to wake up, packed a lunchbox with a serving of dumpling soup, topped with the cornbread. When they arrived at the cow shed, she said, "You must listen to old Do. The knowledge he teaches you is invaluable. Work hard to learn everything you can from that old man." Meng Wantang had already told the children about going to learn from old Do the night before. Now, the 3 children followed Meng Wantang closely as the 4 of them swaggered towards the cow shed. On the way, they encountered several people, many of whom greeted Meng Wantang. "Dr. Meng, where are you going?" Meng Wantang replied, taking the kids to the cow shed to watch those 2 old men. The person who spoke was surprised and asked, "Why are you taking the kids to the cow shed? Isn't that unlucky?" People in the village were generally unwilling to let their children play near the cow shed, as if those living there were some kind of filthy beings. Moreover, villagers referred to those people as cow demons and snake spirits. In short, people living near the cow shed were not considered good. "Then don't ask. I have my reasons," Meng Wantang replied in her usual domineering tone. The person paused for a moment and then left in defeat. This person was none other than Old Wang's son. Since Old Wang had seen Meng Wantang as a doctor, he had never again complained about lying in bed or being unable to eat, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. Old Wang's son thought Meng Wantang was quite a decent person. Now it seemed that it had all been an illusion. Even though Meng Wantang had become a doctor, she was still the same unlikable person she had always been. When they arrived at the cow shed, Meng Wantang didn't see old Do. She patted Dog Dan's back. "Go inside and see if old Do is there." Dog Dan obediently ran inside, and before long, he came rushing out. "That old man seems to be dead." Chapter 75. Flip-flopping Meng Wantang hurriedly rushed into the room. But as soon as she entered, she almost backed out again. Old Do was lying flat on the Kong, without a pillow, his hands resting on his chest, and his expression was quite peaceful. At first glance, he really looked like a corpse. Old Do opened his eyes and saw Meng Wantang frowning. "What are you here for?" His tone was quite harsh. He sounded strong, indicating that he was almost well. Meng Wantang placed the lunchbox on the table, which had several holes in it, and quickly stood up. "I'll put your tuition here. Lu Yunhe, Lu Suehe, Lu Jinhe, you 3 come in." Outside the door, the 3 little ones looked at each other. Hesitant, Dog Sheng whispered, "What if she locks us in here with this dead person? If you want to be with a dead person, I can accommodate you." Meng Wantang came out of the room and pinched Dog Sheng's face. "Still spouting nonsense?" Dog Sheng immediately shook his head. "Go in." Meng Wantang let the 3 children in and introduced them to old Do. This is the eldest, Lu Yunhe. He's smart, has a good memory. And although he doesn't have a photographic memory, he is not far off. He doesn't talk much and is more stable than the second one. The second one is called Lu Sueha, and his biggest flaw is that he talks too much. The third, Lu Jinhe, is 3 years old and just a little follower. You just need to teach him. This is Grandpa Du from now on. You will study with him. Be obedient, understand? The twins replied in a whiny voice, got it. If you don't listen, just remember it, and later I'll bring you your meals. As soon as Meng Wantang said this, the 3 children widened their eyes. She coldly smiled. If you're disobedient and don't study well, then you won't have anything to eat. You saw it too. When I came out, I was cooking soup in my pot. Soup made with big bones is different from soup made with just water. The 3 children. Old Du. Meng Wantang then asked Old Du to stretch out his hand. Let me take your pulse again. Old Du was feeling better today and realized that this seemingly fierce young woman had some skill. He obediently stretched out his hand. After a while, Meng Wantang said, take good care of yourself. After saying that, she left. Old Du opened the lunchbox and said to Dog Sheng, you guys eat this. You old man want to poison us. Dog Sheng instantly looked at Old Du with suspicion. Old Du was bewildered, and then his expression suddenly changed. This was brought by your mother. Are you afraid to eat it? He looked down at the lump soup in the lunchbox, his hand trembling slightly. During the days in the cow shed, it was dark and hopeless. But Old Du still harbored hope that one day he could clear his name. For this day, he had waited for 7 or 8 years, being beaten, being scolded, every day wearing a sign and being pointed at, living in a cow shed, sleeping on a cold Kong, almost freezing to death. That was nothing. He could endure it, but he never expected that after receiving a little warmth, it was actually a plot to poison him. Dog Sheng crossed his arms. Do you think I dare to eat it? Old Du's heart sank. Afraid of your mother? Old Du didn't dare to say it all. Aren't you afraid? Old Du replied honestly, yes, I'm terrified. He did not want to die. Even if this lump soup was evidence, no one would believe him. Old Du felt as if the sky above him had collapsed. If you're afraid of my mom, do you think we won't be afraid? Dog Sheng had eaten enough in the morning, and now seeing the lump soup, he actually wanted to eat it. He was struggling to hold back. This old man was truly wicked. Don't think your little tricks can fool me. You just want me to eat your lump soup, and then tell my mom. My mom, in a fit of anger, will take away all the good food like the bone soup with radishes, pig head meat, and pig ears, right? Don't dream. Old Du was taken aback. It turned out he had misunderstood. Old Du felt warm all over, and he felt alive again. I'll teach you to recognize characters. Old Du wrote a few characters in a worn notebook with a pencil and taught the 3 children to read them. Person, mouth, big, small, middle. Meng Wantang returned home and first dried the mushrooms the children had picked, then added a piece of wood to the stove. Before going out, she swept the firewood at the stove door clean. As soon as Meng Wantang reached the entrance of the health clinic, she caught sight of Tang Huifang's gloating expression. She ignored Tang Huifang and walked in, only to see several men squatting in the hall on the first floor. One of the men saw Meng Wantang and immediately rushed over. Seeing this, Tang Huifang quickly stepped back, intending to watch the excitement. Who knew that the man blocked Meng Wantang and pleaded excitedly, Dr. Meng, please come and take a look at my dad. Meng Wantang was startled and quickly dodged. Who is your dad? My dad is that old man you helped treat the other day. After the man clarified, Meng Wantang recognized who it was. That old man was stubborn and didn't trust her at all. Is his condition serious? Meng Wantang asked. The man nodded. Very serious. He can't even get up from the Kong now. That shouldn't be so fast. Did he do heavy work? As soon as Meng Wantang finished speaking, the man was astonished. She guessed almost correctly. You can tell this? The man looked dumbfounded. Meng Wantang didn't explain and directly asked, where is he? He has been brought over, right here. The man took a couple of steps forward and pointed down the corridor. Meng Wantang walked over and saw an old man lying on the wooden board, his face pale, groaning in pain, clearly suffering immensely. First, take him inside and let him lie down. I'll come over to check right away. After Meng Wantang finished speaking, the old man's sons carried him inside. She glanced at Tang Huifang, who was standing still, then indifferent, withdrew her gaze. Meng Wantang washed her hands and returned. Lift his clothes. Oh, okay. The old man's son hurriedly lifted the clothes. Meng Wantang saw the plaster on the old man's waist and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Noticing Meng Wantang's expression, the old man's son awkwardly said, "This is the 2 plasters you left for my dad. If it weren't for these plasters easing his back pain, we wouldn't have borrowed an ox cart from the production team to bring him over. I'll check him first." Meng Wantang extended her delicate fingers and pressed on the old man's back a few times, then asked him several questions. This time, the old man didn't dare to speak randomly. He answered whatever Meng Wantang asked. "Doctor, how is my dad? Can he be cured?" The man looked anxious. "Yes, but he needs to lie here for a month." The man quickly said, "Okay." He was afraid that if he took too long to agree, Meng Wantang would refuse. Meng Wantang raised her eyes. "You all go out." The old man's sons all exited. Meng Wantang used iodine to disinfect the old man's back, took out a needle, and was about to inject when the old man's son suddenly rushed in. "Wait, Dr. Meng, my dad doesn't need your treatment anymore." Chapter 76. Loud noise. Meng Wantang's needle had just touched the old man's skin, and yet he said it was hopeless. The man was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He wasn't afraid of Meng Wantang. He was worried that she wouldn't be able to treat his father, leaving him paralyzed for life. "Are you sure?" Meng Wantang's emotions were very stable. The man said, "Sure, we don't need your treatment anymore. Then you can leave." Meng Wantang said as she returned to her desk, signaling for the man to take his father away quickly. The man thought Meng Wantang would not let them go. But to his surprise, she only asked if they had decided not to seek treatment. Once confirmed, she immediately let them leave. The man hesitated a bit. He saw Meng Wantang expressionlessly disinfecting the silver needle, putting it back, and then picking up a book, reading intently without giving them a glance. "Brother?" The man gritted his teeth. "Let's go, we'll carry Dad out to find Dr. Dong." The brothers lifted the old man out. Meng Wantang became very quiet again in that consultation room. She got up to wash her hands, and Tang Huifang entered from outside, standing at the sink and gloating. "Some people shouldn't talk big if they have no ability. Don't let the wind twist your tongue later." After washing her hands, Meng Wantang turned around and coldly looked at Tang Huifang. "Did you say something to them?" It was clearly a question, but it was phrased in a definite tone. Tang Huifang wasn't the least bit guilty. She even smugly said, "So what if I said it? What do you do to me? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. You clearly can't do anything, yet you're pretending to be a doctor. Why is that?" "Because of your ignorance." "You." Meng Wantang's expression was indifferent, her gaze icy and piercing. "What do you mean by you? Did I say something wrong? You got into the nursing school through connections. While others studied for 2 years, you studied for 1. You poked that child with a needle for 4, trying 17 or 18 times without finding a vein. The child is crying there, and you still have a nerve to scold him? If I were you, I'd honestly go home and farm, be a useless person, and stop thinking about harming others." Tang Huifang was so furious she trembled all over, unable to say a word for a long time. Meng Wantang coldly laughed as she walked past her, returning to her office to write down the detailed situation of today as patients. After finishing, she had another nurse deliver it to Dr. Dong. Dr. Dong was very surprised to see the case report written by Meng Wantang. After a while, she gently told the patient's family, "Wu Taizhu, your father's condition is something I cannot treat at all. His back injury requires special techniques for repositioning. This is not my area of expertise. If I were to intervene, the chance of your father recovering would only be 1. Wu Taizhu was stunned. "Dr. Dong, you have to treat my father's illness. He's only in his 50s. Dr. Dong explained, "Dr. Meng from our hospital can treat your father's condition. I'll call Dr. Meng over to take a look at your father." "But isn't Dr. Meng completely incapable of treating patients?" Wu Taizhu blurted out. Dr. Dong frowned and asked, "Who told you that? Do you think our Dr. Meng looks young, so her medical skills aren't good? She's not like those doctors who just read a few medical books and start treating people. She comes from a genuine traditional Chinese medicine family. In many ways, she's even better than I am. If Dr. Meng can't treat your father, then you'll have to take him to the county hospital or the provincial hospital. Don't delay. Otherwise, your father will end up paralyzed." Wu Taizhu was bewildered. He muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The nurse in your hospital told me she can't treat patients." "Which nurse told you that?" Dr. Dong's face darkened immediately. "It was that nurse Tang." Wu Taizhu looked at Dr. Dong pleadingly. "Dr. Dong, it's not that we don't want to find Dr. Meng now. It's because we just came from Dr. Meng's side, and she specifically confirmed with us whether we were no longer seeking treatment with her. Dr. Dong was speechless. Now you're scared. What were you thinking before? Dr. Dong steeled herself and went to find Meng Wantang, saying, "You all wait here. I'll ask Dr. Meng." After hearing Dr. Dong's words, Meng Wantang raised an eyebrow, not surprised at all. She directly told Wu Taizhu, "There won't be a third or fourth time. Your father and you have already rejected me twice. If you refuse again this time, don't come looking for me in the future." Wu Taizhu quickly stated, "Dr. Meng, you can rest assured, no matter what happens, I will definitely not change my mind. Then listen carefully. Your father will need to stay here for a month. During this time, you are responsible for his food and daily needs." Absolutely, absolutely. Wu Taizhu's attitude was extremely good, worried that it wasn't good enough to avoid angering Meng Wantang. Only then did Meng Wantang take action. Half an hour later, old Wu exclaimed in delight, "My back doesn't hurt anymore." "Really? Is it that miraculous?" Wu Taizhu looked at Meng Wantang with newfound respect. "All right, you can move directly to the ward next door to rest." Meng Wantang directly urged them to leave. Wu Taizhu not only showed no displeasure, but also bowed deeply in gratitude to Meng Wantang. "Dr. Meng, thank you for not holding a grudge and still being willing to treat my father. In the future, don't judge people by their appearance. And don't listen to hearsay." Wu Taizhu nodded and bowed, his attitude extremely sincere. Yes, you're right. "All right, go attend to your matters." Wu Taizhu called his brothers and hurriedly moved his father away. The office quieted down. Meng Wantang disinfected and reorganized the silver needles, washed her hand again, and crossed the street to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy rock candy. She planned to make some apricot preserves for the kids, as there was only a little rock candy left at home, which was not enough. After buying the rock candy, Meng Wantang stood on the road looking at the back mountain. Walking up the path from the back mountain to the mining site would take over an hour. After watching for a while, Meng Wantang went home to cook. While cooking, she also made some apricot preserves. Lunch was ready. Meng Wantang carried the food to the cow shed. She went there openly. Upon entering the yard, she saw old Du leading 3 children in the yard, seemingly telling them something, and the kids were listening very attentively. Having someone help take care of the kids is really nice. Meng Wantang walked over with a smile, placing a pot of bone soup with radish on the table, and took out some pigweed pancakes, calling out to them, "Stop messing around and come eat." As soon as they heard it was time to eat, the 3 kids ran faster than anyone else. They sat at the stone table outside the yard to eat, without even entering the house. Old Du hadn't eaten anything with meat for a long time. He took a sip of the bone soup and a piece of white radish, and his eyes turned red. How could he not see Meng Wantang's kindness? Teaching the kids was just a way for him to eat openly and drink some soup. This girl, although her temper isn't great, is actually very kind-hearted. As soon as Meng Wantang reached the entrance of the health station, she heard a loud crash. She instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. What happened? Meng Wantang subconsciously asked Dr. Dong. Chapter 77. Rescuing People. Dr. Dong, knowledgeable and experienced, opened his mouth and said, "There has been an accident at the mine." "What?" Meng Wantang's face turned pale. How could there be an accident at the mine? Her legs went weak, and she leaned against the wall to steady herself. After a couple of seconds, she turned and rushed into the medical station. "Dr. Zhao, prepare more gauze, iodine, and disinfectant tablets for me." Meng Wantang said this while leaning out the window, then turned and ran toward the office. She grabbed her medical bag and ran back, asking Dr. Zhao to pack everything for her. Dr. Zhao, having been too busy to speak earlier, finally had a chance to ask, "What are you going to do?" "The mine collapsed. I have to go rescue people." Meng Wantang quickly replied while packing her things. "If the brigade doesn't reimburse me, I'll pay for it myself. Don't worry about me running off with the supplies." Dr. Zhao was taken aback and said, "What are you talking about? You're going to rescue our brigade members, not selling the supplies. Hurry up and go." As the last pack of gauze was packed, Dr. Zhao urged her out. Meng Wantang looked down and saw that there were also needles and threads for stitching inside. She gratefully glanced at Dr. Zhao, shouldered her bag, and hurried outside. Dr. Dong was a bit slower. He called 2 nurses, and the 3 of them followed Meng Wantang, running up the mountain together. When they reached the fields at the foot of the mountain, many workers rushed out of the fields and ran up the mountain together. Some were carrying hoes, others shovels, and some had baskets or buckets. Everyone was working together to head up the mountain. Meng Wantang was initially unsure of where to go, but seeing people ahead of her, she followed the members of the cooperative up the mountain. After running for over half an hour, they finally arrived outside the mine. The workers left outside were desperately digging at the stones blocking the entrance. Meng Wantang kept looking at the workers outside, but none of them were Luqingye. Luqingye, you must not be in trouble. Meng Wantang was so anxious that she forgot to breathe. She looked back and forth several times, but still didn't see him. Dr. Meng, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Dr. Dong arrived late, saw Meng Wantang standing too close, and pulled her aside to ask. Luqingye was working at the mine today. Meng Wantang looked calm, her voice steady, but her face and eyes betrayed her. Dr. Dong was startled and immediately looked at the workers. After checking once and not finding Luqingye, he unwillingly looked a second time, but still no sign of him. Tang Huifeng also heard Meng Wantang's words and, like Dr. Dong, anxiously looked at the workers. She angrily accused Meng Wantang. If you hadn't been so wasteful, Brother Qingye wouldn't have had to come back. He will be fine in the army now. I can't be bothered to argue with you today. It's best if you keep your distance from me. Meng Wantang's pretty face was as cold as ice, and she pushed past Tang Huifeng, heading inside. Dr. Meng. Seeing this, Dr. Dong hurriedly called out to her. Meng Wantang said, I'll just go take a look and be right back. She wanted to ask the workers, hoping against hope that perhaps Luqingye hadn't come today or had gone somewhere else. He might not be in the mine. This stone mine was different from the previous ones. They used tunneling techniques to avoid damaging the mountain. That's why there was a huge mine shaft. How many people are inside? A middle-aged man wearing a hat said grimly. There are still 7 or 8 people inside. Dig. Quickly clear the stones at the entrance and rescue the people first. We're already digging, but at this speed, it'll take several hours, the middle-aged man said worriedly. We just don't know how much has collapsed inside and whether the people are trapped. Meng Wantang's face turned pale. Everyone came over to help move the stones outside, piling them up nearby. The brigade leader arrived, spoke a few words to the person in charge, and then began arranging work. The members of the cooperative came with tools, many bringing baskets. They carried stones and baskets to a nearby empty space. No one noticed that Meng Wantang's face was ashen. Everyone worked together, and after more than an hour, they finally cleared the entrance. The inside hadn't collapsed too much. If they dug a bit more, they would be able to fully open the entrance. The person in charge said, and the cooperative members and workers continued moving stones. The sun was setting. The entrance grew larger, and there wasn't much collapse inside. It was even possible to talk to the people inside. Meng Wantang didn't hear Luqingye's voice. She grabbed a worker and asked, Do you know who is buried inside? The worker shook his head. I only know the number of people, not who they are. There are a few new ones today. We don't know their names. They came to help. Upon hearing this, Meng Wantang swayed and almost fell. The worker hurriedly supported her and urged her to sit down. What's wrong? Are you scared? I'm fine. I just faint at the sight of blood. Meng Wantang stood up again and went back to help. They're coming out. They're coming out. The crowd cheered. A person trapped in a mine was rescued. Meng Wantang rushed forward and saw a grimy face, feeling disappointed as she stood there. Where's the doctor? Has the doctor come? Bandage him. His leg is all messed up. Someone shouted. Meng Wantang, carrying her backpack, said, I'm the doctor. The person in charge looked at Meng Wantang, doubting that she was just a nurse. But at this moment, even a nurse was far better than these clumsy men. You all go over here. Okay. Meng Wantang followed them over, squatting down to check the patient's wound. Just bear with it. It'll all hurt a bit. Meng Wantang said expressionlessly, then told the other 2 workers, you help me hold him down so he doesn't move. The wound was a bit large and needed stitching. After stitching, the healing would be faster. Doctor, we're holding him down, the worker said. Meng Wantang pressed on the person's bone and asked, does this hurt? It hurts. The injured man replied, does it hurt in the bones? No, it's not the bones that hurt. Meng Wantang pressed on a few more places, confirming that he hadn't injured his bones, just some skin wounds. She took out iodine to disinfect the wound, and the injured man groaned, reflexively moving a bit. I'm going to start stitching now. After saying that, she began to stitch quickly, as if she finished in the blink of an eye. After stitching the wound, she wrapped it with gauze. The gauze was dustproof and not wrapped too tightly. It was hot, and wrapping it too tightly wouldn't be good for healing. If he lay at home, after a day, just wrapping it once would be fine. Once healed enough, the gauze could be removed directly. Meng Wantang stood up, and 2 more people were rescued from the mine. Those 2 were brought over, and from a distance, Meng Wantang could tell they weren't Lu Qingye. Excuse me, do you know Lu Qingye? Chapter 78. Strength and Ho Dongsheng are comparable. I don't know him. The 3 of them all said they didn't know him. Meng Wantang could only comfort herself. Perhaps Lu Qingye was not inside. One person, then another. The sky was completely dark. A total of 7 people were rescued. Just 1 more to go. The person in charge of the mine said in a deep voice, and Meng Wantang knew that person was Lu Qingye. Without saying a word, she ran towards the mine. Hey, what are you doing? Someone saw Meng Wantang and immediately shouted loudly. What are you doing going in there, woman? A tall man stepped forward to block Meng Wantang, his expression quite unfriendly. If it weren't for so many people with flashlights around, he would have slapped her. Women are not allowed inside the mine, do you know that? Hurry up and get out. Don't come closer, or I won't be polite. The man was quite fierce. Meng Wantang, however, was not afraid at all. My man is inside, and you haven't found him, so I'm going in to look for him. Who says we haven't found him? We've been looking for so long, haven't we? The man reached out to push Meng Wantang, and just as he was about to touch her, a hand reached out from behind Meng Wantang, grabbing the man's hand. Hit her. You come with me. Lu Qingye protected Meng Wantang with one hand, stepping back 2 steps and then swiftly dodging past her, kicking the man in the stomach and quickly tying him up with rope. Meng Wantang, just standing up and looking up. The others around. Lu, just leave the person to us. As soon as Xiao Li came out, the expressions of the people around changed again. The person in charge of the mine walked over with a headache, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Xiao Li, flattering him. Officer Li, what's going on here? Xiao Li said sternly, this person hit someone. The mine manager. Hitting someone requires arrest. Officer Li, can you let him go for my sake? After all, we're still saving people here. The mine manager mainly did not want to get into trouble, and besides, a fight was not a big deal. Manager Ma, this person must be taken away today. What kind of feudal superstition is this? It's unacceptable. You should also reflect on why your employees are causing such a scene. Xiao Li could be quite intimidating at crucial moments. Manager Ma immediately stopped trying to rescue the man and proactively said, this is necessary. He must be taken back for proper education. Great people have said that women can hold up half the sky. Both women and men can enter the mine. We cannot indulge in feudal superstitions. Don't be fooled by what the manager said. In reality, he didn't think that way at all. He even felt that the arrested worker was right. However, he could not publicly contradict Officer Li. Xiao Li carried handcuffs with him, handcuffed the man, and took him away directly. Meng Wantang was dumbfounded by the sight. Were you not in the mine? Lu Changqing also pointed to a large truck not far away. I mainly drove the truck to help haul stones today. One round trip takes more than 3 hours. No wonder he hadn't been seen all afternoon. That really scared her. Meng Wantang sighed, finally feeling that she had been tense all afternoon. Lu Qingye thought she didn't have feelings for him, so she didn't care about his life or death. When he returned earlier, he saw Meng Wantang rushing inside, telling a suspect that she was going in to find him, and his heart felt warm. His parents were not very good to him. Ever since his grandmother passed away, he grew up alone. After finally growing up a bit, he went to the army. On the battlefield, he almost died several times and couldn't come back. After getting married, he found that Meng Wantang was not a gentle woman and was even quite disgusted with him. He no longer hoped for a warm home. It was only today that he first felt what it was like to be cared for when he saw Meng Wantang so anxious. It's getting late. Let me take you down the mountain. Lu Qingye hesitated for a moment, extending his hand to support her arm. His palm was very hot, and she could feel the scorching temperature through her clothes. Meng Wantang shivered from the heat. What's wrong? Lu Qingye looked worried on the surface, but was quite nervous inside. Meng Wantang shook her head. It's nothing, just that there's still one person in the mine who hasn't been rescued. I found him. The last one has been found, and he is uninjured. Cheers came from the cave entrance. Lu Qingye said softly in her ear, all right, we can leave now. Meng Wantang was carrying her medical bag, just about to head down the mountain, but Lu Qingye pulled her back, reaching out to take her bag. Carrying so many first aid supplies? I thought many people were injured, but it turns out there are only a few. Lu Qingye told her, "This is not a coal mine. Coal mine caves are more dangerous. This one rarely has collapses. Today is a special case. That is still scary." As Meng Wantang left, she greeted Dr. Dong and then went down the mountain with Lu Qingye. She dropped off the supplies at the health station on the way. When she returned home and looked at the dark yard, Lu Qingye asked Meng Wantang, "Where are the kids? They wouldn't be asleep at this hour, would they?" "No, they're still in the cow shed." After Meng Wantang finished speaking, she exchanged a glance with Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye said, "I'll go pick them up now. You wait here." Meng Wantang pushed the door open and quietly said to Lu Qingye, "I asked old Du to teach the kids." This sentence was somewhat abrupt, but Lu Qingye understood. Meng Wantang stewed a fish in the pot with pancakes on top. The fish and pancakes cooked quickly, almost all at once. Meng Wantang served a full bowl, setting aside some especially for Lu Qingye. "You eat first, or should we go together to pick up the kids?" "I'll go with you." Lu Qingye was not in a hurry to eat. He took a flashlight and went out with Meng Wantang. Upon arriving at the cow shed, it was quite quiet inside. Meng Wantang reached the door and knocked. "Old Du, are you asleep?" With a creak, the door opened. Old Du whispered, "Don't speak loudly, the kids are asleep." Meng Wantang went in and saw that little fatty was sleeping in a ball, and Dog Egg and Dog Sheng were also asleep. She placed a food container on the table and quietly said, "I'm taking the kids back now." Meng Wantang picked up little fatty. She turned back, asking Lu Qingye to carry Dog Sheng. "You carry Dog Sheng on your back. I'll carry the other two." "I can carry two." Lu Qingye walked over, lifted Dog Sheng with one hand, and asked Old Du for help to pick up Dog Egg and place him in his arms. "Let's go." Lu Qingye carried the kids outside. Meng Wantang was dumbfounded while holding little fatty. This man's strength was quite impressive. It was uncertain who was stronger between him and Ho Dongsheng. After all, Ho Dongsheng was carrying an adult woman for an entire afternoon. Stronger than an ox. "We'll go first." Meng Wantang hurriedly went outside with the kids, and as soon as she reached the yard, she saw that Lu Qingye hadn't left. He was still waiting for her there and only turned to leave when he saw her come out. Chapter 79. There all men, the moonlight stretched the shadows of the two figures as they walked back side by side. The fields by the roadside were filled with the incessant chirping of crickets, brimming with a pastoral atmosphere. Meng Wantang used to love listening to the sound of crickets. At that time, she found it lively rather than noisy, possessing a natural simplicity absent in the city. However, walking on the country road in the summer of 1976, she had not yet shaken off the remnants of her fear. She felt that the chirping of the crickets was a reminder not to forget where she was. There were dangers all around. Xiao Laosan's illness could not be delayed, and the medicines were expensive. Treating Xiao Laosan was a long process, and the little money they had at home was simply not enough. The plasters she made were also not being exchanged. Not to mention money. Not even a handful of vegetables had anyone come and ask for. Good wine fears a deep alley. As Meng Wantang walked, she pondered whether to distribute the plasters to a few people for free as a trial. "Be careful." Lu Qingye saw her heading toward a tree and quickly raised his long leg to block her path. "Huh." Meng Wantang came back to herself, her face a bit flushed. Lu Qingye recalled how she had recklessly tried to enter the mine to find him earlier that day, and his tone softened. "What are you thinking? You're not watching where you're walking. What if you fall into a ditch?" The words he spoke carried an intimacy he himself was unaware of. Lost in thought, Meng Wantang sighed. Lu Qingye assumed she was tired and said, "I'll carry the child back first, and then come back to get you. Why don't you sit on the stone and wait for me? I'm not tired. Let us go back together," Meng Wantang insisted. She did not want to sit alone. She had noticed that whenever she found herself alone in a place, something inappropriate would inevitably happen. This area was quite close to the pig farm. It was the height of summer, and it was much hotter inside than outside. Knowing Ho Dongsheng, he would likely bring Chun Jiaojiao out to mess around. Meng Wantang's expression changed, and she hurried forward, calling to Lu Qingye, "Hurry up. We need to cook when we get back. Slow down. Watch your step, don't fall." Lu Qingye wished he could grow an extra arm to pull Meng Wantang back and prevent her from stumbling. They passed through a cornfield. Suddenly, a series of slapping sounds came from within. Meng Wantang's eyes widened, wishing she could rush in and stab those two people. "Really? Can't you hold back a little?" She didn't dare look directly at Lu Qingye, squatting down with the child and picking up a stone to throw into the cornfield. Crash! The cornfield fell silent in an instant. Meng Wantang raised her chin and walked forward with the child in her arms. After all, those two in the cornfield had some shame and wouldn't dare come out to trouble her. Lu Qingye had encountered many such situations, but felt particularly embarrassed as it was his first time witnessing something like this with a woman. He expected Meng Wantang to be so fierce, retaliating so swiftly. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of their identities, he would have genuinely wanted to say, "Well done." In the moonlight, he noticed her fair ears were flushed red, and his throat moved slightly. He effortlessly kept pace with her graceful figure. Upon reaching the intersection, a gust of wind blew by. The white coat clung tightly to her body, outlining her charming figure. Lu Qingye thought she looked a bit thinner than before, yet the areas that shouldn't be thin were still intact. Her small waist seemed to have slimmed down even more in recent times. Meng Wantang sensed someone looking at her and suddenly turned around, meeting Lu Qingye's puzzled gaze. "Is something wrong?" Meng Wantang shook her head and looked toward the cornfield behind Lu Qingye. It was the 15th day of the month, and the moon was bright. Outside was exceptionally illuminated. She didn't see anyone else in the cornfield. Strange? Who was watching her just now? Meng Wantang inexplicably shivered and urged Lu Qingye, "Let us hurry up and go." As they walked in silence, Meng Wantang still felt scared. She took the initiative to talk to Lu Qingye. "What do you plan to eat tonight?" Lu Qingye replied, "Anything is fine." "Anything is fine" felt particularly annoying, as it sounded too casual. Meng Wantang wanted to know what he actually wanted to eat. She just wanted a reference. Whether or not she would make something he liked was another matter. Even if he said he wanted dumplings, Meng Wantang could skip making them, but he absolutely could not say anything is fine. Lu Qingye glanced at her, noticing her displeased expression, and changed his suggestion. "How about boiling some noodles? Do we still have chives at home? How about making chives stir-fried with dried shrimp?" Meng Wantang thought for a moment and found his idea quite good. "All right, let us have that for dinner tonight." When they chatted while walking, they moved quickly. Upon arriving home, Meng Wantang cooked while Lu Qingye undressed the children and let them lie down on the kong to sleep. She didn't know if the kids had eaten dinner. While boiling noodles, Meng Wantang also boiled 3 eggs. So if the children woke up in the middle of the night, they could peel the eggs and eat them. This time, there were quite a few injured people, and some are likely busy. After this busy period, she planned to go to the department store and buy 2 cans of milk powder for the children. A can of milk powder was not cheap these days. Lu Qingye hesitated about whether to take out money for her, worried that if he did, Meng Wantang would revert to her old self. He thought of a compromise. "I'll have someone buy it." Meng Wantang was pleasantly surprised. "You can find someone to buy milk powder? I have a friend. He has connections." "All right, you can buy the milk powder. Just let me know how much it costs when the time comes." Meng Wantang knew he didn't have money. The next day, Lu Qingye arrived at his unit. Feng Dongyang had just woken up and came out of the duty room. He saw Lu Qingye and asked, "Director, you're here so early today. Have you had breakfast?" "I've eaten. Did you find out anything about the person we brought back yesterday?" Lu Qingye had returned mainly to investigate a person. The old leader's wife had just given birth in hospital, but their newborn daughter had been stolen. The old leader's wife was unable to bear the blow and was in poor health. The old leader had never given up searching for the child. 20 years had passed, and there was still no clue about the child. Lu Qingye was mainly responsible for capturing spies, but he also had a secret directive to help the old leader find his stolen daughter. "Don't mention it. That guy has a really tough mouth. I interrogated him all night, and he didn't say a word," Feng Dongyang said, feeling frustrated. "I'll go ask," Lu Qingye said, taking off his outer shirt, worried about accidentally getting it dirty. Feng Dongyang was taken aback by his actions. "Director, why are you taking off your clothes? The one inside is a man, not a woman. Even if you dress like this, he won't be fooled." Chapter 80. Your man with another woman, do you want to hear what you're saying? Lu Qingye turned around, his cold gaze landing on Feng Dongyang, who took 2 steps back, visibly intimidated. The man said coldly, "You're eating rice, not straw. Think 3 times in your head before you speak." Feng Dongyang immediately stood up straight and handed over the gloves properly. Lu Qingye took the gloves, put them on, and walked towards the basement. In the basement, there was an interrogation room. Lu Qingye walked in, and the man who was brought in yesterday had his hands tied and hung above his head. The man stared at Lu Qingye as if he were a drug addict. What is your name? Lu Qingye asked as he sat down. The man spat at him. Lu Qingye's eyes remained unchanged. He got up and walked over, snapping the man's jaw with a quick motion. The man stared at Lu Qingye in terror. Since you don't want to talk, then don't say anything at all, Lu Qingye said as he turned to leave. He pulled down a cloth as he closed the door, plunging the entire interrogation room into darkness. Feng Dongyang, lounging casually in a chair, heard the door open and turned to look. He sprang up as if but it's springs. Director, how come you're back so soon? Lu Qingye furrowed his brow. Didn't he interrogate him? Just came up directly. Feng Dongyang scratched his head, not understanding how he had managed to anger the director again. Meng Wantang went to the health clinic in the morning to give old man Wu an injection and put a plaster on him. With nothing else to do, she thought for a moment and decided to head to the roadside of the nearby field to gather some wild vegetables. Wild vegetables could be made into pancakes, which would taste better than dry pancakes. The round trip would only take about 10 minutes. As Meng Wantang arrived at the field, a tall man walked towards her. She didn't notice him at first, as she was looking down for wild vegetables, but the man called out to her, Meng Wantang. His deep voice had a slightly husky tone. If it were in the future, this voice could attract a lot of wealthy women. Meng Wantang looked up curiously, meeting Hua Dongsheng's wild face, and instinctively turned to run. But they were by the road, and if she shouted, everyone from the post office or the health clinic would hear. Moreover, if Hua Dongsheng wanted to hit her, she could expose all the dirty business between him and Chun Jiaojiao. Meng Wantang was no longer afraid. Is there something? Meng Wantang asked, her expression cold. She truly didn't understand how someone like him could be the male lead. But then again, this was an H-novel male lead. It was somewhat understandable that his mindset could be quite distorted. It turned out it wasn't an illusion. Hua Dongsheng had often run into Meng Wantang before, and every time they met, he felt her gaze towards him was off. Whenever he saw her, he would hide until she left. Recently, Meng Wantang had also not given him a good look, nor would she come around him. The stark contrast piqued Hua Dongsheng's interest. He hadn't planned to find her, but for some reason, he suddenly felt like testing her attitude towards him. I heard you have nationwide grain coupons. I want to exchange some. Hua Dongsheng was planning to go on a trip and wanted to bring back something nice for his wife. Meng Wantang had initially resisted talking to Hua Dongsheng, but upon hearing he wanted to exchange grain coupons, her attitude improved instantly. How much do you want to exchange? I want 30 pounds of grain coupons, 10 pounds of meat coupons, and maybe some cloth coupons as well. Hua Dongsheng was quite the big spender, asking for a lot right off the bat. Meng Wantang smiled warmly. If you're not in a hurry, can you come to my house tonight? Sure. Hua Dongsheng kept his eyes fixed on Meng Wantang, noticing that although she was looking at him, her gaze was no different from how she looked at others. Unlike before, when her gaze seemed to hook onto him, Hua Dongsheng glanced over her, a bit surprised. Meng Wantang's figure was even more enticing than Chun Jiaojiao's. Chun Jiaojiao's legs weren't as long, her waist wasn't as slim, and more importantly, Chun Jiaojiao wasn't as tall. Standing there, she was a cold and stunning beauty, while Chun Jiaojiao had a more demure and delicate look, like a little woman that one would cherish in their palm. Seeing that Hua Dongsheng hadn't left, Meng Wantang asked again, do you have any other business? No, thank you. Don't mention it. Meng Wantang pinched the tips of the wild grass and put them into her basket. Hua Dongsheng stood there for a moment, quietly watching her. Tang Huifang stood at the hospital entrance, sneering. Dog man and woman. She turned and walked down the small road to the right of the hospital, walking for a dozen minutes until she reached the entrance of the Hua family's old courtyard. Little sister-in-law, are you home? Chun Jiaojiao was at home taking care of the child, Hua Dongsheng's adopted son, who was silent and unresponsive. Others found it difficult, but Chun Jiaojiao was very patient. Hearing someone call, she bent down to the child in her arms. You wait here for mommy. I'll go see who's here. The child didn't respond at all. Chun Jiaojiao didn't mind and was used to it. She came out of the house and saw Tang Huifang, surprised. Nurse Tang. What brings you here? I have something urgent to tell you, Tang Huifang said anxiously. Chun Jiaojiao was startled by her expression. Is something wrong? Your man. Before Tang Huifang could finish, she was interrupted by Chun Jiaojiao. What happened to my man? Is he hurt? Is he in a hospital? Wait a moment. I'll take the child next door and come with you. Tang Huifang was taken aback. She reached out to grab her, "Oh, sister-in-law. My brother is fine. He is perfectly all right." Chun Jiao turned around, looking at Tang Huifang suspiciously. "But didn't you just say my husband?" "Oh, let me just tell you directly. Today, when I was at the hospital entrance, I saw your man went to find Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang was standing across the road, dressed provocatively. I don't know what she said to your man, but she was laughing seductively. I specifically came to find you because I didn't want you to be kept in the dark. Sister-in-law, you know what kind of woman Meng Wantang is better than I do." When Chun Jiao heard Tang Huifang's words, her face turned pale, and she staggered. With red eyes, she asked, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "It was at the field above our hospital. I ran all the way from the small road. If you go over now, you might still see my brother coming down from there." Tang Huifang saw Chun Jiao's bad complexion and sighed, advising sister-in-law, "Men all love to stray. Don't hold it against my brother. First, get him to calm down, then deal with that woman." Chapter 81. She would never allow anyone to ruin her marriage. Chun Jiao sent Tang Huifang away and sat on the bench in a daze. "Why are you still sitting here?" Hua Dongsheng came in from outside, noticed her unusual expression, and squatted down in front of her, holding her face to force her to look at him. With a serious face, he asked, "Speak, what's wrong? Are you angry with me?" Chun Jiao was like a water balloon, tears streaming down her face without restraint. As soon as she cried, Hua Dongsheng panicked. "Don't cry, just talk it out." "Why are you crying?" Hua Dongsheng's rough hands wiped her face, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Chun Jiao looked at the man who had always been obedient to her, and thinking about how he was completely captivated by Meng Wantang, she cried even harder. She turned her face away, lay on her legs, and sobbed so violently that her body trembled. Damn it! Hua Dongsheng's temper flared. Seeing his wife in such a state, he felt extremely irritated. He stared at her, and without saying a word, he picked her up, went into the west room, closed the door, tossed Chun Jiao onto the Kong, and started to pull at her pants. Chun Jiao was crying heartbrokenly when suddenly her body froze. She turned around and hit Hua Dongsheng. "Don't touch me. You're my wife. Who else should I touch? Are you expecting me to touch other women?" Hua Dongsheng's tone was infuriating. As soon as Chun Jiao heard this, she cried even harder, struggling to catch her breath. "Go touch them. Didn't you go looking for other women today? Why are you back here with me? Just go into the cornfield with her and finish it. Why come back at all?" Chun Jiao was crying painfully, and Hua Dongsheng, hearing her words, thought of Meng Wantang and roughly squeezed her waist. With a mocking smile, he said, "So you're jealous? Besides, if your man touches Meng Wantang, you don't need to be jealous. That woman is not just any beauty. Don't be fooled by her previous antics. No man has ever touched her even with a finger." Chun Jiao's heart sank. She didn't expect Hua Dongsheng to hold Meng Wantang in such high regard. How can you mention another woman at a time like this and praise her? Chun Jiao kicked at him like mad. "Get away. Don't touch me. Stay away from me." Hua Dongsheng's eyes darkened. His movements were fierce and rough. And soon Chun Jiao found herself unable to speak. "Still causing a scene with me? Huh? Are you going to let me go?" he pressed. Chun Jiao shook her head randomly, and only then did Hua Dongsheng satisfyingly pick her up. Meng Wantang returned home at noon. She brought in the sun-dried apricots, tasted them, and found them pleasantly sour and sweet, quite delicious. She found a few jars and packed the apricots into them, waiting for the kids to come back so she could give them some. Meng Wantang chopped chives, preparing to make a dish. She washed the chives clean and set them aside. It was still early, so she planned to tidy up the house, which was a mess. Meng Wantang opened the lower cabinet to see what was inside. The previous owner had never opened it, and Meng Wantang had no idea what was stored there. When she opened it, she found all sorts of messy things. Among them, there was a black iron object that looked very familiar. When Meng Wantang took it out, she was astonished. It was actually the cooking apparatus for making steamed cakes. She had been worried about what to eat for lunch, but now it was perfect. She could directly make steamed cakes. Ever since she made buns last time, there had been dough starter at home. Meng Wantang took out the dough starter, mixed it into a batter, scooped out 2 bowls of millet flour, and added some corn flour just right for making steamed cakes. Meng Wantang set up the cooking apparatus, prepared the firewood, and brought the ingredients to the stone table beside her. She brushed a layer of oil on the cooking apparatus, scooped a large spoonful of batter onto it, and covered it with a lid. After a while, she flipped the steamed cake and added the filling. The steamed cake was folded in half and covered again. Once the filling was cooked, it would be ready to eat. Meng Wantang was quite skilled at this. In no time, she made quite a few. She ate while working, and when everything was done, she filled a large plate, put it in a basket, covered it with a cloth, and took it to the cow shed. Mom. Dogsheng saw Meng Wantang and rushed over like a puppy left home alone for days. Hungry? Come eat quickly. Meng Wantang placed the food on the table. And Dog Egg came over, first handing one steamed cake to Old Do. What is this? Old Do had never seen such food. Steamed cake. What? The old man didn't understand. Meng Wantang simply explained, it's a kind of folk food. You can try it. Old Do took a bite and found it quite good. The chives inside were fresh, though a bit salty. For hard workers, a little salt gives them strength. Meng Wantang didn't leave immediately. She fed the little chubby boy half a steamed cake before taking the basket back home. Upon returning, Meng Wantang washed clothes under the flowering crabapple tree. The water in the basin was warm after being in the sun all morning. Chun Jiao came to the door, ready to call someone, when she saw Meng Wantang hanging clothes. As Meng Wantang stretched to hang the clothes on the line, a portion of her snow-white waist was exposed. That waist was slimmer than hers, and her skin was even fairer. Even the revealed ankles looked more beautiful than hers. She knew Hua Dongsheng lusted after her body, especially her ankles and waist. Usually, Meng Wantang covered herself up tightly. If Hua Dongsheng happened to see this scene, would he still be so infatuated with her? Hua Dongsheng's favorite person was Meng Wantang. Chun Jiao clenched her fists. She no longer wanted to live the same life as in her previous life. She wanted to be a wealthy lady. In her last life, when she saw Meng Wantang, she was already over 50 with several grandchildren. Yet she still looked like a woman in her 30s. Wearing emerald jewelry and expensive clothes worth hundreds of thousands, she stood beside the tall Hua Dongsheng. And they didn't look like a couple, but more like a remarried pair. At that time, she didn't know that Meng Wantang was the one taking her place. She only realized it when she was about to die, but by then, she was already married to a scoundrel who liked to hit people. Even if she divorced, she couldn't escape him. Chun Jiao thought until her death that if she could start over, she would reclaim her identity. She didn't want those men from the big house that Meng Wantang didn't want, but she didn't want those men surrounding Meng Wantang either. However, she still underestimated Meng Wantang. She would absolutely not allow anyone to ruin her life. Chun Jiao pushed the door open and walked up to Meng Wantang, raising her hand to slap her. But she didn't succeed. Meng Wantang caught her wrist and looked at her coldly. Chun Jiao, are you out of your mind? You come to our house to hit me? Chun Jiao sneered. Shouldn't you be slapped? A slap on you is too light. A woman like you who is available to everyone deserves to be thrown into the pond. Chapter 82. What the hell? I see you're really sick. Meng Wantang tightly squeezed her wrist, warning her in a low voice, if you want to go crazy, I don't care, but please stay away from me. I don't have time to waste here with you. Meng Wantang shook off her hand and turned to get her clothes, intending to hang them up. Chun Jiao was driven mad by her shameless attitude. What? Are you feeling guilty? Chun Jiao felt that Meng Wantang's skin was indeed thicker than usual. The fact that she came to confront her meant that she had long since grasped some evidence. Guilty? Meng Wantang thought Chun Jiao was really not very bright. The last piece of clothing was for little fatty. Meng Wantang directly hung it on the drying line, walked in front of Chun Jiao, and said, What am I guilty about? You need to clarify your words. If you're not guilty, why are your eyes dodging me? Sister-in-law, are you mistaken? What do you think I am? Am I money or a ticket? Do you think I can get a bite to eat from you? Why is your face so big that it's worth my attention? Meng Wantang felt that Chun Jiao was really getting carried away. Had she been pampered by Hua Dongsheng for years, that she forgot her own surname? You can't look at me because you're seducing my man. Chun Jiao, seeing the child leaning against the wall, suddenly realized what she had said. How ridiculous. She even left Meng Wantang some face. But it was meaningless now. She didn't steal Meng Wantang's man. She was the biological daughter of the Meng family, and it was her who was supposed to marry Hua Dongsheng. Meng Wantang doubted if she had heard wrong. What did you just say? Chun Jiao coldly replied, I said you were seducing my man. What a joke. Do you think everyone is like you, liking a savage beast? Meng Wantang had no interest in a pile driver. I won't allow you to say that about him. Chun Jiao was angry that she said such things about Huadongsheng. Am I wrong? Meng Wantang was about to go to work, impatiently telling Chun Jiao. I'll say this one last time. Chun Jiao, I'm not interested in your man. If you like him, just keep him well. Don't come whining in front of me. This time, considering the Meng family raised me for over a decade, I'll let it slide. But next time, I won't be so gentle in reasoning with you. Meng Wantang went inside to change her clothes. When she came back, Chun Jiao was already gone. She didn't think much of it. In the afternoon, evening came. The health station was about to close. A lot of people rushed in from outside. Doctor, come save someone. Someone jumped into the river. Doctor. Meng Wantang rushed out of the office and was stunned to see Huadongsheng, drenched and holding a woman in his arms. The one he was holding was Chun Jiao. What happened? After asking, Meng Wantang instructed Huadongsheng to take her to the ward. But Huadongsheng darkly said, no need for you, just get lost. Huadongsheng's gaze towards her was completely different from Noon. If he had a knife in his hand and the law allowed it, he would definitely send Meng Wantang to the afterlife. Meng Wantang looked down at Chun Jiao and, out of her medical ethics, not wanting to argue with Huadongsheng, said, put her down. I'll save her first. We could talk about any issues after saving her. Can't you understand human language? I'm telling you to get away. You don't need to save her. The health station was noisy, but there weren't many people. Huadongsheng's loud shout drew everyone's attention. Their looks towards Meng Wantang were strange. If it weren't for you, Jiao wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Huadongsheng wished he could strangle Meng Wantang. Upon hearing this, Meng Wantang was immediately stunned. What did you just say? She pointed at Chun Jiao and asked, you think her current condition has anything to do with me? Are both of you sick? This noon, Chun Jiao inexplicably came to my house to go crazy. Now you're going crazy too, right? If it weren't for you saying something to her, would she have thought of doing something so foolish? Huadongsheng had never hated a woman so much. It was truly a waste of this face. The people around also looked at Meng Wantang with strange eyes, pointing fingers. I heard she's the adopted daughter of Chun Jiao's biological parents. If it weren't for her biological mother trading her for Chun Jiao, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much, bullied by her adoptive parents. You all saw how it was when they first came here, right? She looked down on Chun Jiao, treating her like a servant. She even soaked Chun Jiao's mattress and quilt, leaving her without a blanket to cover herself all night. You remember this, right? Chun Jiao caught a cold for several days after that, covered in mosquito bites, looking so pitiful. Who would have thought Meng Wantang was so heartless? Do you think the captain is confused? How could he let someone like her work at the health station? I would dare let her treat me. I don't know what those old ladies were thinking a while ago, coming to see Meng Wantang for treatment. They're not afraid of being harmed by her. Later, I'll report this to the captain, saying that someone like Meng Wantang shouldn't be allowed to stay at the health station. Meng Wantang heard the discussions and remained unfazed. Suddenly, she remembered something. It was she who wet Chun Jiao's quilt, but everyone thought it was Meng Wantang who did it. Chun Jiao went out that day to borrow bedding from the women's director and didn't come back all night. She was taken to the cornfield by a drunken Huadongsheng and messed around all night. That was why Chun Jiao caught a cold the next day. At that time, everyone thought, just like now, that Meng Wantang was so malicious that she would do something like that, causing Chun Jiao to nearly fall ill. Who would have thought that this was all a self-directed and self-acted drama by Chun Jiao? If you don't want her to die, you can keep holding her. After saying that, Meng Wantang turned and left. Dr. Dong had gone to the countryside. Dr. Zhao had difficulties treating patients, and Dr. Chun was even worse. He couldn't even take a pulse, let alone know how to rescue someone who had fallen into the water. Dr. Chun and Zhao were at a loss. Dr. Zhao knew Meng Wantang was capable, so he advised Dongsheng, don't be stubborn. If you don't want your wife to die, hurry up and find Dr. Meng. Dongsheng's face was ashen, and he couldn't bring himself to speak. He looked at Chun Jiao, whose breathing was getting weaker in his arms, and shouted, Dr. Meng, please save her. This was considered a concession. Meng Wantang came out of the office, and the crowd parted to make way. Everyone disperse. Don't crowd here. Meng Wantang approached. She told Hua Dongsheng, put her on the ground, and step back. Hua Dongsheng warily looked at Meng Wantang. You better save her. If you say any more nonsense, I won't care anymore. Just step aside. Meng Wantang was both amused and angry. Really? Does he think she is a harmless little kitten? Hua Dongsheng frowned, took 2 steps back, and shot a cold glance at the others. Those people instantly scattered. Meng Wantang began to save the person. She took out silver needles and directly pierced them into Chun Jiaojiao's fingers. The unconscious Chun Jiaojiao instantly reacted in pain. She's moving, it's real magic. Just 1 needle and she is back to life? Chapter 83, if she doesn't do something, what's the point? She was fine all along. Chun Jiaojiao was so angry she wanted to spit blood. If she had known, she wouldn't have pretended to be unconscious. No, she had to endure. She absolutely couldn't give Meng Wantang the chance to make a name for herself. Meng Wantang sneered coldly in her heart, seeing through Chun Jiaojiao's intentions at a glance. Chun Jiaojiao played this trick smoothly, subtly throwing dirt on her, and it seemed like this wasn't the first time. The original owner lost her life due to being tormented, of course, partly because of her own foolishness. But Chun Jiaojiao was equally malicious. Awake? Hua Dongsheng was about to step forward. Don't move. Meng Wantang slow. With the person sent right in front of her, if she didn't do something, wouldn't that be disrespectful to her efforts? She grabbed Chun Jiaojiao's hand and pricked each finger with a needle. The fluidity of her movements left those around her dazzled. They knew about traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Those who practiced acupuncture were all elderly and had mastered the skills from a young age. Such elderly practitioners had become increasingly rare in recent years. They didn't expect that Meng Wantang, so young, would also know acupuncture. This skill was impressive. I heard old Wang say this girl knows acupuncture, and I thought he was joking. I wonder how old Wang could walk recently. In previous years, he and his wife would both be lying on the Kong every day at this time. I thought it was Dr. Dong who treated him. It turns out it was Dr. Meng. Dr. Meng is skilled. My back also hurts. Should I ask Dr. Meng to take a look? Chun Jiaojiao lay on the ground, her fingers bleeding from the pricks. Just 1 drop of blood, but it was unbearable pain for her. Chun Jiaojiao pretended to be weak, opened her eyes, and shivered upon seeing Meng Wantang, tears streaming down her face. Meng Wantang. Damn. Jiaojiao. Hua Dongsheng instantly squatted down to pick her up. You scare me to death. Why did you do this? Chun Jiaojiao looked at Hua Dongsheng with tear-filled eyes, softly calling him, Brother Huai, before she could finish. She caught a glimpse of Meng Wantang out of the corner of her eye, as if she had seen something terrifying, and threw herself into Hua Dongsheng's arms, crying heartbreakingly. Hua Dongsheng held Chun Jiaojiao tightly, glaring at Meng Wantang. What did you do to my wife? Why don't you ask your wife what she did to me? Meng Wantang stood up, mocking coldly. I saved her, and you don't even want to thank me. But you come here to demand an explanation? Hua Dongsheng, do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can bully? If it weren't for you targeting Jiao all these years, would she have felt this way? Hua Dongsheng's tone was aggressive. Meng Wantang just wanted to roll her eyes. Then tell me, why would I target her? I must have a reason to target her, right? You resent her for returning to the Meng family. Resent her parents for forcing you to go to the countryside. Resent her for living better than you now. If it weren't for Jiao, you'd still be in the city as the daughter of the Meng family. You wouldn't have to suffer, wouldn't have to toil, and could still marry the son of a city official. You've stirred things up for years just to return to the city, and you're still not satisfied. Doesn't that prove you hate her? You wish you were dead? Hua Dongsheng's sharp gaze was coldly fixed on Meng Wantang. The people around them also changed their view of Meng Wantang. But Meng Wantang smiled. What are you laughing at? Hua Dongsheng frowned, disgusted. I'm laughing because it's ridiculous. Meng Wantang scrutinized Hua Dongsheng. Her gaze was so critical it made people uncomfortable. What are you looking at? Hua Dongsheng could no longer bear it. I want to know what makes you better than my man. That Chun Jiaojiao would misunderstand that I have something with you? Meng Wantang curled her lips in disdainful laughter. You're not as good-looking as my man. Not as capable. Your temper is even worse. He is completely obedient to me. Even if I accidentally burn down the house, he has never raised his voice at me. I just don't understand. Is Chun Jiao blind? I have such a good man, yet she still thinks about someone else's man? With red eyes, Chun Jiao mustered her courage to sit up, turning to Meng Wantang. Don't you have feelings for him? Ask yourself, don't you? The way you look at him is off. Everyone can see it. No. If I ever had feelings for your man, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Meng Wantang swore. Now tell me, who has the problem with their eyes? Chun Jiao saw Tang Huifang standing among the crowd. Her eyes lit up. Huifang, tell everyone what you saw today. Let everyone judge whether Meng Wantang is seducing my man. Hua Dongsheng's face instantly darkened. He wanted to stop Chun Jiao, but it was too late. Seeing that Tang Huifang wasn't speaking, Chun Jiao anxiously continued. This noon, Huifang told me that you arranged to meet my man in the cornfield above, and even pulled him into the cornfield. I swear. Meng Wantang turned around to grab Tang Huifang. Tang Huifang hurriedly waved her hands. Don't say that. I didn't say that. But your words imply that. Chun Jiao cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, appearing like a simple, gullible woman. Tang Huifang was the one with a mouth full of lies, stirring up trouble. I'm sorry. Brother Hua, I know I was impulsive, but I want to find Meng Wantang to clarify things. Later, I realized I might have misunderstood. So I went to the riverside to clear my head, but accidentally slipped and fell in. Chun Jiao cried, particularly sadly. Hua Dongsheng was filled with rage, which all shifted on to Tang Huifang. He coldly looked at Tang Huifang. Please don't speak carelessly in the future. Also, do not casually defame others. I intended to find Comrade Meng Wantang to exchange a few tickets today, and it took less than a minute before I left. If I hear you slandering me again, trying to sow discord in front of my wife, don't blame me for being rude. Although I don't hit women, I can hit your brothers. Hua Dongsheng picked up Chun Jiao and looked at Meng Wantang. Dr. Meng, let's drop the ticket matter. Meng Wantang smiled, but her heart was filled with gloom. The money she was about to get had flown away. Meng Wantang raised her hand and slapped Tang Huifang. Tang Huifang covered her face and screamed. You hit me? You actually dare to hit me? You splattered dirt on me. What's wrong with me hitting you? Meng Wantang's palm burned painfully, but she felt exceptionally pleased. She turned back and slapped Tang Huifang twice more. Tang Huifang was directly stunned by the slaps. The first slap was for your defamation, and these two slaps are because you have your eyes on my man. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Huifang was truly frightened. If people found out she liked a married man, she would never be able to hold her head high again. She might even be hurriedly married off by her family. Tang Huifang felt fear in her heart, but refused to admit it. Whether you're talking nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Tang Huifang, if there's a next time, I will make you regret being born into this world. Meng Wantang pinched her face, leaning down to whisper a warning in her ear. The sinister tone made Tang Huifang's eyes widen in terror. Suddenly, her entire arm lost feeling. Chapter 84. Finished, sold out. Meng Wantang pulled out the silver needle. And Tang Huifang stepped back in terror. If you say another word, I can make it so you can't speak for the rest of your life. Meng Wantang raised her eyes, and the people in front quickly moved aside. The others didn't find Meng Wantang's threatening words particularly frightening. After all, there were women in their village who were fiercer than her. Some would chase with kitchen knives or swing sticks while shouting, "You little bastard, stand still. Watch me break your legs." Meng Wantang's intimidation was nothing compared to that. It was quite childish. Those who had seen enough drama followed Meng Wantang into the office. Dr. Meng, my waist has been hurting too. Can you take a look for me? The newcomer was a woman in her 30s named Wang Hongmei. Wang Hongmei was very capable at work and earned the most work points among the women in the production team. Meng Wantang lifted her eyes. Lie down over there. Let me take a look. Okay, Wang Hongmei replied obediently, lying on the examination bed and asking, Dr. Meng, should I lift my clothes? No need. Meng Wantang said as she approached, pressed on her waist, and asked a few more questions, her brows furrowing tighter. Wang Hongmei peeked back and was nearly scared to the point of falling off the bed. She cautiously asked, Dr. Meng, is there a serious problem with my waist? It's manageable, Meng Wantang replied. Manageable? Wang Hongmei sighed in relief. That's good. That means there's hope. If you want to relieve the pain, buy a few patches to take home. When it hurts, just stick one on. They're 5 for $1. If you want to cure it completely, you'll need to take herbal medicine. How to proceed depends on you. Meng Wantang hoped the patient would use both internal and external treatments to recover quickly, provided she also rested well. However, that was obviously unrealistic. If it didn't work, how could they earn work points? By the end of the year, others could earn dozens or hundreds. Those who didn't earn enough had to owe the brigade money. One family in the brigade owed over 3,000 yuan. Their children had no shoes to wear, running barefoot in the snow during winter. In summer, they had only a pair of tattered pants and no rags to patch their vest, which was full of holes. Wang Hongmei's waist hurt too much. After hesitating, she took out two 2-dime coins. "Dr. Meng, can I have 2 patches?" Meng Wantang seemed oblivious to Wang Hongmei's embarrassment and took out 4 patches from the drawer for her. "You lie down first. I'll put them on for you. Be careful. If this patch falls off, it'll be a waste." "I'll be careful," Wang Hongmei replied, feeling a chill on her waist as Meng Wantang pressed the patches on. "All right, you can get up now." Meng Wantang returned to her desk, thinking she should lie down properly. Otherwise, if she worked and sweated, the patches would fall off. "If you're not in a hurry, rest this afternoon. If you don't pay attention to your waist, you might not be able to stand up in the future. Don't regret it." Wang Hongmei laughed bitterly. "We farmers aren't that delicate. As long as I don't collapse or become paralyzed on the Kong. What work can I do? If you want to treat your waist, come to me for some medicine. 3 doses of herbal medicine should do the trick. It'll only take about 2 months. The medicine isn't expensive. It'll only cost a few yuan." Meng Wantang made it clear, and as for Wang Hongmei, whether to seek treatment was her own business. "I understand. Thank you, Dr. Meng." "Sister-in-law, no need to be polite." Wang Hongmei only took 1 patch. Meng Wantang called her back. "Sister-in-law, take these 2 patches home as well. Stick them on your waist before going to bed, and take them off the next morning. If they work well, come back to buy more next time." "That would be too embarrassing. It's just 2 patches. I made them myself. I have to charge for them at our health station." Meng Wantang stuffed the patches into Wang Hongmei's hands. "Take them." "Thank you, Dr. Meng." Wang Hongmei was particularly happy, holding the 3 patches like they were gold ingots. She opened the office door and was startled to see a crowd of people outside. "What are you all doing here?" "We're waiting in line to see Dr. Meng," said Li Yanhua, Wang Hongmei's neighbor, who was at the front. "So how is it?" Wang Hongmei replied. "My waist has been hurting, so I asked Dr. Meng to take a look. She gave me some patches, and wow, these patches work fast. My waist doesn't hurt anymore." Li Yanhua was shocked. "You mean the patches made your waist stop hurting?" "Of course. It only took a minute for them to take effect." Wang Hongmei was genuinely surprised. She reached out to Li Yanhua. "Do you have 20 cents to lend me? I want to buy a few more patches from Dr. Meng. What if they run out?" Hearing this, the people behind immediately pushed past Li Yanhua into the office. "Dr. Meng, my waist hurts. Give me a few patches." "Doctor, my leg hurts. Can I have a few patches?" "Dr. Meng, my shoulder has been hurting. I can't lift my arm. Will your patches work?" Li Yanhua and Wang Hongmei exchanged glances and immediately squeezed in. "Dr. Meng, give us 50 cents worth of patches." Meng Wantang. She had been worried just yesterday that her patches wouldn't sell, and now she found out they might not be enough. Everyone didn't have much money. "You buy 1 dime, I'll buy 2 dimes. And soon Meng Wantang's patches were sold out. "Everyone, don't worry. If you want patches, I'll make some more. Today, you can only buy 2 patches each." After Meng Wantang finished speaking, someone shouted, "Dr. Meng, hurry and make the patches." The health station didn't have the medicine for the patches, so Meng Wantang had to go to the street again. Just then, a tractor from their brigade was passing by the street. "Dr. Meng, if you're going to buy medicine, I can give you a ride." "Okay, thank you." Meng Wantang happened to have money in her pocket. She carried a large cloth bag and rode the tractor to the street. The seller was very enthusiastic when he heard that Meng Wantang came from the health station and chatted with her a lot. Meng Wantang planned to check out the dyeing and weaving factory since she had heard people say that you could find good deals there. She wanted to go and try her luck. The dyeing and weaving factory was on the other side of the bridge, and she had to walk through almost the entire town, which would take half an hour. Her family's quilts weren't enough, and she didn't have enough fabric to make more, so she needed to buy cloth. After walking for half an hour, Meng Wantang planned to cross at the intersection ahead. Just as she turned, she nearly bumped into someone. Looking up, she was surprised to see it was Lu Qingye. "Aren't you supposed to be working at the tractor station? How come you're here?" Chapter 85. What can you do to me? Lu Qingye was surprised to see Meng Wantang. I was working over there on the hill all morning, just finished my shift, and was about to head back. What are you doing here? As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and waved them vigorously. Feng Dongyang rushed out, and, upon seeing Lu Qingye's gestures, pressed his body against the wall and quickly retreated. To cover for Feng Dongyang, Lu Qingye stood in front of Meng Wantang, blocking her line of sight. Although Meng Wantang was puzzled about why Lu Qingye would show up here, she didn't think much of it. She looked around and whispered, "I plan to come to the textile factory to buy some damaged cloth. I heard such flawed fabric is cheap. Don't think too much about it. Such fabric isn't available for you to buy. It's all consumed internally. Besides, even if someone secretly sells it, they wouldn't easily sell it to you," Lu Qingye said, noticing her expression was not good. He paused and asked softly, "What do you need the fabric for? Autumn is coming soon. Don't I need to buy fabric and cotton to make bedding? The kids are growing fast. I need to make them new clothes," Meng Wantang said, unwilling to give up as she stared at the closed gate of the dyeing factory. It was still work hours, and the gate was shut, so she couldn't see anything inside. Lu Qingye pulled her aside. "I'll ask someone about this. Why don't you head back for now? Aren't you done and going home to rest?" Meng Wantang remembered well. Lu Qingye naturally couldn't go back. "I just want to ask someone about this, right?" "You're quite efficient," Meng Wantang thought, finding another merit in this man. "All right, I'll head back first." As she turned to leave, Lu Qingye grabbed her arm. "Wait a moment." He turned and entered an alley, pushing Feng Dongyang's bicycle over to Meng Wantang. "You can ride this back." "No need. Aren't you going to find someone? It's more convenient to ride the bike. I came over on our brigade's tractor this time. I arranged to meet them at the street corner. They'll take me back later." Meng Wantang felt a bit smug. She wasn't universally disliked anymore. At most, she was just somewhat unpopular. Lu Qingye took the bag from her hand and placed it on the back seat, securing it with a rope. "Get on. I'll give you a ride, so you don't have to carry things over." He held the bike with one hand, let her sit in front. Meng Wantang didn't want to sit on the front bar again and politely declined. "Why don't you ride ahead to check, and I'll walk slowly behind." "Quickly get on. It'll be crowded on the road when they get off work." Meng Wantang suspected his unspoken words were, "You'll feel more embarrassed then." Expressionless, she sat down, trying not to grip the handlebars too tightly, leaning her body forward. However, as he pedaled hard, his body leaned forward too, and her back always brushed against his chest. Meng Wantang took a deep breath, wishing she could curl up into a ball. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too long. It took just over 10 minutes to ride over. "Why don't you just ride back yourself?" Lu Qingye didn't see the village tractor and handed the bike back to Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang refused. "I'm not riding back. It's so hot. I'll be drenched in sweat. I'll wait here for the tractor to come." "All right." Seeing she was insistent, Lu Qingye took the rope off and placed it beside her, keeping her company while they waited for the vehicle. "You go to your thing. I can wait here by myself," Meng Wantang said, glancing at Lu Qingye. He looked cold and serious, appearing very principled. She didn't expect him to be somewhat considerate. It wouldn't hurt to wait a bit longer. Lu Qingye was worried about her waiting alone and insisted on staying until the tractor arrived. The village aunt sat on the tractor, watching Lu Qingye put the items in and help Meng Wantang onto the tractor before leaving on his bicycle. "You picked a pretty good partner." The tractor had already started, and the loud sound made it hard to hear. The aunt's voice was almost a shout. Meng Wantang, glancing at Lu Qingye still standing in place, humbly replied, "It's all right. You two have been married for a few years, but you look like you just married a couple of days ago." The aunt was particularly curious. "I don't know which village you're from. So familiar and asking all sorts of gossip." Meng Wantang smiled. "We're not newlyweds. We've been married for several years." "Oh, I really couldn't tell it all. I thought you two just got married." The aunt exclaimed in surprise. "We have 3 kids now." Meng Wantang didn't mind these elderly women at all. They were just a bit curious and had no ill intentions. When they arrived at Beiwang Brigade, the aunt cheerfully invited Meng Wantang to visit her home. "Next time, if you come to Qinghe Brigade, you must come to our house." "Definitely." The aunt got off at the intersection and had to walk a long way before reaching the entrance of Beiwang Brigade. Beiwang Brigade was situated in a valley. Fields were on both sides of the road, but the village itself was mostly on the hills. Every household built their houses in the hollows of the mountains. Compared to Qinghe Brigade, Beiwang Brigade was a poor place. It was particularly inconvenient to enter and leave. Meng Wantang carrying the medicinal herbs. Didn't he go to the clinic, but headed straight home. While waiting for the vehicle at the street corner, she bought 50 eggs from the supply and marketing cooperative across the road. The kids were at a growing stage, and with the limited conditions at home, Meng Wantang could only give them more eggs to supplement their nutrition. She washed the eggs clean and boiled 3. After that, she washed the wild vegetables, shredded them, and mixed them with cornmeal to make corn steam cake. When the eggs were done, Meng Wantang fished them out and set them aside to cool. Seeing it was still early, she planned to take the eggs to check on what the 3 kids were up to, with a package of snacks in the other hand. She intended to give them to old Du as a late-night snack, just in case he got hungry at night. When Meng Wantang arrived at old Du's place, she found the kids weren't in the cattle shed, and old Du didn't know where they had gone. She remembered that old Du and the kids were working in the back, so she placed the snacks in the corner outside, covered them with straw, and turned to find old Du and the kids. As Meng Wantang reached the field, she heard a fierce voice. "What did you say? What do you do to me?" The boy speaking not only had a reckless tone, but also an attitude that was quite provoking. "I can smash your mouth," Dog Sheng shouted loudly. Meng Wantang was about to step in when she heard 2 loud slaps. Immediately after, the sharp cries of a child pierced the air. Chapter 86. You're really shameless. Are you still going to speak? Dog Sheng asked again. The child cried while yelling, "I'm talking about you. Your mom is shamelessly flirting with a pig farmer. You all are shameless too." Meng Wantang originally wanted to step in and mediate, but upon hearing this, she turned and walked away, wishing she hadn't come at all. After all, her son wasn't a loss. Just hit him. You're the one who's shameless. Your whole family is shameless. My mom doesn't like pig farmers. She likes my dad the most, and she kisses my dad. Dog Sheng wished he could shout loud enough for others not to hear, and yelled even louder. Meng Wantang stumbled, wanted to turn around and cover Dogden's mouth. When did she ever kiss Lu Qingya? What nonsense was this child talking? If this got out, how would she face people in the village in the future? Your mom likes pig farmers. Your mom likes pig farmers. Dog Sheng grabbed the little chubby boy and started beating him up. The chubby boy cried out loudly. The other 2 children wanted to come over to help, but Dogden held a stick thicker than his arm, glaring at the 2 kids. If they dared to come over, Dogden would swing the stick. What did I say? Don't hit the face? Dogden calmly reminded from the side, making Meng Wantang twitch the corner of her mouth. These 2 kids were really something, one more arrogant than the other. She originally thought Dogden would have some restraint. She secretly walked back, hiding beside to watch. Dogden truly had some restraint. One hand held the little chubby boy, the other hand held the stick to block the way of the other 2 children. Dog Sheng was sitting on top of a child, whose mouth was swollen from the beating, crying with tears and snot all over his face. "Let me tell you, you fatso, if you say one more bad word about my mom, I'll knock your teeth out." The little chubby boy was fearless, opening his mouth. "Your mom likes to mess around." Dog Sheng couldn't take it anymore, clenched his little fist, and raised his hand to punch the little chubby boy hard in the face. The chubby boy felt something in his mouth, tasting something salty. After spitting out what was in his mouth, he saw it was a tooth, and he screamed in horror. "You knocked my tooth out. Wah! I have no teeth left." The little chubby boy was strong and struggled for a long time, but couldn't break free. Dog Sheng realized he had knocked out someone else's tooth and felt a bit scared. He turned to look at Dogden, who gestured for him to let go. And only then did he release the little chubby boy. The little chubby boy quickly rolled over and scrambled to get up, dodging Dog Sheng and Dogden as he ran home. The other 2 children saw the little chubby boy run away and followed suit. Dog Sheng said dejectedly, "I didn't expect to knock his teeth out." Who knew his teeth were so weak they came out with 1 hit? Meng Wantang. That's because he was at the age to change teeth, so they fell out when hit. Brother, what if the little chubby boy ends up like Grandma Hammer, with no teeth to eat? Dog Sheng was a bit scared. He feared the little chubby boy's parents would come looking for trouble. In the past, even if the 2 brothers had conflicts with others, they wouldn't easily fight. Even if they fought, they wouldn't hit others in the face or knock out teeth. They only kicked others in the stomach. They had learned from experience that kicking someone in the stomach but left no marks. When the parents came looking, they could deny it. Today they had messed up. Dog Sheng frowned, unsure of what to do. Dogden said, "His teeth will grow back. You don't need to worry. It's all his fault for having a foul mouth. If he hadn't talked back, I wouldn't have hit him." Dogsheng thought it was all the little chubby boy's fault. If it weren't for his big mouth, there wouldn't be so much trouble. If the little chubby boy's mom came looking for trouble, they would just deny it. Dogsheng was still very afraid of Meng Wantang. When she used to hit them, she would hit them with a stick, and once she left them both with bruises on their backs. It was from that time they realized they weren't qualified to fight with others. If they won, the parents would come looking for them, and they'd be beaten by Meng Wantang. If they lost, not only would they be scolded as useless, but they'd also get beaten for nothing. Meng Wantang wouldn't back them up. Dogsheng had long since lost hope. He resignedly said, "Brother, if she hits us again, let's just run away. Let's take the younger brother and beg for food." Meng Wantang. She felt there was no need for her to go out. If she did, she would definitely scare those two little rascals. Let the kids handle their own matters. Meng Wantang went around to the other side and saw old Du working in the field. She walked over and handed him some eggs. "Old man, wait a moment. Give these eggs to the three of them. Just say I gave them to you this morning." "All right," old Du agreed readily. "I put the snacks under the straw outside the door. Remember to bring them in to eat when you go back. I'm off." Meng Wantang still had to go home to cook. She had just arrived home when someone came knocking before she could even light the fire. Meng Wantang went to the door and saw a little chubby boy with a bruised face and a woman with a full face of flesh, looking very calm. She knew the little chubby boy's parents would come looking for trouble, but she didn't expect them to come so quickly. "Meng Wantang, look at what your Dogsheng has done to my son." The woman speaking was Jiang Lily. Jiang Lily's family was well off. Her partner was a teacher, and they didn't have to worry about food or drink. Having a good life, their son was also chubby. Meng Wantang smiled. "Then why don't you ask my son why he hit yours? Is that even a question? Hitting people is wrong. Hurry up and call your son out to apologize to mine." Jiang Lily looked down on Meng Wantang the most. Meng Wantang replied firmly, "I want your son to apologize to mine." Her son hadn't done anything wrong. Why should he apologize? "If you don't call your son out today, if I see that little brat another day, I'll catch him and beat him up. If you won't manage him, then I will. Little chubby boy, tell your mom why you got beaten by Dogsheng today." Meng Wantang was too lazy to talk to Jiang Lily. The little chubby boy lowered his head, not daring to speak. "I don't know who you heard those words from, but you cursed at my son and our whole family. Shouldn't you apologize to Lu Sui and the others?" Meng Wantang said to the little chubby boy in a calm tone. The little chubby boy stepped back in fear. Jiang Lily hugged her son protectively, scolding Meng Wantang. "How can you be so shameless? Bullying a child?" Chapter 87. Why did you provoke her? Meng Wantang raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Lily with a half-smile. "Don't be unreasonable with me. If I were as shameless as you, I wouldn't be speaking to you nicely right now. I'd just slap you a couple of times to shut you up." Jiang Lily took a step back to protect her child and scolded, "Why are you still cursing? Why shouldn't I? Don't you have any self-awareness?" Meng Wantang stepped forward, and Jiang Lily hurriedly retreated. Without giving Jiang Lily a glance, Meng Wantang turned to her son. "Little fatty, why do you think our Dogsheng wants to hit you?" The little chubby boy, seeing that Meng Wantang was much gentler than his mother, obediently replied, "I said Dogsheng's mom likes to raise pigs." Jiang Lily's heart sank as she noticed the smile on Meng Wantang's face turn icy, her gaze sharp as a knife. "Is there more?" Meng Wantang's tone remained calm. The little chubby boy recounted everything he had said. Jiang Lily, feeling guilty, tried to pull her son away. Meng Wantang Wu Ti let her succeed. She slammed the door shut and yanked Jiang Lily's hair, dragging her toward the brigade. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" Jiang Lily screamed as she was forced to follow Meng Wantang, clutching her own hair. The little chubby boy laughed behind them. "Mom, what are you doing? Stupid kid. Hurry home and call your dad." Jiang Lily was so furious she wanted to roll her eyes. How could her child be so dim-witted? Didn't he realize she was being bullied? Many onlookers were curious but dared not intervene. Not only did they keep their distance to avoid being scolded by Meng Wantang, but they also wanted to avoid any trouble. At the village entrance, a child in tattered pants shouted at Dog Egg. "Lou Dog Egg, your mom got into a fight with someone again." "What?" Dog Egg was stunned. His first reaction was disbelief. His mom had changed so much in the past month that he and Dogsheng had almost forgotten Meng Wantang used to fight every day. Hearing this suddenly made him think he misheard. "Who did my mom fight with?" Dog Egg jumped up and pulled his brother to run up the hill. The child replied, "With Tai Chang's mom. They're heading toward the brigade." "Oh no, Dog Egg and Dog Sheng exchanged glances, immediately knowing something was wrong. They had just fought Tai Chong, and now his mom was looking for their mom to settle the score. Grandpa Do, we're heading back now. Dog Egg shouted to the field and turned to Dog Sheng with a look. The two brothers quickly grabbed Little Fatty's hands and ran toward the brigade. Carry him! Carry him! Little Fatty's short legs couldn't keep up. Dog Egg and Dog Sheng each grabbed one of his arms and hurried forward. People working in the field saw Dog Sheng and Dog Egg running past and commented, "What are those two up to? Is that crazy woman from Qingya acting up again? How could that be? She's not even cursing anymore, just using worse tactics." Someone curiously asked what happened. What did she do? Ma Chang's mom is always talking back. She argues with her every day. Now, she just buys meat to stew every night, and the smell wafts all over the village. Ma Chang's kids keep asking for meat, driving that old lady crazy. She hasn't dared to say a word since. Didn't he realize Lu Qingya's wife actually got smart? Meng Wantang had no idea what others were saying about her. She dragged Jiang Lily to the brigade office. Once inside the courtyard, she shouted, "Is the brigade leader here? What about the secretary?" The secretary went to a meeting in the county. The brigade leader just arrived, but hasn't even sat down when he heard Meng Wantang yelling from outside. Leaning forward, he looked out the window. "What are you two doing? If you have something to discuss, come inside instead of causing a scene outside. People will laugh at you." Meng Wantang didn't want to let go. If she did, Jiang Lily would definitely run away. Lu Guangjuan saw her dragging Jiang Lily's hair straight into the office and felt a headache coming on. He thought Meng Wantang had learned to behave, but realized she was still the same. She never hesitated to fight. Meng Wantang pulled Jiang Lily in front of the desk and pointed at her. "She disrupts the unity of the commune members and slanders my character. Don't you think someone like her should be shot?" Hearing the word shot, Jiang Lily's legs went weak. "Brigade leader, I didn't Don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't slander her. She is the one who has an affair with the butcher. You're the one having an affair with the butcher." Meng Wantang kicked Jiang Lily in the butt and stepped forward to hit her. Lu Guangjuan was genuinely worried she might kill Jiang Lily and shouted, "Enough! What are you two doing? This is the brigade office, not a place for you to fight." Jiang Lily was on the verge of tears. She hadn't even hit anyone. She was being beaten. Meng Wantang was too fierce, hitting her so hard that tears welled up in her eyes, leaving her speechless. Previously, she only exchanged a few insults, but she had never fought back. Now, Meng Wantang attacked right away, not giving her a chance to retaliate. Even with the brigade leader intervening, Meng Wantang kicked Jiang Lily a few more times, still unsatisfied. "If I had a gun, I would have shot her." Meng Wantang. Lu Guangjuan was truly exasperated. Meng Wantang was more difficult to deal with than any man. This matter with Jiang Lily had to be dealt with seriously. That evening, everyone was called to the brigade. Jiang Lily was to go on stage for a public reprimand and sincerely apologize. Would that be acceptable? The people usually reprimanded on stage were those who had committed serious offenses or women caught in compromising situations. Although Jiang Lily's case was different, she could still be criticized publicly. She would probably never hold her head high in the village again. Meng Wantang reluctantly agreed to this handling plan. "Uncle, I'm only agreeing because of your face. If it weren't for you handling this today, I would have shot her." Before leaving, Meng Wantang turned back and kicked Jiang Lily again. "How dare you slander my character again?" Jiang Lily was kicked into silence. Once Meng Wantang left, Lu Guangjuan sternly criticized Jiang Lily. "Are you out of your mind? Why did you provoke her? Do you even know who she is? You should write a self-criticism at home, and tomorrow evening after work, go on stage and read it out loud, sincerely apologizing to her." Chapter 88. What are you touching? As Meng Wantang stepped out of the courtyard, she saw three little ones rushing towards her in a hurry. "What are you three doing here?" Meng Wantang bent down to pick up the chubby one and looked at the two panting brothers, frowning. "Slow down, take a deep breath. Let's head home." "Mom, didn't you just get into a fight? We're here to help." Dakshin gasped. Meng Wantang paused. "So, are you here to help me fight or to break it up? Is that even a question?" "Of course, we're here to help you fight. Whoever hits you, we hit them back. We can't let anyone hurt you." Dakshin shouted loudly. Just then, Jiang Lily, who had just come out of the courtyard, quickly hid behind a rockery. "No wonder she's Meng Wantang's daughter. She's just like her. I can't even think about bothering Dakshin now. I just hope Meng Wantang and her kids hurry up and leave." "All right, Let's have something nice for dinner tonight. What do you want to eat? Meng Wantang, in a good mood today, decided to reward herself and the kids. Aren't you fighting? Why are you going home? Dogsheng was genuinely worried. Isn't it unreliable for you to not go home after a fight? Meng Wantang smiled and rubbed Dogsheng's head. The little guy looked skeptical. What? Do you think I can't fight and always lose? Dogsheng scratched his messy hair. Not exactly. I just didn't expect you to win. What kind of talk is that? Why wouldn't I win? What's wrong? Why do you keep scratching your head? Meng Wantang noticed that Dogsheng had scratched his head several times in just a short while, as if it was particularly itchy. My head itches, I don't know why, Dogsheng said while scratching hard. Suddenly, Dogden's face changed. Do you have lice? What? Meng Wantang almost jumped up. Dogsheng said irritably. It must be that fat kid. He has lice on his head. It must have crawled onto my head when we were fighting. Dogden was speechless. Dogsheng realized he had to explain. You can't make excuses. You think I don't know about your fight? That kid's mom came to our house looking for you. After Meng Wantang finished speaking, she picked up the chubby one and urged the two younger ones. Hurry home. Let's go wash up by the river. As they passed by the front door, she grabbed some clean clothes for the three kids and a razor, leading them to the river for a bath. Meng Wantang found a shallow spot in the water, took out sulfur soap, and washed the three kids. After washing their heads, she shaved all their hair off. Finally, she washed their clothes thoroughly with sulfur soap. You three play over there, keep an eye out, and call me if anyone comes. Meng Wantang didn't want to waste firewood to boil water, so she planned to take a bath in the river as well. Oh, Dogden and Dogsheng were very reliable, playing not far away. Meng Wantang enjoyed a comfortable bath and washed her long, black hair carefully. Even without shampoo, her hair was in great condition. After coming out of the river and changing into clean clothes, she led the kids back home. Just as they reached the corner, they saw Lu Qingye rushing over, visibly relieved to see them. Where have you been? I searched everywhere for you. Meng Wantang wondered. Where else could we go? We just went to the river to take a bath. Lu Qingye looked her up and down, relieved to see she wasn't hurt. But his brows furrowed when he saw the three little bald heads. What happened to them? Meng Wantang couldn't help but laugh at the three little bald heads. Aren't they adorable? Don't they look like little monks? Lu Qingye, Dogden, Dogsheng, Chubby. Children aren't meant to be played with. Lu Qingye, it's fine. It's summer now, and in 2 months their hair will grow back, just in time for school. Meng Wantang had forgotten to cut the kids' hair during her time here. The three kids had quite a bit of hair, looking like little devils. What made you think about shaving their heads? Lu Qingye took the chubby one and asked casually. Today, Dogsheng got into a fight with a kid who had lice, and I was worried that Dogden and Chubby might have them too. So I took them to the river to wash up and shave their heads. Lu Qingye was silent for a moment before saying, then it was right to shave them. That Jiang Lily, her own kid, is so dirty, and she doesn't even clean him up. The kid's head is full of lice. Doesn't she worry that she might have them too? Meng Wantang had never seen such a messy woman before. Dogsheng casually said, maybe she has lice on her head too. Meng Wantang's expression turned sour, as if she had eaten something disgusting. She looked down at her hands. Even though she had soaked them in the water for a long time, she still felt a bit nauseous. All right, I won't cook tonight, you figure it out. Meng Wantang went home and started washing her hands by the well. Lu Qingye. Dogsheng secretly asked Dogden, brother, what's wrong with her? Dogden, she just likes to be clean. Lu Qingye went to cook, making a cold cucumber salad and a big pot of potatoes stewed with eggplant. For dinner, they had noodles with cold water. Meng Wantang ate a small bowl and then stopped, while Lu Qingye and the three kids had a big appetite, finishing all the dishes. At night, when the kids fell asleep, Meng Wantang washed up again and fussed for a long time before entering the room. As soon as she lay down, Lu Qingye leaned over to touch her hand and then her waist. Meng Wantang? What does he want? He can't possibly want to do that, right? Meng Wantang's body tensed up immediately and her hand froze. If you want to... Meng Wantang felt like they were just slightly familiar strangers. If they were to actually do something, she would definitely refuse inside. She didn't like doing things without feelings. That's not what I meant. Lu Qingye sensed her rejection and, after a moment of silence, explained, I just wanted to see if you were hurt. Meng Wantang turned around to ask him, are you sure you just want to check if I'm hurt? What else? Chapter 89. Having a wife is great. Lu Qingye propped himself up on his elbow and leaned over to ask, what else could it be? Meng Wantang leaned back, stammering, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to discuss this at night? I have injuries and should be checked during the day." Lu Qingye's heart sank. Her hesitation suggested her injuries might be serious. He reached out to turn on the light. But Meng Wantang thought he was coming to hug her and instinctively pushed him away. Lu Qingye reflexively resisted, directly pinning her beneath him. Meng Wantang was stunned by the sudden turn of events. How did it end up like this? She clearly pushed him away, not to pull him closer. What was happening? Hearing her involuntary gasp, Lu Qingye felt that his wife was both fragrant and soft in his arms. His breathing quickened, and desire began to build within him. In the dark, his deep, cold eyes resembled a lone wolf encountering prey on a cold night, wishing to devour it whole. Thinking of her injuries, Lu Qingye suddenly stood up, rolled off her, and went outside while still wearing his shoes. As soon as he left, Meng Wantang took deep breaths. His demeanor had been really frightening. She almost thought he was going to do something. Fortunately, he didn't go out of control. Meng Wantang was not at peace. She turned over, reflecting on his earlier actions, starting to worry. What if he really asked her for that? It was normal for a couple to engage in such activities. After all, he was a man in the prime of his life. But Meng Wantang couldn't get over her mental block. Thinking of how miserable he had been in his past life made her feel soft-hearted. Meng Wantang was feeling increasingly irritable. This was so annoying. She turned over, closed her eyes, and decided to sleep. Whatever would be, would be. When that day truly came, she would deal with it. Could someone really be troubled by such trivial matters? Creaking sounds came from outside as the well pump started. Meng Wantang thought he was thirsty and wanted to drink water, but she was shocked to see Lu Qingye pouring water over himself with a basin. The splashing sound was particularly loud in the night. Meng Wantang's face turned red, and she turned over, muttering softly, "It's so quiet at night. If the neighbors hear, they'll think who knows what." After more than half an hour, she was almost asleep when heavy footsteps sounded from outside. Lu Qingye came back in, standing at the edge of the bed. Meng Wantang could feel the cool moisture from his body. "Were you injured?" Lu Qingye's voice was hoarse. "I'm not injured." Meng Wantang frowned. "Really not injured?" "Really not." Meng Wantang didn't understand why he asked like that, so she sat up and asked, "Who told you I was injured?" Lu Qingye replied straightforwardly, "Didn't you fight with someone?" Meng Wantang was silent for 3 seconds, then smiled. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who gets beaten?" "No." Lu Qingye replied without thinking, then added after a moment, "I was just worried you might have accidentally hurt yourself, so I wanted to turn on the light to check." Meng Wantang suddenly realized that he might not have intended anything. It was her overreaction that caused this awkward situation. "I can handle myself. You don't have to worry about me. Just go to sleep early." She lay back down and closed her eyes, feeling frustrated. What was this all about? That night, Meng Wantang had a dream where Lu Qingye suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Wife, I thought about it." "No, I'm not your wife." Lu Qingye hugged her and kissed her. "You're my wife." "No, I'm not." Meng Wantang panicked, trying to push him away with all her strength, but found she couldn't muster any energy. In her anxiety, she opened her eyes. It was still dim outside. She glanced at the wall clock. It was only 4:30. Unable to sleep any longer, Meng Wantang got up to prepare a medicinal plaster. She used a small pot for the plaster and a larger one for breakfast. The steamed corn cake could last until morning. If Lu Qingye wasn't home for lunch, she could just boil some noodles. She would also make some millet porridge and stir-fry some chives with dried shrimp for breakfast. Just as Meng Wantang finished washing her face, Lu Qingye also got up. He washed his face and grabbed a rope, preparing to head out. "What are you doing?" Meng Wantang asked, turning back. Lu Qingye lowered his voice. "Going into the mountains to get some firewood." "But they don't allow that, do they? What if you get caught? You could lose your job." Every household was assigned firewood, and even leaves from the forest were not allowed to be taken without permission. The team distributed the firewood uniformly, and only after everyone had collected their assigned leaves and branches were they allowed to gather firewood from the forest. But by then, the ground would be cleared of dead grass, making it impossible for those with insufficient firewood to gather more. The situation was similar on the mountain. Lu Qingye tied the rope around his waist and grabbed his saw, ready to leave. "No." Meng Wantang didn't think twice before grabbing him. "You can't go. That's the back mountain. There are wolves in there. What if you encounter a pack of wolves?" Lu Qingye held her hand and insisted, Feel my waistband. What is it? Meng Wantang felt something hard and immediately withdrew her hand, looking at Lu Qingye with suspicion, just as she was about to curse him for being perverted. Lu Qingye spoke first. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, my foot. Meng Wantang couldn't hold back her anger. Can you not act crazy so early in the morning? Your temper is really explosive. His personality seemed to have changed, looking better than before. But why did his temper remain unchanged? I'll take the gun out. It won't go off. You're taking the gun out? Meng Wantang's eyes widened. She suspected she hadn't woken up. Otherwise, how could Lu Qingye, who seemed relatively stable, suddenly act like a rogue? Lu Qingye pulled out a homemade gun from his waistband, showing it to Meng Wantang. The safety is on. It's fine. Don't worry. Even if I encounter wolves, I can make it back. Meng Wantang. This was not the same gun. You be careful and come back early. If you're late, just help yourself to the food. Okay, I'll run there. Wait a moment. Meng Wantang lifted the pot and took out the freshly boiled eggs, letting them cool by the well, then placed 5 eggs in his pocket and gave him 2 pieces of steamed cake. Take these cucumbers too. Meng Wantang packed the eggs in his shirt pocket, stuffed the cucumbers into his pants pocket, and handed him the steamed cake. The cake isn't hot. It can be eaten cold. Enjoy your warm eggs and go. Lu Qingye had been going into the mountains with the villagers since he was 6 or 7. After growing up, he went alone to gather firewood. For so many years, he had never eaten breakfast in the morning. Later, when he joined the army, he would run 5 kilometers on an empty stomach in the morning. This was the first time someone had prepared food for him. What's wrong? Meng Wantang thought he didn't want to eat it cold. Should I heat up for you? It'll only take 2 minutes. Chapter 90. The 300-pound wild boar. No need. This is just fine. No need to starve. It's okay to eat something cold. Besides, in summer, noodles are eaten cold. And this cornmeal steamed cake tastes even better when it's cold. It's very sweet. Really don't need to heat it? Lu Qingye climbed over the wall from the backyard and walked along the small path from the field to the back. He arrived at a path barely wide enough for a bullock cart. The mountain ahead was filled with graves. Most of the ancestral graves in the village are on this side. It was just getting light, and there was still some mist on the mountain. Generally, the big men wouldn't dare come here during the day. Lu Qingye had crawled out from among the dead, been on the battlefield, and had seen blood. He wasn't scared of this at all. While others would detour around the graves, he took a shortcut, climbing up the mountain from the cemetery and crossing over to the valley behind. There were few people around here, and the thorns were over 2 meters high. In another month, if he came here every day, his family wouldn't lack firewood for the winter. Recently, he had been getting up early and working late, only realizing his family was short on firewood when he saw the pine needles at home. Lu Qingye kicked down some thorns, and when he couldn't break them off, he used a saw to cut them. After gathering a bundle, he started heading down the mountain. The mountain ahead was full of pine trees, and he planned to collect some pine needles, using the thorns to cover and carry them back. In summer, a handful of pine needles could cook rice, which was more economical than burning thorns. Lu Qingye cut down about 10 thorns and was just about to carry them back when he suddenly heard faint rustling sounds behind him. He turned around to see a massive creature with tusks not far away. An enormous wild boar, weighing over 300 pounds, had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The wild boar had already spotted him, grunting and shaking its head before charging straight at him. Lu Qingye quickly ran out of the valley, with the wild boar chasing him. He intentionally led the wild boar on a chase. When it couldn't keep up, he picked up a stone to attack it, which made the wild boar charge at him even more frantically. The wild boar was incredibly fast, and Lu Qingye nearly got knocked over several times. Fortunately for him, he only encountered 1 wild boar today. If there had been 2, he might not have made it out of the valley so easily. Finally, Lu Qingye pulled out his gun and shot at the wild boar, aiming between its eyes, which was its weakest spot besides the heart. The wild boar fell to the ground, and he shot it again to ensure it was dead. After resting for a moment, he went over, found a few thorns over 2 meters long, and tied them to the wild boar before dragging it down the mountain. By the time he reached the cemetery area, it was already bright outside. Many people were working in their fields. From a distance, they saw a dark shape moving closer. As it got nearer, they realized it was Lu Qingye carrying a big wild boar. Wild boar? Wow, really? The villagers quickly surrounded him, asking excitedly, Qingye, did you hunt this wild boar yourself? Yeah. Lu Qingye had been carrying the wild boar for over an hour when he finally made it down the mountain, drenched in sweat and with his clothes completely soaked. The big men from the commune quickly put down their hoes and came over to help. Everyone was chatting excitedly. Qingye, you're something else. You brought back such a big wild boar. We haven't seen one this big in years. That's right. Back in '63, we could hunt over 10 wild boars in one trip. In the past 2 years, we haven't even seen a few roe deer, let alone wild boars. Roe deer? There aren't as many as before. Remember a few years ago when the roe deer came down the mountain and took the production team's chickens? Now where are they? With help from others, Lu Qingye laid the wild boar down. A few strong men used a wooden pole to lift it as they headed toward the brigade. In summer, pork can't be stored for long. The brigade leader directly called Hua Dongsheng over to handle the boar for distribution to everyone. If they didn't take it back, it would spoil by the next morning. Hua Dongsheng came over with a cleaver, and upon hearing the villagers praise Lu Qingye, he glanced at him. It had been several years since he last saw Lu Qingye, who looked much thinner the last time they met. He had heard that Lu Qingye returned from military service, but had found a proper job. He certainly had a lot of strength. If he had encountered a wild boar, he could have killed it and carried it back too. Qingye, have some water. Lu Guangjuan handed over a large teacup. Thank you, uncle. Lu Qingye took the cup. The tea was hot, and it quenched his thirst. Where did you get this pig? Lu Guangjuan was curious. Their village was doing relatively well, and as long as one was lazy, everyone could have enough to eat. It wasn't like the hard times of 7 or 8 years ago, but to say that everyone had meat at every meal would be a dream. Throughout the year, one could only have meat a few times. The oil they used was made from their own peanuts or soybeans. Pork fat had to be bought with money. It was in the back mountain valley, just ran into this pig. Lu Qingye knew the brigade leader wanted to improve the rations for the commune members. Uncle, I'll have time the day after tomorrow. I can take some people into the mountains, and if we find traces of wild boars, we can bring back a couple more. If not, then forget it. Lu Guangjuan patted his shoulder and stood up, saying, you take a break. I'll announce on the radio for people to come and collect the meat. Uncle, you're busy. I'll head back first. All right. Lu Qingye placed the teacup on the desk in the office and headed home, intending to take a shower and change clothes before going to work. He walked quickly. Just as he reached his doorstep, he heard the village loudspeaker blaring. Hey, did you hear? Please notify everyone. Send a representative from each household to collect the meat. Notification. One person from each household to the brigade to collect the meat. The broadcast spread like a drop of water hitting hot oil, instantly causing commotion. Women rushed out of their homes with basins, heading to the brigade. Meng Wantang, dressed neatly, came out of the yard, looking completely different from the other women. She watched the women running out with basins and asked suspiciously, what are they doing? Didn't you hear the broadcast? I didn't catch it. I was in the house just now. Meng Wantang glanced at Lu Qingye, who came back empty-handed. But didn't ask to avoid making him uncomfortable. Lu Qingye replied, they're going to collect meat. Collect meat? Meng Wantang's eyes lit up. Then I'll go too. She turned to go inside to get a basin, even specifically finding a set of clothes for Lu Qingye and handing it to him, saying before leaving, don't wash in the yard. Take the bucket to the back to wash. You can be seen from next door. There's still food in the pot. You can eat some more. I'm off now. Remember to lock the door. Lu Qingye held the neatly folded clothes, watching Meng Wantang hurriedly leave, and took the water bucket to wash in the backyard. He went inside to change, only to find a brand new pair of underwear inside the clothes. Chapter 91. Meng Wantang tames her husband. Meng Wantang slowed down her pace only after stepping out the door. This morning, she had woken up unusually early, and as soon as she stepped outside, she saw Lu Qingye's patched-up shorts hanging out to dry. They were full of patches, and he had done them himself, which was quite an eyesore. The point was, it felt a bit bittersweet. For some reason, she ended up sewing him a new pair. While she was sewing, she didn't think much of it, but when she handed the clothes to him, she felt uneasy all over, fearful that he would open the package right there. She quickly handed it to him and left. This was truly out of character for her. Why are you walking so slowly? Hurry up, or the meat will be all gone by the time we get there. Miao Yinhua rushed out of her house, holding a small basket. Meng Wantang came back to her senses and caught up with her, saying, No need to rush. Aren't there enough portions for everyone? Weren't you quite eager before? Miao Yinhua said suspiciously, but didn't think much of it. What good meat would be left if they arrived late anyway? Meng Wantang almost let the cat out of the bag. They're saying that it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early? If the meat's all gone, do you expect them to save you the fatty pieces? Miao Yinhua pulled her along to hurry up, saying they needed to finish early so they could get back to work. Meng Wantang thought about how she would have to come back again, so she quickened her pace. When they arrived at the brigade, Hu Dongsheng was busy cutting meat. There was a long line ahead, but Meng Wantang and Miao Yinhua managed to run to the front. When it was their turn, Hu Dongsheng swiftly cut a piece of meat with fat and lean for Miao Yinhua. Although she wasn't very happy, it was certainly better than getting pure lean meat. When it was Meng Wantang's turn, Hu Dongsheng directly handed her a piece of tenderloin. Meng Wantang's eyes lit up at the sight of the tenderloin, but her face remained cold as ice. Hu Dongsheng placed the meat in her basin and called out. Next, Miao Yinhua, waiting beside her, froze when she saw the pure lean meat in Meng Wantang's basin. She grabbed Meng Wantang and exclaimed, this bullying? Meng Wantang knew that there was only so much fatty meat to go around, and many people would end up with pure lean meat. If everyone caused a scene, it would certainly be a mess. It's fine, let us go. Don't we still have work to do? Meng Wantang pulled Miao Yinhua away. He did it on purpose, didn't he? Miao Yinhua was furious, wondering why they were so stingy. She regretted thinking Hu Dongsheng was nice before. It turned out he was petty and bore grudges. Forget it, I'll swap my meat with you. No need. Meng Wantang hurriedly refused. Others might not like pork tenderloin, but she loved it. The tenderloin from a wild boar was the most tender meat, and it was also the best for children to eat. Our family can eat anything. Miao Yinhua, worried that she might feel embarrassed, reached out to swap the meat. Meng Wantang held onto her hand, saying, Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness. Really, no need to swap. Didn't our family buy meat a few times recently? The kid seemed to enjoy eating lean meat, especially our little fatty. That child seems to dislike fatty meat. Miao Yinhua exclaimed in shock. There are actually children who don't eat fatty meat? Yep, just likes eating lean meat. Plus, pork tenderloin is the tenderest cut. I was just thinking of asking if I could get a piece of tenderloin cut for me separately. Meng Wantang's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just right for Hu Dongsheng to hear, which made his face even darker. Miao Yinhua exclaimed, This really is a happy accident. Meng Wantang suppressed a laugh and walked out with Miao Yinhua. You didn't see Hu Dongsheng's face just now. It was truly ugly. Serve him right. Let him have his wicked intentions. How does it feel now? He must be so angry he asks about his spit blood. It's really satisfying. Miao Yinhua looked back even after walking 2 or 3 meters away, and after walking another 2 meters, she whispered, I know you were acting just now. When we get to your doorstep, we'll swap the meat. Sister-in-law, I really wasn't acting. I genuinely wanted the tenderloin. Meng Wantang said, but Miao Yinhua still didn't believe her. Qingya's wife? Wait a moment. Lu Guangjuan came out of the office, waving to Meng Wantang. Meng Wantang walked over and asked, Captain, did you need something from me? Take this back with you. Lu Guangjuan handed her a pork leg, leaving Meng Wantang stunned. Captain, is this for me? She looked back at the others, not daring to take it. Take it. Don't think it's too little. If it weren't for your Qingya bringing the pig back, no one would even see a hair of it today. Originally, we should have given your family more meat. But due to limited conditions, we'll give you a leg first. When we slaughter the annual pig at the end of the year, we'll make it up to your family. The captain said this in front of everyone, and everyone heard it, so no one had any objections. Meng Wantang's focus wasn't on the pork leg, but on the captain's words. This pig was carried back by Lu Qingya alone? Yeah, many people in our village saw it. The captain said proudly. Meng Wantang looked back at the remaining half of the pig, and then at the pig's head set aside, estimating that this wild boar probably weighed over 300 pounds. He said he went to the back mountain. Did he carry this pig back from the back mountain? No wonder he didn't bring firewood. Meng Wantang suddenly worried about him after thinking about him carrying over 300 pounds out of the mountain, fearing he might have hidden injuries. Thank you, Captain. Meng Wantang accepted the pork leg, placed it in her basin, and hugged it as she walked out. Wait for me, Miao Yinhua said as she hurried to catch up with Meng Wantang. Upon seeing the large pork leg in her basin, She was envious. Your Lu Qingye is really impressive. There are so many strong men in our village, but I haven't seen anyone as strong as him. Miao Yinhua said jokingly. People say Hua Dongsheng is the strongest man in our village, but I think your Lu Qingye is the real deal. He carried a pig weighing over 300 pounds straight out of the mountain. Could Hua Dongsheng do that? Meng Wantang. She didn't know if Lu Qingye could do it. Hua Dongsheng could surely handle it all afternoon. After today, the man everyone in the village envies will be your Lu Qingye. Why does Miao Yinhua sound so envious? Meng Wantang opened her mouth, really unsure how to respond. Fortunately, it didn't take long for them to get home. Sister-in-law, I'm heading back now. Okay. Meng Wantang entered the house to find Lu Qingye shirtless, hanging out the laundry. His patched-up shorts were flapping in the wind. Meng Wantang stood in the yard, holding the basin, and locked eyes with Lu Qingye. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was others who would feel awkward. Looking down at the pork leg, Meng Wantang suddenly remembered the purpose of her hurried return. Come in with me. Chapter 92. Sending her to work, what happened? Lu Qingye walked over, wanted to take the basin from her hand, but Meng Wantang dodged him. Let's talk inside. Meng Wantang's tone was not good. Lu Qingye's heart sank, thinking something had happened. He followed her into the house. Meng Wantang placed the basin in the outer room, then went into the inner room and pointed at the Kong, saying, Lie down. Lie down for what? Lu Qingye was confused. Just lie down when I tell you to. Why so many questions? Meng Wantang's face was serious and a bit scary. Lu Qingye thought about how she had come back with a bad expression and now wanted him to lie down, probably worried about his back. His heart warmed, and he obediently laid down, saying, My back is fine. Shut up. Meng Wantang's tone was very harsh. TSK, so fierce. Lu Qingye lay down honestly. I'll check to see if there's anything wrong. Meng Wantang lifted his shirt and pressed her fingers on his waist a few times. Hiss! Lu Qingye instinctively gasped, not knowing where she had pressed. I'm really fine. I can still do 200 push-ups right now. Lu Qingye turned to look at her cold face, ready to get up and do push-ups. This almost made Meng Wantang so angry she cried. Do whatever you want. Even if you do 1,000, no one cares. She turned and walked out of the outer room. Seeing she was really angry, Lu Qingye got up and chased after her. Meng Wantang didn't give him a glance, putting the pig trotters and pork into a basket and taking them to the cellar. If left in a room, they would definitely spoil. After washing her hands, she wiped them dry and was about to head out with her medical kit. If he didn't explain now, there wouldn't be another chance. He stepped forward and grabbed Meng Wantang's hand. Don't be angry. I didn't intentionally go after the wild boar. It was going to charge at me, and I had no choice but to kill it. Such a large pig, I couldn't just leave it there. If I had waited to call someone back, the pig would probably have been eaten by other animals. Meng Wantang understood the reasoning. This person just wanted to bring back some meat for her and the children. But this wasn't a time for collective living. Such a large wild boar would definitely be confiscated, and they would get some work points for it. When it came to distributing the meat, they would just give a little more. It was precisely because she didn't fully understand that she was even angrier. Lu Qingye, there are some things we have never clarified. Today, I'll go up a bit later and have a good talk with you. Meng Wantang turned and went back inside. She sat on the Kong and waited for Lu Qingye to come in before saying, Are you still planning to divorce me? No. Seeing the suspicion in her eyes, Lu Qingye quickly explained, I've never intended to divorce you from the beginning until now. So can I understand that you also want to live well with me? Meng Wantang continued to ask. Lu Qingye frowned slightly. When I married you, it was out of necessity. But since I agreed to get the certificate with you, it means I want to live well. But I haven't seen where you want to live well with me. Meng Wantang was determined to make him remember, so he wouldn't be so carefree every day. With red eyes, she said, I know I had many problems before and was neglectful of the children. But it's not that I don't love them, nor do I not care about them. I was just sick. My personality was a bit extreme, and I easily got stuck in a rut. A few days before going to the countryside, I learned about my background, and after going to the countryside, I was in a daze. That's why I fell into the water, and you saved me. After giving birth, your mother made things difficult for me, and she never helped me with the children. I couldn't eat well or sleep well, so I inevitably got irritable. I felt bad inside, but was powerless to change it. Meng Wantang said this while shedding tears. She didn't cry loudly, just silently, which made it even more heartbreaking to see. Recently, I've finally felt awake. Lu Qingye heard this, and his heart translated it automatically. She had finally broken through the will of her previous personality, occupying her entire body, becoming the current her. I want to live well and raise the children healthily and safely. But what about you? You just came back and went to save someone from a flood, almost dying. After nursing your back for so long, it's still not completely healed, and you want to carry a pig weighing over 300 pounds. What if you fell on the way? Haven't you thought about me and the kids? Her eyes were red, and there were still tears on her face, looking particularly fragile. Lu Qingye clumsily wiped away her tears with his hand, trying to comfort her. Don't cry. I won't do this again in the future. If you want to eat pork, just buy some. By autumn, when the millet and sorghum are harvested, our family won't need to buy grains anymore. The remaining money can be used to buy meat. There's really no need for you to go into the mountains and carry a wild boar out. Meng Wantang's voice choked again. Lu Qingye awkwardly held her in his arms, feeling the warm dampness against his chest, and the words he wanted to say changed to something else. I won't do this again in the future. You can continue to carry wild boars, Meng Wantang said sarcastically. For the first time, Lu Qingye realized that his wife being angry was more terrifying than going crazy. He was genuinely scared. No, absolutely not in the future. Meng Wantang felt that someone was under her control and probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly and carry a wild boar down the mountain alone again. She got up to wash her face. I'm going to the health station. Wait, I'll go to the unit too. It's on the way, so I'll just drop you off. Lu Qingye pushed the bicycle out of the yard and waited for Meng Wantang at the gate. Meng Wantang didn't think much of it. Just as she was about to walk past him, he grabbed her arm. Get on. Meng Wantang looked at the back seat of the bicycle, then at Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye urged, what are you dazed for? Hurry up and get on. I'll ride you to work. It's just sitting on a bicycle. Meng Wantang walked to the back seat, unsure how to get on. After trying a couple of times, she reached out and grabbed the shirt at his waist, then tiptoed to sit down. Are you steady? Meng Wantang released her grip on his shirt, planning to move a bit, but before she knew it, he suddenly pedaled off. Her body swayed, and she was scared, reaching out to hold his waist. Lu Qingye's body stiffened, but he slowed down the pace of pedaling. Meng Wantang's fingers, through the shirt, touched his hard abs. She wanted to pull her hand back, but was worried it would be too abrupt, so she could only silently clench her fist. Many people on the road looked at them and greeted them enthusiastically. What are you two up to? Going to work at the health station, Meng Wantang replied with a smile. Fortunately, this stretch of road wasn't long. After turning onto the main road, Lu Qingye almost bumped into someone, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged. He immediately asked concernedly, Are you okay? I'm fine. Meng Wantang turned to look at Chun Jiao, who was standing aside, noticing her red eyes staring at Lu Qingye. Chapter 93. Testing Chun Jiao. It was casually mentioned in the original work that Chun Jiao liked Lu Qingye, which was noticed by the original owner, leading her to deliberately design a marriage with Lu Qingye. However, over the years, she had never seen Chun Jiao hate Meng Wantang. In fact, every time they met, she looked at the original owner with sympathetic eyes. Today, the way Chun Jiao looked at Lu Qingye made Meng Wantang feel puzzled. This didn't seem like an affectionate gaze. Here we are. Lu Qingye had one leg propped on the ground as Meng Wantang jumped out of the car, glancing at Chun Jiao walking behind them, then looking up at Lu Qingye. What is wrong? Lu Qingye asked, thinking she had something to discuss. Meng Wantang wanted to confirm her guess once more, reaching out to tug at his sleeve, leaning in to whisper. Today the captain allocated an extra pig leg for our family. I plan to make braised pork knuckle tonight, so come back early. Seeing that she seemed no longer angry, Lu Qingye felt relieved. It wasn't that he was afraid of his wife. He was just worried about family discord. Okay, how did you manage to inquire about the fabric? Meng Wantang was trying to rush Lu Qingye. She genuinely didn't know what else to say to him. Clearing his throat, Lu Qingye said somewhat guiltily, I've already asked for you. I'll remind them again later. Don't get too much. We don't have that much money at home. Meng Wantang needed to save money. Clothes could be less, but they definitely couldn't skimp on food. If Lu Qingye worked and didn't have enough to eat, how could he endure it? The child was growing, and if they skimped now, they wouldn't be able to make up for it later. Got it. Lu Qingye stepped on his bike and asked her if there was anything else. Just then, Chun Jiao walked up to them. and Meng Wantang thought she would pass by, but unexpectedly, she stopped in place. This time, Meng Wantang was sure she wasn't mistaken. Chun Jiao looked at Lu Qingyi with regret, her eyes filled with pity. Something's off. This woman definitely has a problem. Meng Wantang shook her head at Lu Qingyi and reminded him, "Don't forget to come back early tonight." "Can't forget." After saying that, Lu Qingyi rode away. Meng Wantang turned to head into the clinic when Chun Jiao called out to her, "Meng Wantang, wait a moment. I have something to say to you." Meng Wantang stopped, turned back with a cold face, and impatiently asked, "What is it? Hurry up. How did your relationship with Lu Qingyi improve?" Chun Jiao looked very puzzled. Meng Wantang laughed in anger. "If my relationship with my husband isn't good, how can I live?" Chun Jiao looked at her with sympathy again. "Actually, you don't need to be so deeply in love. You're from the city. He's different. He's just a country boy. When the time comes to return to the city, you and he are destined to have no future. How do you know I will definitely be able to go back to the city?" Meng Wantang stared at Chun Jiao, who avoided her gaze. Not wanting to continue this topic, she mumbled, if one day you can go back to the city, one day you have to part ways with him? Let us not talk about whether we can go back. Even if one day we, the educated youth, can return, where can I go?" Meng Wantang looked at Chun Jiao with sarcasm and turned to enter the clinic. In that moment, she turned around. Meng Wantang's expression instantly became cold. Chun Jiao definitely had a problem. "Dr. Meng, you're finally here?" As soon as Meng Wantang entered the clinic, Old Wang and Old Lady Wang excitedly shouted. Behind them were several elderly people, each hunched over with not-so-good complexions. At a glance, Meng Wantang could tell that these people had back problems and were not doing well. "Grandpa Wang, Grandma Wang, you're here? Is your back feeling any better lately?" Meng Wantang greeted Old Wang with a smile, walking over to open the office door for them to come in. She pointed to the examination bed. "Grandpa Wang, you lie down first. I'll take a look at your leg. I just came over to let you check it. I think my back is much better, but Grandma Wang insisted I come and see you, saying I should check if it's really better." Old Wang said as he lay down. Meng Wantang smiled as she approached, checking him while saying, "Grandma Wang is right. Your back doesn't hurt anymore, but it's not completely healed. It's just that the medication has worked, but it hasn't addressed the root cause." "Yes, that is what Grandma Wang said." Old Wang's back didn't hurt anymore, and his spirit was better. He had been worried about possibly being bedridden. If a person really becomes bedridden, it would be better to just die. Old Lady Wang said from the side, "You've had this back pain for so many years. It's only been a few days without pain. Qing Yi's wife is capable. Just let her treat you properly. Don't wait until it's too late to find someone." Grandma Wang was right. This illness, the longer you drag it out, the harder it is to treat. You really need to pay attention. Meng Wantang finished checking Old Wang and found the situation better than she expected. "That one do. Where do farmers have a year or so without working?" Old Wang refused to agree to that at all. "You don't need to work, and the family can still have enough to eat." Old Lady Wang was a bit angry. "I married into your family when I was 12. Not a single day have you not worked. You've worked all your life. What is wrong with taking a year off?" Old Wang insisted. "Doing a bit of work won't kill me. Not working won't kill you either." Old Lady Wang's eyes were red. Such a strong and capable old lady turned away to secretly wipe her tears. Meng Wantang followed to persuade, "Grandpa, just listen to me. Don't do heavy work for the next 6 months. During the autumn harvest, you could do some light work as well. We can earn a little less in points." "That is not a problem." When she said this, Old Wang was able to accept it. "What you say makes sense. I can do less. But I cannot work." Old Wang agreed, and the atmosphere instantly softened. Exactly. Meng Wantang then did acupuncture for Old Wang. Taking advantage of the break, she checked Old Lady Wang's legs. "Grandma, your legs can't be exposed to the cold. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. You can drink it at home. Remember to soak your feet every night. Aren't there are a lot of mugworts in the woods in front of our brigade? After dinner, just boil some and wash your feet. Soaking your feet in mugwort can dispel dampness and cold." Before Old Lady Wang could respond, Old Wang spoke first. "Tomorrow I'll take the sickle to cut some for you and put it in the yard. Every night I'll boil some water for you to soak your feet." Old Lady Wang said, "You don't need to. Just lying down and resting helps me a lot. Cutting some mugwort isn't hard work. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say is reasonable. Meng Wantang listened to the old couple bickering and felt a bit envious. Although life was hard, having someone to accompany you until old age, even if enduring hardship, made the heart sweet. Chapter 94. The child's arm is broken, Dr. Meng. Can you take a look at my back? I can hardly stand up straight. As he spoke, the old man's back was almost a 90-degree angle. Meng Wantang had never seen this old man before. She walked over, felt his back, and frowned. You have quite a serious problem. If you want to get better, acupuncture alone won't do. You'll also need to take some medicine for conditioning. It won't be cured in one go. If you insist on treatment, you might have to stay in the hospital for 2 months. She needed to make it clear. 2 months? And I need to take medicine? The old man was surprised. Yes, Meng Wanang explained, just look at your back. It hasn't been like this for just a day or two. If you don't take care of it, it will definitely stay like this, and you'll never be able to straighten up again. In the future, when medical technology is advanced, even a surgery will require lying in bed for 2 to 3 months. Is the medicine expensive? The old man hesitated. Meng Wantang calculated, not much. The medicine is a bit pricey, about $20-something. In total, it won't exceed $30. Upon hearing that it would cost $30, the old man hesitated even more. I'll go back and discuss it with my family. If it works out, I'll come back. All right, you go back and discuss it properly. Make sure to explain your situation clearly to your family. If you don't treat in time, it will be even harder to treat later. Meng Wanang did not charge for her consultations. No matter how many patients she saw in a day, it was all free. She earned work points. Patients had to pay for their medicine. There were several more patients later, all with similar issues. Meng Wantang spent the whole morning either adjusting their conditions with her hands or treating them with acupuncture. She also had to prepare medicinal ointments and make pills for easier consumption. It was a bit tiring. After all the patients had left, Meng Wanang realized she had missed lunchtime. She hurried home. Upon returning, she saw 3 little ones squatting in front of the cold stove, starting a fire to cook. When Go Dan saw her come back, he instantly became a bit uneasy, looking at her with a hint of fear and vigilance in his eyes. Go Sheng was still the same, just hiding his emotions better than Go Dan. Xiao Pang stood beside his 2 older brothers, showing no intention of coming over. It seemed these little ones still had some growing up to do. Meng Wantang pretended not to notice their reactions, walked over, and washed her hands with water from the well. What are you cooking? Go Dan, as the eldest, stepped forward and said, we're boiling noodles. Noodles? Meng Wantang looked down at Go Dan, noticing a pile of chives in front of them. It turned out the 3 little ones had been picking chives here. She hadn't seen them just now. Is the water boiling? Have you put the noodles in yet? Meng Wanang asked again, her tone gentle. Go Dan's tense nerves relaxed. It's already in. Meng Wantang glanced at the pot, which was steaming, and quickly lifted the lid. The noodles had indeed been added and were about to boil over. She stirred the pot with chopsticks and added a little water with a ladle. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the 3 little ones were particularly nervous. She naturally said, when boiling noodles, you need to cover the pot. But if you cover it completely, the water will boil over just like now. Also, when boiling noodles, you need to stir it occasionally to prevent it from sticking to the pot. After stirring, cover the pot like this, leaving a gap. Got it. Go Dan and Go Sheng both looked a bit confused. They hadn't expected Meng Wantang to teach them how to cook. Next time if I'm late coming back, you 2 could just boil it like this. But be careful not to burn yourselves, especially you, Xiao Pang. Keep your brother away from the pot. If you fall in, it will burn you, and your face will be ruined. Meng Wantang was not trying to scare the children. She remembered a time when she went to her grandfather's house, and an old lady was taking care of her grandchild at home. One morning, she boiled water to fill a thermos. In the blink of an eye, her little grandson fell into the pot. Although she rushed to pull him out, many areas on his chest and legs were burned and blistered. Later, the child was covered in scars, looking particularly frightening. Remember that? Go Dan nodded vigorously and even pulled Xiao Pang to the side. Meng Wantang felt reassured about Go Dan. If I have time tomorrow, I'll go to the market to buy some noodles. I'll put them in the cupboard, and if you get hungry, you can cook them yourselves. When boiling noodles, add 2 eggs in as well. As she spoke, Meng Wantang sat down with the children to pick chives. Later, I'll tell you how to stir-fry chives. Go Dan's eyes lit up, while Go Sheng remained very vigilant. always looking as if there were scheming people around him. You won't make my brother cook for you every day, will you? Meng Wantang shot a glance at Go Sheng. Why would I want your brother to cook for me? I want you to cook for me every day. You should learn well. Go Sheng. If he cooks, he cooks. Just don't bully him. Meng Wantang could see what the boy was thinking from his face. She really didn't know if he was smart or foolish. In the afternoon, while Meng Wantang was at the clinic seeing patients, just after sending one away, Miao Yinhua rushed in from outside. Wantang, hurry up. Your son broke another child's arm. What? Meng Wantang shook off Miao Yinhua's hand, packed the necessary medicine into her medical box, and ran outside. Once they were out of the clinic, Meng Wantang asked sister-in-law, "What exactly happened?" "I don't know the details. Your child got into a fight with the children from the Hua family for some reason. Your Go Dan broke the arm of Hua Dongxing's eldest son, and the arm is dangling there. The child is still crying. Some people went to find Hua Dongxing. So I had your brother stay there to keep watch, in case Hua Dongxing got there early and your child was at a disadvantage. I rushed to find you right away." Miao Yinhua, accustomed to working hard, was very quick on her feet and spoke without pausing. Here, it's just ahead." As Meng Wantang arrived at the courtyard, she saw a crowd gathered, with the sound of a child crying from within, worried that her child might be wronged. She rushed into the crowd, despite being out of breath. Upon entering, she saw Chun Jiaojiao holding a boy and crying. Go Sheng stood like a wild dog in front of Go Dan, glaring fiercely at the others with red eyes. Xiao Pang, visibly scared, still stood behind his brother, protecting him. His little face was bruised, clearly showing he had been bullied badly. Meng Wantang then looked at Go Dan and Go Sheng's faces, both of which were bruised. A surge of anger rose within her. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Meng Wantang is here." Chapter 95. If you hit my son again, I'll throw you to the wolves. Everyone instantly turned to look at Meng Wantang. Dog Dan, Dog Sheng, and Little Fatty nervously stared at her, their eyes filled with fear and heartbreaking stubbornness. It was truly pitiful to see. Meng Wantang pushed through the crowd and approached the three children, checking their arms, heads, and eyes. After confirming that there were no major issues, she turned around, trying to suppress her anger. She glared at Hua Dongxing's eldest son. Hua Dongxing's eldest son was 10 years old this year, with a buzz cut and dark skin. He looked handsome but was quite thin, yet surprisingly strong. Yet, this child was reduced to tears by Dog Dan and Dog Sheng, with one arm hanging limply as if it were broken. Meng Wantang, did your son break his arm? Without one arm, how will he find a wife in the future? Your family is in big trouble this time. Grandmama was also watching the excitement from the crowd, her face filled with schadenfreude. Meng Wantang ignored Grandmama and walked up to Hua Dongxing's eldest son, saying to Chun Jiaojiao, "Let me take a look." "You let go." "What are you looking at?" "When Hua Dongxing arrives, I'm taking the child to the county hospital." Chun Jiaojiao was protective of the child, not wanting Meng Wantang to look, but inadvertently touched the child's arm, making the seemingly tough boy suffer even more. Others began to criticize Meng Wantang. "What are you doing? Don't touch the child." Meng Wantang was almost laughing in anger at these people. "If I touched this child, he would be fine." "Nonsense. Do you think you're Hua Tuo reincarnated?" Grandmama was the most agitated, with her little tricks only fooling those who know nothing. "The child's arm is broken, and you think you can reattach it? Even a deity isn't as powerful as you. What if I could reattach it?" Meng Wantang turned to Grandmama and said. Grandmama immediately replied, "If you can reattach it, I'll call you Mom from now on." "Forget it. I can't give birth to an ungrateful daughter like you." After Meng Wantang finished speaking, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Grandmama, furious, pointed at Meng Wantang and shouted, "If you have the ability, reattach the child's arm. If you can't, then give us your family's pig trotters." So, it turns out she had her eyes on their pig trotters. Well, don't dream about it. The pig trotters are impossible to give to you, but you can enjoy the smell tonight. Meng Wantang reached out to push Chun Jiaojiao's hand away. If you don't touch his arm, he'll keep crying. When you do touch it, he cries even harder. "Hurry up and take your hand away." Chun Jiaojiao realized that the child was avoiding her, knowing she had inadvertently made things worse, and apologized to Hua Dumao. "Dumao, I'm sorry, Mom didn't mean to. I won't touch you anymore, don't cry." Parents like Chun Jiaojiao are rare, even in this era, let alone in their village. After all, where would you find a parent apologizing to their child? But Chen Jiaojiao did just that. Hua Damao's attention was diverted, and Meng Wantang asked him, "Your arm hurts a lot, right?" "Yes." Hua Damao nodded, still unsure. Meng Wantang held his hand, and when she lifted it, he found that his arm didn't hurt anymore. Chen Jiaojiao's pupils dilated, and she shouted, "What are you doing? Try moving your arm to see if it feels better." Meng Wantang didn't even give Chen Jiaojiao a glance and directly asked Hua Damao. Hua Damao's arm didn't hurt anymore. Initially, he didn't dare to lift it, but under Meng Wantang's encouraging gaze, he cautiously raised it, gradually increasing the movement. "It doesn't hurt. My arm doesn't hurt anymore." Hua Damao, with tears still on his face, began to smile in disbelief. "Be careful from now on, take care of yourself, and make sure you don't dislocate it again. Otherwise, it could become a habitual dislocation, which would be troublesome." As a doctor, Meng Wantang finished advising Hua Damao and noticed Grandma slipping away from the crowd, not calling for anyone. She returned to the three little ones and squatted down, asking, "Which one of you will tell me what happened?" Dogxing looked at Meng Wantang as if she were a traitor. "We were beaten by him, and you're helping him treat his injuries." Dogxing didn't cry when he was hit, but now he was crying because Meng Wantang was treating the other child. Meng Wantang understood the child's feelings and empathized with Dogxing. She said, "Just now, I was Dr. Meng. Now I'm your mom." Dr. Meng finished treating the patient and is now here to support her son. "Tell me, why did you fight? If you're in the right, I'll go beat his mom right now." Dogxing still looked doubtful. Meng Wantang then asked Dogdan, "Lu Yunhe, you tell me. We brought little Fatty to the cow shed today to watch them work while they came to cut grass and feed the pigs. Little Fatty was sitting there when Hua Sanmao suddenly pushed him down. Dogxing and I rushed over and beat Hua Sanmao. Hua Damao came to help his brother, and we started fighting with him." After Dogdan finished speaking, he anxiously looked at Meng Wantang. In just 2 days, they had fought twice. Dogdan was very afraid of Meng Wantang getting angry, even more so of her reverting to her previous self. "You two did well. You're good brothers." Meng Wantang's praise left both children utterly astonished. She smiled and ruffled the heads of the kids. "Wait, Mom's here to back you up." After understanding the situation, Meng Wantang went directly to find Hua Sanmao. Hua Sanmao had been hiding at the back, and now Meng Wantang finally saw the child. He was about the same age as Dogdan, taller and stronger than both Dogdan and Dogxing. This child was pinned down and beaten by Dogdan and Dogxing, suffering quite a bit, yet he had no visible injuries on his face. Meng Wantang raised an eyebrow and waved to Hua Sanmao. "Hua Sanmao, come here." Hua Sanmao didn't dare to approach, so Meng Wantang stepped forward and asked him, "Why did you bully my son?" He is a little mute. Hua Sanmao immediately made Meng Wantang's face turn cold. She didn't want to argue with a child. "So you hit him? What is wrong with hitting him?" Hua Sanmao said defiantly. "This brat deserves to be hit." Meng Wantang straightened up, scaring Hua Sanmao. "You hit my son, and I'll hit you back." "You dare? My dad won't let you hit me," Hua Sanmao said confidently. "What a brat." Meng Wantang's hands itched, wanting to grab the child and give him a good beating. She squinted, smiling eerily. "Your dad can't be with you every day. When you come out to cut pig grass, I'll drag you into the woods and spank you. I'll let the wolves take you away at midnight, and then let us see if you dare to bully my son again." "Wah!" Hua Sanmao started crying at the top of his lungs. Chen Jiaojiao, hearing the child cry, quickly turned around and shouted at Meng Wantang, "Why are you, a grown person, bullying a child?" Meng Wantang coldly replied, "If you don't educate your child properly, I don't mind helping you educate him a bit." She even threatened Hua Sanmao in front of Chen Jiaojiao. "I want to be soft-hearted. I really will throw you to the wolves." Chapter 96. He, as still a child, Hua Sanmao was so scared that he cried loudly. "Meng Wantang, do you still have any shame?" He, as still a child. Chen Jiaojiao held Hua Sanmao in her arms, comforting him while turning back to Meng Wantang. "What's wrong with children? Can children bully my son without restraint? My son is only 2 years old and was pushed into the ditch by him. You should be thankful that my son is okay. Otherwise, I would make him pay with his life." Meng Wantang's gaze was too frightening. Hua Sanmao shrank into Chen Jiaojiao's arms, and even she was startled by that look. Unable to speak for a while. "Let's go home." Meng Wantang bent down to pick up the little fat boy, who was already 3 years old but still incredibly light. Looking at Go Dan and Go Sheng, who were the same age as Huisan Mao, they seemed half a head shorter than him. Together, they weighed about the same as Huisan Mao. No, I need to make sure the kids are well fed. Meng Wantang led the children back home, and the onlookers had dispersed. Someone looked at Meng Wantang's back and remarked in surprise. Ever since Lu Qingye came back, his wife seems to have changed into a different person. Isn't that so? The child used to look like a little beggar, but now he is clean and properly dressed. He even has some meat on his face. When the child was bullied, she also knew to stand up for him. Previously, these 3 kids were bullied by the village children every day, and they couldn't even get enough to eat. Looking like little skinny monkeys, who would feel sorry for them? A child with a mother is better off than one without. Didn't you hear that old Ma scold her every day? She said Meng Wantang is making delicious food every day with meat at every meal, and she is willing to spend money. It makes their kids crave food and cry every day. Someone deliberately lowered their voice and said, Chao Fengying used to criticize her daughter-in-law openly and secretly, saying this, and that was wrong. She even said her daughter-in-law was always thinking of getting Lu Qingye to transfer. The implication was that Meng Wantang was ignorant and intentionally ruining Lu Qingye's future. But now that Lu Qingye has returned from his transfer, Meng Wantang seems to have transformed. I also heard that as soon as Lu Qingye came back, he proposed to separate from Chao Fengying and her husband. I thought, how could such a good-looking girl, a high school student from the city, cause such a stir? There must be some reason behind this. Dr. Meng's medical skills are really good. My dad was bedridden and couldn't get up, but after a few acupuncture sessions from Dr. Meng, he was able to walk again. Why do you think Dr. Meng was hiding her skills before? Speaking halfway is the essence. It sounds like everything was said, yet nothing was said. It leaves everyone to think for themselves. Back home, Meng Wantang touched the cold water in the yard, which was quite warm. She took out the wild boar leg that had been soaking all afternoon, tossed it into the pot, and added firewood to cook. You 3 come over to take a bath. Meng Wantang washed the little fat boy first. He had bumps on his head and several bruises on his back. Meng Wantang really wanted to rush to the whole family and give that child a good beating. Does it hurt? She asked the little fat boy with concern. She thought he wouldn't respond, but to her surprise, he shook his head. After the bath, Mom will give you a delicious treat. Meng Wantang happily kissed the little guy's forehead. Our little fat boy gets to eat white rabbit creamy candy, and others don't. The little fat boy smiled shyly, his eyes sparkling. Anyone who dared to say this child was foolish would make Meng Wantang angry. However, this child not liking to talk was also a concern. After the little fat boy finished bathing, he sat on a small stool under the window, wearing the little shorts Meng Wantang made. Go Dan and Go Sheng washed themselves without needing Meng Wantang's help. Meng Wantang checked the 2 children's bodies and found no injuries on them, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Look at you 2. You're so thin, like a pair of ribs. Starting tomorrow morning, you'll get up and run with your dad to exercise. The 2 children showed no resistance and even seemed a bit eager. How did you 2 beat Huisan Mao today? Meng Wantang asked curiously. Go Sheng proudly said, we hit Huisan Mao in the belly. He was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. Good, keep it up. Meng Wantang rubbed the backs of the 2 children and then washed their hair with her shampoo. All right, rinse off and put on your clothes. Meng Wantang rinsed the 2 children thoroughly, and when they changed into their clothes, they smelled wonderful. She magically took out 2 pieces of candy. Here. Go Dan and Go Sheng were stunned. They didn't expect Meng Wantang to give them candy. Take it, I'm going to cook. Meng Wantang originally planned to braise the pig trotters, but if she braised them, the wild boar's strong smell would make it hard for the children to eat. She decided to marinate them first. After all, it was still early. Meng Wantang finished boiling the wild boar leg, took it out, and started marinating it in a pot with marinade. Since it wasn't cost-effective to marinate only 1 pig leg, she also added kelp and a lot of peanuts to the pot. Marinated peanuts could be given to the children as snacks and also served as a side dish for Lu Qingye. But given their family's situation, it seemed that Lu Qingye couldn't drink alcohol. In the county town, Lu Qingye came out of the basement, still carrying the smell of blood. Director, did you get anything out of them? Feng Dongyang asked excitedly, mainly because their director never missed a shot. This time, he was sure to extract some useful information. Lu Qingye raised his eyes and that cold gaze carried a chilling aura that made people feel weak in the knees. Just one look sent shivers down their spines. He strode into the office, and Feng Dongyang followed him in, not forgetting to close the door. Lu Qingye quietly mentioned an address, and Feng Dongyang's eyes lit up. He muttered something, then was shocked and said, "Director, are we really going to move against him? Are you afraid?" Lu Qingye shot him a cold glance, and Feng Dongyang immediately perked up. "What is there to be afraid of? In our line of work, there is nothing to fear." Feng Dongyang immediately volunteered. "I'll go and grab him right away." "No need. Someone else is already on it. We don't need to." Lu Qingye spoke while looking at Feng Dongyang's cowardly expression, walking over to kick him. "Don't say you're my man when you go out." Feng Dongyang scratched his head and leaned in closer. "Director, the cloth you asked me to contact, I've already inquired about it. You can take as much as you want. Get more." Lu Qingye was anxious to return home, saying as he walked out, urging Feng Dongyang to hurry up so he could get back early. "Why do you need to go back early?" Feng Dongyang asked, then felt like a fool. Sure enough, he soon heard Lu Qingye say, "Your sister-in-law wanted to come back early." He shouldn't have spoken. When they arrived at the dyeing factory, Feng Dongyang asked someone to call his sister-in-law out. "You two ride in on bicycles, otherwise it'll be hard to take the fabric out." Zhang Kaiwa led them inside and whispered to Lu Qingye, "You can have as much fabric as you want, and the price is not expensive." Lu Qingye initially said he wouldn't need much, but upon hearing the price, he changed his mind. "Then let us buy more. How much do you want?" Lu Qingye took out a dozen large bills and handed them over. Chapter 97, What is this woman saying? Zhang Kaiwa looked at the stack of money, glanced left and right, and confirmed that no one was watching before lowering her voice to say, "Come with me to the warehouse to talk, not here." Lu Qingye paused for a moment and then put the money away. Zhang Kaiwa took the two of them to the warehouse, greeting acquaintances along the way. Who are these two? A curious older sister was sizing up Lu Qingye and Feng Dongyang. Zhang Kaiwa smiled and said, "These two are my younger brothers. This is my husband's biological brother." "Oh, your husband's brother is quite handsome. Does this young man have a girlfriend?" Sister Ma stood in front of Feng Dongyang, looking him up and down as if inspecting an item. She was quite satisfied and patted Feng Dongyang's arm. "Your little brother is really not bad." Zhang Kaiwa knew that Sister Ma loved to introduce people to each other, but her little brother was not an ordinary person, and she couldn't make decisions about his matters. She pulled Sister Ma aside and whispered, "Sister, I really can't make decisions about my little brother. I can't even say a word about him." Sister Ma perked up instantly. "What? Your little brother? This is my mother-in-law's precious treasure." Zhang Kaiwa only said this one sentence, but her expression said it all. Sister Ma glanced at Feng Dongyang again and lamented, "No wonder this young man is so old and still doesn't have a girlfriend. You need to go back and tell your husband that your mother-in-law should be reasonable. No matter how good her son is, how can she keep nitpicking? Be careful not to delay her own son." Zhang Kaiwa sighed. "As a daughter-in-law, I am considered an outsider in their eyes. It's only because I have a job. If I didn't have a job, I wouldn't even be able to say a word in their family." "Hey, you're doing fine. There's no pressure. Although your mother-in-law is a bit strong-willed, she doesn't ask for your salary. That is pretty good." Sister Ma felt relieved and even comforted Zhang Kaiwa. "Sister, I won't talk to you any longer. I need to take my brother to get some fabric." The dyeing and weaving factory would distribute these defective fabrics to employees as benefits. Zhang Kaiwa had already taken a lot home before. There was no shortage of this fabric at home, and besides, their family was living better than others. So her share had been piling up here, and she hadn't taken any home in the past 3 months. Otherwise, if her little brother came to her, she wouldn't have any fabric to give him. When they arrived at the warehouse, Zhang Kaiwa asked Lu Qingye, "Brother, how much fabric do you plan to take? This fabric is defective, dyed in a particularly ugly way. The factory usually lets us take a few feet home to use, but many of these fabrics can't be used for making clothes, so people are generally not willing to take them. If you want a lot, I can ask my colleagues to gather some, and everyone can give you their share." "Do you need a ticket?" Lu Qingye asked. "No, this fabric doesn't require a fabric ticket. The price is much cheaper compared to good fabric. If you want it, it's 35 cents per foot." Zhang Kaiwa showed Lu Qingye a piece of fabric and added, "This fabric is not polyester, it's cotton. It's quite useful to make a mattress cover or a quilt cover. 35 cents per foot for defective fabric is actually not cheap. Lu Qingye understood from Meng Wantang that she wanted to make new cotton clothing and bedding for the family. Calculating it all, he would need quite a bit of fabric. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a pile of white cotton fabric inside. Lu Qingye remembered that the clothes Meng Wantang wore to sleep at night were made of white cotton fabric. She usually was reluctant to wear them and would mumble every morning while washing that outfit. If I had 2 more feet of fabric, I would definitely make a bigger one. She seemed to have a preference for pure white cotton fabric. Can that pure white cotton fabric be sold? How much is it? Zhang Kaiwa followed his gaze, surprised, and said, "This cotton fabric has been here for 2 years. It can't be sold at all. You still want this stuff?" Even Feng Danyang looked at Lu Qingye in surprise. Nowadays, people prefer wearing clothes made of polyester, which are colorful and vibrant. No one likes pure cotton fabric anymore. It's only bought in bulk for funerals. Lu Qingye said firmly, "Just tell me how much you want for this fabric and whether it needs a ticket." This white cotton fabric doesn't need a ticket. It's 5 cents per foot. As soon as Lu Qingye heard that the fabric didn't require a ticket, he took out a 10 yuan bill and handed it over. "I want 30 yuan worth of cotton fabric. Also, 60 yuan worth of the defective fabric." Zhang Kaiwa, who managed the warehouse, was good with numbers. She calculated in her mind how many people she would need to gather to sell the fabric. "Wait a moment. I'll go call people." Zhang Kaiwa was very excited and ran out in no time. When she returned, she was followed by 4 or 5 women. "This is my cousin. He wants to buy some fabric to take back to the countryside. He is not buying for himself. He is buying on behalf of the villagers. So he needs to buy in bulk. I called everyone over because I calculated that the fabric we have is just enough." Zhang Kaiwa was also responsible for helping to arrange things and didn't directly accept money to avoid giving others the impression that she was profiting from it. It was better to have everyone come over to discuss things face to face. Just arrange it as you see fit. Zhang Kaiwa was responsible for taking the fabric while the women signed above. Once everyone had signed, all the fabric was placed on a cart. Lu Qingye then handed the money to those women. For the white cotton fabric that Lu Qingye bought, Zhang Kaiwa signed for it and set the money aside to pass on to the accountant. All the accounts were clear and there were no issues. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Lu Qingye expressed his gratitude to Zhang Kaiwa. Zhang Kaiwa smiled and said, "What is there to thank? If you need more of this fabric in the future, just come buy it. But you bought so much this time. It'll last you for years. We have many kids at home, and these fabrics will be used to make a couple of clothes for them. If they don't use it up in 2 years, it'll be gone. Sister-in-law, we'll be leaving now. You can carry on with your work." Feng Danyang greeted his sister-in-law and pushed the cart out. "Then I want to see you off. No need to send us off. Sister-in-law, you carry on with your work." Lu Qingye wanted to help, but Feng Danyang didn't let him. He said, "I can push it. Everyone knows I'm my sister-in-law's little brother. All right, let's go." The two of them came out of the textile factory and loaded all the fabric into the car. Feng Danyang drove. "Director, I'll take you back." Lu Qingye didn't refuse. The drive back was quick, and in just a few minutes, they arrived. As soon as he got out of the car, he heard Meng Wantang's voice in the yard, educating her son. "Lu Sui and comrades, when you fight with others, if you can't match their strength, what do you hit them? Kick them in the groin, understand?" Feng Danyang paused, unsure whether to go in or leave. Chapter 98, she was very satisfied. "I'm not tall enough to kick someone. Can I use my head instead?" Dog Sheng was eager to try, even demonstrating a few moves. Meng Wantang's expression was hard to describe. "Dog Sheng, huh? If you can't even kick someone in the groin, it means that person is an adult. When you encounter such a bad person, your first reaction should be to run away, not to fight them." Dog Dan asked thoughtfully, "What if I get caught by someone else?" "If you get caught, don't panic. You must stay calm. Do you know what it means to wait for the right moment? It means to show weakness first, making others think you're harmless. Once that person lets their guard down, you seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow and then quickly escape." Meng Wantang shared what she had learned from television and news, softening it a bit for the 3 little ones. The chubby-faced kid looked at Meng Wantang with admiration, moved closer, rested his head on her lap, and perked up his cute little ears to listen seriously. Dog Dan seemed to be deep in thought. Dog Sheng exclaimed excitedly, "Mom, you've got some skills. That's why they say I'm your mom and you're my son." Meng Wantang proudly flicked the little guy's forehead, not using much force, just playfully. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll teach you to practice the 8-section brocade. Our main goal is to improve your physical fitness first. With good physical fitness, you'll be stronger and faster. If you can't beat someone, you can still run away, and when the time comes, we can launch a sneak attack. In short, when fighting, the three of you must work together. You absolutely cannot suffer losses. As long as you don't kill someone, Mom will cover for you. Of course, the main rule in fighting is to avoid hitting the head and face. Just focus on pounding the person's stomach and backside. After Meng Wantang finished speaking, she lifted the lid of the pot to check how the pig's trotters were doing. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, she heard Dog Sheng excitedly shout, "Dad, you're back." Meng Wantang nearly dropped her chopsticks into the pot. She turned around to see Lu Qingye holding a large bundle of fabric, instantly stunned. Wow, so much fabric? Meng Wantang couldn't care less about the pig's trotters. She put down her chopsticks and hurried to the door, her face blooming with a smile. She was already beautiful, and even when she smiled oddly, she didn't look ugly. This genuine smile made her appear even more radiant. Lu Qingye had some lingering anger, but facing such a radiant face, all his anger was suppressed. Feng Dongyang didn't dare to look at Meng Wantang for long. He thought to himself, my goodness. Now he understood why they called her a femme fatale. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she can be. He wasn't saying Meng Wantang was bad. He just felt that her fairy-like face didn't match her inner thoughts at all. The contrast was too great. My colleague's sister-in-law works at a dyeing and weaving factory, so I got this much fabric through her connections, Lu Qingye explained. Can you take a look at this fabric? Meng Wantang went over to touch the fabric and found it was all cotton, not polyester. She felt even more satisfied. She preferred wearing cotton clothes and didn't like polyester. Cotton clothes are comfortable, breathable, and absorb sweat. They only lack durability, but they are truly comfortable. Meng Wantang was so happy that she smiled and said, "It's really, really good." Feng Donyang glanced at Lu Qingye and secretly clicked his tongue. They say heroes have a hard time with beautiful women, and that couldn't be more true. Her sister-in-law flattered their director, and the director's attitude changed as if a glacier had melted. Where we go put all this fabric? Lu Qingye realized that they didn't seem to have a place to store all this after buying so much. Just put on the Kong for now. Stack it up. Meng Wantang said as she turned to enter the room and moved things off the end of the Kong. Once Meng Wantang brought the fabric in, she first put the old, shabby bedsheet underneath, then placed the newly bought fabric on top. Lu Qingye and Feng Dongyang quickly finished moving the things. Meng Wantang's eyes lit up when she saw the pure white cotton fabric that was brought out. You bought pure white cotton fabric? Is it expensive? Lu Qingye shook his head. This cotton has been sitting in the warehouse for over 2 years. They said it couldn't be sold. When I asked to buy some, they didn't even ask for a ticket. This is a great find. Meng Wantang looked at the white cotton fabric, wishing she could make 2 pieces of clothing immediately. She happily said, "I'll make you 2 white shirts tonight, and you can wear them interchangeably." Nowadays, there are so many fake collars. It's better to wear a pure white cotton shirt. It's more comfortable. No need. You could just make some for the kids, Lu Qingye said, as he wasn't picky about food or clothing. As long as he was full and warm, that was enough. You can't go to work looking shabby, even if you're driving a tractor. But if you dress cleanly and stand tall, you'll leave a good impression. Who knows? Maybe a leader will take notice of you and ask you to be their driver. Wouldn't that make your future work a bit easier? Meng Wantang just casually mentioned it, but it made Lu Qingye pause for a moment. Then he realized that Meng Wantang grew up in a courtyard, not in the countryside. So her experiences must be broader than others. Meng Wantang happily organized the fabric and covered it with a sheet to prevent dust. She then went out to poke the pig's trotters to see if they were well marinated. Lu Qingye also stepped outside and saw the 3 little ones sitting at the door. Noticing their bruised faces, he finally understood why Meng Wantang had said those things to them. Who did you 3 fight with? Did you win or lose? Dog Sheng puffed out his little chest proudly and said, "Of course we won." Who did you fight against? Lu Qingye was skeptical. How could they have won when they looked so battered? We fought against Hui Damao and Hui Sanmao. Dog Sheng gestured. Hui Sanmao cried after we hit him. Hui Damao had his arm broken. Hearing that an arm was broken, Lu Qingye's brow twitched. Before he could ask, Dog Dan added, "It wasn't a broken arm. It was a dislocated arm. If Mom hadn't come, it probably would still be hanging down." Right. My mom is really amazing. She walked over to Hodamao, said a couple of words, held his hand, and just like that, his arm was fine. The old lady next door even wanted to bow to my mom and called her mom. Dogsheng was really enjoying the drama. The last two sentences were said very loudly, and not only the neighbors could hear them, even those in the next house could hear them clearly. Chapter 99. Confessing salaries. Lu Qingye was taken aback, about to pull his son back to stop him from speaking out of turn. They lived in close proximity with neighbors, and one had to maintain some face. Who would have guessed that the little grandson of the Ma family next door, Ma Zhuang, shouted loudly, "Grandma, you have to call Dogsheng's mom too. Doesn't that mean Dogsheng has to call you sister?" "Grandma, then can I call Dogsheng grandpa? Can I go eat at my grandpa's house then? Eat my foot. You're asking for a beating." Grandma Ma was about to go mad. She chased after her grandson, running all over the courtyard. Ma Zhuang protested. "You call him mom. Why can't I call Dogsheng grandpa? I want to go to my grandpa's house to eat meat. What's wrong with that? If you have the ability, give me some meat to eat. You little brat, come here. Let's see if I'll give you meat." Grandma Ma chased, while Ma Zhuang ran, causing chaos in the Ma household. "Why are you hitting me? You should give me meat," he yelled. "Just look at how delicious the meat at my grandpa's house is." As soon as Ma Zhuang finished speaking, he got hit and cried out loudly. While crying, he wailed, I want to eat meat." Meng Wantang couldn't bear to listen. But today, every household had received some meat, so no matter how much Ma Zhuang made a fuss, he would indeed be able to eat meat. In these times, only city dwellers received a monthly meat ration of 1 pound. Country folks only had meat 4 or 5 times a year. Lu Qingye didn't work at their brigade S tractor station, but had been assigned to the county tractor station, earning not only 20 yuan a month, but also rations. Wait a minute. This money doesn't sound right. Meng Wantang observed a few children catching bugs in the cabbage field and quietly asked Lu Qingye, "Your tractor station only pays 20 yuan a month? No rations?" Lu Qingye knew she was starting to doubt him. The salary I mentioned before was what our village S tractor station offered. Now I'm on level 21 salary, and the unit pays 62 yuan a month. Meng Wantang's eyes widened in surprise. "You said your monthly salary is how much?" 62. Seeing her look of delight, Lu Qingye felt quite pleased as well. With this fabric, we won't have to spend money on clothes. We could just buy some cotton later. We should also buy more eggs to nourish you and the kids. With money, Meng Wantang was willing to spend. That evening, she made a cold dish with a cucumber and drizzled a little hot oil over it. When the kids got tired of eating the greasy pig knuckles, they took a bite of the cold cucumber, which was tangy and sweet, tasting incredibly good. Meng Wantang lamented a bit. If only there were some chili peppers. It would be perfect with a bit of spice. Lu Qingye thought of a comrade who had gone to Shansheng and said, "If you want chili peppers, I can write a letter to my comrade. I'll send him some money to buy some and send it over. Why not ask around if your comrades have any wheat? Our land is also suitable for growing wheat. If you can get 50 to 60 pounds of wheat seeds, we can plant them in our backyard next spring. By June or July, we'll be able to harvest the wheat. 1 mu of wheat can yield about 200 kilograms. And we have 2 mu, which is 400 kilograms. Even if you guys eat a lot, that would be enough for our family for half a year. And there would still be some left over." Meng Wantang really wanted to eat noodles. They had less rice and more millet, and most families were eating sorghum rice. Eating sorghum every day wasn't good. Too much would lead to stomach acid. Cornmeal was also limited. Their family had such a large courtyard and the conditions to grow wheat without paying taxes. She really couldn't stand just growing millet and other grains. If they had wheat, they could make their own noodles. Handmade noodles were much better than dried ones, right? But that depended on having wheat seeds. "Do you need wheat seeds?" Lu Qingye asked her. Meng Wantang thought for a moment and said, "If you have comrades from Hunan, ask them if they have a type of grass called dafei. The leaves are used to cook fish, removing the fishy smell and adding great flavor. But some people don't like it. If we can get that seed, it will be good. The kids love eating fish, so preparing some would be nice. Think about it. Is there anything else you want?" Lu Qingye quite liked her current demeanor. It gave him a sense of living a down-to-earth life. She was being troublesome or fussy. As long as she was willing to live with him, he felt content. "Can I think about it slowly?" "Sure." As the kids had eaten enough, Lu Qingye finally started to eat. He was still reluctant to eat the meat. Meng Wantang took a bite and found that she had handled the wild boar's gamey taste quite well, and it was barely noticeable. The seasonings she used were strong. After marinating it and then slow cooking it, it was thoroughly cooked. With a poke of the chopsticks, it fell apart. Don't leave any of this meat, she insisted. Meng Wantang had money in her pocket and wasn't stingy, following the principle that everyone should eat well and not suffer losses, insisting that Lu Qingye finish all the meat. There's still a piece of pork tenderloin. We can stir-fry that tomorrow. When Meng Wantang said this, Lu Qingye finally started to eat. Tomorrow when you come back from the county, buy some pork bones. I heard they don't need rations, if you can get some. Buy a few big ones. I'll make soup for you to cook noodles with. Even if it's used to cook cabbage, it tastes better than stir-fried cabbage. Stir-fried cabbage without oil isn't tasty, but too much oil makes it greasy. Cabbage boiled in bone broth tastes just like a clear soup hot pot, rich in flavor and delicious. All right, Lu Qingye made a mental note. When Meng Wantang turned around, she saw Xiao Pang had eaten his fill but hadn't tea left. He sat beside her, looking up with bright eyes. This child's mind was sharp and not dull. It was likely that no one had spoken to him before, and no one cared for him, combined with his own silence leading others to think he was silly. Meng Wantang cupped the little guy's face and smiled. Fat baby, do you want to drink bone broth too? Xiao Pang blinked, wanting to nod, but realized his head couldn't move much, and his expression went blank for a moment. He reached out his little hand to pull Meng Wantang's hand. When Meng Wantang let him go, he solemnly nodded. Oh, this child has a sense of ceremony. Fat baby, you need to talk. If mommy asks you if you want to drink bone broth, you should say I want to. Xiao Pang frowned, anxious, opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. He was so anxious that sweat covered his forehead. Seeing this, Meng Wantang quickly hugged the little guy and comforted him. If you can't say it, let us take our time, don't rush. Mommy is teaching you. Being held by Meng Wantang, Xiao Pang quickly calmed down. He felt a bit frustrated. It's okay, Daddy couldn't speak when he was little either. He only learned to speak when he grew up. If you don't believe me, ask Daddy. Daddy, isn't that right? While Xiao Pang wasn't paying attention, Meng Wantang pinched Lu Qingye to make him cooperate. Lu Qingye. Meeting his son's clear gaze, Lu Qingye replied in a deep voice, yes. Chapter 100. Lu Qingye understood, did you hear? Dad couldn't talk when he was little either. He learned to speak as he grew up. Don't worry, Xiao Pang, take your time. Mommy believes that one day you will be able to talk. After comforting the little one, Meng Wantang let Go Dan and Go Sheng take Xiao Pang outside. It wasn't completely dark yet. In summer, the days are long. It doesn't get dark until after 7:40. Recently, it has been quite hot, with no entertainment facilities around. Everyone would sit under the big tree to cool off after dinner. This was a rare time to relax, with the men sitting together boasting and the women gossiping. Some old men were weaving mats with corn husks in their hands. Women sat outside with needles and threads, chatting while sewing clothes. In this era, it seemed there were no playing cards. Everyone played cards instead. The playing card were long strips resembling mahjong tiles, and several people would sit together to play. The characters on the cards were from Water Margin. This game was called Look at the Cards. The adults gathered to play, while the children watched nearby. Lu Qingye didn't go outside. After all, the kids were out there, so he couldn't lose them. Meng Wantang took the pure white cotton cloth, grabbed Lu Qingye's shirt, and quickly made a few white shirts. This fabric, aside from making white shirts, was also for pajamas. Meng Wantang also made herself 2 white shirts. After thinking for a moment, she made one for each of the 3 children as well. She couldn't make white pants, so she rummaged through the dyed fabrics to find some dark-colored materials and made 2 pairs of black pants for herself and the 3 kids. After finishing, she asked Lu Qingye, what do you think of these pants? Pretty good. Lu Qingye didn't expect her skills to be this good. Should I make you a pair too? Meng Wantang asked him. Lu Qingye's pants were all navy blue, the same ones he wore in the army, and they were of good quality, not easily worn out. No need, I still have pants. Just make them for you and the kids, he replied. Lu Qingye had money in his pocket, but he was really good at managing life. Meng Wantang thought for a moment and said, recently, the kids have gained a little weight. I plan to take them to the county photo studio for a family portrait. We'll take one this summer and another next summer to record the growth of the kids and our family. Sound good? Lu Qingye had no objections. Then you should make a pair of the same pants too. Otherwise, we'll all be wearing the same pants, and you'll be the only one in a different color, which would look out of place, Meng Wantang encouraged. Lu Qingye. What else could he say? He could only agree. Meng Wantang was incredibly quick with her work. She just needed to lay the fabric down and wasn't worried at all about cutting it wrong. Did you learn to make clothes before? Lu Qingye asked tentatively. Yeah. Meng Wantang paused. She spoke too quickly and really wanted to hit herself. When she was young, her family forced her to study medicine, which made her rebellious. She secretly learned fashion design and even worked at a clothing factory for several months. Her family thought she could study what she wanted, but they would teach the family as profession. She didn't want to study medicine, but she still learned it. She only managed to learn how to make patterns, cut, and sew in fashion design. As long as she had a good understanding and practiced, she could manage. If it weren't for that accident, she might not have become an orphan. Meng Wantang lowered her head, quickly blinked to push away the tears in her eyes, and casually said, "If I can't make clothes, should I go buy them? Buying a piece of clothing costs several dollars. If I find some suitable fabric and make a piece myself, it won't cost more than $2. I'm talking about summer dresses and such." Lu Qingye understood. She loved beauty and buying clothes, so she must think it was more economical to buy fabric and make more dresses. How much did you spend on this fabric? Meng Wantang suddenly asked him. This time, Lu Qingye was at a loss for words. I spent all my wages. Meng Wantang. She suddenly felt unhappy. She looked at the fabric piled up at the end of the Kong, took a deep breath, and told herself not to get angry. Men are like that. Getting them to do something without driving you mad is already a blessing. She really wanted to scream, "Why did you buy so much useless fabric? It would have been better to just buy white cotton fabric." Meng Wantang had a bit of a headache. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Lu Qingye quietly observed her expression and knew she was trying hard to control her emotions. He silently stood up and said, "I'll go check on the kids." Saying that, he walked out the door. In the blink of an eye, he was at the entrance. Meng Wantang glared at him. Could she eat him? Go Dan. Sister-in-law come. Miao Yinhua entered the room, saw Meng Wantang making clothes, and was surprised to see the pile of fabric at their place. So much fabric? Meng Wantang sighed. Don't mention it. He was tricked by someone. Just as Lu Qingye reached the window, planning to have a sip of water, he paused. What happened? How were you tricked? Miao Yinhua instantly perked up. She was just there for the gossip. She was curious. When people are curious,